This story follows Choi Kang-hyuk, a former Special Forces soldier turned personal trainer and fitness streamer, struggling to keep his gym business afloat during COVID. To de-stress, he reads a Murim novel about a Shaolin monk named Mujin but suddenly wakes up inside the novel as the protagonist, losing his muscular body and finding himself in a strict monastery. Confused but convinced it's a dream, he decides to play along. However, as he faces harsh training and discipline, he starts to question whether he's truly dreaming or if he's trapped in this new reality. Let's start the recap. The manhwa starts inside of a fitness center in Seoul. Inside one of the staff room, we see a man named Choi Kang-hyuk live streaming. He goes by Best Gym Rat TV. Kang says he's going to do a mukbang today, then starts to pig out. He says it's good, then takes a sip of his beer. I'm sure you can tell from his body that he enjoys working out. He wasn't always a gym rat, but he was heavily injured in a deployment during a Special Forces mission, and he started doing physical therapy but fell in love with trying to figure out what was optimal for the body. He ended up becoming a Chad personal trainer and focused on rehabilitation. For those who are wondering why he's doing a mukbang, it's because of COVID. In order to keep up with the cost of the gym's maintenance, he ended up trying streaming, although the profits weren't good enough to maintain all 5 gym locations. He does his outro to all of them, saying to like and subscribe. He instantly sighs after he ends the stream. He says he's worried about tomorrow. He ate so many calories and he wants to work out, but it'll be hard because of the alcohol. He starts to wonder how things got like this. It jumps to a doctor telling him that he's balding due to a high amount of stress, which hurts him. The doctor says if he doesn't de-stress, his body will continue to break down. Kang asks what he means, and the doctor says he'll become bald. Kang doesn't want to turn into a Korean Johnny Sins, so that's why he's resting so much too. He says he doesn't know what to do. He starts to scroll on his phone and says, "Not this one." We see that he's looking at Murim novels. He grew up with his grandparents, and he would often go to the nearby bookstore and read them. He spots a familiar work from an author named Ganghyeok, and that there's a new one about a Shaolin monk. He says this is unique, and the synopsis is that Mujin, the protagonist, martial artist. He clicks on it to start reading and instantly finds himself hooked. He says he really feels relaxed, and then he starts to wonder when the last time he relaxed like this was, saying it's like he was back to being a kid. He falls over saying that he's sleepy, and while he's laying there, his phone screen begins to light up. Then he hears someone trying to wake up Mujin for the morning workout. Kang raises up and looks up to see a bald head and a Shaolin in uniform as a little boy says they need to hurry up or else they'll be yelled at. Kang asks the kid how he got into his house and the kid asks what he means, saying he's older and bigger than him. Kang is 180 centimeters and 8% body fat, so he's confused. He asks the kid if his eyes are okay and looks around wondering why he's in his house, but he quickly realizes that he is not in his house and he's confused. Then he touches his head to see he's bald. He stands up wondering where the hell he is and why he's bald. Then he remembers the kid called him Mujin, and says it's the same as the novel he was reading. He wonders why he's here and why he had to lose his muscles. He quickly says it must be a dream. The kid says they'll really be late, and Kang, we'll call him Mujin from now on, stands up and says he's an adorable kid. They start to run off and he says he'll enjoy the situation since it's a dream. An older man yells, saying being late first thing in the day they need to be taught a lesson. He tells Mujin and the kid to take their places. Mujin says it feels so real for a dream. The man says they'll start with the horse stance first, and Mujin looks around to see everyone shaking like after a bad batch of Taco Bell. But he says they'll hurt their knees like this. Do proper exercises due to the rehabilitation training, so he understands how important the lower body and core are to bodily health. There were times he saw trainers teaching the wrong technique and that they would focus on the upper body and ignore the core, so he can tell their posture will lead to issues in the future. Their backs are too rounded and their legs are too spread. The man yells, saying the lower body is the foundation of martial arts. He says if they aren't able to maintain balance with their lower bodies, they can't properly put any strength into punching or their staff techniques. Mujin says if he knows all of this, why is he letting them have such poor posture? He grits his teeth since it's a dream. He won't stand by. He yells, saying they don't know a single thing about proper exercise. The older men and all of the other students look in disbelief. The kid from earlier asks him what's wrong, then the older man asks why he's interrupting a training session with yelling. Some of the other older men too ask if he's doing this so he doesn't have to train, saying it's not befitting of a Shaolin disciple. Mujin says he wonders if it's because it's a martial arts novel, but he can feel their energy just from them shouting. Even so, he doesn't plan to back down, saying he just pointed out it was flawed and that it's way easier than having to deal with dumb members in real life. The man asks him if he's saying that the Shaolin training is wrong. Mujin says this dream is hell realistic, and he'll play along by speaking like a martial artist. He tells the man that if they keep training like they are, when they get older, the cartilage in their knees will be damaged. The man says it's an excuse made by the weak. Mujin asks what he means, saying that martial arts is for the weak to train their bodies and mind, but now he's saying it's not something for the weak to learn. Another man steps up, saying the way the Shaolin trains is different from what he said. They train in martial arts to achieve enlightenment. Mujin says he sees and asks if they are saying the Shaolin isn't a place where the weak can obtain enlightenment. The man quickly stammers, saying no, they train harshly to train their minds. The mind is weak, so they seek comfort in times of difficulty and evil, and the training is to make it easy to endure through this. Mujin says he guesses their minds only need to be trained while they are young is practically what they are saying to him, since what he's saying is that in order to train their minds, it's fine to damage their knees when they are young, since once they are old, they won't need to go through times like that. The other students start to chatter, wondering if this is all true. Then Mujin points at a much older man, saying he wonders how much he's gone through to still not have obtained enlightenment. The dude wonders why the hell this kid is so crazy to say that to the first class disciple Ha-young. Then Ha-young shouts and causes the students to cover their ears. Mujin says that's a lot of pressure. All of the students look towards Ha-young, and he begins to walk to Mujin, saying he's heard everything he said and like what the second-class disciple said, the martial arts of a Buddhist group is usually to train oneself. However, their martial arts are different. Mujin asks how Ha-young says their martial arts are used to rescue the masses. They use them to protect others from evil and the demons that harass them. Mujin sighs, asking if they are just damaging their knees to protect others. Ha-young stares at him, saying if they leave him be, he'll be a bad influence on the other students, but that the grown-ups cannot punish a young monk personally, so there's one option left. He tells Mujin to prove it himself. He points forward, saying he wants him to win against those who learn from the Shaolin training method to prove his point. Mujin asks who he'll be fighting, saying surely not a first-class disciple. Ha-young says it would only be fair if he fought someone who joined at the same time and gets Mugung to step forward. Ha-young says if what he said is true, in 7 days from now, he will spar with Mugung to prove himself. Mujin says the guy is in a different weight class, saying this is just a mockery of it being called fair, and mockingly says that he's an honorable senior. He agrees to the conditions, saying he'll do that, as there's no way he'd lose to a kid. They'll see in 1 week. For now, Ha-young says he's clearly taking the hard path. Amipa, it's a Buddhist saying. He tells the rest to get back to training. The kid from earlier asks Mujin why he's doing this, saying to just apologize. We finally learn the kid's name is Muyo. The other students stare at Mujin with annoyed looks, calling him impudent. Ha-young says he'll see him in a week. Mujin starts to sweat while performing squats instead of doing the horse stance. A second-class disciple asked him why he was doing it, but he told him Ha-young allowed him to. Ha-young tells the man to leave him alone too. He smiles and continues squatting while telling the rest their knees are going to hurt a lot in the future. He says they are so young, asking who will take responsibility if their knees are damaged. Ha-young gets annoyed but tries his best to remain calm and ignore the talking. Mujin trained for 2 hours, so now it's time to go munch on some protein. But he doesn't understand the issue he's about to face. He looks down at his food, asking if this is everything they are eating, as Shaolin monks are all vegetarians. While it's natural to be a vegetarian at the temple, he was puzzled since he didn't think about this. He wonders where the hell he'll get his protein. Then he begins to wonder why he can smell the food in his dream. He says it smells good, even though it's only vegetables. But in the end, it doesn't matter if that's all there is. He starts to shake, saying this is child abuse. They tell him not to talk but start to yap, saying this is too harsh to only provide vegetables. The second-class disciples tell him to stop talking during mealtime, saying this is disrespectful, and one of them says he'll teach him a lesson. Mujin wonders why the dude's angry since he's the one who should be pissed. They need protein. He grits his teeth, saying he won't let his training go to waste. A man opens the door and starts to laugh. Everyone looks up to see him, and the second-class disciple shouts, saying Hall Leader Hyunmun, he takes care of the food here. He looks at Mujin, says he must be hungry, and if the food isn't enough, he'll get more. Mujin says there's enough food, and Hyunmun asks if he wants more of the side dish. He decides to be generous and overlook his grumbling. Mujin then asks if he has any chicken breasts. Everyone is outraged, asking what the hell he's talking about. Muyul says he's been acting strange, asking if there's something wrong with his head. Mujin says that they need protein, they have to eat it. He looks at Muyul's eyes to see himself, and starts to realize things are strange. He gets tired from exercising, he can smell the food, he begins to wonder if this is reality. He quickly says he has to do something about the situation since if he's truly a young monk in the temple, he needs to think of something appropriate to say. Now he bows his head, saying he's acted weirdly since he's hungry. He just misspoke. Hyunmun says he must have just been tired from training. Mujin then asks if he can have more beans and mushrooms. Hyunmun is speechless, and says he's definitely crazy. Whether it's reality or not, Mujin knew he needed protein. It jumps to him messing with his brush in class, saying he can't believe they are studying Buddhist scriptures. He starts to think about the what if, saying even if he's in the world of the novel, how on earth will he get back home? Then he wonders if he'll get out when the story is completed. He says based on that perspective, it's not bad at all. He's the protagonist, so he has exceptional talent. The Shaolin Temple is the strongest among the Orthodox Alliance. While he's deep in thought, he spills his ink and screams. He realizes he was loud and looks up to see the other students in disdain. He says that it would seem like he's been marked by the others, but it's too late to change things. He'll just win the spar and get acknowledged. Then scene shifted to Ha-young asking Hyunmun if he's serious, and he laughs, saying he's a unique child. Ha-young apologizes on his behalf. Then Hyunmun asks what he thinks about Mujin. He says that they'll find out in 7 days if Mujin is correct or not. Hyunmun laughs, saying that's truly a great idea. They can't punish a disciple because of their thoughts, so they can just prove their point by testing it. He also says that he's heard that Mugung is one of the most competent disciples among the new disciples. The temple recruits hundreds of kids every year, but most drop out and they end up with only 10% of the original number, which is why the other disciples or elders don't generally know the names of the new monks. But Mugung was a rare case, as they all knew who he was. Ha-young says Mugung will teach him a good lesson. Then the scene shifted to both of them walking up to the middle of a platform as a week has passed since they agreed to spar. Ha-young tells both of them to get ready for the fight. It cuts back to Muyul asking Mujin what he's doing. He says that he's stretching. Muyul asks what that is, and Mujin explains it in martial arts terms, calling it tendons extension technique. Of course, we all know what stretching is in the modern world, but within the novel, it's not that well known, especially the benefits of the increased range of motion. Mujin says he should give it a try. Some other kids talk about it as Muyul starts to stretch under Mujin's guidance. Then they hear other kids talking about Mugung. Then they see him punching the air. The kids say he's incredible, and you can hear snapping sounds from his punches. Mujin says if he gets hit by that, he'll be in deep trouble, and he wonders how he's going to beat him within this kid's body. But he has an idea, saying he just needs to use his size to his advantage. Ha-young says it seems like Mujin wasn't just trying to escape training. While he didn't listen to the others, he was still training in his own way. He's training with a tree, saying he's practicing to take down Mugung. Instantly, Muyul asks how him rubbing against the tree will help. Ha-young looks down at him and chuckles, saying Mugung will teach him a great lesson. Mugung is happy that Ha-young is acknowledging him and apologizes to Mujin, saying he'll trample him. But then he sees Mujin throwing it back as he's loosening up his joints before their spar starts. Mujin asks Ha-young if they can start immediately. They both get annoyed, saying he is acting tough. He starts to step forward, saying he'll show him. He says he's ready to start too and that he'll show him the punches he's been training for the last 3 months. It starts, and Mujin runs straight at him. This startles Mugung, and as Mujin gets closer, Mugung tries to back away from him. He punches straight at his head, but it gets dodged. Everyone is surprised. Instantly, Mujin uses the dodge trajectory to grab onto Mugung's leg. He says he can't use the martial arts he's trained since he's from the special forces. He could kill the kid accidentally, so the most efficient way to take him down will be with a tackle. They fall to the floor after the spar started. The time it took for Mugung to be subdued was just a little over a second as he gets put into an arm bar. The students ask what's going on and wonder if Mugung can get out of this. Some of them are worried, saying it is impossible for him to be subdued so quickly and be in such pain. Mugung wonders what the hell is going on here. The second-class disciples begin to give Mugung some advice, but even though they don't know what an armbar is, they can tell it's bad. They know exactly how painful it must be for his arm. Mujin calls out to him, saying if he resists, his arm will break, so just surrender. The second-class disciples still try to tell him to get up, but Mujin assures him that if he exerts any more strength, he will snap his arm, so he needs to give up immediately. Mugung starts to grunt as his arm gets closer and closer to snapping, and then starts to just cry. Mujin is surprised, and so are the other kids. Mujin quickly lets go, saying he's sorry, and they all turn towards Haiyung, asking him what they should do now. Mujin helps Mugung get up, asking why they had to make two kids fight, and Mujin is declared the winner. We learn that the chain punch is one of the 8 extremities fists, which uses the entire upper body to generate powerful force, allowing you to quickly defeat your opponent. It's known for being very powerful. Mugung has the most proficiency among the younger monks. Even the second-class disciples were impressed by Mugung's chain punch, yet he pathetically lost without any form of resistance to some weird techniques. Mugung keeps crying, saying that this is unfair. Mujin asks what he means. Mugung says he charged as soon as they started using something that wasn't the chain punch. He shouts, saying he can win against anyone in a fair fight. Mujin tries comforting him but messes up his name, which made him cry more. The other disciples say that Mugung has a point. Mujin turns around and sees them. They say that one should use the Shaolin arts when sparring here, saying he broke the rules. Mujin wonders what kind of ridiculous ideology that is. The disciple then asks why he didn't use the chain punch. He says if he had used the chain punch, the fight would have lasted for longer, and they could have gotten more injured, so he just prioritized making the duel quick. He said he did make him cry, but he didn't leave a single physical injury on his body. They say that's not nonsense since it wasn't a Shaolin art. He says they are the ones talking nonsense. They struggle to rebuttal since the chain punch was defeated so easily by some strange technique. At that, they don't want to admit it, but they are just refusing to acknowledge he lost. They don't want people to doubt the Shaolin arts, or that the new disciples might be discouraged and leave. They look back at Haiyung, wondering what the plan is, but they see him smiling at the whole situation. Haiyung calls out to him, asking if he truly did that technique just to not cause him harm. Mujin says yes. Haiyung says that is the true essence of Shaolin and smiles, saying he's the winner. Everyone is surprised by this. However, the reason his skill was more effective was because the opponent's level was that of a loser. The ultimate reason they learn martial arts is to take down evil and the demonic heads who've learned martial arts. So he'll show the true essence of Shaolin, the real power that can take down their enemies. He orders the rest to bring him a boulder. They bring one over. I think that's a big demonstration of their power. They start to wonder if he's going to break the rock with his fist, and Haiyung tells them to watch closely. This is the true power of the chain punch. He takes a deep breath and then ready himself, channeling his energy into his fists, then exhales upon punching the rock. The rock begins to crack and shatters as he punches a hole through it. The rock shatters to the ground, and everyone is pogging out of their gourds. Haiyung looks smug and turns after receiving all of their compliments. Even Mujin is stunlocked and says, "Whoa." He starts to grin, saying, "That's a real martial artist." He says, "This is how it should be. One hit being enough to break open a mountain. One swing can take down hundreds of enemies. A single punch putting a hole through someone." Then he realizes something. He says that Haiyung mentioned overpowering the enemy without harming them. Haiyung says yes like it's a question. Mujin points out he broke the boulder into pieces, and they all look at it and realize it doesn't make sense. Now they are thinking about it, so nobody could say anything. Later that day, we see another man named Hyun Sung talking about the fight with Haiyung. Then Haiyung says Mujin may be rather arrogant, but he trains his chain punch the most out of the students. He's worried though. Hyun Sung asks if he's worried that he's only training the chain punch to learn its weakness. He says yes, saying it could be bad if Mujin is a spy of one of the unorthodox sects, or the demonic cult. Of course, Mujin is just a modern-era gym rat. Hyun Sung says he probably isn't, and he wouldn't do something so eye-catching if he were. Haiyung suggests maybe it's reverse psychology, but Hyun Sung tells him not to worry. He's just a new disciple, and they'll find out over time if he's a spy or not. But he has an idea and says maybe he's from a martial family. Ha-young says it makes sense, as he doubts Mujin came up with those ideas by himself about the training. Hyun-sung says the greatest figure in a child's life is their father. Maybe he wanted to. But says since he defeated Mugum, he'll become more arrogant, wondering what to do about him. But then cooks something up, saying they can leave him to Beob Gang. Ha-young asks if he means the one in the discipline court. He says no, he's in the Arhat Hall instead. They agree it's a good idea. Then it jumps to some of the second-class disciples saying good night to one another. Then one of them spots something that shocks him. He says they should go somewhere else, and they look around to see what he's scared of. They see a man doing the horse stance, and we learn that it's none other than Beob Gang. They wonder what he's doing here. One of them says he's doing the horse stance, and the rest say no and ask why he's not at the training ground. They say he must have wanted to keep training without rest. They all start laughing, saying there's a reason he's called the Mad Dog. Dude is obsessed with training. They laugh, saying the discipline hall is a good fit for him. Then one of them tells him that he'll be moving to the Arhat Hall instead. He yells, asking why the hell he'd be doing that, and the other freaks out too, asking if they'll have to live with a mad dog again. He's always grilled the juniors ever since they were third-class disciples. But it turns out he wants to join all the halls and learn the differences in their rules before going back to the discipline court. They say it's expected, he's obsessed with the rules. Beob Gang has worked hard to be a role model for the rest. He also spent way more time training, and his knees were constantly under tension due to this. If he didn't use internal energy, he'd experience so much pain that walking would be tough. But he didn't care as he considered it to be part of his mental training. He chose to embrace the pain. He just finished doing the horse stance for 30 minutes. He's heard rumors of Mujin, and how he's a problem child, but says he'll teach him the correct mindset a disciple should have. It jumps to the next day with the disciples freaking out that Beob Gang is standing in front of them all. They ask, and he says he'll be joining them all today. Mujin sees him, and Beob Gang laughs, saying he's looking forward to working with them all. Mujin says he's absolutely diced to the gills. He notices the second-class disciples aren't happy about him being here, but the first-class disciples have no idea who the hell he is. Mujin quickly understood what's going on, and says he must be Beob Gang, almost like they haven't been saying it for so long. They start their morning training, and the first thing up is horse stance. Beob Gang says the first thing to do is find the root problem. If he knows the problem, he can solve it. He walks behind Mujin while saying all of this, then spots him saying his legs are spread wider than his shoulders. He comments on how his posture is different, and starts to mimic the way he's doing it. He starts copying the squats he was doing and says it's not any different, and he feels the same pain as from the horse stance. He gets angry, thinking it's just a trick, and goes to say something to him. Beob Gang asks what he means, and he tells him his posture is wrong. Beob Gang asks him to explain, and Mujin realizes he'll have to teach him so much, and says he doesn't know why he's copying him, but he can hear his knees screaming with every squat, and he can't ignore this. He thinks about how it would be beneficial to have him on his side and decides to win him over since he has authority here. He tells him that copying him will just make his knees worse and asks if he can trust him and listen to how he instructs him to move. We see Beob Gang in a lunge pose, and Mujin says it's good he's flexible and says that this technique loosens the muscles in his knees. If he does this before the actual exercise, he'll be able to exercise smoothly while reducing the pressure placed on his knees. He tells him to do it for a 30-second interval, and that'll make a set, and he just needs to do it 3 times. Beob Gang asks what a set is. Mujin says. He misspoke, then notices that his knees are shaking and quickly massages it, asking if he's feeling better, but he looks visibly pained. Mujin says this is bad. If just a light touch hurts his knees, it must be insanely damaged. Beob Gang starts to calm down, and says at first it felt like someone hit his knee, but now it feels refreshing. Mujin says alright, then they were on the second round, so they should start again since training waits for no man. Beob Gang starts to wonder what kind of kid Mujin is. The other students see Mujin encouraging him, and Ha-young wonders what the hell is going on. Mujin says when his knees feel bad he just has to do this due to his nickname of being the Mad Dog. The other second-class disciples understand exactly what kind of obsessive person he is, but now, they see he's being friendly, training with a new monk. We see Mujin tell him to rest a bit, then they'll do it again 15 times. Mujin explains how earlier he was doing air squats, but he shouldn't since his knees are cooked, and he needs to bend his knees just slightly to take the pressure off his knees. He says he'll summarize it, and in the sequence first, you bend your knees slightly and slowly, descend down. Second, as you go to sit you must focus on your glutes and thighs to descend rather than the knees. Third, just like step 2 only use the same parts when ascending. He asks how his knees feel, and Gang says they feel fine. Mujin says that's good and to rest a little. He says he's definitely feeling less pain. Mujin says now they've done this the next exercise will be focused on his calves. He explains that usually those with fierce appearances are often weak to friendly people. Mujin quickly compliments him, and Gang laughs, saying he's been here for 18 years. The first-class disciples wonder if he's truly gone mad, and Hayoung starts to pray since his blood pressure is spiking like crazy, and he decides to ignore them for now. They start to head to get food and Mujin reminds him to make sure to do as he said before he trains to others. It looks like Gang was blindly following his orders, but that isn't the case. He's decided to follow him after trying his technique by himself. This is what he's decided after receiving personal training, stretching lessons, and a massage from a top-class personal trainer. He thinks his techniques are incredible. He says they were really effective, and he experiences almost none of the usual pain he does with his knees, and he could feel the muscles on his legs stretch as he trained. He asks Mujin if it's techniques taught by his family. He asks what he means. Gang explains that since his techniques are so effective he must be from an extraordinary family. He was told those techniques were passed down within Mujin's family. He smirks saying this is a good misunderstanding. He says he did act strangely at the start, and wondered how to explain it all but now he won't. He goes along with it. Gang laughs, saying they are goat but that his praise only applies to the treatment for his knees. They are training for martial arts, and the Shaolin is 1,000 years old. He understands Mujin's heart for his family, but it'd be great if he trained the Shaolin way too. He says he'll take note of that. Then Muyo asks if he's done. Mujin says yes and tells Gang he'll see him later. Gang smiles, watching him leave, and hears Hayoung clear his throat. He apologizes for being unsightly. Hayoung says he's glad he's aware. Gang says the know the enemy quote, and Hayoung sighs, asking what he thinks about it. He says from what he's experienced, Mujin isn't from a martial family but rather a family of physicians. He asks him why he thought so. He continues, saying he should say this first but his knees are all torn from the training. He didn't tell anyone as he didn't want them to worry, and more importantly, he didn't want to show his weak side. Even the juniors who trained with him for 10 years haven't noticed his knees are screwed up, but Mujin could tell right away from how he was bent, and then Mujin taught him movements that didn't hurt his knees at all. Hayoung says his family must be physicians, not a martial art family, and wonders what to do, saying the training of Shaolin is about to collapse. Gang says not to worry. He's sure that he will teach Mujin the techniques of Shaolin slowly but surely, and young kids usually listen to adults they are close with instead of force. He'll get close and slowly teach him the Shaolin methods. Hayoung says all right but to take it slow for now and that he's counting on him. A while later in the afternoon training, we see Mujin is annoyed, saying having to do Buddhism lessons after breakfast blows, and he wonders if it's because he's young, but the food coma is real. They head to their training, and Hayoung says since they are good at the chain punch, it's time to move to the next step. One can only exert the full prowess of martial arts by combining internal and external energy, so now they'll start to prepare them on their internal energy journey. He sends out 2 disciples to demonstrate how to them all. He tells them to get into the lotus position, and Mujin wonders what's going to happen. He sees them sitting down on the floor, and they cross their legs. He says he recognizes it now. They both close their eyes and focus on breathing. He tells them to take a deep breath and let it pass through their nose and throat fully and keep breathing until it reaches their energy cores. Mujin starts to get excited, saying he can finally learn the martial arts he's been dreaming of. He says he's been getting sick of the same exercises for now, and now it's time for martial arts. He wasn't the only one excited, all of the other students were too, as it gave new reasons for them to train hard. They were all dreaming of being able to break the boulder like Ha-young too. They focused on his voice and followed the breathing patterns too, but Mujin says something about this training is weird.
He noticed that they were doing a simple meditation. It was somewhat different from the Shaolin and training methods he saw from the novels. Is this a joke? Contrary to the novels where they teach them energy cultivation, such as yin and yang, the 5 elements, bagua, and other philosophical stuff, he just assumed that there was a good reason for all of this. An hour later, Mujin, who had been tackling all the training methods of Shaolin until now, had been doing his best this time as well to follow all that he was told to do. This was because he was excited, thinking that he was about to learn how to do incredible feats like having the source of power that allows a human to split a mountain, the ability to fly high in the skies. He assumed he would be able to obtain energy, a transcendental power that would allow him to do all of that. The manhwa nerd soul within him was feeling excited as he was about to learn cultivation techniques from the epitome of Murim novels. He couldn't fathom the fact that it was about to happen. Ha-young then asked them to open their eyes and stated that the energy cultivation that they just learned was only a simple breathing method that would allow them to feel the energy and accumulate it within the body, which is the first step in cultivating. Since they must feel the incoming energies first, he assigned them to do it every day and practice it hard so they could feel the energy, which made our hero have no choice but to accept. He frowned, knowing that they would be only learning breathing techniques. I want to break boulders. He remembered Ha-young's statement that they must be able to sense energy first before they could gain it. A senior then gave him a book. It was the book that the second-class disciples used, and it has images of human meridians. Ha-young informed them that there was no need for them to memorize the whole book, just memorize the meridians, which they could use when circulating energy and subduing opponents. Fortunately, Mujin had an idea about meridians, all thanks to his contemporary knowledge. He knew that meridians are passageways of energy in the body. He was aware of the idea that energy was not the only thing that flowed in them, but inner energy did as well. Because of that understanding, the meridians were something necessary for martial arts. When Ha-young asked a senior to execute the move, he knew immediately that he was doing Tenghu and Kyucha. That made him feel more determined to delve into the topic. The validation from Ha-young strengthened his resolve. Later that evening, while he was walking down the hallway, he was deeply implanting the knowledge into his mind. But then, he heard a familiar voice. He turned to see who it was, barking late in the day. It was none other than Mad Dog, trying to beat David Goggins' baddest MF record. He explained that his knees weren't hurting anymore, thanks to his training regimen. Now he could turn back to his old fetish of domestically abusing his joints. Mujin was dumbfounded. He could hear his knees cracking. It was as if his effort went into not in Biab gang defense. He stated that he must push through the pain because iron gets only stronger when it's struck. But Mujin explained, true, but it could only get stronger if you strike it right. It might break if you overdo it. He asked him to take a seat, to which he gladly did so. He warned him that he was about to show him a new technique that would hurt him for a bit, which was called the pressure-relieving technique. The Mad Dog tried his best to endure the pain each time our hero massaged his knees. The discomfort was intense, but he knew it was necessary for his recovery. Massaging, Mujin was reminded of something about the past, a mistake that led him to struggle. Back when he was a member of the Special Forces, his body got severely injured when he tried to just grip through the training after having a sprain. Even though he suffered greatly, he was assigned a task to cross a river. Because of the traumatic event, he was forced to retire from the service. At that time, he lived through every day without any energy. Each day felt like a struggle just to get through. His lack of vitality made even the simplest tasks seem insurmountable, and he felt like he saw a ghost from the past every time he looked at Biab Gang. He told him that if he were to get injured, he would be the only one who would suffer in the end because no one would take responsibility for it. Therefore, he wished that he took care of his own body more often. That made him smile, knowing that his junior was concerned for him. So he gave them assurance, stating that a Shaolin practitioner won't abandon their fellow disciples no matter what they went through. He gave them a bright smile and confidently said, "We won't abandon anyone, regardless of what happens." Mujin felt relieved after hearing that. Who would have thought that along with huge muscles, the mad dog also has a huge heart? Beabgang informed him that he should trust him with everything starting tomorrow and train in the ways of Shaolin. After feeling relieved, he asked, "By the way, where were you going?" He replied that he would be going back to his room to practice the energy circulation technique he learned earlier. That confused him, knowing that he came from a family of physicians. He should already be able to feel energy from the inner energy cultivation techniques that were taught by his family. That caught Mujin off guard. He forgot the fact that they thought he came from a family of physicians, so he told him instead that he forgot to learn it due to some personal circumstances at home. In that case, the mad dog offered to practice the energy circulation technique in the exact place they were standing, since he was also thinking of circulating his own energy after he was done with his training. He added that they must train together from now on every time he circulates his energy, and it might help him more, as he might be able to sense energy easier when Beabgang was around. "So, do you want to do it?" Mujin was amused hearing his convincing words. He wouldn't let go of this opportunity to train with the notorious mad dog because no matter how much he tried to feel his energy, he still had no idea what it felt like. But things might be different if Beabgang cultivates beside him. He sat down in the lotus position, determined to give it a try. He was thrilled and wished to start circulating energy as soon as possible. The prospect of revitalizing his cultivation technique along with a pro filled him with excitement. The mad dog was feeling the excitement. He wanted to serve as a role model for his junior, determined to lead by example. He asked him to pay attention and learn from what he was about to see. He breathed deeply from his nose into his diaphragm. The deep inhale filled his lungs completely, bringing a sense of calm and focus, which left Mujin in awe. Witnessing such mastery of breath control and concentration impressed him deeply. Just by looking at him, Mujin knew that he was doing real energy circulation. The air around Beabgang felt different. He took that as a chance to see what was different between him and Beabgang. He wished to refine his own techniques to match his mastery. He started seeing an ominous aura engulfing mad dog, which he wasn't even able to see when he was doing it by himself. He wondered if that was what Hayoung was talking about previously, that same energy that was capable of slicing a mountain in half. All of the evil energy must gather within the body and be breathed out through the mouth. When breathing in, breathe in as deeply as you can. Then absorb the pure energy of nature until it reaches your energy core located at the center of the body. That's the difference he found between him and Beabgang. Although he struggled a lot, he did his best to perfect his technique, showing his determination to learn Shaolin martial arts. After a while, his core started glowing, indicating that he managed to reach the flow of energy. "I can feel it." Despite feeling the urge to celebrate, he maintained his composure. He understood the importance of staying focused and calm in the moment, ensuring that he must gather all of his energy. But then he found out that he only had a tiny amount of energy within him, unlike Beabgang's energy. In fact, it was so small that it was even a miracle that he was able to feel it. But then he remembered that back in his world, people called the truffle chips despite only having 0.01% truffle. Meanwhile, we saw Beabgang's surprised face, as if he saw a monk breakdancing during morning meditation. He couldn't fathom the fact that our hero had already felt the energy, confirming that the master's assumption about Mujin was correct. He was indeed a genius that could become a pillar that will hold up the 1,000-year history of Shaolin. Back to our hero, he was able to get a rough grasp of how to sense energy and store it. He was able to stabilize his breathing technique a lot thanks to his determination to learn. But then he suddenly felt a chill in the air. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark. Observing this, he noticed that Mad Dog was patiently waiting for him. exuding a sense of maturity and supportiveness to his junior. He apologized, admitting he didn't know it was already late. However, the senior didn't mind it and reassured him instead. He suggested that he should go back to his accommodation, asking him to take a rest. While Gang stared at him, he saw something different around him. This kid never fails to amuse me. There was an unusual aura or presence that hadn't been there before. This newfound energy or change in Mugen's demeanor intrigued him, as he had already exceeded the expected level of someone who just started sensing energy. He complimented him, saying that he would be able to learn the enlightenment cultivation technique of Shaolin from now on. So Mugen asked, "I don't need to memorize meridians anymore." Mad Dog replied calmly, "You came from a family of physicians. Shouldn't you know it all by now?" Knowing he was about to get caught red-handed, he just brushed his statement off as a joke. He then left, saying that there was no need to tell unnecessary jokes and that they must go back to the temple since it was already getting late. Mugen couldn't handle the stupid family of physicians setting. The constant pressure to lie and meet the expectations of the elders felt suffocating to him. Because of that, he was left with no choice but to memorize the whole meridians in a day. The next morning of training, Hayoung asked everyone who was able to memorize the meridians to step forward. He felt a sense of relief knowing that he was one of the people to step forward. But then he noticed that almost everyone was able to memorize the meridians in a day. He was shocked to know that sensing energy was simpler than he thought, seeing that there were quite a few young monks who had stepped forward. Mugen, supposed to be a genius martial artist, thought, "What's happening here?" Hayoung then introduced a book that contained the basics of Shaolin cultivation techniques, which could help them build a foundation. He opened the book with the intention of gently instructing the young monks, ensuring that they gained the necessary information. Meanwhile, the other monks who had failed to memorize the meridians in a day watched in amusement, especially his best friend, who was also feeling proud of our hero. When Mugen came back, he was immediately asked, "How were you able to memorize it in just a single day?" Our hero replied by saying that he could do it too since the basics weren't complicated. The innocent kid was dumbfounded when Bro started yapping about circulating energy and following a sequence. Although he didn't grasp a single thing, he was in awe of how intellectual his best friend seemed. So he instead told him once again that he could also do it, but for now, he must focus on breathing first. Mugen then continued memorizing the meridians and sequences until he got it perfectly. He memorized the book Hayoung had given previously. Thanks to that, he felt his energy filling up faster, even though it only lasted for a short time. He was proud of it. He found it unbelievable that he was finally delving into the study of inner energies, a topic he had only encountered in novels before, a perfect feat of a martial arts protagonist. His training progress went smoothly. Every second he spent training brought small wins. However, his concentration vanished as soon as Miyul called him. He asked, "Where did you go all this time?" When he turned around, he saw Miyul carrying a monk who appeared lifeless. He was taken aback and bewildered by the sight of Miyul carrying what appeared to be a corpse. He tried to figure out what had happened, knowing that Miyul wasn't capable of killing unless it was the last slice of spinach. Then all bets were off. However, Miyul quickly reassured him that the monk was not a corpse. This brought a sense of relief, mixed with lingering confusion about the situation. The wild monk he found was named Mukyung, and he had joined the temple earlier than him. Miyul also explained that he couldn't carry the monk, so he instead dragged him face first, as if the young boy's face were bulletproof. Our hero then noticed something that prompted him to rise from his seat. His gaze sharpened due to worry. "Are those bruises?" He carefully observed the poor monk, studying his condition with a mix of concern and curiosity. He noticed that the dirt on the monk's arm was likely caused by Miyul, but what disturbed him more were the bruises on his back. These marks hinted at something where someone must have done that to the poor child. Seeing the pattern of his bruises, he assumed that the monk had been beaten up. Every mark on his body looked like a footprint, which made him feel alarmed. knowing that there was a huge chance that Mukyung had experienced bullying. It suddenly dawned on him that the name Mukyung felt familiar. Mukyung, tall, scrawny, and gaunt unlike other kids, he looked like a scarecrow with sunken cheeks. Right now, that was the image that the novel Mujin remembered in passing. However, the memory that Ganghyeok knew was different. Despite not remembering his face, he knew that the name was familiar, as he had already heard that name somewhere. However, he couldn't remember, even though he tried his best to recall it. He just focused on the matter of why he got beaten up. Mujin was determined to figure out who bullied him. However, he didn't have a single idea of who it was, but he did have an idea that could help him track down the suspected person that Miyu looked up to, someone who had joined the temple before Mu Kyung, who could potentially hold clues on finding the perpetrator. It was none other than the person he sparred with previously, mugging, the middle-aged looking child. Their intent was clear, seeking clarification and understanding regarding the situation involving the poor monk. On the other hand, Mugging appeared puzzled by their decision to approach him like a cat being asked to participate in a dog show. Mugging was sweating profusely and feeling bewildered by this unexpected interaction. His confusion was evident as he tried to comprehend the reason behind their approach. But things went from serious to an 80s comedy show atmosphere when Miyu accidentally dropped the poor kid. It was like he used the finish him combo from Mortal Kombat on Mu Kyung. A tense silence hung in the air thanks to the little dude's random head drop. Back to the main point. Mugging refused to help them, saying that he wouldn't waste his precious time on our hero and his friend. But our hero looked him dead in the eye and stated, "You're our senior. It is a must that you help us." Mugging clenched his teeth and told him that he was his junior, therefore, he must follow him. However, Mujin provoked him by asking if he was fine with becoming a senior who lost to his junior. But Mugging stood his ground, saying that he only lost because he let his guard down. However, his patience finally wore thin when our hero informed him once again that he had been defeated by someone younger. He delivered his chain punch, intent on knocking him out. His precise movement, along with his determination to end the confrontation, was imminent. But once again, our hero ducked, dodging the punch. His reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the attack with ease. He firmly grabbed his gi and executed a judo throw, showing another, unusual move to Mugging. He covered Mugging's neck with his arm, attempting to execute a twister chokehold. Mugging grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that his chain punch was ineffective against our hero. It was as if he was fighting an Efik 20 kilograms champion. Mujin smirked and confidently told him that the outcome would always be the same, no matter how many times they fought. His words carried a challenge and a hint of superiority. Mugging, however, refused to give up. His determination was unwavering despite the setbacks. But then, our cunning hero made a proposal, suggesting that he would reveal the secret of why Mugging had lost if he disclosed who had harmed the poor monk. He let go of the submission hold, signaling his willingness to negotiate and reveal the secret. Mugging immediately created distance between them, aware of the possibility that Mujin might execute another weird technique. Mujin knew that Mugging held a grudge against him, but he felt it was crucial for him to uncover the truth about this matter. Mugging then asked him if he would keep his promise once he revealed it, his tone cautious, betraying a mixture of hope and skepticism. He went straight to business and asked, why did they hurt him? Mugging revealed that the perpetrator was none other than Mutai, one of the outer sect disciples of Shaolin and the only son of the owner of the Seo Bull escort establishment. It turns out that Mu Kyung's father was a gatekeeper at the Seo Bull escort establishment. Senior Hai Mun was trying to recruit Mutai back then, but he also saw Mu Kyung's talent while he was there, resulting in them both being in the temple. Although it was a good opportunity for Mu Kyung, the problem was that Mutai thought he was trying to step over his head despite being the gatekeeper, so he started bullying him. It was a very unfortunate scenario for Mu Kyung, but they couldn't help it since his father was working for the Mutai family, and he couldn't afford to tell the truth and snitch on Mutai. Our hero was very frustrated after hearing the news. It would have been understandable if it had happened in a normal school, however. It happened in a Shaolin temple where they teach the ways of Buddha. He wanted Mugging to take responsibility and act as a good role model since he was their senior. But Mugging defended himself, asking what he could do when he was just a kid. Mugen rebutted, saying that he was the strongest, therefore, he had the power to protect the weak. But Mugging stood his ground, asserting that he was outnumbered. This made our hero even more frustrated, and he pointed his finger at Mule, stating that according to his claim, he was the strongest. Both of them then looked at the innocent kid. Their gazes made Mule feel awkward. Mugging went into tomato mode after knowing that Mule looked up to him, prompting him to reveal that Mutai and his friends weren't taking the training seriously. He frowned when Mugging told him that since Mutai was a disciple from the outer sect, they naturally used the martial arts of the Shaolin temple as a basis. He added that Mutai and his group had probably already learned the basics, and that's why they didn't need to take the training seriously. That reminded him that Mutai and his friends might be the same people who stepped forward back then. Despite being a bully, Mutai had already completed the learning prerequisite. Meanwhile, Mukyung had finally gained consciousness, appearing as disoriented as a raccoon caught raiding a refrigerator in broad daylight. Mukyung wondered where he was, feeling disoriented after receiving a knockout blow from the spoiled brat. The moment he opened his eyes, a horrible sight greeted him. He found himself surrounded by 3 peculiar monks that looked like they were about to consume him. Looking at him, he felt empathy for Mukyung's situation. He understood that informing Hayoung about his bullying experience might cause more harm than good. He wished to know if there was a way he could help. His concern for Mukyung's well-being compelled him to seek a solution or offer assistance in any way possible. He then realized a way he could help him, an idea that could help him solve Mukyung's predicament. He immediately told him that he could help, but emphasized that Mukyung must listen and follow his instructions carefully. The poor monk became emotional, knowing that someone was willing to help him. Gratitude and relief washed over him as he realized he wasn't alone in facing his challenges. Our hero smiled confidently at him, saying they must first report the situation to Hayoung. That statement shocked him, but not in a good way, because if it were that easy, he would have already done it. However, Mugen stated that it was simple. They would be sorted out if he became a principal martial disciple. A principal martial disciple is someone who has been accepted into the main martial group and continues to train in the temple. Knowing that the disciples from the outer sect usually remain outside Shaolin, they won't be able to mess with him anymore once he gets inside the Shaolin temple. However, that wasn't an easy task, because not everyone can become a principal disciple. Everyone realized Mugen's goal. They were shocked to hear such an ambitious plan except for Mule, who looked too cute and innocent to understand a complicated topic. Come to think of it, they won't be able to threaten a principal martial disciple of the Shaolin temple. Although there was a possibility that it wouldn't work, there was a big what-if inside his mind. He remembered what Mad Dog had told him previously, therefore, he needed to test whether what he said was true. He offered his hand to the poor kid and told him that Hayoung and the Shaolin temple would never abandon their people. In a serious tone, he asked him again if he wanted to try his proposal. His gentle and kind demeanor softened the conversation, creating a reassuring atmosphere that he wasn't alone. A few minutes had gone by, and Mukyung still wasn't giving him a response. He wondered if it was because he wasn't confident that he could become a main disciple. His voice was shaking, revealing his skepticism. This hesitation was evident in his tone, suggesting uncertainty or doubt about the proposal. But then Mugen decided to be blunt and asked if he intended to make his father stay working at the Mutai household. That thought filled him with anxiety, his mind racing with worries and uncertainties, knowing that he would remain a laughingstock. He closed his eyes and thought deeply about the proposal, weighing its potential outcomes and implications. In the end, he took our hero's hand and decided to give it a try. He wanted to do it one more time and fix everything, determined to make things right, which made Mugen glad. Mugen then gladly opened up about his second plan because he wouldn't allow Mutai to bully him until he became a main disciple. That prompted Mukyung to ask about his second plan, and it turns out that the plan was simple. All he had to do was beat the heck out of Mutai and his friends. 3 days later, during their free time in the afternoon, we get to see a glimpse of random monks having a conversation in a narrow alley. They were whispering in each other's ears as if they were planning something horrendous. It was revealed that those monks were Mutai and his goons, trying to cause more trouble for Mukyung. Mutai asked for his presence by blackmailing him, saying that he would send a letter to his family if he didn't show up. His goons, Muhwai and Muhwon, were eager to get their hands on the young monk. They wanted to beat him as soon as possible. News came to them that our hero Mugen and his best friend Mule had started hanging out with Mukyung, but further rumors had come saying that Mugging was also with them. They wondered why the gorilla-looking monk, who always acted like a role model, had started hanging out with them. However, that only gave them more excitement, as it would give them more practice targets. Mutai couldn't wait to put his hands on our hero, knowing that it had been quite a while since he wished to punch Mugen. The same goes for his minions. They noticed that Mugen had been acting way too out of place lately. They then proceeded to mock Mugging, saying that he was a crybaby after losing in a duel. Coincidentally, Mugging, along with his friends, arrived on the scene. They were shocked that the very person they were backstabbing was in front of them. The 4 of them were determined to fight these bullies and give them a lesson, especially our hero, who told these bullies not to run away. The bullies laughed like a malfunctioning car alarm, saying that they would never run just because he was able to beat a gorilla with no brain. That statement fueled Mugging's fury even more. He was eager to initiate the fight immediately to ensure that such a foolish remark would never be uttered again. Mohwon, with his large nose, stepped forward to face Mugging, while our hero chose to confront Muhwai. Our hero then reminded Mukyung about their deal. You know what to do. You'll deal with him. He reminded him if he still recalled what he had said, to which he assured that he did, therefore he must not worry. But that wasn't the case for Mukyung. He was skeptical about whether he could beat his bully. Mutai then provoked Mukyung, sarcastically complimenting him that he finally made a friend. The young monks stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a tense stare down, implying that an epic fight was about to come. Meanwhile, Mutai's intimidating presence had an effect on Mukyung, causing him to hesitate momentarily as he assessed his opponent's imposing demeanor. His body began to tremble at the sight of Mutai's menacing look, so Mutai took advantage, saying, "You know what would happen to you and your father if you were to hit me, right?" That statement caused Mukyung to hesitate momentarily, unsure of how to respond to the implied threat. He remembered how diligently his father worked for the Mutai family, and he didn't want to jeopardize that relationship. But then he remembered Mugen's statement, claiming that his father would remain in that horrible household if he kept being a coward. Moreover, if he wanted to alter the situation, he needed to teach them a lesson and strive to become a main disciple. Despite his tears of fear, he summoned the courage to proceed. He charged at Mutai, demanding that he leave his father alone and face him directly instead. However, Mutai managed to dodge the attack, sidestepping out of harm's way. He was shocked to see that the one he once thought of as a coward was now defending himself. He retaliated with a punch of his own and asked if Mukyung had lost his mind. On the other hand, Mugging effortlessly caught his opponent's hand, gripping it firmly and preventing any further movement. His opponent was impressed, realizing that Mugging had reacted swiftly to his punch, recognizing that he wasn't just a gorilla-looking kid. Mugging then strengthened his grip even more, to the point that his opponent had started asking why his mama brought him into the world. He couldn't fathom the sight of Mugging, who was now exuding a completely different vibe compared to before. Flashback. It turns out that Mugging had previously refused to join their forces. However, Mugen's statement that he was scared had triggered him to cooperate. He reluctantly listened to Mugen's proposal, his mind racing with conflicting emotions. But when our hero brought up the topic of why he lost to him, it piqued his interest. Our hero admitted that his chain punch was indeed strong, but that was actually all there was to it. Knowing that Mugging was still confused, our hero advised him that he would learn faster by experiencing it firsthand with his own body. He told him that he would be hitting him with his own chain punch and wanted Mugging to avoid it. Mugging's body got tense as he absorbed our hero's words. Determined to overcome his doubts, he decided to face the challenge head-on, hoping that the experience would bring him the clarity and strength he sought. He was able to easily dodge the first punch, his reflexes sharp and precise. Our hero asked Mugging to prepare himself again and try dodging his second technique. Our hero wound up his punch and channeled his strength, aiming to test Mugging's reflexes. Mugging was determined to evade the attack, his eyes locked on our hero's movements, his body tensed in anticipation as he prepared to dodge with all his might. But instead of a punch, our hero delivered a kick that caught Mugging off guard, and he failed to dodge it. Mugging screamed in pain, demanding to know why he had been deceived. However, Mugen offered him a revelation, saying, "That's precisely your mistake. You're too predictable." He explained that in order for an attack to work, one must deceive their opponent. That revelation sparked a realization in Mugging's mind, opening up a new understanding of combat strategy. He added that although he acknowledged that Mugging had a fast and powerful punch, he was able to dodge it simply by judging his posture. But Mugging refused to accept it. He explained that he just needed to be faster so his opponents wouldn't be able to dodge it, even though they knew it was coming. Mugen knew that he had a point, however. He needed to be the strongest in the world if he wanted that to happen. It turns out that he learned those techniques from all the novels that he had read, such as the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, where the blade techniques of the protagonist were considered the strongest in both unorthodox factions and in the world. In other words, if you were not the strongest, that knowledge wouldn't apply to Mugging. So until then, he suggested that he must deceive his opponent by winning the psychological warfare, just like in the game Rock, Paper, Scissors. Mugging was hesitant, but in the end, he accepted his advice, understanding the necessity of improvements as their senior. Back in the present, Mugging smirked at his enemy, thrilled to show his new knowledge. The bully agonized in pain with each passing second that Mugging firmly held his hand. Rage was evident in his voice when Mugging demanded that the bully dodge his chain punch at all costs. Our hero's advice echoed each time he fought the bully. He remembered the time when he contemplated whether to acknowledge the usage of deception. For him, using deception was a cowardly act. However, he couldn't justify why. In the end, he admitted that Mugen was right, and since he learned something new from him, he wanted to show him something. Mugging claimed that it would be dangerous for our hero to fight Mutai and his goons. At first, our boy thought that he was coping. What is this boy yapping about? Mugging revealed that there was a way for him to become even stronger, which he didn't use in their previous fights. He added that if it had been a real fight, he would have used the martial arts of his family. Mugging guided them to an empty spot in the temple, determined to demonstrate their family's martial arts prowess. Our hero asked, "Why did you bring us to such an empty spot?" But Mugging clearly stated that he didn't want to upset the elders by using their family's martial arts. He asked Mule to stay on the lookout, as he was about to execute something amazing. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, and then an ominous green and yellow aura engulfed his body, followed by a menacing stare. Mugging prepared to showcase the formidable skills passed down through generations in his family. With all of his might, he demonstrated the art, showcasing the precision and power honed through years of practice. His fist looked as solid as a rock, reflecting the strength and intensity of his martial arts technique. Mugen was amused to witness such a powerful punch, which left him breathless and unable to formulate speech. He noticed that the form was different compared to when Mugging used his chain punch. It was as if he was looking at a high school level kickboxer. He was left in awe considering that Mugging was still young yet possessed such power. Every kick or punch Mugging delivered left a snapping sound, heightening Mugen's awareness of the potential danger when facing Mutai and his crew. I see, so if I fight Mutai and the others now, they'll all use their own martial arts against me. With the skill he demonstrated, Mugging was confident that it would leave a lasting impression on our hero. Our hero admitted that Mugging had impressed him, now understanding why he was regarded as the strongest young monk. But he knew that all of the young monks were still unable to freely control their own inner energy. If that was everything they had, he was confident that he would be able to take them down. Our hero taunted the bully, saying that if he didn't come, he would be the one who would charge forward instead. The bully took the bait, heading straight for our hero with the intent to knock him out. But our hero was confident that after seeing Mugging, he could discern the specific forms and postures they needed to harness their own energy. Compared to Mugging, the bully's punch seemed like child's play, lacking the speed and power that Mugen had witnessed earlier. He swiftly dodged the attack, effortlessly evading the bully's punch with a quick and precise movement. He anticipated that the young kid would use a chain punch. The move felt too predictable, almost like watching a scene from a 90s movie. The bully was baffled and frustrated to see that the technique he had harnessed was easily dodged. He stepped back, recognizing that his beating Mugging wasn't a fluke. But our hero wanted to conclude their duel. He charged forward like a madman, determined to end the confrontation decisively. He employed the iconic Dempsey roll to close the distance swiftly. That made the bully panic and flinch, allowing our hero to close the distance even more quickly. He noticed that the bully tried to defend his face, trying not to ruin the skincare routine that he had followed for years. So our hero instead punched the body, aiming for a vulnerable spot just below the ribs. The bully felt extreme pain as our hero's punch landed with precision. However, he mustered the courage to retaliate from the attack, only for him to leave himself wide open for a counter. Our hero tripped him, causing a huge bang that reverberated across the alley. When the bully opened his eyes, he saw our hero standing over him, looking like he had transcended from heaven. Our hero then punched the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The punch served as a warning to the bully never to mess with him and his friends again. The bully started crying, realizing the mistake he had made. He reflected on the consequences of his actions, knowing he had crossed the line. When our hero realized that he had overdone it again, he made another kid cry. The bully started acting like a spoiled brat, threatening to tell his father about what had happened. He was left with no choice but to scratch his shiny head, contemplating his next move on what to do with this troublemaker. When he turned around to check on his comrades, Mugging had already incapacitated the opposition, leaving them unconscious on the ground. When he was able to confirm that Mugging was safe, he was horrified when he saw Mukyung, who mercilessly gave Mutai a beating to the point that he wasn't recognizable anymore. He pleaded with him to stop hitting him, as the fight was already over. That was when he remembered the name Mukyung, a name that had been bothering him for quite some time. Mukyung, the one who stained both of his hands with blood, eyes full of madness. He felt a chill run down his spine with the realization. In Shaolin Chronicle, author Ganghyeok's first novel, there was a character in The Return of the Demon Supreme, and it introduces the most insane character of all time, Mukyung, also known as the Blood Monk. As always, the novel that our hero liked when he was young, he had forgotten it all as time passed by. But there was an illustration of a memorable character that was hidden away in a corner of his memories. This character would always say that all humans were evil, and that he would use blood to wash away the cycle of sins from them, a lunatic blood monk. As he witnessed this horrible scene, he was reminded of the madness and horror of the Mukyung that he had read about in the novel. Seeing Mukyung with bloody hands and crimson red eyes of anger, our hero was gripped by deep fear. What have I awakened? Mugen only wished to raise his self-confidence. However, he did not expect to see such an appearance. He quickly snapped himself back to reality and realized that he must stop Mukyung, or else he might kill Mutai. He and Miyu rushed forward as fast as they could to stop this soon-to-be madman. They tackled and locked his fist to prevent him from inflicting more harm, but Mukyung was persistent and shouted at them, saying that they must let him go because he had tried to bully his dad. Eventually, he fell to his knees and gave up, feeling frustrated that he couldn't punish his opposition more. Our hero noticed that Mukyung's strength was impeccable despite having the build of a scarecrow. Mujin stared at him, trying to figure out what to do next. But then Mukyung started crying like a baby, his tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, transforming his intimidating face into a blotchy redness. He felt a sense of relief knowing that he wasn't a blood monk yet, but an ordinary child instead. He remembered that the blood monk only appeared as a crazy person in the novel, but it did not mention how he became a blood monk. He wondered if it was because he crossed a line that wasn't meant to be crossed, after enduring such absurd situations where he was constantly bullied. But then, Mad Dog arrived, spoiling the party and making these troublemakers anxious. Our hero immediately realized that they were in huge trouble because Mad Dog, of all people, was the one who saw them. Mad Dog was furious, demanding a good explanation for what had just happened. His eyes bored into them, conveying both disappointment and anger. It looked like there was no escape in such a situation. Bodies on the floor and one kid was grieving while crying. Mad Dog even noticed that mugging was involved, even though he should be a role model, not a subject of chaos. Our hero knew that the situation was perilous, and with each second they did not talk, the more Mad Dog was getting furious. He closed his eyes, debating whether to tell the truth or not. He approached Mukyung and put his hands on his shoulder. That action confused Mad Dog because he was expecting a reply, but rather Mujin approached Mukyung instead, like a homosexual enjoyer. His eyes widened from what he saw, a horrible sight that no human being deserved to experience, especially as young as Mukyung. Our hero asked Mad Dog to take a good look at Mukyung and grasp his pain. Mukyung's bruises were everywhere, marking his body with vivid evidence of the pain he had endured. Each contusion told a story of pain and struggle, highlighting the severity of Mutai's bullying. Mad Dog was disgusted. He demanded to know what had happened, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and concern. "Tell me immediately what happened," he ordered. Our hero revealed that those injuries had been inflicted by his fellow monks, who had bullied him ever since he came to the temple. That's why Mujin decided to help him. Knowing they had called Mukyung once again to beat him up, Mad Dog became even more furious after hearing this news. He looked at the bullies, demanding to know if what Mujin had said was true. He asked the bullies to raise their heads and look him in the eye as they answered his question. Noticing that they wouldn't give him an answer, he approached them directly and warned them that there would be severe punishment if they lied. The other seniors then arrived, as late as cops in movies, and asked why they were hearing loud yells. The bullies, realizing they had no escape, cried out guilty for their sins. The seniors couldn't believe that such a thing had happened in the sacred monastery. They would never expect that a monk would discriminate against their peers. However, Mad Dog remained calm. He turned to Mukyung and asked for clarification, wanting to hear directly if he had truly experienced bullying. Mukyung hesitated to tell the truth, afraid that revealing the bullying might make the situation worse, knowing that his father worked for the bully's family. But our hero patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him that everything would be all right because Mad Dog was known for his fairness and justice. Therefore, Mukyung had no reason to be scared. He could be assured that his concerns would be heard and addressed with due consideration. Tears started dripping from his eyes as he prepared to recount his painful experiences. Mukyung broke down in uncontrollable tears, slowly recounting to the seniors what he had experienced over the past 2 months. The pain in his voice was evident as he uttered each word. Because of Mukyung's burst of emotions, he was unable to tell the details articulately. However, he was able to get the main point across to Mad Dog, who patiently listened and empathized with Mukyung. Our hero approached Mad Dog, reminding him of his statement that the Shaolin Temple would never abandon their own disciples regardless of the situation. Since Mukyang was a disciple of the temple, he had thought that he needed protection. Mad Dog reminded him that his actions were wrong because Mutai and the others were also a part of the temple. That triggered a switch in our hero, who asked if they would still consider them even though they had threatened Mukyang's life and his father's. He was beginning to feel skeptical about the temple's beliefs. The two of them stared intensely at each other, silence hanging heavy between them as both of them tried to make a point. Someone then interrupted, agreeing that our hero's statement was correct. However, it would only be true if he was telling the truth. He asked for time to conduct a thorough investigation right here, right now. In the meantime, they must wait for the result. The man was none other than Hyen's son, the Arhat Hall leader. He confirmed that if they were able to verify his statement, then those children would cease to be disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Our hero calmed down, stating that it would be just right to conduct a fair and just investigation. Sure, you can investigate, but then Hyen Sung added that even though they ceased the bullies from becoming disciples of the temple, what happened in the hall would never be overlooked either. Because the Shaolin martial arts are meant to subdue opponents, not kill, he pointed at Mukyang, telling him that what they did to Mutai was too brutal, considering that he was still a child. Quickly, Mukyang apologized for beating him and sought to defend himself by explaining his reasons, but our hero prevented him from explaining further, extending his arm to silence Mukyang. Mid-sentence, Mujin decided to take the blame, saying that he was the one who did that. He was too frustrated, after seeing Mukyang's wounds, which resulted in him losing control of his emotions. Mukyang was shocked. He did not expect Mujin to take the blame, especially after everything he had helped him to regain his confidence. He started looking at Mujin with inspiration, seeing him as someone he could look up to for his courage and selflessness. It turns out there was a purpose for that action, as our hero knew that if Mukyang's belief was formed after shouldering all the unwanted responsibilities and being betrayed by the world, he must do everything to prevent that, to stop him from becoming the blood monk. Therefore, by trying to protect him from becoming the blood monk, he aimed to be the best comrade that Mukyang could ever have, a person that someone he could rely on. In the aftermath of the fight, Mad Dog took our hero to the place where they meditate while facing the wall to attain enlightenment. He was tasked to stay there while looking at the wall and meditate repeatedly. Not long after that, they arrived at their destination, where he was assigned to meditate in a small cave. It served as a punishment for his previous action. Our hero took his punishment like a man, enduring it without complaint or resistance. He knew it was necessary to uphold justice and fairness within the temple. His compliance earned him the respect of Mad Dog and the other seniors. He began facing the wall and meditating, seeking inner calm and clarity amidst the turmoil from before. As he meditated, he recalled a plot twist from Ganghyeok's novels. His life mirrored the world of Shaolin Chronicles, yet unexpectedly aligned with characters from Return of the Demon Supreme. He knew that the novels he wrote shared the same world. On second thought, he thought that it was just the world that was the same. He knew that the protagonists from the novels were in the same period. However, they were active in different areas, so it would be unlikely for them to run into each other. In the second half of Return of the Demon Supreme, the protagonist of the Shaolin Chronicles appeared. That concluded that all of his novels were in a similar period. This prompted him to think that his actions might influence the events that took place in other novels. He started overthinking, saying, "Can my interference cause a butterfly effect? What if it gets in the way of other novels' protagonists' growth?" He decided that if he wished to get stronger, he would need to find the right place and connections. However, he couldn't remember anything other than the ones that would affect the growth of the other protagonists because it had been 10 years since he read a novel. He only remembered the overarching stories, but his memories were still vague as he was unable to recall the exact details. He thought that if he stole those opportunities from the protagonists, the story development might be screwed up. He was worried that he might mess up Shaolin Chronicles and turn it into a cheap Chinese novel. He had already taken in Mukyun, who was supposed to become the Blood Monk. He must make sure that it works somehow, because the protagonist of Return of the Demon Supreme would gain enlightenment and become stronger in his fight with the Blood Monk. However, the Blood Monk had now disappeared, along with the enlightenment that he was supposed to gain, which happened because of our hero's mistake. He realized that he was in a messed up situation. He tried to think deeply about what to do next. However, there was no single idea that came to his mind. Meanwhile, Mad Dog was still lurking behind, as if he was a low-key pedophile. He stared at him intensely, carefully observing his posture and focused during meditation with a scrutinizing gaze. He assessed whether every breath was deliberate, every thought centered. Looks like he is focused on his repentance right now. He was captivated that a 12-year-old child was able to have that kind of concentration and repentant mindset. In addition, he also witnessed the special techniques and talents that he had shown. He knew for a fact that this child would become the pillar of Shaolin. A while ago, the whole leader blamed himself for what happened. However, Hyung took full accountability instead, saying that he failed to watch them. They focused on the matter, and the whole leader asked about the current status of the investigation. Hyung revealed that after interrogating everyone, their testimonies were the same. The truth had prevailed, and Mutai and his friends were found guilty because of the incident. It brought great shame to Shaolin, and the atmosphere in the Arhat Hole went bad. Not long after that, Mad Dog arrived. Mad Dog asked Hyung if he noticed the same thing as well, to which he replied that he did. They were able to find out easily that Mukyung was the one who beat up Mutai, judging from the obvious wounds on his hands. They knew that Mujin just took the blame, wanting to protect his friend. In that confusing situation, the whole leader thought that they had both a disaster and a blessing appearing at the same time, but Mad Dog argued that it was more of a blessing finding the disaster and stopping it, because if it weren't for Mujin, there was no telling what else would have happened. The three eggheads sighed and contemplated the situation. Mad Dog then said that he would like to give his opinion about the incident, to which Hyen Sung allowed him to go ahead. Whole leader, I think this incident isn't due to any certain individual's fault, but rather is the fault of everyone. Mad Dog knew that it would be better not to blame anyone but to focus instead on making sure it wouldn't happen again. Hyen Sung got his point and asked if he had an idea in his mind. Mad Dog furiously yet passionately stated that he believed the root cause of the issue was a lack of proper training. He argued that more rigorous and disciplined training was essential to prevent such incidents in the future. The whole leader thought deeply about Mad Dog's masochistic proposal, but Mad Dog wanted to confirm if he was allowed to proceed with that. Hyen Sung stood up, saying he would leave the matter to him and Hyung, and he would be busy for a few days to wrap the matter up. Now that they knew the children were guilty, they must punish them accordingly. That's why he must go to the discipline court first. Mad Dog accepted and promised that he would do his best to guide the children, which he did as he was still observing our hero. Even though 2 hours had already passed, he was impressed that our hero hadn't moved in the slightest after 2 hours of meditating. He realized that there was no more point in monitoring him. Just by simply judging our hero's discipline, he left the scene using his movement art technique and promised that he would bring Mujin water and rice balls from time to time, so he doesn't need to worry and just focus on his meditation. Now back to our hero, who was close to being Buddha himself for cultivating for hours. He was glad that the creep had finally disappeared. He boasted that he was in the special forces for 7 years, and it wasn't for nothing. That was why he was able to sense that Mad Dog was nearby. He lay down, thinking about what he should do to kill time for his 7-day punishment. He was worried because he didn't have beans or mushrooms to give him the protein he needed for exercising. That was when he realized it had been ages since he last ate meat. He remembered that he ate fried chicken right before he got transmigrated to another world. He reminisced about the crispy skin that crunched with every bite, along with its tender meat that would make you forget your name. His stomach started growling, craving the taste of meat. He felt an intense hunger gnawing at him, making it hard to focus. He pondered where he could get meat, briefly considering if the monks would notice a missing chicken from the coop. He quickly stood up as he realized a brilliant idea. Since he was already in the forest, he decided he should go for a hunt. After all, it couldn't be that hard to catch a squirrel or two, right? We then get to see a glimpse of a little girl and a rabbit, both curiously eyeing our hero's hunting trap. However, the stupid rabbit still fell into the trap, and our hero couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected success of his trap. The little girl immediately hid behind the tall grass, peeking out cautiously to see what would happen next. She watched as our hero approached the trap, wondering if he would notice her presence. Our hero shouted like a madman, exclaiming that protein had finally arrived. As a result, he instantly became a 0 out of 10 in the girl's eyes. His eyes started glowing, and his mouth began watering from the sight of the meat, like a carnivorous disco ball ready to party. The girl, however, patiently watched our hero's protein obsession. On the other side, in an area near Mount Songshan where the Shaolin Temple is, in a peaceful prefecture called Yucheon, the Shaolin disciples spread out in the area to gather information. They would talk to the people there and thus hear from them about what happened in the place. Shortly after, they all gathered at the entrance of the Sao Bull escort establishment. A monk named Haigul introduced himself. He is the vice hall leader of Shaolin Outer Hall. An escort was delighted that he was able to meet the esteemed monk. The escort introduced himself, and his name was Simon Piang. He was Mutai's father and the owner of Sao Bull establishment. He felt honored to meet a person known for his invincible fist. However, his smiling reaction disappeared when he saw his son. His son was barely recognizable from the bruises and injuries he received from Mu Kyung's previous attack. That angered Simon Piang a lot, and he demanded an answer as to why his son was trembling badly. However, the monk stood their ground. Haigul was determined to state the truth despite being against someone as powerful as Simon. He exclaimed that the reason for his son being in that state was due to his own wrongdoings, because rather than training his body and mind to be pure, he bullied his friends instead, causing conflict in the Shaolin Temple. Not only that, they also found out that there was an anomaly within the Yucheon prefecture. Hearing that made Simon panic, as his disgusting behavior was about to be revealed. It turns out that the Sao Bull escort establishment had been coercing money out of the people. Haigul was very frustrated. He couldn't believe that an outer sect that followed the Shaolin Temple would do such an evil deed. He immediately commanded everyone to take action so that these evildoers would never be able to use martial arts ever again. Panic arose in the prefecture. The escort commanded his private army to stop the monks in an instant, but the monks were determined to give justice. They knew that the outer sect deserved to be punished because they brought shame to the monastery. The fight between the bolds and the long hair was very intense. However, the less hair, the better you were in martial arts. In the end, the monks had successfully removed all of their martial arts, leaving not a single trace of their past skills or abilities. The second thing they must do was to take everything that the outer sect had taken unfairly from the common people and return it back to them. Meanwhile, Haiyung noticed that the citizens were panicking from the commotion. He realized that something had to be done quickly to restore order and calm the people, so he looked for Mr. Bang Jion, Mu Kyung's father. The man raised his hand and confirmed that he was the man they were looking for. He was shocked when he heard the news that his son was the one who got bullied. Haiyung did his best to apologize to the man. He took full responsibility for the bullying that his son had experienced and promised that it would never happen again. Still, the poor father couldn't believe that such a thing happened at the monastery. He thought that his son was in a place he could consider as safe. Once again, Haiyung apologized for not being able to stop it earlier. He knew that saying sorry wasn't enough, but he assured that the Shaolin Temple would take full responsibility. On that day, Gull and the other Shaolin disciples helped Mutai's father transfer to work under other escort establishments affiliated with the Shaolin temple as a porter. Meanwhile, our hero was still spending his days in the forest. He saw a sloppy trap set up ahead and couldn't help but feel confused because who the heck in the world would use a small branch to catch prey? He noticed that the trap was a little similar to the rabbit trap he made yesterday. However, there was a huge difference compared to his trap. This one was trash. But our hero was smart. He knew that there was a person trying to copy him, so there was another person on the mountain beside him. He quickly turned around upon hearing someone bustling in the bushes. He scanned the area carefully, knowing that the person behind the bush was the person who imitated him without copyright. He was shocked to see that it was just a starving little girl. Her clothes were too fancy for someone who was in the forest, and her eyes were wide with fear and hunger. The girl suddenly ran away, darting into the dense forest with surprising speed. He tried to chase her, but the girl was incredibly fast, weaving through the trees and underbrush with an agility that surprised him. The girl thought that she had finally disappeared from the hero's sight, her heart pounding in her chest as she glanced around, convinced she had lost him. But our hero was faster than he thought. She never expected that he was already ahead of her. Our hero reached out his hand, not letting the girl escape. Her wide eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He was a stranger on the floor, and he was thankful that the FBI organization hadn't formed yet during this year. The girl immediately apologized, her voice trembling with sincerity and regret. But our hero was more confused about why a pretty young girl was wandering in the forest. Our hero apologized for startling the girl and offered her some food instead. The little girl delightfully accepted his proposal, enjoying every bit of the meat. Mugen started acting cunningly, remarking that she must be hungry and jokingly boasting that she tried to copy his trap. She confirmed that she indeed copied him. However, she asked, "You are a monk, aren't you? Not allowed to eat meat?" The atmosphere got awkward, so Mugen stated that he had his own circumstances and that she didn't need to mind the minor details. Mugen then asked, "Why are you so deep in the mountain?" He added that the place was under the Shaolin temple, but judging from her clothes, she seemed like she was from the outside. The little girl lost her appetite after hearing our hero's answer. She glanced away, uncertain how to respond to his question. It turns out that her father left her, leaving her wandering in the dense mountain forest. Our hero realized that she had her own circumstances and decided not to ask about them. He gently changed the topic. "By the way, can you please keep my rabbit hunting a secret?" The little girl innocently asked for his reason. "Is it because you couldn't be caught eating meat?" Mugen stated that there was another reason besides that. Our hero proposed that if she kept it a secret, she would help her return home. In exchange, he told her that an influential shirtless monk would come and be able to help her easily. The little girl was skeptical. She asked, "How did you know that he's coming?" Our hero smiled and said, "Because I can feel his presence." He told her that he just needed to wait at the entrance of the cave, and the shirtless dude would arrive. While Mad Dog was about to check on our hero, the little girl asked for his help. She stated that she got separated from her group and lost her way. Of course, Mad Dog would always be willing to help, but he realized that there was something he needed to do first. He asked the little girl if she perhaps saw a boy inside the cave. Our hero suddenly got chills as they talked about him, which made the little girl chuckle. She was able to realize why Mugen asked her to keep it a secret that they met. She covered for him, saying that she did not approach the cave because she was scared. Mad Dog bought the cover. He stated that he knew Mugen wouldn't disappoint him. Knowing that he was doing well, he decided to go back down along with the girl. He smiled at the girl and said that he would bring her back home. Mad Dog asked for her name, and she revealed that her name was Rusilwa. Meanwhile, our hero was glad that the rule-abiding monk had finally disappeared. He lay down and realized that he had forgotten to ask the girl's name, but since it was none of his business, he brushed it off. Later, at the temple, Mad Dog asked for Mukyung's attention. Mad Dog wanted to inform him about something and involved his father too. Mad Dog revealed everything that happened in Yicheon Prefecture, the fact that the Seo Bull escort establishment, which was run by Mutai's parents who bullied him, had completely closed down. In addition, they introduced his father to a new workplace. Mad Dog told him that he didn't need to worry anymore, he should instead focus on becoming a true disciple of the Shaolin. Instead, Mukyung started trembling and cried profusely. Feeling a sense of relief that everything was finally settled, he told Mad Dog that he would do his very best. Mad Dog patted his egg-shaped head while Mukyung told him his promise. It was all thanks to Mujin, who reminded him that the Shaolin Temple would never abandon a disciple. On the fourth day, our hero was glad that the survival training he received from Special Forces paid off, helping him to hunt easily. But there was one thing that he didn't think of. When he cooked the meat for the little girl, he realized that he cooked the meat with an open fire, allowing Mad Dog to almost catch him. So, in order to leave as few traces as possible, he decided to cook in nearby caves instead. He wanted to make sure that he left as little evidence as possible since he wouldn't have enough time to clear up all the mess and pluck out the rabbit's fur. He decided to cover it in mud, cook it, and then pluck out the fur along with the mud. Although it wasn't perfect, he would be able to get his protein that way. It was also his first time eating meat after coming to the Shaolin Temple, so he felt much relief from it. The fifth day had arrived. He decided to get up earlier than the bell striking the Shaolin Temple to face the world in a lotus position. But that was not for the sake of training hard in meditation. It was because of the presence of a certain someone who regularly checks the cave. Mad Dog was amazed. He thought that he was already hardworking, but to think that our hero would meditate early in the morning was impressive. He slowly approached, trying his best not to break his concentration. He took the empty water container to change it into a refilled one. He was thoroughly impressed that our hero hadn't noticed him. He thought that Mujin was too focused for him to even notice. He handed him the bag of rations, ensuring he had enough food to sustain him until he reached the seventh day. Before taking the food, Mujin made sure that everything was all clear. He looked at the volume of the ration and couldn't believe that they expected a young kid to survive on something like this for a week. He found the punishment too harsh. He decided to eat the grain ball and drink the water that was given once a day. He also made up for the energy that he lacked during his hunt. At this point, we could say that hunting became a routine of his. On the sixth day, our hero proceeded with his workout routine in order to use the protein and energy he had consumed. But before doing so, he made sure that his body was warmed up as much as possible. As he kept moving his body, he realized something. The breathing method used while exercising was similar to the energy circulation technique. So he tried his best to challenge himself by combining the enlightenment cultivation technique and exercises to start his own kind of training. The result was that his body was feeling more refreshed than ever before. By this time, he didn't know that this process was the training process of the energy accumulation art. The final day had arrived. Mad Dog arrived early in the morning, stating that his wall-facing meditation had ended, allowing him to finally get up. "I see, so may I speak now?" Mad Dog told him that he was now allowed to speak. He also added that he would be participating in today's morning training. While walking in the mountains, Mujin asked about how the incident had been handled. Mad Dog replied that after they investigated the Tai's family, they found out that their establishment had been committing numerous atrocious deeds in the village, so they destroyed the martial arts of everyone in that place and shut them down. He also added that they introduced Mukyung's father to a new workplace. In the middle of their conversation, Mad Dog said that they increased the intensity of the training regimen. "So far, I allowed you to train in your own way because of what I promised you, but to be fair to the rest, you'll need to follow the training of the Shaolin Temple now." Mujin frowned, expressing his frustration that they were still embroiled in their bizarre exercise odyssey. Our hero asked if he could simply increase the intensity of his own training regimen instead, but Mad Dog asked him to try the Shaolin way first. At the training hall, he was greeted with smiles by his friends, whose warm welcome made our hero feel like he belonged. They told him that the training had become really tiring lately, however. Seeing him again made them feel refreshed. Mukyung kindly informed him that he almost gave up. On the other hand, Mugyung boasted that something like that was a basic thing to do. Hayoung then arrived, telling everyone that training was about to start. He asked them to get in their positions as quickly as they could. The seniors brought a bag of sand pouches and gave each monk the required amount. The monks were feeling skeptical about whether to wear it or not. They knew that these sand pouches would serve as extra weight, which was why the training had gotten tougher. Hayoung then announced that they would proceed with the horse dance. Every monk was struggling, and even though Mujin had returned, the training did not stop. As the training got tougher, everyone started sweating profusely. However, our favorite gym rat was happier to do so. He could finally smash his PR by using the sand pouches as free weights. Although he didn't like the grip and weight distribution of the sand pouches, he gladly used them for the sake of gains because he knew that he wouldn't be training as a bodybuilder at this age. It was the perfect opportunity to use it to increase his strength instead. The senior monks immediately noticed that he was yet again doing an exercise they had never seen before. They started calling him dense for not reading the situation. On the training grounds, Mad Dog then arrived, pissed that our hero had turned the Shaolin training into a circus show. The seniors were thrilled that Mujin was about to be reprimanded by Mad Dog. Mad Dog's frustration was evident. He gritted his teeth hard, and veins had started popping out on his face. But then he noticed that our hero was sweating more than the others. It prompted him to think that our hero's regimen might be tougher training than his. But that wasn't the main point because he started feeling a sharp sense of energy around him. He wondered if our hero had already known about the energy accumulation art. Energy accumulation art is an energy circulation technique that can only be done once one has successfully accumulated energy in their body and has gotten used to the energy to a certain degree. This art allows the user to break out of the norms of a physique and display superhuman strength. The boulder-breaking demonstration that Monk Hayoung showed previously belongs under this category. It is also possible to use it to do things like flying in the sky or moving at extremely fast speeds. However, not everyone can attain this. It is something that can only be attained after an epiphany of energy has been achieved after numerous trials and errors. That was how it was supposed to be, but Mad Dog was shocked by what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, our hero was still performing this weird exercise. He stated that he was getting tired of bodyweight exercises. He was glad that he got these freedom bells. He started chasing the pump like Arnold Schwarzenegger, with each repetition that he did on triceps overhead extensions. The early morning training, which involved sand pouches, was hell for everyone except for Mujin. He proceeded to pump up his shoulders, aiming for that 3D boulder look by doing lateral raises with a face full of ecstasy. He enjoyed every second of the training. On the other hand, the other young monks were surprised by his weird posture and began to stare at him. But Mad Dog looked at Mujin in a slightly different light. Judging from what he was witnessing, our hero's regimen was working. He wondered how he managed to use the accumulation of energy art at such a young age. Mad Dog interrupted Mujin, asking to give him a second. He told him to follow and insisted they have a private talk because he wanted to ask him about something. He brought him to Hayoung, who stood there in disbelief. He was also deeply shocked by the event because the auras emanating from our hero were a result of his energy accumulation art. He said to himself that it was probably the result of the wall meditation training, but he was worried that if he told them that, he would basically be admitting that he was doing other stuff and not serving his punishment, so he brushed it off, saying that he was just testing things out. He told them that his family had emphasized a lot of breathing techniques, and it seemed that he got excited about today's exercise. He added that his family's breathing techniques were similar to the energy circulation technique, so he applied the same principles. The eyes of the two widened in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief at what they had just witnessed, like they'd seen a monk with long hair for the first time. Ha-young knew that energy accumulation art should only be possible after the basic enlightenment cultivation had been mastered. Although that technique was only a basic technique, it would still take a few years for someone to master it. Among those who mastered it, only a few were able to effectively use the energy accumulation art, a technique requiring profound skill and deep understanding. The required process is for everyone to build a foundation first using the enlightenment cultivation technique, then go to the next level compared to accumulating energy with the energy accumulation art after they've mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique. But if someone's able to attain the energy accumulation art after learning the enlightenment like Mugen, they'll be able to accumulate energy faster than their peers. If they learn the next level's cultivation technique on top of that, then their prowess will increase by folds. Ha-young tried his best not to grin seeing such a genius of a monk. He knew that our hero would be able to learn the higher cultivation techniques quickly. Their eyes were filled with hidden intentions behind those cheerful smiles, particularly Ha-young, who approached him in an oddly curious manner. However, their expectations disappeared when our hero told them that he could only do it if he was using his family's breathing technique. The sight left the two bald heads stunned and disappointed, however. It also gave them a sense of relief that Mugen was still just a kid after all. Our hero's pump was slowly disappearing, so he asked if he could leave the scene. The two realized that they had gotten greedy for expecting too much from a 12-year-old child. After the training, Muyul asked Mukyung to do the thing they always did. Again, he noticed that they were doing the muscle lengthening technique that he taught to Muyul, and Mukyung revealed that they were doing this consistently after training. When our hero received his punishment, both Mugyung and Mukyung were interested in doing it, so Muyul taught them. Mukyung scratched his shiny head, saying that his body had started feeling better since he did the muscle lengthening technique. He was surprised to see that Muyul had started teaching others. He didn't think about him since he wasn't mentioned in the novel, but on second thought, he thought that Muyul was pretty good with his body. He wondered if the reason he wasn't able to become a martial master was because he was an idiot despite being talented. Meanwhile, we see Mugyung looking gloomy. Our hero asked if he would also do the muscle lengthening technique. Muyul revealed that Mugyung was unable to do so due to his stiff body. His face flushed like a ripe tomato, saying, "That's right, my body is stiff." Our hero sighed, saying that having a stiff body doesn't matter because that was precisely what the technique was used for. He didn't want to make fun of him because everyone was a beginner at some point. That statement made Mugyung reminisce about his past. Everyone in the monastery was amazed by his amazing frame to the point where they wished they had a family like him. They assumed that since he came from a good family, he must be talented, giving him the motivation to push harder so everyone could look up to him. He also scratched his shiny head and said that he didn't expect our hero to say the right thing, that one must not make fun of those who work hard. With that, our hero offered that they must proceed to a muscle lengthening session. Mugyung grimaced slightly as he did his best to endure the intense stretching session. On closer look, Mugen noticed that Mukyung's body was also stiff, but not as stiff as Mugyung's. He then looked forward to seeing Muyul's stretches, knowing that he was the one who taught the two. The four of them stood in a line and did a side bend exercise together, stretching their bodies sideways in unison. Mugyung immediately received a nagging from our hero. Later on, they proceeded to do breathing exercises. He informed them that this one would be easier compared to before. Mugyung knew that Muyul also possessed great physical prowess since he was hanging out with our hero from the start. In fact, even Mugen was shocked to see that Muyul could do a split. Mugen, who was among the strongest monks in their age group, found Muyul a little stupid, but very talented, and Mukyung, who easily beat up Mutai. Mugyung knew that he was surrounded by monsters, however. He would be working hard so he wouldn't lose out. For him, he wanted to become the strongest. It looks like the future of Shin is in good hands. Days passed, and thanks to the addition of sand pouches into the dawn training, our hero enjoyed his time doing various free weight exercises. I can feel that my muscle is pumping, he said. During his free time, he practiced energy accumulation. He managed to accumulate more energy through energy breathing and was able to grow stronger. He would also stretch with his friends between training sessions, an activity he thoroughly enjoyed. Keep your back straight. Don't lean forward while doing those sessions, he reminded them. He couldn't escape the glances of his seniors. Their eyes seemed to follow his every movement, and they couldn't help but notice how his body was getting swole. As the days went by, his shoulders, especially, had broadened and become more defined, a testament to his intense exercises. They wondered if his impressive gains were due to the special method he was training along with his friends. After 10 days had passed, a change occurred for the training sessions. From now on, each monk would begin to focus on learning the inner energy cultivation technique. As most of them had already mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique, this new phase in their training promised to unlock even greater potential within them. Ha-young brought out his favorite students to demonstrate the feat to the young bucks. These were the very students who tried to gaslight Mujin after beating Mugging. The first move is the core punch. This is done by starting circulating energy and then pulling the accumulated energy in the core to go past the energy C point, the gastric cavity point, and the palace point. After those complicated Shaolin yaps, 70% of the energy will go by their right arm, pass by the breath vessel point, and then head to the shoulder bone point. The remaining 30% will go to the left arm. Our hero tried his best to apply those complicated techniques. He focused intently, accumulating all of his energy and transferring it deep within his core. The process requires good concentration, but such a feat is nothing for a gym rat. He then split the energy in a 7-to-3 ratio, carefully directing the larger portion to the right arm and the remaining to his left. After that, he took his stance, ready to execute the chain punch. With a deep breath, he initiated the chain punch, and it created a spark-like eruption of energy. He was shocked by the result. Although it wasn't enough to break a boulder, the difference was substantial compared to his previous attempts. He knew immediately that the concept behind his breakthrough lay in the way a portion of his energy was being strengthened. As his acupoints were stimulated by his own energy, he understood that distributing the energy instead of channeling it all into one arm was to maintain his balance by dispersing the energy throughout his body. He ensured that his movements remained stable and controlled. However, he realized that as his energy continued to grow, this method might pose challenges, particularly for his left arm. He thought that he also needed to channel energy to other areas, such as his legs, to execute the chain punch properly without losing balance. He overheard Senior Ha-young advising the other young monks to transfer energy to their legs as well, which confirmed his deduction. This confirmation from Ha-young motivated him further to master the technique. He started spreading his energy across his legs as well, aiming to control his body as a whole. This approach allowed him to maintain a solid stance and foundation for his chain punch, but his experience wasn't enough to let him fully master the technique. He realized that the feat was harder than he had initially expected. He wondered how much training he would need to execute such a complicated step effectively in a real fight. Still, he was determined to face the challenge head-on. He was driven by a strong desire to gain the same power and mastery as the protagonists from the novels he had read before. But then he saw his best friend Mule performing some random dance moves as if he were engaging in a ritual dance to summon a legendary dragon. He knew for a fact that Mule would find the process complicated, as even he struggled with the daunting task of spreading his energy. But the vibe Mule was giving was the same as middle-aged white women doing anything except a normal workout. Mule's actions were enough to make him facepalm and say, "This guy is screwed." Concerned, he approached Mule in a calm and composed manner, trying to understand what was going on. Muyul looked up with a sheepish grin and admitted, "I can't remember what we were told to do." Our hero tried his best to be mature and asked, "Can you tell me what you can't remember?" He instantly regretted asking when it turned out that this egghead had everything upside down. Rather than starting from the energy sea, the palace point, and then to the gastric cavity point, he stated, "I think it goes from the energy core to the great palace and then to the gastric point." Even when it came to something as basic as the 70-30 energy distribution, he managed to get it entirely wrong. His understanding was so flawed that it became evident he had an attention span of a tick-tock. Muyul was deeply embarrassed by such a glaring mistake, especially after our hero took the time to correct him. Our hero, on the other hand, had an internal monologue, so that's why he was never mentioned in the novel. Despite being talented, he's too dumb. Our hero tried his best to explain the technique as simply as possible. He advised Muyul not to worry about the acupoints and instead focus on where he was pointing his finger. He pointed to his abdomen and asked if he could gather it there. Then he advised it to move swiftly yet smoothly until it reached his shoulder. Immediately, Muyul managed to do it thanks to our hero's simplified energy accumulation technique for dummies. He sighed with relief, realizing that teaching his best friend wasn't so difficult after all, as long as he explained everything at a lower pace. But Muyul quickly forgot everything he had been taught. Our hero sighed once more, this time with a mix of frustration and resignation. If only he could punch a kid without consequence, he would do it. This kid has the brain of a goldfish. During those tough days, our hero learned the chain punch technique. For days, Hayoung and the second-class disciples would teach one new step each day. Since it is a foundational martial art, there aren't a lot of moves to follow, and they were able to teach everything within 10 days. After that, everyone was trained separately based on how fast their progress went. It was rigorous and intense, however. Each young monk was determined to become stronger now. In the present, 71 days had passed. Mujin, Mugging, Mukyung, and even Muyul were training diligently. They managed to successfully learn the 10 moves of the chain punch, however. The feat wasn't easy. Mugging, who was sweating profusely, told our hero that 20 seconds had passed when our hero stood up. We were treated to a glimpse of his impressive, well-defined back. Those muscles were a testament to his hard work and discipline for the last few days. Our hero smiled at Mugging and suggested they move on to their next training session. "Nothing beats a good old squat," he said, eager to shift the focus to the fundamentals of Shaolin. During the dawn training session, Instructor Mad Dog was visibly impressed that none of the young trainees had given up. All of them were pushing themselves hard and remained committed to learning Shaolin. But then he noticed that one of the disciples was breathing loudly with each repetition. Intrigued, he looked closer at the training and was shocked by what he saw. It was none other than our hero, who had stacked a substantial number of sandbags onto his squats. His efforts and intensity and his workout were so impressive that even the relentless Instructor Mad Dog was taken aback. What in the world? He couldn't help but wonder how many sandbags our hero was carrying, and to achieve such a feat at such a young age was nothing short of remarkable. He was thoroughly impressed by how huge Mujin's muscles were. The size, definition, and vascularity of his physique were top-notch. If you put him beside any monks of his generation, it was very noticeable that he would mog them. The wittiness of his back alone was enough to set him apart from others. He achieved all that by his own strength in just 2 months. Was he really right all along? He reminisced about all the times he had spent with Mujin, from warning him about the drawbacks of his squat variation to helping him return to the temple after he had been punished. He wondered if the Shaolin temple had been wrong all along and if this kid wasn't just spouting nonsense. The whole leader arrived, snapping him back to reality. He was asked why he was still on the training ground when the session had already ended. Mad Dog immediately stood up to show his respect to the whole leader, but the whole leader interrupted his apology, clearly more concerned about his well-being and the reasons behind his lingering on. The training ground. He was advised that sometimes a man should speak out his worries, as doing so often reveals that they weren't as it seemed. Hyan-sung offered to lend an ear, suggesting that sharing his concerns might help put things into perspective and ease his mind. Mad Dog frowned, uncertain whether he should confide in the hall leader. He took a deep breath and began to explain all of his concerns about Mugen. After lunch, our hero was taken aback when he received a summons from the head of the Arhat Hall. But Mad Dog insisted that he should go because it was a very important discussion. Meanwhile, his less than supportive friends were laughing and expressing concern about him at the same time. Just admit that you're wrong this time, okay? Mad Dog hurried him along, emphasizing that the whole leader was waiting. Even though he was skeptical, he had no choice but to comply. Our hero was overwhelmed with anxiety, overthinking every possibility. He feared that he might have inadvertently caused more trouble without knowing. He couldn't help but wonder why someone as important as the whole leader would summon a kid like him. The whole leader was also surprised. Although he already knew that he was talented and a little eccentric, along with the unique training techniques that he did, he wouldn't expect that even Mad Dog would pay so much attention to him. Back then, he suggested to Mad Dog that he needed to talk to Mugen personally because the solution to his question could only be answered if he was able to see him in person. Now, at the very moment, he was facing the notorious kid known for his latent talent. He observed our hero carefully, taking in every detail of him, from physique to minor details. Meanwhile, our hero was filled with anxiety, wondering, why did he summon me so suddenly? It had been a few minutes, and the whole leader continued to observe him silently, doing nothing. Bro, we having a staring contest. But then he noticed that Hyan-sung was glancing at different parts of his body, uncertain whether the whole leader was impressed by his new physique or if there was another reason for the scrutiny. Our hero began doing a bodybuilder side chest pose in front of the respected hall leader. The hall leader was both impressed and somewhat disgusted. "What are you doing?" he asked, his tone a mixture of astonishment and disapproval. Our hero tried his best to brush it off, saying that he just wanted to stand in a different position. Having a meeting with Mugen once again made him reminisce about the first time he was summoned, which had not been for a good reason. So our hero asked whether he was summoned once again because of the same incident. But the whole leader assured him that the reason was different. He explained that the purpose of the summons was to confirm something with his own eyes. This revelation made our hero even more anxious than before. The whole leader told him that after careful observation, he knew for sure that something had changed. Changes? What do you mean? The most obvious one was that his body had grown much faster than any of his peers who had joined the Shaolin temple. However, that wasn't the reason for his summons. He wanted to ask Mugen whether it was true that the reason for his eye-catching growth was due to his family's training method that he had been doing. Our hero had a sour expression, knowing he was about to receive a long lecture from the old man. This BS again? So, he took the courage to ask whether he was asking to find out whether his training was indeed better or not. But contrary to his expectations, Hyan-sung told him that he wouldn't lecture him, as the Shaolin temple isn't close-minded. In fact, he wanted to make a proposal to our young man. Mugen was confused. He thought that this old man was finally losing it. For all of the days he spent training under the temple's care, he received nothing but criticism from the seniors. The whole leader revealed that the reason the Shaolin temple had been able to last for 1,000 years was that they had maintained a mindset to fix their shortcomings and take in what was good for everyone. There were times that they must be gentle, but there were also times that they must be tough. In other words, if our hero's training regimen was indeed good, then he would consider it. That statement left our hero in shock. He wouldn't expect this time would finally be alive, and what's making it more shocking is that the whole leader was the one who gave him a chance out of all people. "Did I hear that wrong? This old man will accept my training method," he uttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Our hero reminded himself of the person in front of him, Hyeon Sung, our hall leader. Before becoming a martial artist, Hyeon Sung had practiced aestheticism in pursuit of becoming a Buddha. He knew that receiving approval from someone with such a profound background would be a monumental decision, marking a significant validation of his training methods. To include Mugen's training would simply be a training that everyone was uncertain of, but now he was given an opportunity to be in charge of the younger monk's training. If things went wrong, Hyeon Sung might receive unthinkable punishments. Despite that, he still decided to take the gamble so Shaolin Temple could become stronger. He believed that if Mugen's training proved effective, it could become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple's thousand-year history, potentially making it stronger than ever before. Much to everyone's surprise, our hero found the task a hassle. "Why would I do that?" he asked, his tone reflecting his reluctance and frustration with the idea. Hyeon Sung couldn't believe that he was receiving such a rejection. Our hero had been fighting for his own way of martial arts for months, yet, now faced with a significant opportunity, he seemed unwilling to do it. "What do you mean you refuse?" he exclaimed. Our hero argued that there were 70 new monks he would need to teach, and it might hinder his own training. Additionally, since the incident from before, he had been cast out by his peers and treated as if he were insane. Given this reception, he felt that no one in the temple would follow a lunatic like him. However, that wasn't all. Mugen also thought that he wouldn't receive any benefit from teaching those ungrateful monks. "I had nothing to gain and a lot to lose. Besides, it's not that helping others would help me reach the ending faster," he said. He expected that teaching those rascals would only complicate matters further, so he didn't want to waste his precious time and effort for nothing. But for the old man's sake, our hero tried his best to be understanding. He said he would take on the task, but he had one condition. Fast forward to the night, when the moon was full and the stars were shining brightly in the clear sky. The young bucks were sleeping soundlessly, unaware of what lay ahead. Our hero inhaled deeply, preparing to make the loudest shout he could muster to wake the monks from their slumber. With a forceful exhale, he unleashed a powerful call that echoed through the quiet night. Everyone was confused and startled. They knew it was still dark and wondered why practice had already begun, even though they hadn't heard the bell yet. The abrupt wake-up call of our hero left them disoriented. The early and unexpected summons had jolted them into action, and they hurried to the training ground to find out what was happening and why their training had commenced early at night. There, they were in shock to see the person behind the unexpected disturbance. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they recognized our hero, who stood ready to begin the training session. What was even more shocking was that Mugen was standing next to Hayoung and Mad Dog, individuals they held in the highest regard and considered masters of martial arts. Hayoung revealed that the reason for waking them up earlier than usual was that they would be adding some training to warm up their bodies before the dawn training. Additionally, our hero would be overlooking the daily dawn training from now on, so they must do their best to listen to him and follow his instructions. Most of the monks started laughing, however. Mugen had already expected that he would not receive a great reaction. He knew it was inevitable for tongues to wag if a peer who had a lousy reputation was suddenly put in charge of training. However, now that he was in charge of this, he wouldn't let them underestimate him any more. He took a deep breath, asking everyone to keep quiet. His commanding voice echoed around the temple, honed by his military experience. It was made clear that our hero wasn't joking. With a commanding presence that even Mad Dog was left in awe, he stated that from today forward, he would be teaching the training methods of his family during the dawn training. During the training, he advised everyone not to treat him as a new monk like them. Instead, he wanted to be called instructor. His demand for respect and recognition was foreseeable. That made Hayoung even more impressed. Who would have expected that, besides his talent and shiny head, Mujin also possessed the traits of a leader. Judging by the look in Mujin's eyes, it was clear that he was not here to mess around. His determination and willingness to become an instructor were palpable, reflecting a serious commitment to his role and a readiness to lead with authority and purpose. Meanwhile, Mugen noticed that the other monks behind him were laughing at our hero. Their mocking laughter and whispered insults angered him because he knew Mujin was the real deal. Our hero wouldn't allow such disrespect. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening as he prepared to address the mockery and defend his position. He looked at them and asked, "Why are you laughing? Do you think this is a joke?" His voice was sharp and demanding. That statement struck fear into the young monks. They were visibly intimidated, and their laughter faded as they realized the seriousness and commitment of our hero. To finish their skepticism, he asked anyone who had issues with him being their instructor to step forward. He also included the two who had laughed earlier, making it clear that he would put a stop to their doubts and disrespect. Of course, the young monks seized the opportunity to step forward, eager to voice their objections and challenge his authority. For young monks had cornered him, but he stood tall, unwavering in the face of their challenge. His posture and demeanor exuded confidence and resilience, making it clear that he was prepared to address their concerns by finishing them all in the sparring. As soon as the sparring started, the monks rushed forward, their intentions clear as they closed in on him. However, their attempt backfired. Our hero ducked swiftly, causing the monks to collide with each other. They forgot to turn off the friendly fire before the sparring started. One of the monks began to panic, realizing that Mujin was nowhere to be found. Anxiety gripped him as he feared that Mujin might reappear unexpectedly. We then see our hero in a cool, relaxed sitting posture, exuding confidence. He claimed that he had bulked up so much that there was no way he would lose. He moved swiftly, getting behind one of the monks. His quick and precise action caught the monk off guard. He immediately tried to choke the monk out by performing his iconic rear naked choke. The monk immediately called for reinforcement, realizing that he was in a tight spot.
With powerful punches, Mujin scattered his opponents in different directions, and they were still unable to damage him. All four of Mujin's opponents were lying on the ground, and the boy asked if there were any who wished to spar again. There was no one willing. All the students lowered their heads. Mujin said that from today onwards, he would be in charge of the training and should be addressed as mentor during their time. Now everyone, get into a supine position. The one whose belly touches the ground will have to do twice as much. On the count of 2, extend your arms and raise your body. Biob Gang watched the boy practicing and thought that he was acting like an experienced coach. Mujin's method of training gradually developed, but he could not handle all the students alone. So he took some of his companions to help him, so they could train and supervise everything with him. The boys began their duties. Mujin hoped that peer education would help him become more confident. Although Biob Gang was a monk, he was more like a soldier. Thanks to Mujin, he had learned a training method that suited him perfectly. The children, who were so silly at training, obeyed all the commands without question. Mujin would let them loose when necessary, but if they crossed the line, he would make them train harder. Biob Gang decided to try this method with his students. The effect of the training became apparent very quickly. Perhaps the reason for this was the age of the students. The physique and stamina of the boys grew noticeably. The senior monks, who were initially distrustful of Mujin's training, eventually began to trust him when clear results appeared. They made, at Mujin's request, what he had asked Hyun-sung for in exchange for agreeing to train: a barbell rack, a barbell and discs, a weight rack, and a bench press set. Mujin was overjoyed when he saw all this. True, it was all made of wood, but it should be fine. The weight shouldn't be too heavy, and you can also use sandbags. In fact, even with 3 assistants, it was difficult to train 70 disciples. Mujin didn't have enough time for his own training, so he asked for custom equipment to be made. He called it the 3 great exercises of the Murim. The monks wondered if the young monks would become even stronger with these things. Mujin was sure they would. He was thrilled at the thought of how his muscles would grow. Now, for months later, through constant training, Mujin's body had changed a lot. The total weight of the barbell and discs he was now lifting was 90 kilograms. Mujin, who was only 13 years old, was growing up fast and could do such a thing. He performed regular squats with a barbell, finally completing 12 lifts. Now the total weight for the 3 main exercises was 230 kilograms. Every day, he felt a sense of satisfaction by studying with other students and not neglecting himself. Mujin was finally living life to the fullest. It went on like this until the fall came, and when the first greens appeared. At that time, 20 young disciples left the Shaolin temple. They were children who could not master the martial arts within a year. Ha-young noted in a conversation with Hyun-sung that significantly fewer kids had left compared to last year. Hyun-sung replied that it was all thanks to Mujin. Now, to deny the correctness of Mujin's method would be foolish. Hyun-sung became a supporter of the boy's method. He wanted to put additional bars and benches equipped for bench presses on the training machines. Hyun-sung hoped the simulators would be made in large numbers, but even in the Great Shaolin Temple, there was a restriction of money. Fortunately, Hyun-sung found a way out. He had been practicing Buddhism for about 50 years and knew he couldn't rely on anyone's help. But he was very much looking forward to the exams. The mountain exam is the last test for beginning apprentices. It is also a test for the selection of permanent students. If this exam proves the results of the Mujin method of training, then the new equipment will not have to be worried about. 6 months later, Mujin had grown 10 centimeters and reached a total of 400 kilograms in the 3 major exercises in 12 approaches. He didn't build much muscle because it would interfere with his movements in battle. After all, he was a martial artist, not a fitness trainer, so he developed his muscles to a level that was good for their use. As a result, Mujin's body had transformed into the musculature of a martial arts master. Every muscle was developed differently than trainer Choi Kang-hyuk in his past life. While Mujin was busy practicing, Hyun-sung went somewhere. He came to see the Shaolin Temple's chief abbot to talk about the exam that would take place in 5 days. Word had reached the abbot that there were far more students left in the Hyun-sung Temple this time than in past years. Hyun-sung confirmed this. The abbot saw that Hyun-sung was very confident in his abilities. He also said that this time, the exam would be different from the previous ones. The Shaolin Temple chief abbot, Hyun-chun, listened to his subordinate attentively. He would be eagerly waiting for the exam to begin. He was also curious. Time passed, and the day of the examination came. All the high-ranking guests had gathered in Arhut Hall. Although there were usually far fewer guests for the final exam, this time, thanks to Mujin, 49 children made it to the test, not counting those who chose to become secular disciples. There were 42 children. Everyone wanted to see for themselves the veracity of such a large number of students. Of course, it wasn't without a lot of fuss. There were rumors that Hyun-sung had left so many students out of personal sympathy, but many thought that was unlikely. Haigul, the deputy head outside the walls of Shaolin, recounted that Hyun-sung personally visited him yesterday and said that all the disciples had exceptional abilities. He advised his interlocutor to look at the children who were allowed to be tested. He saw young men with muscular, pumped-up bodies. What kind of children are these? Just by looking at their physiques, one could tell that they were at a completely different level of discipleship. Head Hyun-sung had complete confidence in them. Head Hyun-sung came to the bleachers and thanked everyone for coming out despite being busy. Given the large number of participants who would be taking the test, it was not necessary to prolong the greeting. The test was about to begin. Mujin asked Mule not to be nervous and Mugung not to overdo it with his strength. Now it was time for everyone to go to the arena. Mujin ran first. It's time to have fun. For junior monks to official entry into Shaolin is very simple. An elementary level student fights one-on-one with a senior level student, and potential teachers from different schools watch the bout, picking and choosing the child they want to teach next. Usually, a duel between elementary and senior level students goes on exactly until the former is able to show their skills. But in today's challenge, the spectators were not sure who was senior and who was junior in the sparring. The chief abbot of the temple congratulated Hyun-sung. He can really be proud. The level of students this year is much higher. Hyun-sung smiled and replied that the abbot hadn't even seen half the children yet. The abbot was very curious to see what else the disciples would be able to show. Muyul, an elementary level disciple, was called into the arena. Mujin said to Muyul to remember what he had told him yesterday. Of course, Muyul remembered. Have a good time and come back. Muyul was fully prepared for the exam. He stepped forward and couldn't stop smiling. At the referee's command, he immediately attacked his opponent. He dodged the first blow that the boy threw. Muyul's opponent noted that the fellow had clearly mastered 10 circular exercises and 14 small red tiger-style exercises. Now the senior disciple could begin to evaluate the junior's mastered martial techniques. He He decided to test the junior's ability to improvise and how he used the methods of martial techniques while performing the technique. Muyul saw a gap in the opponent's defense. He quickly assessed the situation and launched a lightning attack. It seemed like he was attacking from all sides at once. He prepared to deliver a staggering elbow strike to his opponent. The older disciple had a hard time blocking Muyul's elbow. It was unfathomable how the junior could move so fast. While holding Muyul's elbow, his opponent caught him in a grapple and delivered a strong left punch. It was impossible to dodge, and Muyul's defeat seemed inevitable. But Muyul twisted like a duck and released his elbow from the grip. In the same second, he leaned back and the blow missed its target. All the while, the boy was smiling. A surprised murmur went up among the spectators in the stands. A child moves instinctively like an animal. How can you learn to control your body like that at such an age? The boy has a flexible and unique body that responds to his instincts in the blink of an eye. Teachers told their students to watch carefully and learn. Hai Gul, the Shaolin head spotter outside of Shaolin, who was called Invincible Five Fists, said that this child should definitely be trained by him. He would fit in perfectly with his five-fist martial arts school. The duel was over. Mujin analyzed it. Muyul's animal flexibility was undoubtedly innate, and Mujin had long thought about how to improve it. Muyul was confused about his arms and legs at first while concentrating on blood pathways and flows. Then Mujin advised him to train only the connections between techniques, ignoring the flows. As a result, he memorized the movements of the techniques and the flow of internal energy in his body. If you couldn't memorize with your head, you had to memorize with your body muscles. Muyul was thanking his opponent for his work in the fight. The head abbot asked Hyun Sung how he managed to raise the level of his students so much. Did he secretly hand out talismans to them? Hyun Sung was very pleased. Many more amazing things are ahead of them. An entry-level student, Mugung, was called into the ring. Mujin advised him to just stay calm. During this year, Mugung had turned into a mountain of steel muscles. He wasn't nervous at all. The bleachers erupted in shouts of bewilderment. This one is a junior apprentice. There's some kind of deception. Maybe they're hiding his age. Mugung's opponent looked up at him from below. How could a junior disciple grow to 186 centimeters? Mugung thought that for this day, he had endured the toughest training. There's no way he'll lose. The referee ordered the start of the sparring match, and Mugung rushed like a bulldozer to attack. Mujin recalled that despite his outstanding physique, Mugung's body was like wood, so they emphasized stretching and then built up muscle mass. His appearance added to that, and now Mugung was an impenetrable and attacking tank. Mugung's opponent barely had time to dodge the impact of the hammer's power. Although the elder was considered a referee for the younger ones, he thought that if he held back against such power, he would definitely end up in the other world. He decided to urgently increase his internal energy and continue the fight. His fist was enveloped in a cloud of power. He attacked Mugung, but Mugung dodged the blow and took a swing. The older student put up a defense, preparing to block his opponent's strike. Mugung loomed over him like a black rock. The teachers on the podium noted that the boy had incredible strength, but he attacked with intelligence and used strategy. So far, he was the only one fighting on equal footing with an older student. Teacher Haidam, a follower of the Buddha hand technique and the immovable diamond technique, was pleased with Mugung's sparring. He liked the student. The experienced teacher could see how the boy was trying to reduce the number of unnecessary movements. This was an indicator of his diligence. With this level, he had a chance of mastering the martial teachings of their hall. Mugung attacked again and was pleased that everyone was only looking at him. He rushed forward recklessly. His opponent saw a gap in his defense and immediately attacked. Mugung took a kick to the body with his foot. Haidam was very displeased. This disciple likes to show off because of the young blood boiling within him. He still has a lot to learn. Haidam decided that he would personally train Mugung. Mugung came back in a very depressed mood. Mujin cheered him up by saying that everyone makes mistakes, but the fight was fun. Mu Kyung was called to the stage. Next, Mujin remembered that the boy had never fully recovered from that fight with the other students. Therefore, constant training was required so that he could suppress his madness and not become the blood monk from the novel. But Mujin knew that Mu Kyung was much more dangerous than both Muyul and Mugung. The older disciple was analyzing Mu Kyung's fighting technique. 6 sun hands, diamond fist, stone stand, stone finger. He used an infinite number of techniques. The guy seemed to know absolutely every technique. The older student was reflecting them and couldn't go on the attack, but it occurred to him that this kid was a genius. Mujin watched the fight. Mu Kyung was a little scared at first, but then everything went well. What Mujin was worried about was that in long battles, Mu Kyung gets into a haze and can no longer stop in time. The referee yelled out that the match was over. Mu Kyung seemed not to hear this and continued to attack. His face contorted into a crazy smile. He thought he was having a lot of fun and continued to strike. Mujin was horrified to think that Mu Kyung had snapped again, just like during that fight. He remembered that it was with this exact expression on his face that Mu Kyung had beaten up Mu Tae. An aura of anger enveloped the boy's entire figure. Mujin mentally conjured him to come to his senses. A man sitting on the roof was watching the duels and drinking wine. He came here when he heard the noise and thought the abbot was having a feast, but it turned out to be just an exam for the novices. The first kid is good at dodging. The second kid is just a fool but strong. He'll probably like Mr. High Dam. And who's this wonderful boy? Look at the look in his eyes. The watcher on the roof was very interested in this student. He's going to take him in. He jumped off the roof. Even though the referee had stopped sparring, Mu Kyung didn't think of stopping. The older disciple had already been knocked down. Mu Kyung flew at the lying opponent and applied the 18 Commandments Dharma technique. Mujin was already shouting in his voice to stop. Chief Abbot and Hyun Sung looked anxiously around the arena. Mu Kyung's fist flew at his defenseless opponent. At this critical moment, a man appeared in the arena who did not stop drinking wine, grabbed Mu Kyung's hand, and stopped his movement. Many people recognized him as Hai Guan. Mentor Hai Dam shouted, "How dare the mentor drink during a duel? What kind of example is he setting for his disciples? After something like this, he dares to seek to enter the repentance hall." Hai Guan threw the jug onto the stand. Hai Dam was surprised to realize that the jug contained just water. He didn't deny Hai Guan's usefulness to the temple, but there had to be some limits. Hai Guan addressed the abbot's disciples and the rest of the audience. He apologized for getting into the middle of a fight, but he felt that he should be the one to take this young monk under his wing. Everyone agreed that young monk Mu Kyung's skills were amazing, but only Hai Guan, the head of the Demon Slayer's order, would be able to deal with his madness. He was the only one among Shaolin disciples who had gone beyond the law of thou shalt not kill. A group of those who were willing to do anything to eradicate the most heinous evil. The head of the Demon Slayers is Hai Guan. The Shaolin Temple Abbot also thought that it was a good idea if the boy started training under the guidance of Hai Guan, the one who confronted demons. Would he be able to take control of his madness? At this time, Hai Guan himself was stroking Mu Kyung's head and saying that the boy was simply made for their clan. Mu Kyung came to his senses and screamed. Hai Guan laughed and admitted that he was shocked. He never thought he would take on a student who was crazier than he was. Seeing Mu Kyung and being overjoyed by this discovery, Hai Guan left the examination venue as if he was not interested in what was happening at all. This situation agitated the audience a bit, but soon it subsided and the exam continued. Only one man was worried. He was as nervous as if he were about to be swept away by a tsunami. The senior apprentice conducting the trials thought, if the junior apprentices had turned out to be such monsters before, who would come out next? Mujin was called into the arena, and he stepped forward confidently. The senior apprentice appreciated that this guy looked like he had a good physique and not bad flexibility. At first glance, he looked like a normal guy. Hyun Sung recommended Mujin to the abbot as the best student of the entire school. If Mujin could be considered as the one who was able to collect and complete all the existing Shaolin martial arts, Mujin is the engine of martial arts progress. He, like all the guys, had undergone serious training. During his training, he would often ask his mentor, Gang, about his inner strength. He had already mastered the technique of quick feet and combat steps by then, and even achieved the ultimate mind liberation technique, which left Gang in utter amazement. But Mujin said he had difficulty with this technique. It usually goes smoothly, but sometimes it just doesn't work. For example, when he eats, drinks, or sleeps, the technique fails. Gang realized that the boy was a genius and went crazy on that basis. No one uses techniques when eating, drinking, or sleeping. He asked if the guy knew about the iron clothes technique. Mujin knew that it was a low-cost technique used by mountain Brins. Gang disagreed with him. This martial technique allows you to strengthen your body and protect yourself from metal weapon attacks. It was popular at one time, but then it became less and less common because it doesn't help much against masters who have reached a high level, as it is unable to protect against their swords and strong energy. But true iron clothing not only strikes the skin, hardening it and making it as strong as steel, but it also allows energy to be absorbed through the skin. This was a revelation to Mujin. Gang continued that the technique began to lose its former glory when the disciples who had not fully mastered it left the temple and distributed an incomplete version. Mujin realized that if he mastered this technique, he would be able to absorb energy at any time, and if he combined it with physical training, he could double the effect. If he combined the ironclad technique with his fitness training, he would find a better use for it. Mujin had an incredible talent for mastering technique after technique and practicing everything he encountered. He achieved unimaginable results in basic level martial arts. Most likely, he achieved his goals so easily due to his experience as a fitness trainer. However, in the future, he was going to participate in fights where he could only rely on his knowledge of the original martial arts, so he asked Biob Gang to teach him the iron clothing technique. After that, he beat himself up at all the training sessions, and the boys were sure that their comrade was a real psycho. That's how he was able to find a way to make the higher energy his own. Now he was all wrapped up in energy. In the exam, the senior apprentice thought that it was impossible for an elementary apprentice to release so much energy. But by releasing so much energy, Mujin created his own unique technique, and soon the audience would see it. Chief Hyun Chun reflects on Hyun Sung's words regarding Mujin, believing that Mujin is the key to advancing Shaolin. The statement strikes a chord with Hyun Chun, leading him to reflect on someone from the past who had the potential to bring about a transformative change within the temple long ago. At this moment, a disciple named Biob Jian arrives at the Arhut Hall, carrying an old monk on his back. This old monk, who is unable to walk, expresses his gratitude for the effort, jokingly apologizing for making the journey difficult. He acknowledges that he wished to witness the admission test. Despite the physical strain, Biob Jian reassures the old monk that carrying him is a trivial matter, likening it to a longer stroll rather than a burden. As they reach the hall, the old monk suggests that they need to go further inside for Biob Jian to have a better view. However, Biob Jian humbly admits that he still lacks the experience and discernment necessary to judge the qualifications of potential disciples. Thus, he requests the old monk to observe on his behalf. At the moment, Mujin is called to the stage by the referee, drawing the attention of the old monk, who observes Mujin's remarkable sense of balance for someone so young. The monk notes that Mujin exudes advanced energy. As the referee instructs both fighters to take their stances and prepares to start the match, Mujin swiftly charges forward with incredible speed. His opponent feels the pressure of this explosive advance, wondering what kind of technique Mujin will employ. Mujin unleashes his 9 regal kicks technique to propel himself toward his opponent, followed by the Guanyin strike and the initial technique of the chain punch, known as the corp punch. The force of his punch connects with the senior fighter, pushing him back significantly. Despite this, Mujin reflects on his technique, explaining that he gathers strength in his lower body by integrating the principles of the 9 regal kicks with the swift whirlwind sweep. He then employs the 6th technique of the Guanyin strike to reinforce his core, amplifying his power. Finally, he adds strength to his shoulder through the first technique of the chain punch, creating a unique hybrid martial arts style that combines various principles. With momentum from his initial attack, Mujin charges forward again for a second strike. Meanwhile, the senior fighter grapples with the impact of Mujin's first blow, feeling astonished that so much force penetrated his defenses despite having harnessed 10 years' worth of energy to block it. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted as he sees Mujin rushing toward him once more, preparing for another attack. Mujin prepares to attack his senior again. The senior believes he can dodge Mujin's punch by moving to the left. However, to his surprise, Mujin executes a feint with his punch, quickly changing the direction of his attack. This forces the senior into a hand-to-hand grip with Mujin, leaving him no choice but to engage directly. Upon grappling with Mujin, the senior immediately feels the overwhelming grip strength Mujin possesses, causing him to tremble. He realizes that he cannot afford to reserve any energy while fighting Mujin. In an attempt to counter, the senior throws a punch, but Mujin skillfully dodges it. The senior then attempts to evade Mujin's follow-up swing, but is unable to escape the onslaught. Watching from a distance, the old monk is astonished by Mujin's ability to exert such power with seemingly little energy. He observes that Mujin employs a variety of techniques: punches, palm strikes, kicks, and finger strikes, all rooted in basic martial arts principles. The monk notes that Mujin has mastered techniques like the swift whirlwind sweep and 9 regal kicks, which are fundamental Shaolin martial arts that utilize the legs. Despite being limited to basic martial arts, Mujin demonstrates an extraordinary ability to overwhelm his opponent. Instead of merely progressing to more advanced techniques, he innovatively combines what he has learned, creating something entirely new. This realization strikes the monk profoundly as he reflects on Mujin's potential. He recognizes that Mujin, despite his youth, is already on the path of a grandmaster, echoing the journey that the monk himself once traversed. As the fight unfolds, the old monk calls out to Biob Jian, requesting him to move closer to the training ground. Meanwhile, Mujin is fully immersed in the battle, reflecting on his journey over the past 2 years of rigorous training in both body and martial arts. He has rarely had the chance to unleash his full strength without the fear of seriously injuring an opponent. This moment represents the essence of true sparring, the thrill of facing a formidable opponent and fighting with everything he has. In this heightened state, it feels as though time slows down, allowing Mujin to focus solely on his adversary. Suddenly, Mujin's opponent steps back, prompting Mujin to ponder the reason behind this change in demeanor. Just then, he hears a commotion behind him and wonders why it is so noisy. The senior disciples murmur among themselves, speculating about the presence of an important figure. Meanwhile, Biob Jian approaches the training ground, carrying the old monk on his back. Mujin is puzzled by the scene unfolding before him. As the commotion escalates, Mujin observes Hyun Sung and Abbot Hyun Chun, who are taken aback and quickly drop to their knees in respect. The first chief, Hyun Chun, addresses the figure approaching, stating, "Grandmaster Hyun Guang." He pays his respects. This prompts all the other senior members present to also greet Grandmaster Hyun Guang with deference. Mujin reflects on the influence of Grandmaster Hyun Guang, noting how everyone, including senior disciples and respected figures, quickly paid their respects without hesitation. The atmosphere is thick with reverence as the Grandmaster addresses Abbot Hyun Chun, apologizing for disrupting the admission test. The abbot acknowledges this with an understanding nod, expressing that there must be a valid reason for the Grandmaster's presence. Grandmaster Hyun Guang then turns his attention to Mujin, directly stating that he has a question for him. This catches Mujin off guard, and he thinks, "For me?" The Grandmaster requests Mujin to lower his robe, which leaves Mujin puzzled. Although he feels somewhat unsatisfied with his own body, he reasons that there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Once Mujin complies, Hyun Guang observes him critically, noting that Mujin possesses a natural martial body. He then poses a question to Mujin regarding his fighting style, specifically asking if his body training was aimed at combining the 6 basic martial arts into a single form. This inquiry shocks Mujin, as he wonders how the Grandmaster figured out his approach to martial arts so quickly. The other senior disciples present are equally astonished, with Hyun Sung recognizing the connection between Mujin's fighting style and that of the Grandmaster himself. Abbot Hyun Chun inquires about Mujin's decision to focus on combining martial arts instead of learning a wide variety of styles that Shaolin has to offer. Mujin responds candidly, admitting he is not that smart. He explains that instead of complicating things by trying to learn numerous martial arts, he aimed to identify the ones that suited him best and concentrate on those. This approach was the result of a year of contemplation. Mujin recognizes that he is not the original protagonist of the novel Mujin and lacks the confidence of someone like Mu Kyung, who is exceptionally intelligent and capable of grasping advanced martial arts quickly. Thus, Mujin developed the concept of hybrid martial arts, which synthesizes basic martial arts. He understands that while this method is effective, it poses significant challenges. Properly utilizing this approach requires one to skillfully circulate their energy throughout their body in the correct proportions. Mujin explains that combining various martial arts amplifies their energies, which can place immense strain on the body. To counter this, he dedicated himself to training his physique, ensuring it could withstand the enhanced power resulting from the combined techniques. Essentially, he believes that as long as he maintains a strong body, he won't have to overthink the complexities of energy management. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, observing Mujin's physique and technique closely, notes it seems he also learned the Iron Guard. Mujin is taken aback by Grandmaster Hyun Guang's insight, wondering how the old man can discern so much about his training. Hyun Guang explains that by utilizing a body trained to its limits and harnessing the skin's power, Mujin can control the flow of excessive energy. This unique combination has led Mujin to develop his own martial arts style. In his mind, Mujin ponders the Grandmaster's true identity, realizing that Hyun Guang possesses a level of knowledge and skill that is extraordinary. Hyun Guang then surprises everyone by expressing his desire for Mujin to become the disciple of Biob Jian, which prompts Abbot Hyun Chun to clarify whether this means the Grandmaster will take on the responsibility of training Mujin personally. Later, in the Arhut Hall's leader room, Mujin reflects on the recent events and the significance of Hyun Guang's presence. He contemplates the Grandmaster's appearance. While he seems physically damaged, there is an undeniable aura of power about him. Mujin realizes that he has never encountered Hyun Guang in any of the novels written by the author, Ganghyeok. His thoughts are interrupted when Abbot Hyun Chun enters the room. Mujin stands to greet him, and the abbot inquires if Mujin is aware of Grandmaster Hyun Guang's identity. When Mujin admits he has not heard of him, the abbot takes the opportunity to explain the significance of Hyun Guang. Abbot Hyun Chun recounts the illustrious past of Grandmaster Hyun Guang, referring to him as the world's greatest martial talent. He explains that at a time when all second-class disciples were given names with Hyun Guang had already achieved extraordinary feats by the age of 32. He had surpassed the abilities of seniors who bore the title Kong, and was widely believed to be on track to become the strongest martial artist in the world within 10 years. Intrigued, Mujin inquires about how someone with such promise could have ended up so physically damaged. The abbot reveals that Hyun Guang's injuries are a result of the invasion by a demonic cult. This revelation makes Mujin nervous, prompting him to ask for more details about the cult. Abbot Hyun Chun explains that during his own time as a second-class disciple, the demonic cult launched an attack on the peaceful Central Plains. The Shaolin Temple, adhering to its principle of protecting lives, decided to engage in the conflict to stop the cult's advance. However, the older monks prohibited Hyun Guang from participating in the war because of his vital role in leading the next generation of Shaolin monks. Instead, it was the seniors with the Kong and GM designations who were sent to the battlefield. Few days later, during his practice, he heard the frantic cries of junior monks and rushed to investigate. Upon arrival, he discovered that a demonic cult had invaded the Shaolin Temple with the intent to kill Hyun Chun and the other junior disciples. In a courageous act of self-sacrifice, Hyun Guang intervened, blocking the cult's attacks aimed at his fellow monks and his body. Unfortunately, his heroism came at a steep cost, as he sustained numerous severe injuries in the process to save each and every one of his juniors. Reflecting on this, Abbot Hyun Chun muses that even if they had all perished that day, Hyun Guang's survival might have drastically altered the course of events. Mujin then questions the extent of Hyun Guang's current condition, prompting Abbot Hyun Chun to confirm that the injuries he incurred during the attack were the root cause of his current state. Mujin, eager to assist, proposes a treatment for Hyun Guang, expressing confidence in his ability to help. This surprises Abbot Hyun Chun, who doubts anyone, even the renowned divine physician or the powerful revitalization pill, could successfully treat Hyun Guang. Mujin clarifies that while he cannot restore Hyun Guang's inner energy or fully heal him to his former state, he believes he can help him regain the ability to walk independently. He stated Abbot might have heard this from monk Hyun Sung, but even monk Biob Gang's knees have improved as evidence of his capability. Just then, Hyun Sung enters the room, having overheard the conversation. He inquires whether Mujin's methods could also benefit Hyun Guang. Abbot Hyun Chun, intrigued by this exchange, presses Hyun Sung for more details about the events that transpired over the past 2 years. Hyun Sung explains how Biob Gang's knees recovered and highlighted Mujin's significant improvement in the training methods for the new monks. Abbot Hyun Chun, taken aback by Hyun Sung's claims, asks for confirmation about the training success. In response, Mujin references the results of a recent admission test, which demonstrated the improved physical capabilities of the new monks, thereby substantiating his claims. Curious about the implications for Hyun Guang's condition, Abbot Hyun Chun inquires whether Mujin's training methods could be applied to help him. Mujin explains that while his methods were beneficial for monk Biob Gang, Hyun Guang's injuries are far more severe, making it unlikely that the same approach would yield results without additional requirements. This prompts Abbot Hyun Chun to slam his hand on the table, expressing urgency and seriousness about finding a solution for Hyun Guang. He emphasizes that the Shaolin Temple is willing to do whatever it takes to help him. The abbot reflects on the broader quest among martial artists to enhance their physical abilities, noting how various martial groups have historically experimented with diverse techniques. These methods have included acupuncture, tonic medicines, and even dubious or dangerous practices aimed at altering the physique of young practitioners. The abbot also recounts the numerous attempts made by the Shaolin Temple to treat Hyun Guang's condition. Unfortunately, these efforts have often resulted in failure, worsening his condition due to the stress and extreme side effects inflicted on his body. Mujin's approach to healing and enhancing physical abilities is characterized by a focus on gradual and stable transformation, contrasting sharply with traditional methods that often sought immediate results. His training regimen, which was recently showcased during an admission test, has proven effective in developing the physiques of the new monks, garnering respect and validation from Abbot Hyun Chun, who witnessed the improvements firsthand. This observation instills confidence in Abbot Hyun Chun that Mujin might indeed be able to help Hyun Guang recover from his severe injuries. Contemplating the lengths he would go to aid Hyun Guang, Abbot Hyun Chun resolves to offer the great revitalization pill and is even willing to make significant sacrifices, reminiscent of the second abbot, Hai Jie, who was known for his extreme dedication. He is prepared to give up a limb if necessary. However, Mujin has different needs in mind that Abbot Hyun-chun does not yet understand. In a surprising turn, Mujin inquires whether the Shaolin Temple possesses martial arts related to controlling lightning energy and developing an extreme yang physique. This question puzzles both Abbot Hyun-chun and Hyun-sung, leaving them confused about the relevance of such techniques. Shortly thereafter, two senior monks arrive at Abbot Hyun-chun's call. One is Hyun-gong, the leader of the discipline court, and the other is Hai-dam, who is recognized as the successor of the unmovable invincible body art and Rulai divine palm strike. As they arrive, Mujin recognizes Hai-dam, the successor of the unmovable invincible body art and Rulai divine palm strike, as the one who previously took Mugung in for training. Hyun-gong acknowledges that he is aware of the situation as he approaches. Mujin recognizes Hyun-gong as the senior monk who trained monk Biab-gang. Both Hyun-gong and Hai-dam express their readiness to assist in any way possible to help Grandmaster Hyun-gwang. Mujin makes a specific request. He asks if Hyun-gong can utilize the lightning divine palm strike, but at a diminished intensity, applying it to his arm. This request surprises Hyun-gong, who is taken aback and wonders about the rationale behind such a peculiar demand. He initially anticipates that Mujin might ask for something more conventional, like using the techniques to burn away blockages in blood vessels. Mujin quickly clarifies that he isn't asking for a destructive procedure. Instead, he simply wants a subtle application of lightning energy to be introduced into his arm. Hyun-gong, after some hesitation, agrees to attempt this, cautiously channeling a weaker version of the lightning divine palm strike. He checks with Mujin to see if the intensity is acceptable, but Mujin reacts strongly, expressing alarm that Hyun-gong's current feels dangerously intense, suggesting it could harm Grandmaster Hyun-gwang. Hyun-gong seeks to gauge the situation, questioning whether his initial attempt was excessive. Mujin insists that the intensity needs to be further reduced, specifying that it must be less than half of what Hyun-gong had just used. Hyun-gong, feeling challenged but committed to helping, agrees to make the adjustment. Mujin expresses a sense of urgency regarding Grandmaster Hyun-gwang's safety and treatment, saying if these methods are not feasible, he is willing to accept that. However, Hyun-gong, the leader of the discipline court, asserts his confidence, insisting that he can indeed assist in the treatment. Mujin thinks Hyun-gwang will require physical therapy equipment for his treatment. However, such equipment is not available in this worldview. While Biab-gang responded well to treatment due to his youth, Hyun-gwang's situation is different because he is older and weaker. To demonstrate his capabilities, Hyun-gong attempts to use the lightning divine palm strike on Mujin, this time employing a much weaker version of the technique. When he asks Mujin for feedback on this level of power, Mujin responds positively, affirming that it is perfect. Mujin's new approach was quite straightforward. He wanted Hyun-gwang to use equipment that is commonly found in modern physical therapy clinics, that is electrical muscle stimulation. Hyun-gong, intrigued by Mujin's proposal, asks if the goal is to send electricity directly into the muscles. Mujin confirms this, explaining that a small electrical current can significantly enhance muscle metabolism and blood circulation. He further elaborates that such stimulation can lead to increased muscle fiber size through repeated contractions. Skeptical, Hyun-gong questions the efficacy of merely sending electricity into the muscles and inquires about the time frame for observable results. Mujin responds that the true effects will only be clear once they start treating Grandmaster Hyun-gwang, but he estimates that noticeable improvements should begin to manifest after approximately 1 month of consistent treatments. Next, Mujin turns to Monk Hai-dam, indicating he has a specific task for him. He requests that Hai-dam use the extreme yang energy, a technique he is well-versed in, to aid in the treatment, recognizing the potential benefits of Hai-dam's martial arts in this context. Understanding that his abilities could play a crucial role, Hai-dam prepares to apply the extreme yang energy Rulai divine palm strike. As Hai-dam initiates the technique, Mujin suddenly exclaims that it is too intense. He instructs Hai-dam to reduce the energy output significantly and to avoid direct contact. Instead, he suggests that Hai-dam should merely place his palm near Mujin's hand, akin to how the sun radiates warmth from the sky without direct contact. In response to Mujin's guidance, Hai-dam adjusts his approach, using a two-finger technique of extreme yang energy positioned near Mujin's hand. Observing the resulting heat, Mujin assesses the level of energy being emitted and internally acknowledges that this intensity is ideal for the treatment. Hyun-gong is designated to perform the electrical stimulation treatment, while Hai-dam will take on the role of the shortwave diathermy device, a method intended to provide therapeutic heat. Mujin instructs them to carry out the treatment for 15 minutes, explaining that the heat from the energy touching Hyun Guang's skin will help relieve muscle fatigue and enhance blood circulation. He elaborates that similar to sunlight, the application of a hot light focused on the treatment area can detoxify the muscles and joints beneath the skin, significantly aiding in the recovery process. Skeptical, Haidam questions the effectiveness of this approach, specifically wondering if these techniques can truly improve Grandmaster Hyun Guang's condition. He expresses concern over the differences between Hyun Guang's severe injuries and the successful outcome seen with Monk Biobgang and the children in Arhut Hall. Haidam emphasizes the need for caution and questions how they can trust techniques that are unfamiliar and untested in their current context. Mujin acknowledges Haidam's valid concerns, recognizing the cautious perspective of the monks. He understands that they are understandably wary of relying on methods that he alone advocates. Despite this, Mujin is driven by his expertise and genuine desire to assist them. Drawing on his background from another world, where he was known as Choi Kang-hyuk and worked as a personal trainer, Mujin thinks of his extensive qualifications. He possesses a recognized physical therapist license from Korea and is also certified in rehabilitation massage. His dedication to learning various forms of exercise, including yoga and weight training, along with his knowledge of nutrition, stems from his personal experience of wanting to rehabilitate his own damaged body from the past. Through his rigorous study and practical application, Mujin successfully rehabilitated and strengthened his own physique. Mujin reflects on his journey of acquiring knowledge and skills, recalling the late-night classes he attended in technical colleges to earn his various licenses. He recognizes how young he was at that time, yet his dedication has led him to become well-versed in personal training, nutrition, yoga, Pilates, and rehabilitation techniques, along with expert knowledge in physical therapy. He realizes that he is uniquely positioned to assess and potentially improve Grandmaster Hyun Guang's severely weakened condition, which is considered untreatable in their current era. Mujin expressed his shock at seeing Grandmaster Hyun Guang in a weakened state, noting that his condition is quite serious. However, his commitment as a practitioner of medical techniques compels him to step forward and offer his help, driven by a sincere desire to assist. He openly invites the senior monks to voice any objections they may have about his proposed methods, assuring them that he will seek alternative approaches if they are dissatisfied. The senior monks contemplate their own struggles to help Hyun Guang, acknowledging that despite their best efforts, they have been unable to restore him to his standing position. The possibility of utilizing a completely new treatment method that they have never before considered ignites a glimmer of hope. They recognize that if Mujin's medical techniques hold even a small chance of success for Hyun Guang, it could be worth pursuing. Haidam, who had previously expressed skepticism and concern, finds himself unable to respond after hearing Mujin's earnest intentions. Finally, he asks Mujin if the estimated time frame for noticeable improvement is indeed 1 month. Mujin confirms this in a measured tone. Haidam states that they will adhere to Mujin's instructions for 1 month. However, he adds a caveat. If there is no visible difference in Hyun Guang's condition after that period, they will ensure that Mujin faces consequences for what they perceive as potentially ridiculing their elders. Mujin emphasizes the need for Haidam and Hyun Gong to refine their techniques, specifically increasing the accuracy of the lightning divine palm strike and the extreme yang energy. He requests that they demonstrate the power of their martial arts honed through rigorous training. Haidam, initially skeptical, begins to reconsider Mujin's knowledge, pondering that his insights might indeed hold truth. After 2 hours of intensive practice, both Haidam and Hyun Gong appear exhausted. Recognizing their fatigue, Abbot Hyun Chun instructs Mujin to return and rest, suggesting that he reconvene with them the following day. Mujin agrees, saying his goodbyes as he leaves the temple. Once Mujin departs, Abbot Hyun Chun queries the other monks about their thoughts on the day's training. Hyun Gong reflects on the unexpected difficulty of applying the same force to a specific area, noting that the task of delivering a precise and measured amount of energy is far more taxing than he anticipated. He acknowledges that aside from the treatment aspects, this focused practice will benefit their own martial training. Haidam also expresses surprise, admitting that he had never considered utilizing the lightning divine palm strike and the Rulai divine palm strike in the way Mujin suggested. The monks are coming to appreciate the value of Mujin's proposed methods and how they could enhance their existing practices. Abbot Hyun Chun then elaborates on a deeper philosophical understanding of the martial arts, explaining that most techniques involving extreme yang energy are typically combined with other energy types. He discusses how martial arts can reflect the practitioner's personality, noting that those who wield icy, yin-infused techniques often possess colder dispositions, while users of fiery, Yang techniques tend to exhibit more passionate traits. He emphasizes that Shaolin martial arts harness the power of yang energy to combat evil. Mastering this energy necessitates not only proficiency in fire and metal energies, but also the ability to control them effectively. Specifically, practitioners must develop the patience akin to metal to suppress the volatile nature of fire energy, fostering harmony within their techniques. Crucially, Abbot Hyun-chun points out that Mujin's proposed treatment method aims to transform the huge bursts of strong energy characteristic of traditional martial arts into a continuous weak energy. This shift could bring about a more harmonious and stable application of their skills. Dam reflects on the destructive potential of skilled monks using martial arts, acknowledging that such power can quickly wreak havoc. He shares his surprise at the idea of employing inner energy to enhance their patience, expressing his intent to continue practicing even after returning to his quarters. Hyun-gong agrees, expressing a desire to adopt the new techniques and teach them to other monks once they gain a better understanding of the methods. Abbot Hyun-chun supports this initiative, recognizing its potential benefits, particularly for martial arts that utilize fire energy. With this newfound determination, Dam and Hyun-gong commit to further training, marking a significant advancement toward integrating Mujin's concepts into their martial arts practices. This moment signifies the initial step towards developing electrical stimulation devices and diathermy within the Shaolin Temple, laying the groundwork for innovative healing techniques. The next day, Abbot Hyun-chun visits the vicinity of Hyun-gwang's Pena Pavilion, where he encounters Biob Jian. Upon arrival, Biob Jian expresses gratitude for their visit, but inquires about the purpose of their gathering. Abbot Hyun-chun explains that they have come to see Grandmaster Hyun-gwang, and more importantly, that Mujin might be able to assist in healing him to some extent. Surprised, Biob Jian exclaims that Mujin can accomplish such a feat, inadvertently waking Hyun-gwang. Abbot Hyun-chun then takes the opportunity to inform both Hyun-gwang and Biob Jian about the events in the Arhut Hall and the various contributions Mujin has made thus far. With preparations complete, Mujin states that they are ready to commence the treatment. As Mujin closely examines Grandmaster Hyun-gwang's body, he is taken aback by the extent of the deterioration. He notes the alarming lack of muscle in Hyun-gwang's calves, remarking to himself that the condition is far worse than he initially anticipated. It raises questions about how long Hyun-gwang has been carried around in such a frail state, leading Mujin to wonder about the toll it has taken on his body. Mujin begins to physically assess Hyun-gwang's leg and instructs him to vocalize any pain he feels. As he touches Hyun-gwang, the Grandmaster starts to tremble, indicating he is in significant pain. This reaction flusters Mujin, who reflects on the seemingly stoic nature of Shaolin monks. He recalls similar experiences with monk Biob Gang and contemplates why they suppress their pain rather than express it openly. Determined to proceed, Mujin announces the start of the treatment. He explains that they will first apply a warm, damp towel to Hyun-gwang's body to warm him up, followed by acupressure techniques aimed at relieving tension. Mujin outlines the initial focus on stretching, particularly targeting Hyun-gwang's legs and ankles, which have become contracted over time. He recognizes the fragility of Hyun-gwang's body, likening it to delicate pottery that could easily shatter if not handled with utmost care. Mujin understands that precise control over strength is critical during the treatment, requiring considerable mental fortitude. Despite the challenges, he remains resolute and dedicated, demonstrating remarkable focus for the entire 2-hour session. Those present observe his unwavering commitment, noting his wide-open eyes and unyielding concentration on the task at hand. However, beneath his composed exterior, there is an undercurrent of desperation in Mujin's gaze. This desperation stems from his thoughts of his grandfather, fueling his determination to succeed. He is driven by a deep-seated desire to heal Hyun-gwang and also reflecting a personal commitment that extends beyond professional responsibility. As Hyun-gwang observes Mujin's sad expression, he contemplates the weight of anguish that such a young monk must carry towards such a sorrowful demeanor. This moment highlights Hyun-gwang's sensitivity to the emotional states of others, revealing his wisdom and empathy despite his own dire condition. After some time, Mujin informs Hyun-gong that his part in the treatment has come to an end, signaling the transition to the next phase of care. Hyun-gong acknowledges this and prepares to begin the diathermy and electrical stimulation treatments, which proceed smoothly, adhering to the methods they practiced the night before. Once the treatment concludes, Mujin officially becomes Biob Jian's disciple and moves his belongings from the Arhut Hall to Hyun-gwang's pavilion. As he settles into the new environment, Mujin reflects on his situation with a hint of irony, thinking he had escaped the close quarters and sweat-smelling bald monks, but finds himself sharing a room with others again. He resigns himself to the necessity of staying close to Hyun Gwang for care, despite his initial hopes for a private space. He mentally prepares for the busy day ahead, acknowledging the Grandmaster's severely deteriorated condition, which serves as a poignant reminder of his grandfather's struggles and his longing for him. Mujin's thoughts drift back to his childhood, recalling a tender moment when he was massaging his grandfather's leg, asking if it felt better. His grandfather's warm response, expressing gratitude for Mujin's care and reassuring him that the pain was subsiding, reflects a deep bond between them. Mujin reassures his grandfather during their tender moment, promising to work hard to alleviate his pain. His grandfather expresses pride in Mujin, encouraging him to continue his studies with anticipation for what he will achieve. This hopeful exchange is soon overshadowed by the reality of loss when Mujin's grandfather is hospitalized and subsequently passes away. At the funeral, Mujin is overwhelmed with grief, lamenting his inability to do more than provide support and basic comfort through massages. He expressed deep regret, acknowledging his powerlessness with a heartfelt apology. Years later, as Mujin pursues his ambitions, his grandmother inquires about which university he plans to attend. Mujin, however, reveals that he has no intention of going to college, as he has a different path in mind. He expresses a desire to join the military, specifically the Special Forces, viewing soldiers as admirable figures. He also shares the news that he has passed the civil service examination, promising his grandmother that he will take care of her moving forward. This resolution for grandmother reflects not only his commitment to family, but also an attempt to honor his grandfather's legacy. A poignant moment arises as Mujin's grandmother watches television during a festive season broadcast, which prompts her to call out to Mujin, asking if he will be home. Mujin finds himself unable to return home due to his training commitments, reflecting on his sense of duty to protect his grandmother, vowing to take on his grandfather's role in safeguarding her. However, his world is shattered when he receives the devastating news from a senior officer at his army base. His grandmother has passed away. The sudden loss is compounded by the cold reality of military life, where he is only granted a brief 3-day leave for a funeral, as his superiors remind him that it was merely his grandparent, not his parent. Following the funeral, he is ordered to return to his unit swiftly due to an impending top-secret mission. This lack of understanding and empathy from his superiors leaves Mujin feeling frustrated and alone as he grapples with the grief of losing yet another family member. As Mujin embarks on his mission, the weight of his losses bears heavily on him, and he is consumed by regret, lamenting over the significant effort he had invested. But the result of that was me losing every family member I had. His internal turmoil manifests physically when he injures his foot during the mission, but continues to push through, consumed by thoughts of his failures in caring for his grandparents that I in a moment of distraction. As he takes a step while climbing a steep cliff, he loses his footing and falls. The impact knocks him unconscious, and he finds himself in a dreamlike state where he sees his grandfather and grandmother. In this ethereal reunion, he expresses regret for not being able to care for him sooner and offers a better massage to help him feel better. In Mujin's dream, his grandfather praises his magically healing hands, expressing guilt for not allowing Mujin to rest. As Mujin tries to reassure him, his emotions spill over, and he begins crying, despite denying it. In reality, Biab and Grandmaster Hyun Gwang wake up and overhear Mujin, who, still asleep, expresses his longing for his grandfather. Observing this, Hyun Gwang realizes that Mujin is burdened by a deep emotional debt, likely explaining his intense commitment to helping him. Later, during a treatment session, Hyun Gwang unexpectedly asks Mujin to call him grandfather and treat him casually. The request shocks everyone, especially Mujin, who is confused by the sudden familiarity from someone of such high standing. However, out of respect and obligation, Mujin calling him grandfather, which leads to anger from the senior monks, Haidam and Hyun Gong, who view it as a breach of respect. They reprimand Mujin, but Hyun Gwang defuses the situation by insisting it's fine and even enjoying the informality, saying it's been a long time since he has experienced such a lively atmosphere. Though confused by Hyun Gwang's request, Mujin complies, and the act of calling him grandfather stirs something warm within him. After finishing some tasks, Abbot Hyun Chun noticed Mujin's hair and told him to get a cut. While Mujin's hair isn't excessively long compared to others outside the monastery, it's considered too long for a monk, symbolizing attachment to worldly desires. The abbot apologizes for not giving Mujin time to address this earlier, as he's been preoccupied with training and caring for Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. Abbot Hyun-chun reassures Mujin that the same care will be given to the Grandmaster as the previous day, so he can rest and focus on his own tasks. Mujin is distressed, reflecting on his attachment to his long hair and his failed attempt to find justification for keeping it in the books he was studying. He had hoped to find historical precedents in Buddhism to avoid the haircut, but he finds nothing. He laments the time it took him to grow his hair and struggles with the idea of cutting it, feeling a strong attachment to it. He also recalls asking Abbot Hyun-chun earlier why monks must cut their hair so short. The abbot explained that cutting one's hair symbolizes severing ties with worldly desires, serving as a constant reminder of the monk's dedication to their spiritual path. Mujin continues his internal conflict over cutting his hair. He recalls a conversation with Abbot Hyun-chun, who explained that cutting hair is a symbolic act for monks, following the example set by Buddha Dharma and Buddha Rulai. It serves as a way to sever ties to worldly desires and embrace the teachings of Buddhism, which the abbot praises as a great teaching. However, Mujin is dismissive of this reasoning, internally mocking it as old-fashioned. He reflects that he didn't voluntarily join the Shaolin temple. Instead, he had been reading a novel, fell asleep, and inexplicably woke up in the temple. As he tries to remember how he ended up in this world, he recounts his past life. He went to the hospital, the gym, started a stream, and later read the novel Shaolin Chronicles before falling asleep. His concern about his hair is rooted in a previous diagnosis of telogen effluvium, a condition causing hair loss, which made him particularly sensitive about his appearance. The doctor had warned him to be careful about hair loss, joking that he might struggle to find a girlfriend if he became bald. This adds a personal layer to his reluctance to cut his hair, amplifying his frustration. Mujin feels as though he's desperately trying to avoid the haircut, similar to a soldier looking forward to being discharged from military service. Mujin reflects on Abbot Hyun-chun's teaching that cutting hair symbolizes cutting ties to worldly desires, and he dismisses it as unnecessary. He believes there are other ways to demonstrate detachment from such desires without becoming bald. Inspired by this idea, Mujin devises a plan to create a hairstyle that he thinks will meet the spiritual requirements of the temple while maintaining some of his hair. He is confident that his modern solution will be acceptable. The next day, when he returns for training, everyone is shocked by Mujin's appearance. Abbot Hyun-chun asks why Mujin hasn't cut his hair despite being given a razor and scissors. Mujin insists that he has, explaining that his new hairstyle still symbolizes his commitment to being a monk. He argues that his hairstyle, which includes an engraved swastika symbol representing Buddha, should be enough to signify his dedication. He claims that this creative approach honors Buddha's will and shows a deeper level of understanding. However, the others are perplexed by his unconventional look, with some dismissing it as a hipster thug hairstyle. Abbot Hyun-chun and Biab Jian are left speechless, unsure how to respond to Mujin's interpretation of the teachings. Grandmaster Hyun Guang finds Mujin's unconventional hairstyle amusing and acknowledges that the meaning behind actions is more important than strictly adhering to rules. This lighthearted approval contrasts with the reaction of Hyun Gong, who arrives and becomes furious at Mujin's appearance, criticizing his strange hairstyle. Hyun Gong reminds Mujin that cutting hair is a symbolic act in Buddhism, representing the rejection of worldly desires and commitment to spiritual practice. Mujin defends his hairstyle, saying it reflects his attempt to honor Buddha's teachings and cut ties to worldly desires, even mentioning that Hyun Guang approved of it. Hyun Gong, however, insists that leaving any hair untouched shows that Mujin hasn't fully let go of those desires. Flustered, Mujin argues that Buddha Rulai didn't just cut his hair, but intended to cut away vanity altogether. He provocatively suggests that if the goal is to eliminate the agony of wanting to look good, monks should shave all body hair, including eyebrows and beards. This remark hits close to home, as both Abbot Hyun-chun and Hyun Gong sport beards, making them uneasy and unsure how to respond. Mujin continues to defend his unconventional hairstyle by pointing out that even in the portrait of Buddha Dharma, the founder of the Shaolin Temple, he only shaved the top of his head, leaving the sides and back untouched, and kept his eyebrows, mustache, and beard. Mujin argues that what's important is not the appearance, but the symbolic cutting of ties to worldly desires. Both Abbot Hyun-chun and Hyun Gong are momentarily swayed, realizing that Mujin's observation about Buddha Dharma's hairstyle is accurate. Mujin's hairstyle, with the swastika symbol engraved, is indeed unattractive by worldly standards, supporting his claim that it represents detachment from vanity. Mujin notes that this era does not have styles like the modern mohawk with two blocks that he is referencing. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang finds the situation amusing and challenges Hyun Gong to decide. Although Hyun Gong is reluctant, especially since he doesn't want to cut his own beard, he ultimately allows Mujin to keep his hairstyle as long as it doesn't grow any longer. Mujin accepts the decision respectfully. The next day at dawn training, Mujin's fellow monks and Biob gang are shocked by his new look. When asked about it, Mujin casually explains that the discipline court leader, Hyun Gong, gave him permission, leaving the others surprised. Biob gang is surprised that the discipline court leader, Hyun Gong, allowed Mujin's unconventional hairstyle. While it seems unbelievable, he accepts it and instructs Mujin to join the training. Mujin's fellow monks, particularly the younger ones, see his unique hairstyle as a sign of individuality, and it starts to inspire them, especially those in their rebellious phase or seeking attention. Mugung is particularly interested and asks Mujin how he managed to get approval for such a hairstyle. Mujin, however, doubts Mugung will be able to use the same excuse successfully. Mugung later tries to convince his own in-charge masters that keeping some hair still honors the will of Buddha and demonstrates commitment to Buddhism. However, as Mujin predicted, Mugung's masters, who are strict and passionate, react angrily. Master Haidam immediately orders Biob Y to catch Mugung. Haidam, using extreme yang energy, prepares to shave Mugung's head himself. Mugung's plan to keep his hair quickly falls apart, unlike Mujin's, and he is forced to submit to the rules. Despite this, Mujin's influence begins to take root among the younger monks, with his hairstyle eventually set to impact Shaolin in the future, though that change will happen much later. Mujin continues administering treatment to Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, whose body is in a severely deteriorated state. Each part of Hyun Gwang's body requires attention, but treating everything simultaneously would be overwhelming and counterproductive. To avoid this, Mujin carefully plans the treatment like a workout routine, focusing on different regions of the body on different days. For instance, one day he works on the calves and feet, the next on the thighs, and so on. His treatments are coordinated with the electrical stimulation and diathermy treatments provided by Hyun Gong and Haidam. Despite playing a significant role in Hyun Gwang's recovery, Mujin's primary position in the Shaolin Temple is that of a third-class disciple, not a medical practitioner. Even so, his dedication to both the treatments and his training remains strong. One day, after finishing his work with Biob Jian, Mujin tells the Grandmaster that he's going out to train. Hyun Gwang encourages him to take his time, and Biob Jian reassures Mujin that he will take care of the Grandmaster in his absence. Mujin reflects humorously on the situation, comparing the scene to parents sending their son off to school. As he leaves for training, it reminds him of eating bread on the way out like a typical student. A while later, the leader of the Arhut Hall, Hyun Sung, mentions that the hall has received additional funding, thanks to the abbot. Mujin inquired whether they would be obtaining additional exercise equipment. Hyun Sung explains that the administration hall approved the budget because they recognized and valued Mujin's unique exercising methods. This news fills Mujin with pride, as his once-dismissed methods are now acknowledged and accepted. However, Mujin quickly realizes that this also means he may be expected to teach his methods to others in the Arhut Hall. When he asks if he has to instruct everyone, Hyun Sung reassures him that he will only need to teach the second-class disciples how to use the new equipment, which Mujin finds manageable. Hyun Sung then hands Mujin some papers, prompting Mujin to wonder about their purpose. Hyun Sung asks Mujin to write down the additional equipment and its details on these papers. Mujin enthusiastically agrees, thinking about how the new equipment will allow for even more modern exercises, filling him with excitement. Before concluding their conversation, Mujin has an idea and asks Hyun Sung if he can also include suggestions for additional equipment intended for other areas outside the Arhut Hall. Hyun Sung asks Mujin for clarification about which additional places he is referring to for the new exercise equipment. Mujin explains that he wants to order specialized equipment for Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, which surprises Hyun Sung. Concerned, Hyun Sung points out that Hyun Gwang's health is not yet stable enough for heavy exercises. However, Mujin assures him that the equipment he has in mind will be specifically designed for therapeutic use and will differ significantly from the regular exercise gear. Mujin's idea centers around Pilates, which is commonly perceived in the modern world as an exercise primarily for women to maintain their bodies. However, Mujin recalls that Pilates was originally developed for war prisoners and injured soldiers as a form of rehabilitation, making it ideal for Hyun Gwang's current condition. Recognizing the therapeutic nature of Pilates, Hyun Sung agrees that the administration hall would likely approve the budget for such equipment and instructs Mujin to write it down. Excitedly, Mujin thinks about what Pilates equipment he can specify including foam rollers, resistance bands, spine correctors, and reformers. However, he realizes that materials like rubber, styrofoam, or plastic are scarce in this era, prompting him to brainstorm alternatives. Mujin decides that iron can be used for frames and thick leather can fill in gaps where other materials would typically be used. He acknowledges that the estimated cost for these materials might be high, but he considers that an issue for the administration to handle. After 2 hours of discussing his plans with Hyun-sung, Mujin finishes the meeting and exits the room. His friends, including Muyul, are waiting for him, with Muyul expressing relief that he is finally out of the meeting. Mugung suggesting that the group go eat, and Mu Kyung comments that he is late today. Mujin affectionately teases the younger monks, calling them cute little rascals, and playfully asking Mugung why he is bald. Mugung seems hesitant as he begins to respond, and Mujin reminds him that he previously offered valuable advice on handling a situation, implying that he should have followed it. Mugung is currently training under Monk Hai Dam and admits to feeling a bit suffocated, leading him to sniff, prompting Mujin to encourage him to hang in there. Mujin then shifts his attention to Muyul, asking how his training has been going. Muyul replies that he is doing well, but there's a concern. When pressed by Mujin for more details, Muyul reveals that Monk Haigul often sighs heavily when Muyul starts his training. Mujin begins to suspect that there might be an issue, but Muyul interrupts his thoughts, mentioning that Haigul has been looking for Mujin that day. The narrative then transitions to an earlier scene featuring Monk Haigul, who is feeling frustrated. He reflects on how he brought back what he thought was beneficial, but he finds Muyul's learning process disappointing. Haigul feels exasperated that every time he teaches Muyul something, the boy seems to forget twice as much. He worries that if this continues, the Shaolin 5-punch, a foundational technique, may not be passed on to future generations. Haigul approaches Muyul, who greets him with a bright smile. Haigul, despite his frustration, thinks that Muyul's kindness and good nature make it difficult for him to be harsh with him. He then inquires how Muyul managed to learn martial arts despite being a new addition to Shaolin. Muyul credits Mujin for his help, mentioning that both Mugung and Mu Kyung also provided some assistance in his training. Monk Haigul is taken aback upon realizing that Muyul's mentor is Mujin, the boy who had previously been taken in by Grandmaster Hyungwang. He is impressed that Mujin has been able to teach Muyul, whom he considers to be somewhat slow-witted, to such an extent. Curious about Mujin's teaching methods, Haigul decides to approach him for insights. Haigul then asks Muyul if he would like to accompany him to meet Mujin, to which Muyul eagerly agrees. The scene shifts to the present, where Haigul greets him. Mujin, surprised by Haigul's presence, inquires about the reason for his visit. Haigul informs him that he has business to discuss with both Mujin and Grandmaster Hyungwang, suggesting that they should meet after Mujin finishes his meal. Mujin, feeling puzzled, wonders why Haigul would want to talk to him, as he understands the need to discuss matters with Hyungwang but is unsure of his relevance to the conversation. After their meal, they arrived at Hyungwang's place. Haigul and Mujin find themselves face to face, and Mujin feels a surge of nervousness. Meanwhile, Muyul offers his greetings to Grandmaster Hyungwang, who responds warmly, appreciating the cheerful demeanor of the young monk. Mujin becomes anxious, questioning why Haigul is staring at him in a way that makes him feel uncomfortable, fearing that he might have done something wrong. Grandmaster Hyungwang acknowledges the visit and expresses openness to receiving guests, but he hints that there must be a significant reason for Haigul, who is typically busy, to come all this way to see him. Haigul then clarifies that his visit is indeed to discuss matters concerning Mujin. Grandmaster Hyungwang inquires about it. Haigul leans in closer and reveals that he is struggling to teach Muyul, as the young monk is having difficulty grasping even the basic steps of the Shaolin 5-punch. Haigul hopes to seek Mujin's assistance, as he has heard that Mujin helped Muyul significantly in the past. While this conversation unfolds, Muyul excitedly offering Mujin some ants he has brought with him, asking if he wants to eat one. Mujin declines, maintaining his composure despite the oddity of the offer. Hyungwang then turns his attention to Mujin, asking him to demonstrate how Muyul managed to officially join the Shaolin Temple. Mujin responds affirmatively, calling Hyungwang Grandpa, which surprises Haigul, who is taken aback by their familial term of endearment. Hyungwang asks Mujin if he can duel with Muyul, to which Mujin agrees, stating that they often dueled during their training days. He reassures Muyul that it will be a fun and playful experience, instructing him to enjoy the moment while reminding him that they should go outside for the duel. Haigul is left puzzled by Mujin's suggestion that the duel would be about having fun and playing. He contemplates the meaning behind Mujin's words, unsure of how play can be integrated into training, and questions the appropriateness of such an approach in serious martial arts practice. As Mujin and Muyul step outside, preparing for their sparring match, Haigul remains perplexed by Mujin's earlier comment to have fun and play. Despite the odd phrasing, Haigul resolves to observe closely, hoping to learn something new from Mujin's unconventional approach. The sparring begins with both Mujin and Muyul rushing toward each other, exchanging strikes and saying, "It's been a while, let's have some fun." Their lighthearted energy contrasts sharply with the serious atmosphere surrounding Shaolin martial arts. Grandmaster Hyun Guang reflects on the nature of the Shaolin five-hand strikes, a martial art said to have been created by Dharma, inspired by the movements of five animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. Unlike most Shaolin martial arts, which emphasize patience and penance, the five-hand strikes focus on random, carefree movements, echoing a Taoist philosophy of energy flow. Hyun Guang notes that although this martial art differs significantly from other Shaolin practices, it still aligns with the Buddhist goal of freeing oneself from anguish and worldly attachments. However, the Shaolin five-hand strikes are on the verge of being forgotten, with only Haigul left as its sole practitioner. Haigul bears the responsibility of preserving its legacy. This burden explains Haigul's anxious demeanor. Watching Muyul's unorthodox mannerisms and unusual behavior, Hyun Guang realizes that Haigul is likely wondering if he made the right choice in selecting Muyul as his disciple. The thought that Muyul might be unsuited to carry on this unique martial art weighs heavily on Haigul's mind, as the potential extinction of the Shaolin five-hand strikes hangs in the balance. Hyun Guang calls an end to Mujin and Muyul's sparring match. Both stop immediately, with Mujin smiling and telling Muyul it was nice to play after such a long time. Muyul happily agrees. Hyun Guang then instructs Haigul to take Mujin with him, surprising both Haigul and Mujin. Hyun Guang goes on to ask Haigul to teach Mujin the Shaolin's five-hand strikes, alongside Muyul, trusting Haigul to train them both. While Muyul is excited to train with Mujin, Haigul hesitates, noting that the five-hand strikes are different from other Shaolin martial arts. Hyun Guang reassures Haigul that the training will benefit Mujin as well, emphasizing to Mujin that the true essence of things is more important than their outer appearance. Mujin is left confused by this advice as Hyun Guang and Biob Jian depart. Mujin promises to remember the elder's words. The next day, Mujin arrives at the training ground to begin learning the Shaolin's five-hand strikes. Muyul notes that this is the first time they'll be training together since they learned the muscle-lengthening techniques. Mujin agrees. Meanwhile, Haigul feels uneasy, wondering why he's been tasked with teaching Mujin as well. He muses that he might have just taken on another idiot, struggling to understand Hyun Guang's request to train Mujin in the complex Shaolin five-hand strikes. Mujin reflects on how Haigul must feel overwhelmed, suddenly being asked to teach him in addition to Muyul. He reasons that Grandmaster Hyun Guang likely has a good reason for his decision, given his wisdom and strength. As the lesson begins, Haigul starts by introducing the Shaolin five-hand strikes, specifically focusing on the crane strike, one of the simpler techniques. Haigul asks Biob Hyun, Muyul's master and a practitioner of the Shaolin Five, to demonstrate the technique. Biob Hyun performs fluid, crane-like movements, emphasizing the importance of breath control and the use of the entire body, not just the fists. Mujin notices that Muyul struggles with the movement. Despite Muyul's exceptional physical control, he seems stiff and awkward during the practice. Biob Hyun and Haigul exchange a sigh of frustration, with Haigul asking for Mujin's assistance. Mujin sympathizes, realizing that Muyul's stiffness stems from his inability to seamlessly transition between forms. He observes Muyul's posture and is surprised to see that while Muyul remembers the form itself, he has trouble making his movements continuous and natural. Muyul admits that something feels awkward, either when moving or stopping his body, which confuses Mujin. At this point, Haigul explains why he sought out Mujin. He had heard that Mujin had helped Muyul when they first joined the Shaolin Temple and hoped that Mujin could assist in solving Muyul's current issue. Mujin is deep in thought, trying to understand Muyul's struggle and wondering why Grandmaster Hyun Guang sent him to assist. He recalls a conversation from the previous night where Hyun Guang commented on Mujin's unique martial art, a hybrid martial art that Mujin developed by combining various basic techniques. Hyun Guang praised Mujin's martial skills, but warned that if he continued to develop his martial art in its current form, he would soon reach his physical limits. Mujin's hybrid martial art amplifies energy, putting immense pressure on his body. And while Mujin has built a strong physique to handle this, Hyun Guang predicted that this approach would only work for so long in the world of Murim. Mujin recognizes the truth in Hyun Guang's words, as he doesn't want his progress to stagnate due to physical limitations. He ponders if there's a way to overcome these limits and improve further. At that point, Hyun Guang suggested that Mujin learn the invincible punch, a technique that could help him advance without putting too much strain on his body. Mujin is intrigued and asks more about the invincible punch, wondering if this could be the next step in overcoming his potential limitations and continuing to grow in martial arts. Hyun Guang explains to Mujin that the invincible punch is akin to the fist barrage he has previously learned, with its roots in the Invincible Sutra. He emphasizes that it includes instructions to control powerful strength, and advises Mujin to focus particularly on the third, sixth, and eighth moves of this technique. When he recites the third move, he quotes a poetic reflection on the ephemeral nature of the world. View this fleeting world a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. Mujin is surprised by Hyun Guang's sudden recitation, indicating how deeply the Grandmaster is engaged in the subject. Bang Jian interrupts, calling Hyun Guang's attention back to the discussion, prompting Hyun Guang to summarize that the essence of these moves is crucial for Mujin's understanding. He reiterates his earlier teaching that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. As Mujin reflects on Hyun Guang's words, he realizes that he has heard this wisdom before. He starts to ponder what the true essence of the crane punch might be. Recognizing that the technique mimics the graceful movements of a crane, he suddenly has a revelation. This moment of insight sparks a significant understanding within Mujin, suggesting he is beginning to grasp the deeper meanings behind the martial arts techniques he is learning. When Mujin asked Muyul if he had ever seen a crane, Muyul replied that he hadn't and even wondered if a crane was something edible. This exchange triggered a deeper realization for Mujin. The Shaolin five-hand techniques were modeled after the natural movements of 5 animals, each representing a style where all movements are interconnected. Mujin found it odd that Muyul, despite his impressive flexibility, couldn't follow the technique's flow. This led Mujin to think that Muyul's problem wasn't physical, but a fundamental misunderstanding. Mujin shared his insight with Biob Hyun and Hai Gul, explaining that Muyul's difficulty likely came from trying to imitate a crane's movement without ever having seen one. Biob Hyun, feeling flustered, asked if Muyul was struggling because the movements felt awkward to him, but Mujin clarified, saying it wasn't about Muyul's form. Instead, Mujin noted that the crane strike was derived from the natural movements of an actual crane. Since animals move naturally according to their own forms, humans attempting to mimic them are, at best, imitating through a human perspective. He pointed out that teaching Muyul solely through written manuals wouldn't work, as Muyul was blindly following the motions without understanding their essence. Mujin suggested that Muyul needed to internalize the idea of flowing naturally, moving as his own body dictated, rather than rigidly imitating a crane he'd never seen. His insight left Biob Hyun and Hai Gul surprised, and Mujin asserted that Muyul needed help to grasp this basic concept, so he could let his body lead him into the form intuitively rather than mechanically copying it. Biob Hyun questioned if they should let Muyul move according to his natural instincts. Mujin confirmed, explaining that Muyul couldn't learn the crane strike by following rigid forms or manuals. He needed the freedom to interpret the movements on his own. Both Biob Hyun and Hai Gul were surprised by this suggestion, doubting if Muyul could manage it alone. At that moment, Hai Gul realized the purpose behind Grandmaster Hyun Guang sending Mujin. Mujin's open-minded approach contrasted with their own adherence to structure. Reflecting on this, Hai Gul recognized how he had lost sight of the true essence of the free-spirited Shaolin five-hand techniques, becoming too focused on rigid forms instead of the art's fluid nature. Agreeing with Mujin's idea, Hai Gul decided that they should teach Muyul by exposing him to the movements of a real crane, so he suggested to Biob Hyun, "Let's show him a crane right away." Biob Hyun mentioned there was a nearby crane habitat, but wondered how they would bring a crane back. The next day, Mujin arrived at the training ground after finishing a late treatment session with Grandmaster Hyun Guang, only to find the area empty. Confused, he called out for Muyul and monk Hai Gul, thinking it might not be a training day. As he moved further inside, Mujin heard Hai Gul's voice instructing Muyul. Nervous about what might be happening, he cautiously approached. He overheard Hai Gul asking Muyul if he knew what he was looking at. Curious, Muyul asked what it was, and Hai Gul directed his attention to a bird in front of him. Noting Muyul's interest, Hai Gul continued, "Take a good look at this bird, Muyul." Both Hai Gul and Biob Hyun then pointed at the bird and said, "This is known as a crane." Muyul was thrilled by the crane demonstration, exclaiming that cranes were the best. Biob Hyun and Hai Gul immediately got into a stance, saying, "This is one of the Shaolin five-hand techniques, inspired by the crane's movement, the crane strike." Mule, captivated, declared the crane strike as the best. At that moment, Mujin arrived stated, "So that's today's training." Muyul greeted him, and both Hyun and Haigul shot annoyed looks at Mujin while maintaining their poses, sternly calling his name. Fascinated by their stance, Muyul excitedly pointed it out to Mujin, who hesitated but eventually joined them in the crane strike pose. Muyul, overjoyed, said, "Whoa, that's so cool. The Shaolin five-hand techniques are the best." Starting that day, Muyul spent the next 15 days closely observing the crane's appearance, movements, and behaviors. When Mujin asked Haigul where they found the crane, Haigul casually replied that they had caught it. The masters taught and did the movements of the crane and the crane strike together with Muyul. After practicing various movements, Hyun, drenched in sweat, turned to Muyul and asked if he was able to follow along. Meanwhile, Muyul focused intently on the crane's movements, which sparked an interesting development. Unlike the traditional crane strike taught by Haigul and Hyun, Muyul's version was unique. He closely observed the crane and adapted its movements to fit his own body. With his extraordinary flexibility and animalistic instincts, Muyul moved beyond the typical human range, mimicking the crane's motions in a fluid, natural way that resembled a real animal's movements. This approach allowed him to harmonize with the crane's movements more efficiently than his masters had anticipated. Both Haigul and Hyun were surprised by Muyul's progress, as they had struggled to teach him the crane strike, but he was learning faster by simply observing the crane. However, since Muyul's movements were newly developed, they lacked full refinement and strength. Haigul, seeing this, gave him specific corrections, advising him to adjust his arm movement and step back a little more for greater accuracy. He emphasized the importance of continuity between moves, a core principle of the Shaolin five-hand techniques, assuring Muyul that, although his style was slightly different from the traditional teachings, it would still guide him on the right path. Muyul, eager to improve, agreed to continue learning from his masters, responding with a confident, "Yes, sir." Mujin, pleased with Muyul's progress, decided it was time for him to leave. He removed the training belt given to him by Haigul and announced to both Hyun and Haigul that he felt his role was complete. Hyun, surprised by Mujin's decision, asked if he planned to stop coming the next day, and Mujin confirmed that he would. Haigul acknowledged that Mujin had accomplished what he came for, which meant his departure was now appropriate. Mujin expressed his gratitude, bowing and thanking them for their teachings. Haigul then instructed Muyul to see Mujin off, which Muyul agreed to do. As they left, Hyun voiced some concerns about letting Mujin go so easily. However, Haigul reassured him, explaining that what Mujin came to learn wasn't the crane strike itself. Mujin concluded that further training would be pointless for him, realizing that from the start, what he was attempting to learn wasn't the crane strike. He had already developed his own martial arts before officially joining the Shaolin Temple. The real challenge he faced now was integrating his new Shaolin techniques smoothly and steadily with his existing style. When he saw Haigul guiding Muyul in perfecting the crane strike, Mujin gained a clearer understanding of how to achieve this integration. He considered starting with his fist barrage and integrating the invincible punch, then transitioning into the Guanyin strike and Arhut palm strike. This approach would allow him to enhance the power of his strikes while reducing recoil. He recalled his grandfather's advice that the true essence of a technique is more important than its outward appearance. For Mujin, the focus wasn't on replicating something like the crane strike, but on achieving continuity between his movements and effectively blending different martial arts styles. While the Shaolin five-hand techniques were based on the forms of crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon, Mujin felt that the tiger and dragon models were not his concern, as they would be handled by Muyul's masters. In the end, Mujin's main priority was creating his own martial system, independent of the traditional forms. Mujin briefly entertains the idea that, given the Murim world's fantastical nature, dragons might exist, which could make the concept of the dragon's form feasible. As for the tiger, Mujin believes that Muyul's masters will likely figure out a way to handle that particular animal's form. Haigul told Hyun that he would head back first, and asked him to let Muyul know to go home and rest if he arrived. Hyun agreed, and in that moment, both Haigul and Mujin realized something unexpected. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as Grandmaster Hyun Guang had planned. Mujin, feeling a mix of awe and nervousness, wondered if his grandfather had foreseen all these events from the start. Similarly, Haigul was struck by the idea that Hyun Guang had anticipated not only the situation, but also that Mujin would understand the lesson he was meant to learn. Both were left in awe, marveling at Hyun Guang's incredible insight and foresight. As Mujin returns to his room, he reflects on the progress of his grandfather's treatment. It's been a month since he started, and while his grandfather no longer suffers pain from simple movements, he hasn't fully recovered. Mujin is confident that his condition can improve further, but hesitates, considering whether he should use a more intense treatment. He realizes, however, that special circumstances demand bold actions and concludes that he must take the risk, muttering to himself that it's the only option left. Meanwhile, as Hyun Gong and Hai Dam head towards the abbot's quarters, they discuss Mujin's dedication to the treatments. Hyun Gong wonders aloud when Grandmaster Hyun Guang will fully recover, to which Hai Dam responds that the Grandmaster already seems more cheerful than before. Hyun Gong teases Hai Dam, reminding him of his earlier comment about making Mujin pay if there were no improvements within a month. Embarrassed, Hai Dam admits that he only said that as a way to motivate Mujin. Hyun Gong urges Hai Dam to hurry, so they won't be late. Meanwhile, at Hyun Guang's place, Mujin is preparing to start a treatment section when Abbot Hyun Chun arrives, curious about why he was called. Mujin, focused on Hyun Guang, asks the abbot to wait a moment until he's finished. To the abbot's surprise, Hyun Guang, with a bit of support from Mujin, manages to move from lying down to sitting up. Hyun Guang, amused, asks if Mujin is working on his back since he did his legs the previous day. Abbot Hyun Chun, shocked by this progress, anxiously asks if it's safe for him to move so much. Hyun Guang chuckles, noting that he feels much better than before, even though he's only moving a bit. Abbot Hyun Chun reflects on the remarkable progress in Hyun Guang's health, recalling how even slight movement once left him breathless and in pain. His body, nearly lifeless, was unable to move without severe discomfort. Yet now, with some support, he managed to sit up on his own. Later, in a nearby room, Hai Dam and Hyun Gong arrive, shocked by the abbot's confirmation of the treatment's effectiveness. Hyun Gong asks if the treatments are genuinely working, and Hai Dam also inquired in surprise if Mujin provided some support. Hyun Guang was able to sit up mostly by himself. Abbot Hyun Chun acknowledges the results, noting the visible improvements within a month, just as Mujin had predicted. Hai Dam, still surprised, admits he was skeptical of using unfamiliar techniques, yet the treatment is indeed proving effective. Outside the door, Mujin arrives and, feeling nervous, overhears their conversation. Hyun Gong suggests that, since they were summoned right after Hyun Guang's treatment, they should ask Mujin for further details once he arrives, and Hai Dam agrees. The older monks have quickly gained trust in Mujin due to the visible improvements in Hyun Guang's health, but Mujin himself isn't fully satisfied with the progress. He thinks that the real challenge begins now. His goal is to help Hyun Guang regain enough strength to walk independently. Mujin has been guiding Hyun Guang's treatment and rehabilitation, helping him practice sitting up to strengthen his abdomen and supporting him as he stands and takes a few steps, similar to physical therapy for a recovering patient. Although Hyun Guang's joints and ligaments have partially healed, his years of immobility have led to severe muscle atrophy. Mujin realizes that without building up his muscles, further treatment would be ineffective, like filling a pot with a hole at the bottom. To prevent potential joint issues from re-emerging, Mujin knows it's critical to help Hyun Guang regain muscle strength swiftly. Realizing an important point about Hyun Guang's treatment, Mujin enters the room and announces that he needs to discuss his grandfather's progress. Abbot Hyun Chun, Hai Dam, and Hyun Guang, who had seen positive signs in Hyun Guang's health, express concern, asking if there's an issue despite his improvement. Mujin explains that while Hyun Guang's recovery is progressing, a complication has arisen in the next phase of his treatment. Mujin clarifies that although Hyun Guang is gradually regaining strength, his joint cartilage has deteriorated significantly due to age. Ideally, the solution would be to build muscle around the joints to support the cartilage. However, in Hyun Guang's current weakened state, any excessive movement intended to strengthen his muscles could risk placing too much pressure on his joints, potentially leading to injury. Abbot Hyun Chun, trusting Mujin's skill, encourages him to share his solution openly, while Hai Dam praises Mujin's competence and assures him they will listen without doubt. As they press him for an answer, Mujin finally states that his grandfather must eat meat to recover properly. This response shocks the monks, darkening their expressions as they look at Mujin in anger, as eating meat goes against Shaolin principles. The need for meat in building muscle remains controversial, as many argue that a healthy, muscular body can be maintained on a vegetarian diet. When he was Choi Kang-hyuk, Mujin studied exercise science and learned that muscle growth on a vegetarian diet is possible, but requires complex dietary planning. A key factor is the body's ability to absorb proteins. Animal-based proteins tend to be more easily absorbed. Given Hyun Gwang's age and limited ability to eat, meat-based proteins would be more effective for his recovery. However, in the Shaolin Temple, a respected institution with a 1,000-year history, eating meat is strictly forbidden. Haidam and Hyun Gong, unable to contain their anger, unleash their energy-infused voices, shouting at Mujin for his impudence and suggesting meat consumption within the Shaolin Temple. The intensity of their inner energy causes Mujin physical discomfort, forcing him to cover his ears and think, unsurprised, that their reaction is even stronger than expected. Abbot Hyun Chun, remaining calm, asks why Mujin insists that meat is necessary for muscle gain, pointing out that Mujin himself achieved a muscular physique without eating meat. Nervously recalling that he did consume meat during his intensive training days, Mujin explains to the abbot that while he did gain strength without it, beans and mushrooms are still just substitutes and cannot fully compare to the nutritional effects of eating meat. Abbot Hyun Chun suggests that Hyun Gwang could simply consume high-quality beans and mushrooms. Mujin responds that his grandfather's situation is different. While Mujin and monk Biab Gang are young and resilient, Hyun Gwang doesn't have the luxury of time for slower recovery. Mujin then questions the reason behind Shaolin's prohibition on meat, stating that it's intended for monks to practice penance, to overcome earthly desires like the craving for meat. He explains that he willingly gave up meat for this purpose, but argues that such atonement holds no value for someone whose body urgently needs nourishment. Determined to convince them, Mujin reflects that failing to persuade the monks could mean Hyun Gwang's death, a loss he's unwilling to face again. With resolve, Mujin challenges them by shouting that, by denying the necessary nourishment, they would be contradicting the Buddhist law of no killing. Hearing Mujin's challenge, Hyun Gong becomes enraged, his energy manifesting as vines sprouting from his bald head. He moves toward Mujin, preparing to strike with an electric attack, accusing Mujin of becoming arrogant by relying on Hyun Gwang's coattails and daring to speak of Buddhist laws in front of him. As Hyun Gong attempts to grab Mujin, Abbot Hyun Chun intervenes, placing a hand on Hyun Gong's shoulder and calmly instructing him to calm down. With a simple touch, Abbot Hyun Chun disperses Hyun Gong's immense energy, leaving Mujin in awe of the abbot's power. Abbot Hyun Chun acknowledges that Mujin's point has merit, but questions whether meat is truly the only solution to Hyun Gwang's recovery. He asks why Mujin insists that meat is necessary for muscle growth. Mujin realizes he could easily explain his reasoning using modern concepts like proteins and super recovery theory, but knows these monks would not understand such terms. Determined to persuade them, he prepares to explain his position in a way they can grasp. Mujin, aiming to explain his point more clearly, compares the concept of reincarnation not just to death, but to the cyclical nature of life itself. He explains that everything in the world is in a constant state of reincarnation. Rain falls from the sky, nourishes the earth, and eventually returns to the sky. Similarly, the bodies of animals and humans go through cycles of birth and death. To grow and replenish the human body, Mujin argues a certain amount of meat must be consumed. He asserts that just as death and rebirth are natural laws, eating both vegetables and meat is also part of this natural order. Mujin emphasizes that while harming life for pleasure can be sinful, consuming meat for survival is not a sin. He stresses that humans, being animals themselves, are part of nature's cycle, and it's natural for them to eat the meat of other creatures to sustain themselves and grow. Using simple analogies, Mujin tries to persuade the monks, carefully explaining his reasoning in a way they can understand. After a brief silence, Abbot Hyun Chun acknowledges that Mujin's argument has some merit, but points out that there is no concrete evidence to support it, so they cannot break the long-standing laws of the Shaolin Temple. As Mujin begins to explain further, Abbot Hyun Chun stops him and emphasizes that they cannot turn a blind eye to Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, who sacrificed his life to protect the temple. Moved by his thoughts on Hyun Gwang, Abbot Hyun Chun then turns to Hyun Gong and declares that they will change the temple's laws. He announces that, under the authority of the abbot's sacred emerald jade Buddhist staff, they will make an exception to allow the consumption of meat for those who are ill and need it for treatment. This declaration shocks both Haidam and Hyun Gong, leaving them speechless in surprise. Meanwhile, Mujin, relieved and happy, thinks to himself that this change will allow him to save Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. Abbot Hyun-chun explains that there is a way for Grandmaster Hyun-guang to eat meat without breaking the Shaolin Temple's rules. He would have to eat the meat and then face punishment for it. When Mujin nervously asks what kind of punishment this would entail, the abbot states that Hyun-guang must face the wall for a month. He then asks Mujin, who has previously undergone a 7-day wall facing, if he is willing to accept such a long punishment. After a brief moment of silence, Mujin, undeterred, confidently says that he will gladly accept the punishment. Haidam and Hyun-gong look nervously at the abbot, questioning whether this is truly the decision. Abbot Hyun-chun reassures them, stating that this isn't a matter of whether it should be done, but rather the necessity of it for Grandmaster Hyun-guang's recovery. He then concludes the meeting. The next day, Abbot Hyun-chun explains the decision to Grandmaster Hyun-guang at his abode. Grandmaster Hyun-guang expresses his understanding of the events that took place the previous night. Abbot Hyun-chun, explaining his reasoning, admits that he is now willing to take a risk on Mujin for the sake of the Shaolin Temple's future. He reflects on the temple's past, considering that their strict adherence to tradition may have been a contributing factor to the stagnation of the Shaolin Temple over the past 1,000 years. While the temple has maintained its reputation as a great martial institution, it has lost its former title as the strongest in the world. The abbot believes that, due to his own limitations, the temple has declined under his leadership, and he feels responsible for this loss of glory. Hyun-guang, however, cautions that change is not always beneficial. Abbot Hyun-chun acknowledges this, but insists that he has chosen Mujin because he believes Mujin will bring positive change to the temple. He expresses a desire to trust in Mujin's potential for reform. At this point, Abbot Hyun-chun calls for Mujin to enter, and Mujin, who had been waiting outside, responds affirmatively, stepping into the room. Mujin enters the room carrying a bowl of soup, which Hyun-guang immediately recognizes as containing meat. The porridge has a small amount of meat, considering Hyun-guang has not eaten any for decades. Initially, Hyun-guang hesitates to eat, but after reflecting on the efforts of Abbot Hyun-chun and the risk Mujin took to challenge the temple's rules, he decides to eat. The mixture of regret and resolve fills his heart, and after offering a prayer over the food, he eats meat for the first time in many years. Meanwhile, Mujin spends 7 days teaching Biobjian the treatment process, focusing on the methods that don't involve the electrical and heat treatments, which are handled by Hyun-gong and Haidam. By the time Biobjian has memorized everything, Hyun-guang is able to eat boiled meat without difficulty. Thanks to Mujin's treatments and the restorative properties of the meat, Hyun-guang begins to show significant improvement in his condition. On the day of his promised wall-facing punishment, Mujin reflects on how he really didn't want to return to the cave, the place where he was previously forced to do his punishment. He resigned himself to the fact that he must follow the higher-ups' orders. While he had planned to focus on training, hunting, and eating meat as he had in the past, he finds himself confused and flustered about why he's back in this situation. As he stands at the entrance to the cave, Abbot Hyun-chun, who is behind him, instructs him to go inside. The reason for Hyun-chun's presence is revealed. Earlier during the meeting, the abbot had decided to accept the punishment alongside Mujin, stating that this wasn't just a matter of whether it was right or wrong, but that he would take responsibility and accept the same punishment imposed on Mujin by the discipline court. Hyun-gong asks Abbot Hyun-chun if he is really going to take the wall-facing punishment alongside Mujin. Hyun-chun confirms that he will, stating that it's for the sake of changing one of the rules. In the present, as Mujin faces the wall, he reflects on the situation and feels trapped. He thinks to himself that he's screwed because the abbot has already settled into a lotus position and is chanting Buddhist scriptures, making it hard for Mujin to move or even shift his toes. Mujin wonders if it's even allowed to speak during wall-facing punishment, and notices that the scriptures Hyun-chun is chanting seem off. Mujin eventually realizes that the abbot is intentionally mixing up the chants. Mujin realizes that the incantations Abbot Hyun-chun is chanting are not random, but are connected to the martial arts techniques he's learned. He notices the pattern. Each incantation corresponds to a specific move in his martial arts training. Hyun-chun begins chanting different sutras in sequence, like the Diamond Sutra, Lotus Sutra, and Buddhavatamsaka Sutra, and Mujin starts to recognize the martial steps hidden within these chants. As he focuses more, he imagines how the martial arts techniques flow with each chant, connecting the words to specific movements in his mind. When Hyun-chun chants a flickering lamp, a phantom, Mujin associates it with the first move of the chain punch, a straight punch. The incantation and a dream follows, prompting Mujin to further delve into his image training, visualizing how the movements tie together. Mujin considers the next move in the swift whirlwind sweep, planning to raise his right leg for a kick. However, something feels off, so he decides to insert the step from the invincible punch to fix it. He spends the next 30 minutes mentally interpreting the incantations as steps and training in his mind. As he trains mentally, the intensity grows, and Mujin finds himself struggling to hold back the desire to physically practice what he's imagining. Despite being in the middle of a wall-facing punishment, Mujin begins to peek at Abbot Hyun-chun, who is still chanting. Mujin wonders if he can get up and practice without breaking the rules, but he notices something strange. Abbot Hyun-chun's chanting has taken on a rhythmic flow, which makes Mujin think it could be intentional. With a sense of urgency, Mujin decides to take a risk, thinking he has nothing to lose, and attempts to get up from the lotus position, prepared to gamble on the chance that this might be an opportunity for action. As Mujin stands up to practice, he quickly realizes that Abbot Hyun-chun is aware of his movements, but continues chanting without interruption, confirming that Hyun-chun intentionally set up this opportunity for Mujin to train. Following the rhythm of Hyun-chun's chanting, Mujin practices his martial arts steps, beginning with the chain punch straight punch, followed by the 21st move of the invincible punch, and ending with the swift whirlwind sweep. The rhythmic chanting makes it easier for Mujin to follow through the steps, but he grows curious as to why Hyun-chun continues to chant the same incantation instead of switching to something else. Mujin wonders if he's doing something wrong, sensing a subtle change in Hyun-chun's tone that signals his mistakes. As the training continues, Mujin notices a pattern. Whenever he performs a step correctly, Hyun-chun chants calmly or uses a low-tone cough, but when he makes a mistake, Hyun-chun dry coughs or raises his tone. Through this communication, Mujin begins to align his movements with the rhythm of the chanting, refining his technique over time. This secret training session goes on until sunset. Despite the successful training session, Mujin is left wondering why Hyun-chun is helping him. Hyun-chun, on the other hand, reflects on the time he's dedicated to treating Grandmaster Hyun-gwang and realizes that it has taken a significant chunk of his own training time. He decides that Mujin should use this time to make up for the training he's missed, ensuring that he won't lose any more time in his development. After some time, Abbot Hyun-chun coughed loudly, signaling the arrival of a Shaolin disciple who brought grain balls and water. The disciple placed the food down and left, and both Hyun-chun and Mujin remained in their lotus positions, continuing their wall-facing training. Mujin, who had been practicing martial arts, was sweating heavily and thought to himself that he almost got caught training. He wasn't expecting someone to come in unnoticed. Fortunately, the abbot's dry cough warned him in time. Now he is certain he's deliberately trying to train him. Feeling the urge to stretch his limits, Mujin stood up and decided he could no longer stay in the cave. He moved toward the exit, and as he left the cave, Abbot Hyun-chun, unaware of Mujin's true intentions, reflected on his decision, thinking, it seems like Mujin is eager to train. He understands how he feels. The cave is too cramped for him to train properly. I'll let him go out and train. However, Hyun-chun did not realize that Mujin was not leaving the cave to practice his martial arts, but instead to seek out protein. At that moment, Biob Jian, observing Hyun-gwang's condition, remarked, Grandmaster, I didn't notice it at first because I was so focused on your treatment, but you've really changed. Hyun-gwang's body, which had been weak and frail, began to show significant improvement after incorporating meat into his diet. Following Mujin's suggestion, his muscles, which had been virtually non-existent, started to develop, and with this newfound strength, he was able to move on his own without needing Biob Jian's assistance. As Biob Jian prepared to leave to get lunch, a junior monk arrived and informed him, it's time. Biob Jian left to prepare the meal, while Hyun-gwang's expression grew solemn. Reflecting on his own past decisions, Hyun-gwang thought, this all happened because of his stubbornness. He only realized the truth after all this time. He began to move on his own, pondering the abbot's earlier words. The abbot blamed himself for adhering too rigidly to tradition, even saying that the Shaolin temple would have been different if I had become the abbot. He didn't agree with him before, but now he understands his guilt. It's because, in many ways, he is just like him. As Hyun-gwang arrived at the hill above the main Shaolin building, he reflected deeply on his past choices, muttering to himself in regret. He realized how foolish he had been in the past, particularly in his attitude toward his own condition and the traditions of the Shaolin temple. He admitted to himself that his inability to move without assistance had made him blind to the importance of flexibility and adaptation in life. Now, as he had recovered enough to stand on his own, he found clarity in his thoughts. Hyun-gwang began questioning the value of adhering so strictly to the temple's traditions, even at the cost of his own well-being. He remembered the time when the special task force of the demonic cult had invaded, leaving him physically crippled and unable to walk. In the aftermath, he had constantly assured others and himself that he was fine, even though deep inside, he had already given in to despair. Despite his vast knowledge of martial arts and scriptures, he recognized that his heart had become hardened, unable to fully embrace the teachings he had once held dear. His shattered energy core, which prevented him from gathering energy, had been a constant reminder of his limitations. Hyun Guang now understood that he had been stubborn, clinging to outdated notions of honor and tradition. With this realization, he began to see the futility of his previous mindset. Even if everything around him were to disappear, the memories and lessons he had learned would remain within him. He reflected on the philosophical concept of form and emptiness, recognizing that things exist in both tangible and intangible forms, and that the true essence of life transcends mere physical presence. Hyun Guang, now sitting in a lotus position atop the hill, began chanting deeply, reflecting on the enlightenment he had just achieved. He understood that everything in the world, including feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness, was interconnected, and he decided to integrate this new awareness with his previous knowledge. His meditation led him to the realization of ultimate enlightenment, recognizing the vast energies flowing through the world. As he embraced this profound understanding, he acknowledged the limitations of his body to contain such immense energy, but at the same time, he felt an awakening within himself. Meanwhile, Hyun Gong, walking through the hallway, suddenly sensed a familiar energy. Intrigued by its intensity, he rushed toward it using a mobility art, muttering to himself, "That's definitely Grandmaster Hyun Guang's energy, but something's different. What's with that unfamiliar flow?" Upon arriving at the hill, he saw Hyun Guang enveloped by his own powerful energy as he meditated. Stopping below the hill, Hyun Gong, along with other students who had gathered to watch, was shocked by the sight. As Mujin observed Hyun Guang more closely, he grew increasingly concerned, wondering if the Grandmaster was in the process of achieving perfect enlightenment, as his energy seemed to be bursting like an explosion. Hyun Guang's energy surged powerfully into the sky, creating a brilliant beam of light that pierced through the clouds, causing the rain to cease. The sunlight broke through, illuminating the surroundings in a warm, merciful glow. The students of Shaolin, witnessing this remarkable phenomenon, began to murmur amongst themselves in awe. "The rain has stopped. That light, that energy, I'm certain of it, that's Grandmaster Hyun Guang's energy." Even those who were not familiar with energy could feel the overwhelming presence. The energy was so intense that it hurt to look at, yet it was also soothing and filled with warmth, radiating a sense of peace and enlightenment rather than fear. It was a divine and otherworldly sight. The realization settled upon them. Hyun Guang had achieved nirvana. The Shaolin disciples, filled with deep respect, get into respective pose and chanted a reverent mantra, acknowledging the sacred moment of enlightenment. Gone, gone beyond, gone completely beyond enlightenment. Hail. Form has emptiness, while emptiness also has form. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Hyun Gong nervously approached and, with trembling voice, asked, "Grandmaster, has he finally achieved enlightenment?" Hyun Guang chuckled and explains that what he had previously understood in his mind has now been fully realized in his heart. Hyun Gong, still processing the gravity of this realization, questions why Hyun Guang hasn't attained Buddhahood despite reaching nirvana. Hyun Guang responds calmly, acknowledging his attainment of nirvana, but revealing that his path is not yet complete because there are unresolved matters. He credits his achievement to Mujin. Hyun Guang then inquires about Mujin's current situation, revealing concern over his absence. Hyun Gong nervously informs him that Mujin has been enduring wall-facing punishment, along with the abbot for the past 18 days. Hyun Guang reacts with visible displeasure, expressing discontent with the punishment and directing his anger toward the students around him. His strong reaction surprises Hyun Gong and the other Shaolin disciples present. Soon after, a junior disciple rushes to the cave where the abbot and Mujin are still undergoing punishment, urgently calling for them to end the punishment and return. Abbot Hyun Chun opens his eyes and calmly reminds the junior monk that there are still 10 days remaining in their sentence. The junior monk, however, delivers unexpected news. Both Abbot Hyun Chun and Mujin have been ordered to return immediately. Abbot Hyun Chun, taken aback and incredulous, questions how such a thing could happen during their punishment, expressing disbelief at the notion of someone daring to interrupt it. The junior monk, however, calmly explains that the order to cease the punishment comes directly from Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. This revelation shocks both the abbot and Mujin. Abbot Hyun Chun, still in disbelief, asks for clarification, unable to understand why Grandmaster Hyun Gwang would give such an order. Mujin, equally confused, speculates that something might have happened to Grandpa. Hyun Gong questions Grandmaster Hyun Gwang about why he is eating a certain food, to which Hyun Gwang responds with a lighthearted chuckle, assuring Hyun Gong that he can hear perfectly well without him raising his voice. Hyun Gwang then explains that he is trying the food because he heard it is beneficial for the body and notes that it was Hyun Gong who had changed the rules to help strengthen his weak body. Hyun Gong, a bit puzzled, asks whether someone aiming for nirvana really needs to focus on strengthening their physical body. Hyun Gwang, amused, teasingly implies that Hyun Gong disapproves of him eating the food, prompting Hyun Gong to quickly deny it, clarifying that's not his concern. At this point, Abbot Hyun Chun and Mujin, guided by the junior monk, arrived outside the room. However, Hyun Gwang continued by remarking with a hint of sarcasm that the reason he locked away Mujin in the cold cave must be due to his efforts in saving him. Before Hyun Gong can respond, the junior monk announces their arrival, and Hyun Gwang warmly welcomes them. Mujin notices a calm atmosphere and observes that his grandpa, Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, seems to be in good spirits. Relieved, Mujin comments to Abbot Hyun Chun that their hasty return seemed unnecessary, and it appears they were overreacting. However, Abbot Hyun Chun, though reassured by the atmosphere, still wonders what exactly is going on. As Mujin opens the door, both he and Abbot Hyun Chun are taken aback by the strong smell of meat inside. Hyun Gwang, in a lighthearted mood, remarks that he never imagined he would experience such worldly pleasures and jokingly expresses that he doesn't think he will easily abandon all of this enjoyment to attain Buddhahood. He directs the comment to Hyun Gong, calling him the disciplined court leader. Hyun Gong, clearly uncomfortable with the remark, chooses not to respond further and turns to leave. Hyun Gwang, still in a relaxed and slightly playful mood, thanks him for understanding and then turns his attention to Mujin, inviting him to come in. Mujin and Abbot Hyun Chun, still stunned by the sight of Hyun Gwang eating meat, are visibly shocked by the unexpected behavior. Mujin, unable to hold back his confusion, asks his grandpa what is happening. Hyun Gwang responds calmly, explaining that he is strengthening his body. Mujin, irritated by his grandfather Hyun Gwang's smug expression, thinks to himself how annoying that look is. He turns to the disciplined court leader, Hyun Gong, seeking an explanation. Hyun Gong, avoiding eye contact with both Mujin and Abbot Hyun Chun, explains that it was Grandmaster Hyun Gwang who insisted on eating all the food. He himself hadn't touched any of it. Hyun Gwang then defends both Mujin and Abbot, explaining that despite his inactivity, he already feels the benefits of eating meat. He emphasizes that neither Mujin nor Abbot Hyun Chun has done anything wrong and states that this is why he summoned them back. He couldn't bear to leave those who had helped him confined in a cave. Abbot Hyun Chun, still cautious, seeks confirmation and asks if that's truly the case. Hyun Gwang affirms it, saying everything is fine now that they've returned. He then directs Mujin to resume his training and invites the abbot to stay and chat, adding that Hyun Gong has no interest in speaking with him. Abbot Hyun Chun, however, politely declines, citing his mounting workload and suggesting that Mujin remain instead. Before he can finish, Mujin quickly excuses himself, and Abbot Hyun Chun, surprised, asks where he's off to. Eventually, Mujin learns the full story behind the situation from Biob Jian. Mujin was stunned, muttering to himself that Hyun Gwang had been so close to reaching nirvana but was derailed by his attachment to the taste of meat. He decided to let go of his thoughts for the time being, realizing not everything that happened was negative. Biob Jian then informed him that he'd brought the equipment Mujin had requested from the Arhood Hall leader, which Mujin was pleased to hear. As they arrived at the training grounds, Biob Jian confirmed that Mujin could start strength training there. Mujin was surprised to see monks training with dumbbells and various exercise equipment, marveling that such a scene was unfolding in the Shaolin temple of this era. Just before leaving, Biob Jian mentioned some equipment they weren't sure how to use, asking Mujin to teach the others. Excited, Mujin agreed, his enthusiasm growing as he examined the training gear. He thought, this isn't quite like the gym I used to have, but it's great, it brings back memories. A place to work with iron and sweat to build up strength. Mujin's focus is interrupted when he overhears Muyul asking Mugung for guidance on using a piece of equipment. Mugung suggests they wait for Mujin to arrive, prompting Mujin to approach and greet them. Noticing that Mu Kyung is absent, Mujin asks if he's training elsewhere. Mugung explains that Mu Kyung found the training difficult and is likely practicing on his own. Muyul, seeing Mujin, teasingly asks if he's finally out of jail. Mujin, brushing off the comment, responds, "Don't call it jail." Noticing a piece of equipment, Mugung asks Mujin if it's also meant for exercise and how to use it. Mujin recognizes the item as a tire and, with a bit of humor, corrects himself by calling it a rubber wheel. Preparing to demonstrate, Mujin explains that the exercise involves lifting one side of the wheel and flipping it repeatedly. He mentally draws a parallel to the modern tire flip exercise, feeling a sense of accomplishment at incorporating an innovative training method using the temple's limited resources. Mujin, after testing the weight of the rubber wheel, estimated it to be around 150 kilograms. He explained to Mugung that using this for exercise would train not only the lower body, but the entire body, helping with strength distribution. Offering Mugung a turn, Mujin asked if he wanted to try it out. Mugung, feeling challenged, asked if Mujin thought he couldn't handle it. Mujin warned, jokingly, that he would strike his head 10 times if he used inner energy, to which Mugung insisted he wouldn't cheat. At that moment, Muyul interrupted, calling for Mujin's attention with a question. Before Mujin could explain, Muyul suddenly started running, leaving Mujin puzzled, who asked what he was doing. Muyul replied that he was playing around with the equipment, testing if he could use it in this way. Mujin watched in surprise as Muyul easily jumped onto a bar 3 meters high and began maneuvering around it with impressive flexibility. Mujin thought to himself that Muyul's movements were very agile, almost monkey-like. Reflecting on this unique style, he wondered if monkey might be a natural addition to the Shaolin techniques alongside the crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon styles. Muyul asked Mujin if he was using the bar correctly. Mujin replied that Muyul's approach was fine, then mused to himself that even if this type of movement didn't currently exist, Muyul might eventually create it. Mujin noted there was a variety of equipment beyond just bars and the rubber wheel, equipment often used in CrossFit rather than traditional gyms. This setup was ideal, as it allowed him to train strength, flexibility, and coordination without overdeveloping his muscles, which could hinder martial arts performance. Mujin was excited about becoming a martial master and discovering the ending to this novel journey he was part of. Mujin's path at the Shaolin Temple was progressing, but he was aiming for more than just physical prowess. He was cultivating a balanced strength that served his martial arts. Later, as evening approached, he returned to Hyun Guang and suggested incorporating the new equipment into his treatment routine. Hyun Guang, noticing the new equipment Mujin had brought, asked if it was the same gear he'd requested from the Arhut Hall leader. Mujin confirmed, introducing it as the reform roller, explaining that in modern times it's known as a foam roller used for stretching muscles. He demonstrated how it could be rolled under various body parts, such as the scapula, thighs, and calves, to release tension and improve flexibility. Mujin warned that Hyun Guang would likely feel some pain initially due to muscle stiffness, but assured him that regular use would make his body feel lighter. Hyun Guang, using the roller, grew serious and expressed his intent to introduce it to the other Shaolin disciples. He realized they could avoid many unnecessary hardships by using tools like this in their training. Mujin was initially confused, thinking that Hyun Guang's actions might make him seem like an apostate for disagreeing with Shaolin teachings. However, Hyun Guang shifted the conversation and asked about Mujin's martial arts progress. Mujin confirmed that his training was going well. Hyun Guang remarked that Mujin's energy had become more stable and settled since their last meeting. Mujin reflected on the training in the cave with the abbot and credited the progress to all the effort and contemplation he'd put into his practice. Hyun Guang, after observing him silently, pulled something from his pocket, a map and a letter, which he had prepared in anticipation of this moment. Mujin, surprised, asked about the letter. Hyun Guang explained that it was related to his previous training in the five-hand techniques, where he learned the importance of continuity and the merging of different moves. Hyun Guang, with a chuckle, remarked that the pace of Mujin's training would benefit him greatly. However, Mujin couldn't help but feel uneasy, wondering if Hyun Guang's personality had changed since they last met, especially given his unsettling smile. He humorously pondered whether the change could be due to his consumption of meat. Hyun Guang, seemingly aware of Mujin's thoughts, teased that Mujin would understand after experiencing things for himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Haiguan, the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, who was drinking while observing Mu Kyung. Haiguan chastised Mu Kyung, saying he wouldn't be able to catch even a fly at his current rate. Mu Kyung, tired and lying on the ground, weakly suggested they take things a bit easier. Haiguan firmly rejected the idea, accusing him of slacking off. Mu Kyung, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that Hai Guan wasn't in a position to lecture about slacking. Hyun Guang, chuckling, anticipated that Mujin would arrive shortly. Through intense training, Mujin had managed to stabilize his inner energy to a greater degree than before. After receiving a letter from Hyun Guang, he headed towards his next training location, the Demon Extermination Squad. Although Mujin had been dedicated to all his previous training, he felt a sense of nervousness about this next stage. Mujin reflected on the fact that the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, Hai Guan, was likely the one in charge of the training. From the entrance test, Mujin had already sensed that Hai Guan was no ordinary individual. He wondered what kind of person he truly was. Earlier, at the Demon Extermination Squad's headquarters, the students were engaged in a tense training session, some of them visibly exhausted. Hai Guan, however, was demanding more effort from them. He urged the students to put more spirit into their movements, warning that if they didn't step up their game, he might eat all of them while smiling maniacally. With that, the students charged at him, and Hai Guan, throwing a bottle into the air, began dodging and countering their attacks, urging them to be more original with their approaches. Hai Guan, demonstrating his incredible agility and skill, leaped into the air and struck one of his incoming students with his stick. As the student was distracted by the strike, Mu Kyung seized the opportunity to approach Hai Guan from behind, thinking that he could land an attack. However, just as Mu Kyung was about to strike, Hai Guan surprised him by dodging the attack with a quick sitting motion, leaving Mu Kyung shocked. Without missing a beat, Hai Guan launched a powerful thrust at Mu Kyung's neck, hitting him and causing him pain. He then continued his assault, delivering several more precise thrusts with his stick, knocking back the other students who were still standing. The students crashed to the ground, piling on top of one another. Afterward, Hai Guan effortlessly caught the bottle he had thrown into the air and, while pointing his stick at the fallen students, mockingly declared that he would boil all of them and eat them up. As he was laughing at his students, Mu Kyung approached him from behind and prepared his 18 Dharma strikes. Mu Kyung launched the attack, but to his surprise, Hai Guan performed a perfect backflip to dodge it, commenting that it was all he needed to do to avoid the strike. As he landed, Hai Guan quickly charged at Mu Kyung, launching a brutal series of attacks. Mu Kyung, overwhelmed by the force and precision of Hai Guan's strikes, collapsed to the ground in intense pain. Hai Guan observed Mu Kyung, commenting on how he had failed to control his anger once again, warning that depending on his actions, he might eat him up. Just as he spoke, one of Hai Guan's subordinates approached with a letter from Mujin. Hai Guan, smiling, turned to greet the news, saying, "Mujin is here." Mujin, entering the scene, greeted Hai Guan respectfully, introducing himself as a third-class disciple. Hai Guan held back a laugh at first, but then burst into laughter as he pointed at Mujin's hairstyle, asking, "What's with that hair?" Mujin, somewhat expecting this reaction, mentally noted it had been a while since someone commented on his hair. Hai Guan then asked his subordinate if the discipline court leader had approved of Mujin's hairstyle, to which Mujin replied that it was allowed, at least for now. The subordinate handed over the letter, and as Hai Guan read it, he commented that the higher-ups had tasked him with helping Mujin train after his time in the cave. He noted that Mujin was supposed to undergo a month of wall-facing punishment, but had apparently completed it far sooner than expected. Finally, Hai Guan asked if Mujin knew the contents of the letter, to which Mujin responded that he had not read it yet. Hai Guan explains to Mujin that the letter he received instructed him to train in his own unique way. Mujin, feeling a bit nervous, looks at the other students lying on the ground and asks if their current condition reflects the training style Hai Guan is referring to. Mu Kyung, one of the students on the ground, greets him and welcomes him to the training. Hai Guan, laughing, confirms that his training is designed to closely mimic real combat through sparring. He emphasizes that the Demon Extermination Squad, which they are a part of, deals with ruthless individuals who show no remorse, making their battles life or death. He warns Mujin that if he does not take the training seriously, he will die. No exceptions, not even for someone as important as Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Mujin expresses his willingness to engage in the training, but before he can continue, Hai Guan suddenly swings his stick at him. Mujin narrowly avoids the blow by bending backward. Hai Guan laughs and tells Mujin that there's no need for further words, as the sparring has already begun. As the fight intensifies, Hai Guan continues his swift and relentless attacks. While dodging, Mujin asks how Hai Guan can start the sparring so suddenly, to which Hai Guan retorts, "Do you think the enemy will wait for you?" Mujin, now determined, decides to attack seriously and throws a punch infused with his energy. However, Hai Guan expertly dodges and counters, landing a punch on Mujin while remarking, "You've got fierce power and speed, but that's not good enough." After feeling the tremor in his hand from punching Mujin's face, Hyun-Gwang asked, "Has you learned Iron Guard?" He observed that Mujin had managed to briefly protect his face using this defensive technique, which piqued his interest. Mujin, feeling confident, launched a series of attacks, each one executed with precision. However, Haiguan effortlessly dodged every move. He noted, "On closer look, you're mixing various martial arts. To think you can use the moves of the invincible punch like this. The continuity of your moves isn't bad." Despite this compliment, Haiguan quickly countered by throwing dirt into Mujin's eyes, taunting him, "But it's not smooth enough for real combat." Mujin, irritated by the sudden dirty tactic, shouted, "Throwing sand at me? That's cheating." Haiguan responded sharply, reminding him that in real combat, enemies would use even more ruthless tactics to defeat him. He admonished Mujin, asking if he would complain about cheating every time and suggested that he would be a coward to act like that. To emphasize his point, Haiguan struck Mujin on the head with his stick. As the sparring continued, Haiguan observed Mujin's progress and, in a moment of amusement, found himself distracted by Mujin's peculiar hairstyle. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how the disciplined court leader had accepted such an interesting look. Haiguan then mused about what he might do with Mu Kyung's hair once it grew longer, revealing his playful side, as he enjoyed teasing others with their hair, though he would never alter his own. After an intense 4-hour training session, Haiguan reflected on Mujin's remarkable perseverance. Throughout the grueling practice, Haiguan had attacked Mujin relentlessly, exploiting any gaps in his martial skills and using underhanded tactics. Yet Mujin remained resilient, never complaining. In fact, Mujin's weaknesses became less apparent as the session wore on, showing an admirable improvement. Impressed by Mujin's resilience, Hyun-Gwang enjoyed the training and remarked, "This will be fun, though women typically don't like such persistence." Despite the exhaustion, Mujin smiled and responded humorously, "I guess you're popular then," before collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Haiguan, satisfied with the session, called for a 15-minute break. As Mujin rested near Mu Kyung, he teasingly asked, "Mu Kyung, how long are you going to act like you're fainted?" Mu Kyung, who had been pretending to be unconscious, was caught off guard and asked, "How did you know?" Mujin, grinning, responded, "Of course I would. You welcomed me earlier." Mu Kyung then confessed that he had been waiting for Haiguan to let his guard down before making his move. Mujin, reflecting on his intense training with Haiguan, became frustrated with the fact that despite all his hard work, he couldn't land a single hit. He realized that his one-sided beatings weren't just a result of Haiguan's superior skill, but also his own lack of experience in actual combat. Although he had been training tirelessly, focusing on image training and trying to understand the continuity of different martial arts, he now saw that his biggest flaw was his lack of practical combat experience. Determined to improve, Mujin turned to Mu Kyung and said, "Let's come up with a plan." Mu Kyung, curious, asked what kind of plan Mujin had in mind. Mujin replied confidently, "What else? He asked us to act like cowards, didn't he? I have a good idea." Meanwhile, Haiguan's subordinate entered the scene, announcing that the administration hall leader had arrived. Haiguan inquired about the reason for the visit. His subordinate explained that the hall leader had come to discuss the distribution of funds within the Shaolin temple. Haiguan, slightly annoyed, responded that all they needed was food and his liquor, questioning why the hall leader had to come all the way to discuss something so trivial. The subordinate then mentioned that the hall leader wasn't alone. This piqued Haiguan's curiosity, and he asked who else had come. Meanwhile, Mujin, determined to land a hit on Haiguan, stood up despite his earlier exhaustion and told Mu Kyung that no matter what, he would make sure they could land a blow on the drunk monk. He was confident that, regardless of Haiguan's strength, the monk would eventually show an opening. Mu Kyung asked how they would create such an opening, but Mujin revealed that he already had a secret plan. He instructed Mu Kyung to simply punch Haiguan when Mujin charged at him, leaving the details of the plan to himself. Mu Kyung frowned with doubt as he turned to Mujin, voicing his skepticism. That he doesn't know what Mujin's secret plan is, but he doesn't think it'll work on someone as monstrously strong as him. Mujin, however, remained unfazed. With a smirk of confidence, he reassured Mu Kyung, saying that it'll work, so trust him. If Haiguan still has even a shred of gratitude left, it will definitely work. Mu Kyung's confusion deepened as he pressed further, clearly struggling to comprehend Mujin's mysterious strategy. Meanwhile, Haiguan remained unaware of Mujin's plan. Curious about the commotion, he asked his subordinates, who did the administration hall leader bring with him to make him cause such a fuss? Before the subordinate could respond, A calm and unexpected voice interrupted them from behind. Startled, Hai Guan and his subordinate immediately spun around to find the source of the voice. Hyun Guang. The Grandmaster entered the training ground with a faint smile, his presence serene yet commanding. Addressing Hai Guan directly, Hyun Guang inquired, is there a problem with him visiting? He doesn't believe he is forbidden from being here. Or have he been forgotten after so long? Not that it bothers him much, but it's a little disheartening, Hai Guan. However, Hai Guan froze in place, utterly stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, he is standing up on his own? The sight before him, the once ailing Hyun Guang, now standing tall and composed, was almost incomprehensible. It shattered his assumptions, shaking him to his core. Without hesitation, Hai Guan rushed toward him, while saying greeting to Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Seeing how Hai Guan shows respect to Grandmaster Hyun Guang, an act so unprecedented that it shocks his subordinate to the core. The subordinate, unable to contain his astonishment, murmurs aloud, comparing this display of respect to Hai Guan's refusal to bow even to the abbot. This reaction underscores how extraordinary and impactful the moment truly is. From a distance, Mujin observes the exchange with a knowing smirk, his composed demeanor revealing a sense of satisfaction. His internal monologue reveals that he had anticipated this reaction from Hai Guan, reinforcing his belief in the unfolding plan. Mujin's confidence grows as he turns to his companion, Mu Kyung, and informs him with quiet certainty that it's starting. Mu Kyung blinked, still uncertain, asked, is that the secret plan? Mujin confirmed with a resolute tone. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself that he could relate to that feeling better than anyone. His thoughts drifted back to a significant memory with Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who had once made an unexpected announcement, that Mujin is going to train with the Demon Extermination Squad. At the time, Mujin had been taken aback and alarmed by the news. The mention of the squad had immediately brought to mind its leader, Monk Hai Guan, a figure Mujin had encountered briefly during the entrance test. The image of the leader remained vivid. Monk Hai Guan had appeared powerful and dangerous, leaving a lasting impression on Mujin. Hyun Guang chuckled in response, explaining that Monk Hai Guan only appeared intimidating because of his work, but in reality, he wasn't a bad person. To Hyun Guang, Hai Guan was like a little puppy. He added, almost humorously, that it was probably time to pay Hai Guan a visit. Curious, Mujin asked if his grandfather knew Hai Guan well. Hyun Guang replied that Hai Guan used to follow him everywhere and had once claimed Hyun Guang saved his life, though Hyun Guang didn't recall doing anything significant to warrant such deep gratitude. In the present, Mujin dashed toward Monk Hai Guan, reflecting on this memory. He thought to himself that he didn't care how childish Hai Guan may have been in the past because, at this moment, Hai Guan was rushing to his grandmaster, just like Mujin had as a child. Mujin vividly recalled running to his grandfather, shouting excitedly about catching a rhinoceros beetle. Now, Hai Guan sprinted toward Hyun Guang with excitement. He exclaimed, Grandmaster, you've finally recovered. Watching this, Mujin thought back to his own excitement as a child, but noted that Hai Guan's enthusiasm left him vulnerable. Seizing this opening, Mujin prepared to act. As Monk Hai Guan neared Hyun Guang, Mujin and Mu Kyung launched a surprise attack from behind. Hai Guan, taken aback, turned to see Mujin on his right, preparing a combination of chain punch and an invincible punch, while Mu Kyung stood on his left, readying his 18 Dharma strikes. Mu Kyung, smirking, teased, doesn't he tell them to act cowardly, then now take a punch from them? As both of them launched their attacks at Hai Guan. However, to their shock, Hai Guan effortlessly blocked both of their attacks. Both Mujin and Mu Kyung were stunned. They cursed to themselves, and frustrated that their attack had been blocked. They realized the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad was much stronger than they had anticipated. However, Hai Guan's expression darkened when he noticed that his wine jar had been shattered during the scuffle. With sarcasm, he remarked that was such a good ambush. He is truly moved. In the blink of an eye, he moved behind them, grabbed their heads, and slammed them forcefully into the ground. With a stern tone, he declared, but that won't ever work, not in 100 years. After the confrontation, Hai Guan stepped away from Mujin and Mu Kyung, instructing them that they don't get lazy just because he is not around. Keep sparring with one another. Both of them groaned, but obediently agreed. Later, as Hyun Guang and Hai Guan sat a short distance away from the training ground, Hyun Guang expressed concern about Hai Guan's harshness, stating they're still children. Doesn't he think he's being too hard on them? Hai Guan, wincing as he pressed the wounds from Mujin's attack, responded with a stern tone. He argued that if he went easy on them, they would only regret it later when they faced real danger. He explained that they couldn't predict when war might come, and that they needed to be battle-ready. If he didn't push them now, they would become lazy, and by the time they realized the consequences, it would be too late. Haiguan fondly remembered his childhood and recalled a moment when he proudly told Hyun Guang, Grandmaster, he worked hard and became a third-class disciple. Hyun Guang smiled warmly, stating, "You've finally become an official disciple here, Haiguan?" To which Haiguan eagerly affirmed that. With a gentle pat on his head, Hyun Guang praised him, saying, "I knew you could do it. Keep growing, and one day, become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple." Haiguan reflected on the grueling training he had endured, hoping to become strong enough to contribute. However, his dreams were interrupted by the day of the demonic cult's invasion. Surrounded by cult members who taunted him with, "Does he think he can run away, rat?" Haiguan found himself on the brink of being attacked. Just then, Hyun Guang arrived, saving him and many others. But in the process, Hyun Guang's energy core was destroyed, leaving him crippled. Haiguan's resolve was solidified on the day of the demonic cult's invasion. The trauma of witnessing Hyun Guang's injury and the cult's cruelty fueled his vow to never forgive them. He swore to kill them all with his own hands, a determination that led him down the path of demon extermination, a path he followed without regret. In the present, Hyun Guang noticed Haiguan's somber expression and asked, "Is he all right?" Haiguan, somewhat confused, responded, "What does he mean?" Hyun Guang clarified, "Just with everything." Haiguan smiled faintly, answering, "Is life's bearable?" Hyun Guang then pointed toward Mujin and asked, "Could he look after that child from time to time?" Haiguan suggested that it might be better if Hyun Guang taught him instead, but quickly realized Mujin was still too young for that. As he observed Hyun Guang's immense aura, Haiguan thought his level. He can't even begin to fathom it. Before he could reflect further, Hyun Guang interrupted, asking that aside, "Haiguan, can he have a drink?" Haiguan initially responds eagerly to Hyun Guang's request for liquor. However, upon remembering that monks are forbidden from drinking, he becomes alarmed and asks if Hyun Guang truly wants alcohol. Hyun Guang, with a playful tone, references a previous time when Haiguan had said it's a water inside this jar during a test. Haiguan, still uneasy, hands over the liquor jar, insisting that this time it's real alcohol. Despite Haiguan's concerns, Hyun Guang drinks from the jar without hesitation, leaving Haiguan shocked. He asks if Hyun Guang is okay, and Hyun Guang, seemingly unaffected, smiles and describes the liquor as delicious water, to which Haiguan feels relieved, thinking Hyun Guang has recovered. Then Hyun Guang offers Haiguan a drink, and Haiguan, now comfortable, gladly accepts. Meanwhile, Mujin and Mu Kyung are sparring in the training ground, engage in a physical display, while Hyun Guang and Haiguan enjoy a quiet moment, pouring drinks for each other. The atmosphere is calm and serene, almost like a beautifully composed painting, though this tranquility is unusual for the typically disciplined Shaolin Temple. The peaceful scene is disrupted when Hyun Myung, the administrator of Shaolin, sitting beside them, visibly troubled. He reflects on the temple's financial struggles, worrying that the budget is too tight to provide enough food for the disciples during the upcoming winter. Worse yet, he fears they may not be able to accept new monks the following year. Looking at Mujin and Mu Kyung, he silently blames them, thinking that their actions are contributing to the temple's financial difficulties. After Mujin and Mu Kyung finish their sparring session, Mu Kyung compliments Mujin, saying he's gotten much stronger, to which Mujin responds by acknowledging Mu Kyung's own strength. Mu Kyung credits his improvement to his hard training since joining the Demon Extermination Squad. Mujin agrees, noting that the intense training, which feels like real combat, would naturally lead to increased strength. As the two continue talking, Mujin noticed Hyun Myung and immediately became aware that something was off. Observing the Administration Hall leader's troubled expression, he thought, the expression of the Administration Hall leader doesn't look good. Did something bad happen? Mujin quickly deduced that the sigh Hyun Myung had let out, coupled with his gloomy demeanor, indicated trouble. As the hall leader in charge of budgets, his mood clearly reflected a problem. Drawing from his past experience managing several gyms in his previous life as Choi Kang-hyuk, Mujin recognized the signs of financial or operational distress and understood exactly what Hyun Myung was going through. Mu Kyung, noticing Mujin's change in expression, asks what's going on. The Shaolin Temple is in financial difficulty right now. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, one of the reputable great martial groups, of the 10 great martial groups, was also known as the North Star of Mount Tai. They've lived a life cut off from the secular world while focusing on meditation and training. However, no matter how cut off they are, it can't be helped when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. They receive donations from believers and funds given by the outer sect groups. That was how they had been able to somehow manage their current lifestyle. That is, until a few problems appeared. The scene shifted to a Shaolin disciple who dropped a coin, prompting another monk to scold him that he needed to pick it up before they lose it. Even a single coin is important to the administration hall right now. The disciple knelt to retrieve the coin, muttering he knows their financial situation isn't great, but to think they did be this desperate over one coin. Another monk, observing Mujin cleaning nearby, pointed at him and explained, "It's because of that kid." A fellow monk, confused, asked, "Is he saying it's all Mujin's fault?" The monk responded, "Well, there are other complications, but what he said isn't entirely wrong." The monk went on to explain the situation. It all began when Mujin saved Mu Kyung from being bullied by outer sect disciples. In retaliation, the temple punished the wrongdoers severely, destroying their energy cores and ending their ability to practice martial arts. This included members of the Seobul escort establishment who had been extorting people for money. As a result, they were forced to return everything they had taken. However, this caused trouble. Other outer sect groups began to feel uneasy. They thought, if the temple shut down the Seobul escort establishment so easily, what if they are next? Fearing for their own positions, many of these groups left the temple and joined other martial groups, cutting off their donations. As a result, nearly half of the outer sect groups abandoned the temple, worsening its financial situation. The temple's financial strain was further exacerbated by the additional expenses for specialized equipment, including yoga and Pilates gear for Hyun Guang's rehabilitation, as well as specialized training tools for Mujin's unique methods. These costs fell squarely on the administration hall, and many began to view Mujin as the demon that devours money. Mujin, observing the situation, reflected he'd get it. They probably don't have a good impression of him now, but it's thanks to him that the other disciples are seeing better results, and Grandpa's health has improved. They're being too harsh. Mujin then thought about his daily routine, that he has been fulfilling his duties as a third-class disciple, just like Grandpa and Master Biabjian wanted. He trained his stamina, studied scriptures at dawn, practiced martial arts, cleaned the temple, and welcomed visiting guests. He couldn't help but feel like he had been demoted to a regular grunt, recalling his past life as a medic. As Mujin was reflecting on his routine, a fellow disciple approached him and asked, "Mujin, is he done with cleaning?" Mujin replied, "Yes, he finished it." The monk checked the time and said, "It's almost 1 p.m. Let's go receive the visiting guests." Mujin agreed, but as they walked, he thought to himself, even though H is doing the same trivial tasks as the other third-class disciples, Grandpa probably set this up so he could spend more time with his peers. At the gate, the Shaolin monks warmly greeted their guests, guided them along the paths, and thanked them for visiting the temple. Mujin, assisting for the first time, commented to a fellow disciple, "Receiving visitors isn't as hard as he thought." The other monk agreed. Mujin reflected that it was similar to how he used to welcome gym members in his past life. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a labored breath. Looking down the long staircase leading to the gate, he spotted an elderly woman struggling to climb the steps. Turning to his fellow disciple, Mujin said that he is head down for a moment. The fellow monk asked, "What's going on down there?" Mujin replied, "Someone needs help," and descended the stairs. He approached the elderly woman, who was clearly out of breath, and greeted her. The woman looked up at him and smiled, replying, "Hello, young monk." Noticing her fatigue, Mujin stated she seems quite tired. "What brings her all the way here?" The woman explained that she came to pay her respects to Buddha. Realizing she was heading to the Mahavira Hall, Mujin offered, allow him to carry her there. When the woman initially declines his offer to carry her, she thanks him, saying there's no need for him to trouble himself. Despite her polite refusal, Mujin, displaying determination and care, insists that it's no trouble. He reassures her by mentioning his physical training, subtly emphasizing that he is strong enough to help her. As Mujin carries the woman on his back up a set of stairs, he remains humble and reassures her once more, telling her not to be so formal with him and reminding her that he is just a child monk. His statement surprises the woman, leading her to ask if he is not a teenager. For Mujin, the act of helping the woman is not motivated by any sense of moral obligation or ethical duty. Instead, it comes naturally to him, driven by an ingrained respect for the elderly. This respect was cultivated through his past life as Choi Kang-hyuk, where he was raised by his grandparents. Their care and guidance have shaped his instinctive nurturing behavior, which he now applies in his life as a monk. The respect and care he offers the elderly woman are akin to the way he feels about Hyungwang. After the woman finishes her prayers at the Mahavira Hall, she expresses her gratitude for Mujin's help, thanking him before preparing to leave. Mujin, still focused on her well-being, asks if she has any other plans for the day. The woman stops and turns to look at him. The scene unfolds in Hunan Province, specifically in Dangfeng County, where the Heavenly Merchants, one of the most powerful merchant factions affiliated with the Shaolin Temple, reside. The Heavenly Merchants Manor is a grand structure, filled with luxury and opulence. At the heart of this wealth is Ryu Jiguang, the leader of the Heavenly Merchants and one of the 5 wealthiest merchants in the world, who is currently facing a mounting crisis. Inside his office, Ryu Jiguang is overwhelmed by a series of reports. His frustration grows as he slams his hand on the table, angry at the actions of a rival faction from Sichuan. He accuses them of scheming against him, which has caused significant problems, particularly concerning suspicious activities at his business's countryside branches. This ongoing issue is adding to the stress of managing such a vast empire. In an attempt to alleviate some of the pressure, he wonders whether he should recruit more people for his elite group, the Azure Gold Squad, to deal with the complications. Despite this, he realizes that simply reviewing the reports is exhausting, and he feels the need for a break. Just as Ryu Jiguang is contemplating his next move, a servant enters to announce the return of his mother, Yun Gehe. Upon hearing this, Ryu Jiguang is surprised and somewhat frustrated, asking whether his mother had gone out again. The servant confirms that she had, and specifically mentions that she returned on an 8-man palanquin. Immediately, Ryu Jiguang leaves his office to meet his mother. Upon finding her, he asks if she had visited the Shaolin Temple again, which seems to be a regular activity of hers. Yun Gehe greets her son with a smile, appearing somewhat nonchalant and expressing that she wasn't expecting him because he is so busy these days. Ryu Jiguang expresses deep concern for his mother, Yun Gehe, who has not been feeling well. He earnestly implores her to take care of herself and questions how she could have traveled such a distance while unwell. His tone is filled with worry as he genuinely cares for her well-being. Yun Gehe, who is revealed to be the elderly woman that Mujin helped earlier, reassures her son with a chuckle, telling him not to worry about her on this occasion. She reveals that she received treatment at the Shaolin Temple, which piques Ryu Jiguang's curiosity. When he inquires further, she describes the treatment she received, explaining that a monk performed a procedure she referred to as a massage. The monk rubbed her back, pressed on her knees, and rotated her feet at extraordinary angles. Yun Gehe is impressed by the treatment, claiming it was far more effective than any acupuncture or tonic she had previously tried. Ryu Jiguang remains skeptical, doubting that such a treatment could have been so impactful. However, as he observes his mother, he notices visible improvement in her condition. Her overall health seems better, and even the chronic trembling in her leg has diminished, leading him to reconsider his earlier doubts. Yun Gehe then mentions that the monk who performed the treatment was a remarkable child monk. Intrigued by the monk's skill, Ryu Jiguang decides he must meet him in person and insists that he will accompany his mother to the Shaolin Temple the following day. Back at the Shaolin Temple, Mujin sits alone in a quiet room, reflecting on the events of the day. Despite having helped the elderly woman earlier, he feels an uneasy tension, but not because she reminded him of his grandmother or because of her wealth. The source of his discomfort stems from something he noticed on the palanquin that the woman left on. The words written on it clearly stated Heavenly Merchants, a name that carries significant weight. Mujin's mind races as he recalls the reputation of the Heavenly Merchants. In his previous knowledge of another universe, referred to as Ga Kyung's universe, the Heavenly Merchants were one of the 5 wealthiest and most powerful factions in the unorthodox world. They were also known as a villainous organization that had clashed with the protagonist in a series called Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. The fact that this name appeared now, in this context, raises a troubling question for Mujin. Could this truly be the same Heavenly Merchants he remembers? The next day, Mujin continues his duties as a third-class disciple at the Shaolin Temple. At the gate, he encounters Ryu Jiguang and Yun Gehe, who have arrived as guests. With a polite bow, Mujin introduces himself, offering a humble greeting and expressing gratitude for their visit. Yun Gehe responds with a warm smile, commenting to her son, Ryu Jiguang, on how charming she finds Mujin. Ryu Jiguang acknowledges Mujin's words and mentions that he has heard about the treatment Mujin gave his mother the previous day. Mujin quickly downplays it, clarifying that it wasn't a formal treatment, but rather a simple act of spending time with her. He then greets Yun Gehe, teasing her about her return. Young-gi laughs and explains that she came back to offer prayers again and to receive another massage, which Mujin corrects with a smile, informing her that the term is actually massage. As they walk toward the prayer site, Young-gi, continuing the light-hearted conversation, suggests that if Mujin weren't a monk, she would introduce him to her granddaughter. She catches herself and apologizes for rambling, but Mujin responds kindly, expressing that he would love for her to visit often so they could offer prayers and recite scriptures together. Young-gi beams at his response, calling him a sweet boy. Ryu Jiguang watches the exchange between his mother and Mujin with a sense of resignation. He notes that his mother is far more affectionate with Mujin than with her own grandchildren, but he inwardly accepts it, prioritizing his mother's happiness over any concerns about her behavior. While walking with Ryu Jiguang and Young-gi, Mujin discreetly glances at Ryu Jiguang, recognizing him as the leader of the Heavenly Merchants, a powerful and influential group in the unorthodox world. Although Ryu Jiguang is still the current leader, Mujin wonders if this is the same person he remembers from a previous universe, as he associates the Heavenly Merchants with criminal activities such as illegal drug trade and human trafficking. Despite these dark associations, Mujin recalls that the Heavenly Merchants also had ties to unorthodox forces, and he considers the possibility that the organization had not yet fallen fully into corruption at this point in time. He resolves to observe Ryu Jiguang more closely to understand how the Heavenly Merchants became involved in darker dealings. As Mujin continues his observations, Ryu Jiguang notices him staring and, feeling puzzled, asks if there is something on his face. Mujin quickly denies this and instead comments on Ryu Jiguang's posture, remarking that he seems like someone who spends a lot of time sitting down. This observation catches Ryu Jiguang off guard, as he wonders how Mujin could know this. Ryu Jiguang admits that he does indeed spend much of his time seated, reading letters, and mentions that it has been a while since he last climbed a mountain, implying that his lifestyle has made him physically sedentary. Mujin, continuing to observe Ryu Jiguang, notes that his posture shows signs of someone who has been sitting for long periods, with a crooked pelvis and slightly hunched back. He concludes that Ryu Jiguang's physical condition reflects the consequences of prolonged office work. Inspired by the idea of helping him, Mujin proposes that Ryu Jiguang receive the same treatment as his mother, suggesting that it might benefit him as well. Ryu Jiguang, intrigued, raises an eyebrow and expresses curiosity about the treatment, agreeing to give it a try to see how effective it is. Mujin, smiling, invites him to follow him, revealing that another person will be receiving treatment alongside his mother, indicating that Mujin has planned this encounter intentionally. Mujin's internal thoughts reveal his strategy. By keeping Ryu Jiguang close and offering to help him, he hopes to gain further insight into the leader of the Heavenly Merchants and, ultimately, learn more about their descent into corruption. Later, at Hyun Guang's residence, Biob Jian greets Mujin, Ryu Jiguang, and Young-gi at the door with surprise, questioning what they are doing there and who the visitors are. Mujin explains that his guests have come to offer prayers and are not feeling well. He suggests that they could all receive treatment together, asking his grandfather, Hyun Guang, if the treatments for Ryu Jiguang and Young-gi could be done alongside his own. Hyun Guang agrees without hesitation, expressing his willingness to accommodate Mujin's request. Mujin then takes charge of the situation, telling his grandfather and Young-gi that he will handle their treatments while asking Master Biob Jian to assist Ryu Jiguang. Biob Jian agrees, and Mujin turns his attention to Ryu Jiguang, explaining his treatment method. He clarifies that while he called it an acupressure technique for Young-gi, the treatment is actually a muscle lengthening technique. He uses special tools that provide targeted stimulation by rolling across the body. Mujin then shifts to Hyun Guang and explains that today's treatment will focus on tendon reformation. He demonstrates how to use the tools, instructing his grandfather to place one foot on a specific spot, lock the other in position, and push backward while holding a handle. Hyun Guang, though unfamiliar with the tool, follows the instructions carefully and immediately begins to feel the stimulation, confirming the technique's effectiveness. Next, Mujin moves on to Young-gi, telling her he will assist her with a spine corrector, a tool designed to align the spine and strengthen the core muscles. Young-gi responds with a smile, expressing her trust in Mujin and indicating that she is counting on him. Mujin instructs Young-gi on how to position herself for treatment, asking her to sit slowly on a block and then lie down, ensuring her buttocks are placed where the block is hollow. Young-gi follows his instructions and comments that it seems quite simple. Mujin encourages her to relax as much as possible, but Young-gi sighs, explaining that even lying down is uncomfortable due to her body aches. Hyun Guang, observing the treatment, chimes in and asks if Young-gi is managing all right, noting that the process seems more challenging than it appears. Yoon-gi reassures him, smiling confidently, saying she's fine because she trusts Moojin and believes he would never harm her. Hyun-gwang, agreeing, adds that he has been receiving treatments from Moojin for a while and has seen positive results. Curious, Yoon-gi remarks on how healthy Hyun-gwang looks and wonders if he really needs treatments. Hyun-gwang laughs and explains that he wasn't always in such good condition, admitting that his health has significantly improved over time, as he was once in terrible shape. Yoon-gi chuckles and acknowledges that this improvement proves Moojin's skill, calling his hands miraculous. As Moojin watches the light-hearted exchange between Hyun-gwang and Yoon-gi, he internally reflects on the scene, humorously thinking to himself that it feels more like an elderly rehabilitation center than the Shaolin Temple. Later, Byeop-jeon asks Ryu Ji-gwang about his experience with the muscle lengthening technique, and Ryu Ji-gwang responds positively, saying he feels much better now. Though he privately reflects that the treatment was initially painful, the discomfort eventually eased, leaving him feeling refreshed. He thanks Byeop-jeon for the excellent treatment. Byeop-jeon humbly dismisses the praise, explaining that this was his first time performing the technique, which he learned from Moojin. He admits he was worried about making a mistake but is glad it helped. Ryu Ji-gwang is momentarily taken aback, realizing that Moojin had taught Byeop-jeon the technique. He then recalls the name Hyun-gwang, which had come up earlier, and his thoughts trail off, trying to connect the dots. Meanwhile, Hyun-gwang turns to Moojin with a smile and notices his fidgeting, guessing that Moojin has something new he wants to try. Moojin confirms, saying that although Yoon-gi has made great progress, he still needs to stretch his stiff muscles further. Hyun-gwang, with his curiosity piqued, asks if this new method involves the heat and lightning techniques, which have greatly contributed to his improvement. He feels confident that he could start performing the tasks on his own. He then used his energy to generate both heat and lightning techniques in his hands, and asks for feedback, wondering what Moojin think about it. Moojin is amazed by Hyun-gwang's mastery and realizes that Hyun-gwang has reached such a level of martial skill that he can now use his internal energy to create natural energy and manifest it in his hands. Moojin recognizes Hyun-gwang as an exceptional martial artist, realizing the true extent of his capabilities. Yoon-gi, observing Hyun-gwang's mastery, comments on his exceptional skill, to which Hyun-gwang modestly laughs it off, calling it just a small trick. Meanwhile, Ryu Ji-gwang, who is quietly observing, leans over to Byeop-jeon and whispers, asking if the man is truly named Hyun-gwang. Byeop-jeon confirms that it is. Upon hearing the name, Ryu Ji-gwang begins to tremble, realizing the significance of the person he is in the presence of. He recalls that Hyun-gwang is the legendary figure who single-handedly drove away the demonic cultists that had invaded the Shaolin Temple decades ago, a story known across the land but rarely spoken of in detail after the invasion. As Ryu Ji-gwang reflects further, he remembers that Hyun-gwang was supposedly left crippled and had lost all of his martial arts abilities after the incident. Yet, here he is, using the muscle-lengthening technique and recovering his strength. Ryu Ji-gwang is amazed by the skill Hyun-gwang exhibits, particularly his ability to use energy effortlessly despite the supposed loss of his strength. This reinforces Ryu Ji-gwang's realization that Hyun-gwang is not only an extraordinary martial artist, but also someone who has far surpassed the expectations of ordinary warriors. Ryu Ji-gwang further realizes the potency of the muscle-lengthening technique, which he now sees works as promised, and he recognizes that it was taught to Byeop-jeon by Moojin. This deepens his respect for Moojin's abilities, and he concludes that the boy's skills are genuine. He also senses that this is an opportunity he cannot afford to let slip by. As the treatment session concluded, Yoon-gi expressed her gratitude to Moojin. Moojin graciously replied it was his pleasure. He enjoyed it too. Though internally, he thought the experience had felt almost like watching an episode of elderly romance, noting the warmth between Hyun-gwang and Yoon-gi. Turning his attention to Ryu Ji-gwang, Moojin advised him, "The roads can get quite dark later. It's best to head back home soon." Ryu Ji-gwang agreed, but before leaving he mentioned there's something he did like to say. He will come back early tomorrow morning. Could he bring him to the administration hall? Moojin was taken aback by the request and asked, "The administration hall? He can guide him there. But may he ask why he'd like to go?" Ryu Ji-gwang gave a faint smile and replied, "He has some business there. He'll explain everything tomorrow. It involves something that requires his presence. He'll be counting on him to lead the way." Although a bit puzzled, Moojin agreed and said, "He'll let them know you'll be visiting." As they parted ways, Moojin couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity about Ryu Ji-gwang's plans. wondering what he was up to and why he had asked for Mujin's assistance. The next day, Hyun Guang allowed Ryu Jiguang to visit the administration hall, and Mujin escorted him there. The administration hall, responsible for managing the Shaolin Temple's budget and finances, was busy with activity. Hyun Myung, the head of the hall, raised his eyebrows in surprise as he listened to Ryu Jiguang's proposal. He thought he misheard him. Could he repeat that? Ryu Jiguang, maintaining his calm composure, reiterated that he had a proposal. He'd like the heavenly merchants to open a clinic with Mujin. Hyun Myung stared at the pouch of money Ryu Jiguang had given him earlier, a significant sum of 100 gold niang, which could cover a year's worth of food expenses for the entire Shaolin Temple. His mind raced, wondering why Ryu Jiguang had handed over such a large amount so easily. What was his true intention? Ryu Jiguang, sensing Hyun Myung's unease, spoke up, acknowledging the money's value. He explained that the amount was only natural, given that the treatment techniques used by Mujin had improved an incurable disease that even the best physicians couldn't treat. He seemed to downplay the generosity, though his words didn't fully reassure Hyun Myung. Hyun Myung, still suspicious, pressed him further about his earlier suggestion to open a clinic with Mujin. Ryu Jiguang responded smoothly, outlining his plan to establish a clinic using Mujin's revolutionary treatment method to help those with incurable ailments, like Hyun Guang and his mother. However, Hyun Myung wasn't entirely convinced and raised concerns about Shaolin's strict policy against engaging in business ventures, especially one that seemed aimed at the wealthy. Ryu Jiguang, though caught off guard by Hyun Myung's perceptiveness, remained composed. He acknowledged the truth of Hyun Myung's concerns, but internally, he thought about the potential profitability of such a venture. As the leader of one of the 5 great merchant guilds, Ryu Jiguang was no stranger to strategic thinking. He recognized that the aging population and their inevitable health problems presented a lucrative opportunity if Mujin's treatments could be introduced to the right audience. However, Ryu Jiguang knew that there were deeper, more personal reasons behind his proposal that he wasn't ready to reveal yet. For now, his primary goal was to build a strong relationship with Shaolin, a critical step for his long-term plans. Ryu Jiguang, trying to appeal to Hyun Myung's sense of duty, suggested that the clinic's profits could be partially used by Shaolin to help the poor. However, Hyun Myung remained cautious, explaining that charging the wealthy for treatments could lead to public criticism of Shaolin, and that it was vital for the temple to maintain trust and integrity. He emphasized that a single misstep could damage the temple's reputation, which had been built over time through sincerity and transparency. As the discussion continued, Mujin, who had been silently observing, grew frustrated with the resistance to what seemed like an obvious solution. He thought to himself about Shaolin's ongoing complaints about a lack of funds and how this opportunity could solve their financial problems. Drawing from his past experience in managing gyms, he felt compelled to intervene. Mujin cleared his throat and spoke up, asking, "May he speak for a moment? From what you've said, the main issue seems to be earning money while only treating the wealthy, right?" Hyun Myung confirmed that. Mujin then suggested why not treat both the poor and the wealthy without distinction? Both Hyun Myung and Ryu Jiguang were surprised and asked in unison, "Treat both groups? What does he mean?" Mujin explained, "Simply put, if they charge a set fee for treatments, poor people won't be able to afford it, which would decrease demand and make the effort pointless. Instead, why not divide the facilities into 2 businesses? Both of them inquire about it." Mujin elaborated, one facility would be free, while the other would cater to the wealthy. Ryu Jiguang then asked, "Wait, so only the wealthy would pay for the treatments?" However, Hyun Myung urged Mujin to continue. Mujin continued, "The wealthy might complain about fairness, questioning why they're the only ones paying. To address this, the free facility could provide treatments on a rotating schedule, focusing on different parts of the body each day. For example, one day could be leg treatments and the next could focus on the pelvis. Meanwhile, the paid facility would offer more comprehensive care, including basic treatments alongside advanced techniques, like combining heat and lightning therapies, which we specialize in. This way, the wealthy would get more advanced care, and the poor would still receive treatment." Mujin reflected to himself, "That's how large gyms operate. They offer cheaper memberships for general gym use while charging additional fees for personal training sessions." Confident in his idea, he said aloud, "Also, he knows merchant leader Ryu will understand this well." Ryu Jiguang tilted his head and thinks with mild surprise, "They could do it that way too, but is this really something a child came up with?" Mujin continued, "The wealthy love to spend on luxury. They'll always prefer expensive tea like Longjing tea over something cheap, even if the difference is minimal. Vanity and pride will definitely come into play. Ryu Jiguang's eyes lit up in agreement. He understands what he is saying: free facilities that can be used by everyone and paid facilities reserved for premier individuals. The wealthy would naturally gravitate toward the paid facilities to satisfy their vanity and pride. Mujin nodded. Well, isn't that exactly what the wealthy want? Meanwhile, Hyun Mi-young, the head of the administration hall, listened to the conversation with increasing frustration. His veins visibly pulsed on his bald head as he fumed internally. And then he shouted at Mujin, how could a disciple of Shaolin openly speak of vanity and using it to earn money? Seeing Hyun Mi-young's irritation, Mujin confronted him, asking what is he so afraid of? Taken aback, Hyun Mi-young retorted sharply. Mujin calmly explained, when you suggested using money earned from the wealthy to help the poor, you were afraid people might criticize Shaolin for being obsessed with money. But with this proposal, they can treat the poor while also using the contributions of the wealthy. Is he truly that afraid of what people might say about Shaolin? Hyun Mi-young gritted his teeth in frustration, snapping how dare he insult Shaolin? Remaining composed, Mujin replied, he is not insulting Shaolin. Let him clarify something. He says Shaolin's reputation might suffer because they're earning money by catering to the wealthy? Well, you're right. That could happen. He too worry about what people might say. But he is in far greater anguish when they can't help those who truly need it because they are too afraid of criticism. Mujin's tone turned resolute as he continued. And so what if people don't understand them? What matters more is the truth, that Shaolin is working hard to help the world. That truth is far more important than strict adherence to rules and the fear of baseless judgment. Hyun Mi-young experiences a moment of deep reflection as he notices an uncanny resemblance between Mujin's words and demeanor and those of Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The memory of Hyun Guang appears to strike a chord, causing Hyun Mi-young to momentarily drift into thought and murmur the Grandmaster's name. Mujin, snapping out of his own focus, is startled and politely asks for clarification. Hyun Mi-young quickly composes himself, seemingly brushing off a slip, and acknowledges Mujin's input. He concedes that Mujin's idea holds merit, but he emphasizes the need for official approval. Hyun Mi-young explains that they must consult internally and gain the abbot's permission before moving forward. He assures Mujin that they will convey the decision to Ryu Jiguang in due time. Hyun Mi-young acknowledge Mujin's proposal, but they will need the abbot's permission for this. They'll first discuss internally and update Ryu Jiguang on the results later. Hearing this, Ryu Jiguang thought to himself with excitement, it worked, and expressed his gratitude aloud, thanking him for his decision to consider it. Meanwhile, Mujin, though outwardly calm, felt frustrated. He reflected, he really gave his all to convince him and barely succeeded. The higher-rank monks here are always unpredictable. Despite his frustration, Mujin saw the situation as an opportunity. With this, they will be able to build a closer relationship with the heavenly merchants. Even if they later become the dark forces of the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, he will use their business relationship as an excuse to investigate their internal workings. He will also uncover what happened with the countryside branch of the heavenly merchants. As the meeting concluded, Ryu Jiguang stood up and said, he will take his leave now. Hyun Mi-young agreed and replied they will contact him again. That night, Hyun Mi-young reported the entire discussion to Abbot Hyun Shun. After hearing the details, the abbot responded with a delighted yes, approving the proposal and signaling his support for Mujin's plan. Abbot Hyun Shun turned towards Grandmaster Hyun Guang and, expressing confidence in Mujin's abilities, states that Mujin's efforts will enable Shaolin to progress further and use the resources he brings to benefit the world. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, recognizing Mujin's achievements, suggests that Mujin deserves a reward for his hard work. Curious, Hyun Shun asks what kind of reward Hyun Guang has in mind. Hyun Guang immediately proposes giving Mujin an elixir. Surprised and uncertain, Hyun Shun questions what kind of elixir Hyun Guang is referring to. Hyun Guang responds with slight impatience, implying it should be obvious, as they're discussing a significant reward. Hyun Shun, visibly nervous, begins to understand the implications and hesitantly asks if Hyun Guang is referring to that elixir, implying it is something rare or special. The next afternoon, after the day's training, Mujin is summoned by Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Mujin, curious and slightly wary, asks why Hyun Guang wanted to see him and questions the mysterious item in front of him. Hyun Guang casually presents the reward, a lesser revitalization pill, an elixir from Shaolin. With a mischievous tone, Hyun Guang jokingly admits that he stole it, though he quickly covers up by saying he acquired it fair and square from Mujin's achievements. Seeing the elixir, Mujin's nervousness grows, and his internal thoughts reveal his apprehension. What on earth is he giving him? The revitalization pill is a legendary elixir often featured in martial arts novels and period dramas, alongside other renowned items like snake tonic, azurite essence, and tuberfleece flower. These elixirs are celebrated for their immense, condensed energy, granting incredible power to those who consume them. Among them, the revitalization pill of Shaolin is particularly famous in the Murim world, considered a rare and highly sought-after treasure, rarely seen even by the most esteemed martial artists. Hyun Gwang explained to Mujin that the pill was a reward for his recent accomplishments. Actually, Hyun Gwang admitted, I wanted to give you the greater revitalization pill, but I was told it's not the right time yet. The abbot suggested giving you the lesser revitalization pill instead. He's so stingy. Isn't giving it a good thing? Mujin, puzzled, thought, I'll just act like I didn't hear that, and asked, what do you mean by it not being the time yet? Hyun Gwang smiled and reassured him. You'll understand after you consume the lesser revitalization pill. The timing is perfect. How about consuming it right now? I'll assist you. Hearing this, Mujin grew excited and shouted, I'll do it. His thoughts raced with anticipation. There's nothing to think about. A precious treasure like this has come to me on its own. Of course, I'll consume it as soon as I can. Mujin and Hyun Gwang arrived at a secluded pavilion deep within the mountains. Hyun Gwang explained, this place is rich with nature's energy, which will help you during the process. Mujin looked around in amazement. I never knew there was a pavilion hidden so deep within the mountain. Hyun Gwang continued with a serious tone. Absorbing energy from an elixir is different from using a cultivation technique. When cultivating, you breathe through your nose and mouth, slowly absorbing energy. But when consuming an elixir, the energy rushes directly to your stomach. Mujin asked for clarification. Are you saying I should focus on the energy of the elixir entering my body instead of my breathing? Hyun Gwang know that. Exactly. Each breath you take will cause some of the elixir's energy to dissipate. However, if you hold your breath out of greed to retain it, you'll fall into energy deviation. You must be very careful. Mujin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I think I get it, he said. He's never been this serious before. That means I really need to focus and be cautious, Mujin thought. With determination, he threw the lesser revitalization pill into his mouth and began consuming it. Taking a stance, Mujin thought, I can feel it, the power of the lesser revitalization pill. To absorb this pure energy, I'll use the Great Path cultivation technique I learned. Let the energy flow from my mouth to my stomach and spread it throughout my body, following my blood vessels. Now I understand why the protagonists in martial arts novels are so desperate to obtain such treasures. I must absorb as much as I can, just like Grandpa taught me. For the next 30 minutes, Mujin focused intensely on channeling the overwhelming energy from the elixir. However, frustration began to set in as he realized how challenging it was to contain the immense power. Damn it, he thought. This is why he warned me not to get greedy. I've used breathing techniques, the energy accumulation technique, and even the Great Path cultivation technique, but I'm still losing so much energy. My vessel is just too small to absorb this much energy at once. I'll have to end this process soon before I lose control. Mujin recalled Hyun Gwang's earlier advice. With every breath you take, you lose some of the elixir's energy. Determined to make the most of the situation, Mujin thought, I'll discharge the excess energy that I can absorb by exhaling, and then focus on absorbing what's left when I inhale. With a steady rhythm, he began the process of controlled breathing. Inhale, exhale, repeating the cycle to stabilize the energy within him. After some time, Mujin opened his eyes and thought, did I absorb around 30%? This is already incredible. I'm not even bothered by what I couldn't absorb. What I've gained is beyond my expectations. He turned to Hyun Gwang and said, Grandpa, I kept reminding myself not to get greedy, but I guess I got a little too greedy without realizing it. The power of the lesser revitalization pill was far greater than I imagined. Hyun Gwang, observing him, thought to himself, that's to be expected. Mujin, you've actually absorbed the entire lesser revitalization pill. What Hyun Gwang didn't reveal immediately was that this outcome wasn't solely Mujin's doing. It was a miracle created by Hyun Gwang's intervention. As Mujin exhaled, the energy from the lesser revitalization pill that he couldn't absorb began to escape. Hyun Gwang, using an advanced and nearly impossible technique, wrapped the escaping energy with the natural energy from the surroundings to prevent it from dissipating. Then, without Mujin realizing it, Hyun Gwang sent the energy back into his body during each inhalation. This method required immense skill and precision, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Hyun Guang thought, I went through so much trouble to get this lesser revitalization pill for Mujin. I couldn't let any of it go to waste. After ensuring Mujin had absorbed the energy fully, Hyun Guang said, I think your body will collapse if you try using martial arts in your current state. Mujin, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer power coursing through him, asked, Grandpa, is this immense energy really just from the lesser revitalization pill? My body feels like it's on the verge of exploding. Hyun Guang smirked and replied, Follow me. There's a way to handle your current state. I'll teach you something that will help. Mujin asked, There's a method to deal with this? Hyun Guang know that. Yes. The best way to calm energies that are running rampant is by cultivating an unwavering heart. This training will help you stabilize both your body and mind. Hyun Guang explained further, an unwavering heart is a state of calmness and mental fortitude, a heart that does not waver under any circumstances. This training is commonly used by those who possess extreme yang energy, like Hai Dam and his disciples, to control their volatile energies. The methods can vary, such as counting beads while chanting scriptures or focusing on happy memories. Simply put, it's a way to maintain a calm and steady mind. The real reason Hyun Guang brought Mujin to this secluded place was to help him control the immense energy that was now surging through his body. For hours later, Mujin sat under a waterfall, focused on calming his mind and thinking about the steps of the chain punch technique. Hyun Guang finally said, All right, you've been visualizing the chain punch steps for 4 hours. Now, let's see if you can execute it in your current state. Mujin stood up after his 4-hour meditation under the waterfall, his mind finally calm and focused. With controlled determination, he prepared to execute the basic technique of the chain punch. As he turned and struck the mountain wall beneath the waterfall, his blow split the waterfall in two, a demonstration of his newfound control over his energy. This was the moment when Mujin advanced to the next level, both mentally and physically. The once uncontrollable strength and stimulation in his body had been normalized through the unwavering heart training, allowing him to harness his inner energy. Hyun Guang, observing Mujin's progress, felt immense pride. Not only had Mujin grown, but he had also gained new insights into his own path. The two exchanged a silent understanding, acknowledging their shared journey. 2 days later, at the Shaolin gate, Mujin stood ready to depart, accompanied by the 5 second-class disciples assigned to him. Hyun Guang, overseeing the preparations, asked, Are you all ready now? Abbot Hyun Chun, however, expressed that Mujin wasn't quite ready to venture into the outside world alone. He entrusted the 5 second-class disciples to look after Mujin during his journey. Hyun Myung, the leader of the administration hall, reported that the framework for the clinic business with the heavenly merchants had been nearly completed, with only the final steps in Dangfeng County remaining. The abbot thanked Mujin for his contributions, and Hyun Guang encouraged him with a chuckle, saying, Do your best when you're there, Mujin. Mujin, feeling the weight of responsibility, expressed his gratitude, replying, Thank you for believing in me and entrusting me with this. I will combine the strength of Shaolin and the heavenly merchants to help even more people and assist Shaolin in overcoming its crisis. Hyun Guang nodded approvingly, saying, Good. We await your return. Mujin, determined, replied, I'll see you when I'm back. The scene then shifted to a dimly lit room where a girl, referred to as young Miss Sealwa, sat in a chair. Her servant asked, Shall we leave soon, young Miss Sealwa? After leaving the temple and descending Mount Songshan, Mujin finally set his sights on his destination, Dangfeng County. The journey through the mountainous terrain brought him closer to a place that seemed straight out of a wuxia film, with landscapes that seemed to promise adventure and intrigue. As Mujin reflected on the events during his travels, he recalled the various encounters along the way that had shaped his journey. He had run into members of the Green Forest Bandits, enjoyed the lively atmosphere of an inn, and got swept into an unexpected conflict. Along the way, he had also rescued a mysterious veiled beauty, dealt with local thugs, and uncovered a series of schemes that seemed to connect to shadowy figures lurking in the background. With an excited look on his face, Mujin mused about how the dream of a man within a wuxia world truly begins at this moment. He felt that he was inching closer to the legendary Shaolin Chronicles and that destiny was calling out to him. Make way for me, he thought with anticipation. 1 week later, 2 elderly figures were having a conversation. The person with the man bun hairstyle asked, Hey, have you heard the news? The other, wearing a do-rag, inquired, What news? The first person explained that some monks from Shaolin had come down the mountain recently, and, to their surprise, they had opened a clinic. The durag-wearing man, puzzled, asked. A clinic? The monks opened a clinic? Why would they do that? Did they get their money stolen, or have they become greedy for money or something? The person with the man bun shook his head and dismissed the idea. Nonsense, he replied. They're monks, you know? They're offering treatments for free. This caught the attention of the durag-wearing man, who, intrigued by the idea of free medical care, said, I have to go check this out. The person with the man bun, slightly skeptical, remarked, Wait, you're only going because it's free, right? You're not even unwell, are you? The durag-wearing man shrugged and replied, Of course, I'm unwell. Hauling heavy loads every day has made my legs shaky. I need to go get some acupuncture before it gets worse. The person with the man bun chuckled and said, You're in luck. The treatment area changes by day. I hear that today they're treating backs and legs. The durag-wearing man, surprised, asked, What, different physicians for different body parts? That's weird. The person with the man bun explained, Their clinic is quite unique. They use both acupuncture and tonic medicine. There's even a separate treatment specifically for the abdomen. The scene transitions to the two clinic buildings where Mujin stands smirking, overseeing the operations of both the free and paid clinics. He recalls the early advice given by Ryu Jiguang on how to manage the two facilities. Two separate buildings were purchased near the manor, one dedicated to free treatments and the other for premium services. The left hall, focused on free treatments, is well equipped with various tools, storage, resting areas, and even space for meditation by the monks. The right hall caters to high-ranking or wealthy individuals, offering paid services that include advanced treatments like electric and heat-based therapies, using tools crafted from luxurious materials. Despite the contrast in ambience and materials, both clinics use the same core treatment methods. At this moment, the elderly person with a man bun and the other with a do-rag arrive at the free clinic. Mujin, standing there, greets them respectfully, introducing himself as a third-class disciple in charge of their treatment. The person with the do-rag quietly questions whether Mujin is really a third-class disciple, given his physique. His companion, the one with the man bun, also wonders about Mujin's appearance, especially his hair. Mujin, overhearing them, playfully acknowledges their comments and proceeds to address the person with the do-rag, asking if he came for leg treatment. Mujin invites him to sit down, ready to begin. As the treatment begins, the person with the do-rag watches carefully, skeptical about the method being used. He expects either acupuncture or tonic medicine, but is instead confronted with a folk remedy-like technique. Doubtful of its effectiveness, he wonders if the clinic's practice of focusing on specific body parts on specific days is just a gimmick. Mujin presses on the person's leg and begins massaging it, causing the person to experience sharp, intense pain. He screams out in discomfort, prompting Mujin to calmly explain that the pain is normal. Mujin reassures him that the intensity of the pain is a result of long-standing muscle stiffness, and the pain is proportional to the condition of the legs. Mujin continues treating the patient with intense care, introducing a reform roller to help alleviate the pain. He assures the patient that the treatment will gradually reduce the pain, and, once it subsides, the muscles and fascia will be loosened with the roller, promising noticeable results within an hour. The patient endures the extreme pain as Mujin works on the stiff areas, but over time, the excruciating discomfort begins to lessen. After 3 minutes, Mujin explains that the condition of the legs will improve as the stiffened areas are worked on. The patient, initially skeptical, starts to feel relief as the pain decreases. 13 minutes into the treatment, Mujin picks up the reform roller again, and by 20 minutes, he asks the patient to sit on a carpet while he places the roller beneath the legs. The patient is instructed to lift his hips and roll it under his legs, gradually releasing the tension. As the treatment progresses, the patient feels a profound sense of relief, noting how much better the treatment is compared to acupuncture. He reflects on how long it has been since his legs felt this comfortable and marvels at the Shaolin's innovative treatment methods. The patient, impressed by Mujin's kindness and dedication, resolves to share the word about the monk's selfless act of coming down from the mountain to help people, seeing it as a noble gesture for the greater good. Word of the effective treatment spreads quickly, and soon the clinic becomes bustling with patients. High-ranking officials and wealthy individuals hear about the results and start flocking to the paid clinic for their treatments. Despite the differences between the free and paid facilities, the core treatment remains unchanged unless the case is an emergency. At one point, a high-ranking officer lying on a mat praises the quality of the fabric, remarking that it is fit for someone of his stature. Mujin, observing this, finds it superficial, considering it just a reskin version of what others are using. Nonetheless, no one is bothered by the distinctions in the clinic, perhaps due to the monks' genuine dedication to treating everyone or their ability to meet patients' needs. As an emergency patient arrives, Mujin directs the treatment with the help of Monk Biob Gang, who assists with the electric-based therapy, and Monk Biob Y, who handles the heat-based treatment for an elderly patient. Mujin takes charge of the muscle-lengthening treatment for others. His tireless and unbiased care for all patients earns him the title of the Blessed Monk, as people believe his healing abilities are touched by divine hands. The clinic becomes a well-established and respected institution. A few weeks later, Mujin meets with Yang Jinpyong, the external chief administrator of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Mujin acknowledges the journey has been difficult, but expresses relief that they've managed to settle down without attracting undue suspicion. Yang Jinpyong responds, thanking the Shaolin monks for their hard work and assistance, expressing the Heavenly Merchant Guild's gratitude. Mujin, however, counters, saying that it's the Shaolin who owe thanks to the guild for their invaluable support, especially considering how close Shaolin came to financial ruin without their help. Mujin notes the growing success of the clinic, commenting on the long line of people waiting outside, something he hadn't expected. He also mentions it's time for Monk Biob Gang to switch shifts. Before Yang Jinpyong can respond, Monk Biob Gang arrives, signaling the shift change. The two exchange pleasantries, and Yang Jinpyong expresses surprise at seeing Biob Gang again. The monk reveals that they have met before, during the time when Mujin was meditating in isolation. This revelation catches Mujin off guard, and he wonders if he was caught eating meat, which could have been a breach of his monk duties. Biob Gang confirms that it was around the time of Mujin's self-reflection, explaining that he had helped the daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader, who had wandered into the mountains, and handed her over to Yang Jinpyong. Mujin breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't caught, and recalls the encounter with the young girl, wondering if she was from a wealthy family. He hadn't realized that she was the daughter of the Merchant Guild leader. Yang Jinpyong mentions that the young lady, now grown, is visiting today. Just then, there's a commotion outside as people shout greetings to a young lady. Yang Jinpyong confirms that she has arrived, and Mujin, reflecting on how much time has passed, wonders if she's grown into an accomplished individual. However, when the young lady enters, Mujin is taken aback. He notices she seems unusually well-built for someone of her stature, and seeing the way everyone bows to her, he realizes who she must be. Mujin nervously asks Yang Jinpyong if the young lady is indeed the same one from before. Yang Jinpyong confirms that she is the youngest daughter of the Merchant Guild leader, Lady Ryu Seowa. Shocked, Mujin realizes that the little girl from his past encounter is truly the same person, as he sees her looking a little fatter than he had ever anticipated. As Lady Seowa and her servant move through the clinic staff, who are busy cleaning the streets, greet her respectfully. Two servants, observing the interaction, wonder why people are being so polite towards her. One servant explains that Lady Seowa is the youngest daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader and played a significant role in the establishment of the clinic. The first servant, surprised, comments that she doesn't look as elegant or pretty as he imagined a wealthy family's daughter would. His fellow servant picks up on the implication and whispers back that Lady Seowa is a bit fatty. Mujin, standing nearby, overhears the conversation and observes Lady Seowa moving away with her servant. He silently notes that she seems to have gained weight. Mujin then enters the free clinic where an elderly man wearing a do-rag greets him warmly, calling him the Blessed Monk and expressing concern for his well-being. Mujin chuckles and reassures the old man that he is happy to see the patients recovering quickly and that he doesn't deserve the title of Blessed Monk. The old man, impressed by Mujin's selflessness, insists that such a title is deserved, praising Mujin's kindness, strength, and youth. Another elderly man, with a bald head, adds that Mujin is also handsome, calling him a perfect human being. The old man in the do-rag jokingly says he hopes Mujin will meet his granddaughter. The bald-headed old man responds, suggesting that he will be the one to introduce Mujin to his granddaughter instead. The old man in the do-rag grumbles in response, but the conversation lightens as Mujin laughs along. He thinks to himself about how many elderly people are using the free clinic and reflects on how expensive specialized medical care would have been in this era. He wishes he could have provided such treatments for his own grandparents. Mujin then tells the elderly men that it would be wonderful if they brought their grandchildren to the clinic, especially to learn rehabilitative techniques and muscle-lengthening methods that would help them maintain a healthy body as they grow older. The old men praise his thoughtfulness. As the conversation continues, Mujin reflects on his role and the way he needs to act. He considers how, if it weren't for the senior monks watching him, he might have already taken the elderly men's proposal seriously. However, as a monk, he feels the need to maintain distance and discipline, thinking to himself that once he becomes stronger and able to leave the temple, he will escape from the responsibilities that come with his position. Mujin observes Ryu Seowa once again as she passes by, and he recognizing her as Ryu Seowa. Though her appearance is drastically different from the character he knows from the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. In the novel, Ryu Seowa is a key figure in the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild, where she is responsible for the human trafficking operation. Her character is depicted as severely obese, with layers of fat covering her body, and she secretly kidnaps beautiful women to torture and kill them, possibly driven by an inferiority complex about her own appearance. However, the Ryu Seowa Mujin encounters now is a complete contrast. She is a timid, chubby, and shy young girl, without the hidden madness that characterized her novel counterpart. This stark difference confuses Mujin, leading him to wonder if something significant happened to her that caused her to change, potentially tying into the guild's corruption. Mujin's thoughts are interrupted by an old man's voice, greeting someone and expressing surprise at the presence of the merchant guild leader, Ryu Jigwang. The old man humorously comments that the guild leader must have time for something besides clinic business. Mujin listens carefully, considering the possibility that Ryu Jigwang, the guild leader, might not be the source of corruption after all. He concludes that an external party must be involved, prompting him to begin investigating the guild more thoroughly. With his growing influence, Mujin feels empowered to investigate the situation and starts to form plans to identify potential suspects. The scene then shifts to Ryu Seowa walking down the street with her servant, Hong So-hee. Ryu Seowa complains that So-hee is walking too fast and asks her to slow down. In response, So-hee, nervously aware of their public surroundings, tells Ryu Seowa to refrain from acting so casually in public, as there are many people around. Nearby, two people whisper about the unusual display of familiarity, commenting that it's surprising for a servant to be treated so casually by her mistress in the Heavenly Merchant Guild. One of them warns the other to keep quiet, lest they be overheard. Hong So-hee takes Seowa into a secluded back alley and, once they are alone, advises her that as someone destined to become a key figure in the Heavenly Merchant Guild, she must show authority and not appear weak. Seowa, acknowledging her shortcomings, apologizes for her behavior. She mentions feeling uncomfortable in public spaces and anxious around her father, Ryu Jigwang. So he encourages her not to show weakness, urging her to take a more active role in the new business venture the Merchant Guild leader has set up. So he reminds Seowa that, while she suggested the idea, it will eventually belong to Seowa, and this effort will help her gain her father's trust. Seowa agrees, but her thoughts shift to a childhood memory. She recalls showing her father the mustard plant she had gathered, hoping for his approval, but he dismissed her with the cold response that she should address him as the Merchant Guild leader in front of others, as he was busy with his work. Seowa becomes sadder as she reflects on how her father has always been too busy to pay attention to her, and she feels the pressure to prove herself through hard work. However, she also feels terrified at the thought of failing or continuing to be overlooked by him. Hong So-hee, sensing Seowa's fear and uncertainty, places a hand on her shoulder and reassures her that it's understandable to feel scared. She tells Seowa that while it may take time for her father, the Merchant Guild leader, to acknowledge her, she is the daughter of one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the world and should take her time without worrying about what others think. So he expresses her unwavering support, offering to always be by her side if it gets too hard. Seowa, feeling comforted by So-hee's words, agrees and resolves to meet So-hee's expectations, feeling grateful for her friend's help. As they converse, Mujin happens to pass by the alley and observes them from a distance, noticing their interaction. The scene then shifts to Seowa's bedroom later that night, where she is asleep. So-hee, checking on her, softly calls out to see if she is truly asleep, and once confirming, she slips away from the room. As So-hee walks through the streets, she reflects on her true intentions. Despite suggesting the idea of Seowa participating in the Shaolin clinic business, So-hee internally deems the effort as futile, believing there's no way Seowa will ever catch her father's attention through such a trivial task. She sees Seowa's naivety and believes it has been beneficial for her own plans, using Seowa's insecurities to her advantage. So he reveals her role in Seowa's transformation, having manipulated her into becoming fat and timid after being abandoned on the mountain, making it easier for So-hee to infiltrate the clinic without raising suspicion. As So-hee walks, She notices a black bird in the sky and eagerly anticipates the moment when Seowa will learn the truth. She watches as the bird lands on her arm, bringing with it a letter. So he smirks as she reads the letter, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she remarks on the request to send a maiden to a dark forest, clearly recognizing it as a sneaky plan. She decides to report this development quickly, knowing that it signals a new disruption in their plans. Meanwhile, Mujin, who has been observing from a nearby housetop, quietly mutters to himself, "Bingo, I found it." The scene shifts to an earlier meeting between Mujin and Yang Jinpyong, where Mujin asks about Lady Seowa. Yang Jinpyong explains that she is the youngest daughter of the merchant guild leader, but her life has been marked by loneliness. Her mother passed away while giving birth to her, and her father, consumed by work, was unable to care for her. As a result, Lady Seowa was raised by the guild servants. Her father, though emotionally distant due to his grief, was not a bad person, but his inability to care for her led to her growing dependence on the servants. Lady Seowa's loneliness deepened as she experienced multiple changes of nannies and servants. She became increasingly withdrawn and closed off after the sixth change, deciding not to rely on anyone anymore. Hong So-hee, who had worked in the merchant guild for over 10 years and had cared for Seowa in her youth, became Seowa's servant after this change. Despite So-hee's long tenure as a servant, Yang Jinpyong notes that her position may soon be at risk, as it's been a year since she started serving Seowa. Mujin, after hearing this, reflects on how there's no need to worry about So-hee being replaced, since she would likely do anything to keep her position as Seowa's servant. He remembers the version of Seowa from Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, where she became a key figure in the human trafficking operations of the Merchant Guild. In that version, Seowa, suffering from her inferiority complex and obesity, left most of the dirty work to her servant, who was Hong So-hee. Mujin begins to suspect something fishy is going on. The scene then shifts to Hong So-hee, who arrives at a forest where a person's voice greets her, saying, "You're late today." So-hee responds that she had some things to attend to. The figure, wearing a samurai hat and concealing his face, asks if her delay is connected to the Merchant Guild's new business, and So-hee affirms. He warns her to be careful, mentioning that while the Shaolin monks may not understand the world, they are still highly skilled. He then disappears. So-hee, annoyed by the warning, dismisses the figure's concerns. She reflects on her long-term infiltration mission, which has been ongoing for 10 years without anyone discovering her true identity. She intends to continue manipulating both the monks and Seowa to her advantage, eventually taking the figure's position for herself. So-hee is confident that no one will uncover her secret. Meanwhile, Mujin, observing all these developments, quietly comments to himself, "The Heavenly Merchant Guild would be in such deep trouble without me." The next day, So-hee and Seowa were walking through the streets when a group of children called out to So-hee, referring to her as Pretty Miss. When So-hee and Seowa turned toward them, So-hee asked if they were talking to her. One of the children pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to her, explaining that a mysterious man, dressed entirely in black and with his face covered, had asked them to deliver it. The children were curious about the contents, but admitted they couldn't read and found the man strange. So-hee read the letter, her expression shifting to a devilish smile. She thanked the children for delivering it and rewarded them with money, encouraging them to buy snacks. Excited, the children happily accepted her offer. Seowa, curious about the letter, asked So-hee what it was about, referring to her as Servant Hong. So-hee explained that it appeared to be a love letter, assuring Seowa there was no need to worry. However, as So-hee read the letter's contents, she recalled the message inside. The letter praised her for her success in a previous infiltration mission within the Heavenly Merchant Guild and expressed admiration for her skills. It also hinted at a new opportunity, one that involved her writing a report on her past activities and meeting the sender at an abandoned house on the outskirts of Dangfeng County before midnight. So-hee arrived at the location at midnight, feeling a sense of excitement and opportunity. She laughed inwardly, realizing that this unexpected chance might allow her to surpass her superior. At the meeting place, Mujin, cloaked in full black attire, appeared before So-hee and addressed her by name, saying he had been waiting for her. So-hee, showing respect, expressed her honor in meeting him in person. Mujin then asked about Ryu Seowa, to which So-hee replied that Seowa was likely resting in her bedroom. She explained that, due to her role as Seowa's servant, she couldn't stay away for too long and asked what Mujin needed her to do. Mujin requested the report from So-hee, which she quickly handed over, noting that her position as Seowa's servant made it difficult for her to leave often. She asked about how they could maintain contact in the future, Mujin revealed his plan to infiltrate the Heavenly Merchant Guild himself and stated that he would contact her once inside. So he, surprised, questioned why he was planning to infiltrate as well, given that the higher-ups had only trusted her with the mission, believing that adding another infiltrator could cause confusion. She emphasized her experience, having worked within the guild for 10 years. Mujin, realizing his mistake, thought to himself, "Did I talk too much?" So he, feeling threatened, asked if she was being replaced after all her hard work. In response, Mujin struck So-hee with a powerful punch to her face, sending her flying backward and causing her to cough up blood. However, So-hee quickly regained her balance and, using her ki, launched an attack that tore the cloth covering Mujin's face. To her shock, she recognized him as the damn monk and confronted him, accusing him of luring her into this trap. Mujin smiled at her and remained calm. So-hee then questioned how he had deciphered the secret code in the letter, as it contained a code structure for her organization. Mujin, dismissing her inquiry, responded that it was none of her business, and added that she and her group were already at his mercy. He reflected that he had learned the secret code structure from the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, after some difficulty recalling it. Realizing that Mujin now knew about her identity and their top-secret mission, so he threatened to kill him, releasing a menacing bloodlust. Mujin, unfazed, took a fighting stance and remarked that he likely appeared as an ordinary monk to her, but he would soon show her the difference in their strength. So he charged at Mujin with incredible speed, determined not to lose to someone she considered a mere brat. Mujin, smirking, thought it was time to test the effectiveness of his skills. Mujin knew that if he didn't give this fight everything he had, there was no doubt he would be the one to die. His opponent was not holding back, and hesitation meant death. He took a deep breath, forcing his mind to sharpen. This was his first real battle, and his life depended on it. So he, her energy gathered and condensed in her left hand, lunged forward, aiming a precise and lethal thrust toward Mujin. However, in a moment of shocking speed, Mujin caught her wrist mid-strike. Before she could react, his other hand gripped the collar of her robe, and with a powerful twist of his body, he executed a flawless judo shoulder throw. So-hee's body arced through the air before slamming onto the ground with crushing force. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, followed by a splatter of blood as the impact shook her entire being. Lying on the ground, her body trembling from pain and the sheer disbelief of what had just happened, So-hee's mind raced. How did he manage to throw me like that? She thought, gasping for air. I've never seen that kind of technique before. Could there be a martial art like this within the Shaolin Temple? Her dazed state barely lasted a second before she noticed something, a looming shadow. Her eyes darted upward, just in time to see Mujin's fist descending like a hammer toward her. Without thinking, she rolled to the side. The ground where she had been moments ago cracked under the force of Mujin's strike, splintering in all directions like a spiderweb. As she tumbled backward, she kept her palm skimming the ground, gathering loose sand in her fingers. Mujin's sharp eyes immediately caught this, but his thoughts remained resolute. I'll use every trick necessary to win, he decided. Let's see how much she complains about underhanded tactics when she's the one using them. So he didn't hesitate. She swung her hand in an arc, releasing the sand directly at Mujin's face. However, instead of recoiling or flinching, Mujin raised his tattered cowl, an item she had torn from him earlier, to shield himself from the attack. The grains bounced harmlessly off the fabric, dissipating into the air. So-hee's eyes widened in shock. He used the very cowl I ripped off? She thought. Would he even grab it? And more than that, he had the composure to use it effectively? But then, a slow, sinister smile curled across her lips. So what if he blocked it? He let his guard down. Just as she had planned, Mujin had to momentarily obscure his own vision with the cowl. In that instant, she lunged forward with lethal intent, energy surging into her palms. Her grin widened as she whispered, I'll start with your abdomen. She drove her glowing, reinforced fingers toward his midsection, convinced she had outmaneuvered him. Pain, a searing, unexpected agony shot through her hands. Her fingers felt as if they had struck solid iron, and before she could register what had happened, blood began to trickle from the cracks forming along her fingernails. She barely had time to stagger back before the pain overwhelmed her as she collapsed onto the ground. Her vision blurred from the shock, and her mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened. What? What did he do? She thought in a frenzy. She let out a scream, both in frustration and agony. My hands! What did you do to my fucking hands? Mujin didn't answer. He simply grabbed her by the head, his grip firm and unrelenting. His voice was cold, almost indifferent. Now, then, time to put you into the ground, you damn spy hag. With a swift and forceful motion, he slammed her head against the dirt. The world spun for So-hee, her consciousness fading into darkness. Time passed before awareness began to creep back in her mind. A throbbing ache pulsed through her skull. It hurts, she thought groggily. What happened? Did I faint? That monk. The muffled sounds of voices reached her ears. The noise grew louder, more distinct. Then a sharp, alarmed realization hit her. No, this can't be. Her eyes snapped open. A voice boomed in the room. Are you asking us to believe what you just said? Someone turned to Ryu Jigwang and insisted. Sir, I am certain Monk Mujin is wrong. Ryu Jigwang, standing at the center of the commotion, raised a hand in a calming gesture. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. The accuser, his expression resolute, pressed on. She's been working with us for over 10 years. There is no way she's a spy. Monk Biob Gang, his brow furrowed, turned to him. Are you suggesting that Mujin is lying? Are you questioning the integrity of a Shaolin disciple? At that moment, So-hee coughed, drawing all eyes to her. Despite the pain, she smirked. You're finally awake. I guess it's time I explain things, huh? Internally, however, she seethed with fury. I will kill this little bastard. Mujin turned to Ryu Jigwang and calmly began. After finishing my duties at the clinic last night, I was on my way back to rest when I saw her walking alone. That struck me as odd. She's Lady Sealwa's servant, yet she wasn't with her. I followed her and ended up witnessing something shocking. A man dressed in black met her in an abandoned building. They spoke of the clinic's business and confirmed she was operating as a spy. Mujin then pulled off his upper robes, revealing deep, bleeding claw marks across his abdomen. Would an ordinary servant be capable of this? If I hadn't learned Iron Guard, she would have impaled me. I would be dead. As the room absorbed his words, he produced a letter. And here's more proof. A mission report she handed over to the man in black. It's her handwriting. So he felt her stomach drop. That report. That damn monk tricked me into writing it. Silence stretched before Yang Jinpyong finally spoke. The handwriting is indeed hers, and her hand size matches the wounds on Monk Mujin's body. Moreover, she hasn't provided a single counter-argument, only protests. Realization rippled through the gathered people. The tide had shifted. Ryu Jigwang's expression darkened. I understand this request may be unorthodox, but could you leave this matter to us? As this is the Merchant Guild's internal issue, we would like to handle her personally. So-hee's blood ran cold. No, no way. Mujin nodded. I understand. I overstepped, and I apologize. Ryu Jigwang gave him a firm nod. Thank you. You'll be rewarded for this. With a final command, Ryu Jigwang ordered, imprison that servant immediately. As So-hee was dragged away, her desperate screams filled the halls. That monk set me up. Why don't you believe me? Sealwa, watching from a distance, remained frozen in place, trembling, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Heavenly Merchant Guild estate, specifically to the Shaolin monks' accommodation. After the intense events that had just unfolded, Mujin finally stepped inside, rolling his shoulders and rubbing his neck, exhaustion evident in his posture. He exhaled deeply, his mind still racing, but he reassured himself, fortunately, this matter ended well. Time to get some rest. Just as he took another step forward, a towering figure loomed before him, blocking his path. He instinctively looked up, and his stomach dropped when he saw who it was. Standing there, with arms crossed and an unmistakable fury burning in his gaze, was Monk Biobgang. His expression was stone cold, but his eyes were practically searing into Mujin. Mujin swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. Right, he's here too. Gritting his teeth, his face red with barely contained anger, Biobgang spoke in a firm, demanding voice. Mujin, we need to talk. There's a lot we need to discuss. Why did you act alone without consulting any of us? As the weight of those words pressed down on him, Mujin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. His mind scrambled for an answer, but all he could think was, I can't tell him the truth, that I was the man in black who tricked Hong So-hee to get evidence. If he knew, it would cause an even bigger mess. With this, the matter should have been settled, or at least, that was what I thought. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's prison, where Hong So-hee was confined, a heavy silence filled the dimly lit cell. Bound and unable to speak, due to the cloth gag tied around her mouth, she sat against the cold stone wall, her breathing shallow. Then, the silence broke as footsteps echoed down the corridor. A figure entered the cell, their presence looming over her like a shadow. Without hesitation, they reached down and untied the cloth, pulling it away from her mouth. Finally, I can speak, gasping slightly, so he quickly gathered herself and spat out, "Sir, I swear, I didn't do it. It's Mujin. That demonic monk deceived all of you." The man standing before her remained unshaken. His tone was sharp as he asked, "How exactly did he deceive us?" So he clenched her fists, anger flaring in her chest. "That's right. That demon," she hissed through gritted teeth. "He's the one in black. He was the man who asked to meet with me that night." At that, the man's eyes narrowed. He tilted his head slightly and then, in a measured voice, said, "Let me ask you something else then." He took a step closer, his shadow stretching across the floor. "Why did you hand over that letter to Monk Mujin when he asked to meet with you?" The question struck her like a lightning bolt. Her breath hitched. How does he know about that? That damn monk never mentioned it. So how does this man know? Seeing her reaction, the man's expression darkened. His next words were slow and deliberate. "Tell me, does Mujin still believe I'm just another member of the Heavenly Merchant Guild?" His eyes bore into her. "Answer me. What is the 3 rules of being a spy?" Sohee's throat ran dry. Instinctively, the words surfaced in her mind, ones that had been drilled into her since the beginning. She swallowed hard and replied, "The first rule is to only follow the information and instructions that we are given. The second rule is to commit suicide without hesitation if our identity is exposed." She hesitated before muttering the last one. "The third rule," her voice dropped to a whisper, "we are everywhere." A sinister smirk played on the man's lips. "Good," he said. "You know them well." And then, in an instant, his eyes turned blood red, glowing like those of a demon. His voice, now a deep, menacing growl, roared through the cell. "So why didn't you commit suicide?" Her body went rigid as pure terror surged through her. Her breathing turned erratic, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. Then came the sound of flesh being struck. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the prison halls, followed by the sickening splatter of blood. The scene shifted back to Mujin, who stood before Biob Gang with a solemn expression. Pressing his palms together in a respectful gesture, he lowered his head slightly and apologized. "It was really urgent, so I went ahead alone to resolve it first." His voice was steady, yet there was a tinge of regret in his tone. Biob Gang remained silent for a moment before stepping forward, placing both hands firmly on Mujin's shoulders. "That's not why I'm scolding you," he said, his voice calm but weighted with something deeper. Mujin's eyes flickered with confusion. He had expected anger or reprimand, but this response threw him off. He met Biob Gang's gaze, searching for an explanation in his expression, but found only unwavering seriousness. Biob Gang exhaled, his tone carrying both concern and warning. "You were lucky this time. You survived. But the world is far bigger than you think, Mujin. There are countless people out there, people with abilities beyond your comprehension. Some are strange, some are abnormally strong. What would you have done if that woman and the black-clothed individual had been highly skilled fighters? If that had been the case, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed." Mujin's mind raced as he processed Biob Gang's words. "I never thought I'd get scolded over something like this," he mused to himself. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, his breath caught. His eyes instinctively focused on Biob Gang's expression, and the words died in his throat. There was something in the older man's face, an unspoken concern that made Mujin hesitate. "I hope you'll trust the adults next time," Biob Gang finally said, his voice softer now. Mujin swallowed his pride and nodded. "I'm Soda. I'll make sure to do that." Despite his calm reply, Mujin had to suppress the emotions stirring inside him. Biob Gang had always been someone who followed the rules strictly, rarely allowing sentiment to cloud his judgment. But right now, the way he looked at Mujin, it reminded him of his grandparents. The same deep worry, the same unspoken fear of losing someone precious. For a brief moment, Mujin saw past Biob Gang's strict nature. There was genuine concern in his voice, a protective instinct that Mujin had never fully recognized before. Looking up, he met Biob Gang's gaze once more and said, this time with unwavering sincerity, "I really will make sure to ask for help next time." As dawn's first light seeped into the grand office of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Mujin sat across from Ryu Jiguang, who wore a troubled expression. Ryu Jiguang took a deep breath before delivering the news. Hong So-hee died last night in her prison cell. Mujin's eyes widened slightly at the revelation. "She's dead?" His voice held a trace of disbelief. "What happened?" Ryu Jiguang leaned forward, his fingers interlocked as he spoke. "Early this morning, Just as I was on my way to interrogate her, I was informed that she had suddenly died. The timing is suspicious. I believe there's someone inside the merchant guild who is either assisting her or monitoring her movements. Mujin's brows furrowed in thought as he listened carefully. Ryu Jiguang continued. Even after deciphering the letter you handed me, there was nothing particularly unusual about its contents, just records of what she had done. However, we've confirmed that she was working as Sealwa's servant, leaking sensitive information about both the Shaolin and our merchant guild. Mujin felt unease settle in his gut. He chose his next words carefully. But why are you telling me this? His voice carried an edge of uncertainty. You said before that this was an internal matter for the Heavenly Merchant Guild. You even insisted on handling her imprisonment yourself. So why bring it up to me now? Is there something else I should know? Did I miss something important? At that moment, Ryu Jiguang's expression darkened slightly. A brief flicker of nervousness crossed his face before he composed himself. As expected of Monk Mujin, he thought. Not only did he devise an entirely new approach to running a clinic business, but he also uncovered suspicious activities within our guild and swiftly handled a spy. If it's him, I should be able to trust him with this. After a brief pause, Ryu Jiguang's demeanor shifted. His initial hesitation faded, replaced by quiet determination. He finally spoke, his voice carrying an unusual weight. Actually, he admitted, the reason I decided to work with the Shaolin wasn't just for business. There was another, far greater reason. He met Mujin's gaze with a steady resolve. That's why I asked to meet with you now. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to reveal the truth. The second reason I chose to align with the Shaolin is the scene shifted to before the clinic was founded, Ryu Jiguang's office. On his desk was the overall report for Hubei Province's Wuhan County. Garment purchase, Gansu Province receipt. The overall report for Gansu Province's Tianshui County. And the overall report for Shaanxi Province's Hejin County. As he got through all of them and reached the last one, he thought, after I'm done with this, I'll be done with today's work, but then he noticed something strange. Using a Chinese abacus, he calculated the figures again, verifying his suspicions. He thought, the purchase report of the Mianyang branch aligns with the received goods in the report of Shaanxi Province's Hanzhong County as expected. But one item is being sold at an especially higher price than the market rate. What is this? Don't tell me. He immediately called for Chief Administrator Yang and started writing something at his desk. Yang promptly responded, yes, guild leader. Ryu Jiguang handed him letters saying, I want you to send the Azure Gold Squad to the Mianyang branch and Hanzhong branch. I'll write the details in a letter, so make sure that they only open it after they arrive. Yang nodded. Yes, sir. In the present, Ryu Jiguang said to Mujin, I can tell it's dangerous because of the decades I have trained my senses running the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The movements of our branches seem suspicious. That's why I decided to work with Shaolin, to keep them in check. Up until now, based on my experience and instincts, I had sensed that something was slightly out of place. Then you came and helped us catch a hidden spy. I had wanted to believe that the main branch I oversee had no issues, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We almost ran into huge trouble, but you prevented it for us. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Mujin thought, as expected, there's no need to doubt the current merchant guild leader. The problem was spies like Hong So-hee. He then said, I simply did what was supposed to be done. That aside, you mentioned that other branches have problems. Mujin hesitated. I want to go there right away, but I don't feel safe doing that since I have no idea when the Heavenly Merchant Guild's main branch might fall. I need to come up with some kind of countermeasure for it. Let's think, if I don't completely solve this matter, no one will know what kind of disaster will befall the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the whole world of Shaolin Chronicles. I got rid of the first problem, which was Hong So-hee. The next villain would be Lady Sealwa. Thinking about that, Mujin asked, May I know what happened to Lady Sealwa? Ryu Jiguang replied. Since Hong So-hee was able to steal information while she was Sealwa's servant, we also investigated Sealwa. Mujin asked, Were they in cahoots together? Ryu Jiguang shook his head. Not at all. But Sealwa is under room confinement now. I can't believe she didn't even know her own servant was scheming against our merchant guild. That deserves to be punished. Mujin thought. Yeah, I guess, Ryu Jiguang then asked. But is there a problem? Why are you suddenly asking about Sealwa? Mujin replied. There's something I'd like to propose to Lady Sealwa. Have you noticed a problem with our clinic facility? I realized it after an incident that happened recently. As he was treating a patient at the clinic, a man had asked, Monk Mujin, I have a question. Does this place not accept female patients? Since I've come here for treatments a few times, I naturally talked about it with my wife. She has some problems with her back as well, so she'd also like to receive treatment here. Mujin thought back to that moment. Come to think of it, we've only accepted male patients so far. Even in the modern world, for a male fitness trainer or Pilates instructor, there are always issues since there's usually a lot of physical contact. But in this martial arts world, they take the idea that men and women should not sit together after the age of 7 very seriously. It's not a place where people can fool around or refuse to listen to their seniors. In the case of Ganghyeok's treatment, because she treated me like her grandson, she was able to undergo treatment without any problems. But for me to personally treat a woman of high status who can afford luxurious treatment, Mujin considered the issue further. Even if I perform treatments without directly touching the patient, some women might still complain to their fathers or husbands. Even if I explain that physical contact is necessary for the muscle lengthening technique, they wouldn't listen to me. I don't even want to imagine what could happen if that were to occur. After thinking it through, Mujin said, I fear something along those lines could happen. Ryu Jiguang nodded. Even though you're a Buddhist, there will still be women who feel uncomfortable with a man treating them. At this rate, it's true that it would be difficult for the clinic to accept female patients. That's indeed a huge problem. But you said you realized something just now. May I ask if you found a solution for it? Mujin answered, Yes, I did. The solution would be to ask Lady Sealwa to learn my treatment methods. That way, she can treat female patients instead of me. I heard that even though she's under room confinement, she can still take lessons. If we do that, then we'll be able to easily resolve the clinic's problem. And most importantly, since Lady Sealwa is your daughter, we won't need to worry about her leaking information about my techniques to the outside world. This technique will only belong to the Heavenly Merchant Guild, among the top 5 merchant guilds in the world. His suggestion took Ryu Jiguang by surprise. Then, a smirk formed on his lips before he burst into laughter, thinking, Monk Mujin is so unpredictable. Then Ryu Jiguang called out, Chief Administrator Yang, are you outside? Yang immediately responded, Yes, sir. Ryu Jiguang said, Ask Sealwa to come here. Sometime later as Sealwa arrived, Ryu Jiguang looked at her and said, You must hate me for confining you to your room. Sealwa replied, Father, I don't blame you for that. Ryu Jiguang continued, Since you've been to the clinic a few times, you know what kind of work Monk Mujin does, right? Sealwa nodded. Yes, I do. Ryu Jiguang turned to Monk Mujin. Please take over. Mujin stood from his seat. Yes, merchant guild leader. He then walked towards Sealwa and said, Lady Sealwa, after discussing with your father, I'd like to propose something to you. Would you be willing to learn my treatment methods and exercises and then help out with female patients? Sealwa looked startled. That came out of nowhere. I'm still under confinement. How could I do that? Mujin reassured her. I'm not asking you to help the clinic immediately. First, I'll need to teach you my treatment methods during your confinement. You've watched how I do it every time you visit, haven't you? I think you'll be able to learn it easily. Hearing this, Sealwa began to tremble. But then, as she looked at Mujin, she saw the same gentle smile she remembered from the time they had first met, when he had saved her at Shaolin Temple Mountain. Mujin spoke again, his voice soft and reassuring. It's all right. This isn't something you have to think about too seriously. You can feel free to reject me. Would you like to help us? Sealwa's trembling stopped as she realized. This monk before her was the same one who had saved her back then. Mujin smiled. You can just think of it as us playing together like we did back then. Some time later, Sealwa retreated to a quiet room, seeking solitude to gather her thoughts. As she sat there, reflecting on everything that had happened, Mujin's words from earlier echoed in her mind. Aren't you going to treat the sick and save the world? I'll stay by your side to help, so that you can accomplish that. A wave of doubt washed over her as she lowered her gaze. She let out a soft sigh and whispered to herself, Can I really do it? I've only been to the clinic a handful of times, and merely observed what was going on. If something goes wrong, what if I make a mistake? What should I do? Meanwhile, outside the room, her father, Ryu Jiguang, happened to overhear her anxious murmuring. Concerned, he turned to Mujin and asked in a serious tone, While those are noble intentions, are you certain this is the right decision? I can't help but feel that this might be too overwhelming for Sealwa to handle right now. Mujin, however, remained confident. He gave a knowing smile and replied, She's your daughter, isn't she? She's more than capable of handling this. Deep down, he thought to himself, This is actually the perfect opportunity. Right now, Ryu Sealwa is struggling with self-doubt, largely because of how Hong So-hee manipulated her, fattening her up and gaslighting her into losing confidence in herself. But if she learns about exercise, its principles, and how to apply them, she'll gain a sense of achievement and start regaining her confidence. And besides, it wouldn't be a bad thing for me to get closer to the daughter of a wealthy family. On the first day of her education, Mujin started by teaching Siwa the fundamental theories behind physical training and the changes the body undergoes when engaging in proper exercise. He also introduced concepts that were not typically practiced in Shaolin, such as meat consumption for protein, something she had never considered before. Alongside that, he explained the importance of a balanced diet, breaking down various nutrients and their effects on the body. Understanding that she was new to all of this, Mujin took extra care to simplify complex medical and fitness terminology, making sure the concepts were easy to grasp. He also used engaging analogies to help her visualize the ideas more clearly. To his surprise, Siwa absorbed the information remarkably fast, processing it with an eagerness he hadn't expected. At one point, as they were discussing nutrition, Siwa suddenly recalled something from their past encounter. Her expression shifted as she looked at Mujin and said, "So, that's why you were eating meat back then." She was referring to the time they had met on the mountain. Mujin's face stiffened slightly. He waved a hand dismissively and muttered, "Please just forget about that." By the fifth day, Mujin had moved on to teaching her stretching techniques and Pilates exercises. Although she was still technically under confinement, her father allowed her to leave the estate for educational purposes. This led them to visit the clinic where she could gain hands-on experience. To assist with her training, Ganghyeok joined them, offering herself as a practice subject for Siwa to work on. Since Mujin couldn't physically guide Siwa by touching her himself, Ganghyeok stepped in to help demonstrate certain techniques. At first, Siwa was visibly nervous, her hands hovering uncertainly before making contact. But as soon as she followed Mujin's instructions and applied what she had learned, her movements became more precise and fluid. She quickly grasped the principles behind postural therapy and acupressure, steadily improving with each session. Seeing her abilities develop so rapidly, Mujin thought, once she starts receiving recognition for her skills, the confidence she gains will be beyond words. By the 9th day, something about Siwa had changed. Her eyes no longer held the same hesitation they once did. It was as if she had discovered a new purpose, one that was no longer solely about fulfilling expectations from the merchant guild or her father. This time, it seemed like she was doing it for herself. Observing this shift, Mujin speculated, "I think I have an idea of what her goal might be, but I shouldn't assume. Talking about a woman's weight is a delicate matter, after all. For now, I'll just keep watching and step in only when necessary." His expression darkened slightly as he thought about the injustice she had endured. She's been manipulated all this time by a spy who intentionally led her down this path. That's what caused her to gain so much weight in the first place. I suggested personal training under the guise of education, and not once did she refuse it. If anything, she's shown an unwavering determination to improve. She's serious about this. I just hope she achieves the results she's hoping for. I want to see a Ryu Siwa of strength and resolve, not the version I read about in the novel. By the 20th day, Siwa had mastered most of the stretching and Pilates techniques Mujin had taught her. Although she had learned fewer techniques compared to what he had previously taught Biobji, she had achieved remarkable stability in her form. Now, she was capable of incorporating them into her daily routine. Her dedication was evident. She never slacked off, not even once. For someone aspiring to be a professional trainer, that was an excellent start. Given that she was still in her growing years, as long as she continued to push forward and refused to give up, she would succeed in losing weight. Mujin reflected, even for adults, dieting and fitness regimens can be brutal. Yet despite how timid she was in the beginning, she's undergone a complete transformation. That alone is incredible, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. Standing at a distance, her father, Ryu Jiguang, silently observed his daughter, seeing how different she had become. How she had gone from being withdrawn and depressed to someone driven and focused. He murmured to himself, "I can't believe she's changed this much. She's nothing like how she was before." The sight of her determination moved him deeply. So much so that, in a rare display of emotion, he discreetly handed Mujin a sum of emergency funds, ensuring that his senior officials wouldn't notice. At first, Mujin hesitated and declined, his expression unreadable. "Are you trying to buy me with money? Do you think I would accept such an offer so easily?" But faced with the sheer amount he was being offered, resisting became increasingly difficult. In the end, he accepted it, though not without a lingering thought in the back of his mind. One day, I'll use this money to buy myself some protein to eat. Training her had gone smoothly, but that was only a step toward my larger objectives. Mujin turned to Ryu Jiguang and said, "Merchant Guild Leader, I believe she's ready." Ryu Jiguang raised an eyebrow. You think so too? Mujin nodded. I've been considering expanding our operations to the countryside. You don't want the clinics to be limited to Dangfeng County, do you? If we establish additional branches, we can provide medical aid to more people and, in the process, generate additional revenue. I mean, contribute to the well-being of even more individuals. Yet beneath those words, Mujin harbored another thought. This expansion will also give us an opportunity to investigate the suspicious activities of certain countryside branches. Ryu Jiguang pondered for a moment before asking, where do you plan to establish the first branch? In Jiangxi province, specifically in Nanchang, Mujin answered confidently. Ryu Jiguang appeared intrigued. Nanchang? Why there? Luoyang or Zhengzhou are much closer options. Mujin explained, the Shaolin Temple holds significant influence in Dangfeng County, making expansion into nearby regions relatively easy. However, if we push outward too aggressively, other sects will start to raise complaints. That's why my target is a neutral area, Nanchang. It's an unclaimed territory, untouched by any major faction. If we successfully establish a branch there, we'll be able to extend our reach and help even more people in the future. Ryu Jiguang leaned back, impressed. I didn't realize you had such a strong grasp of territorial dynamics. That's quite insightful. But you do understand that conducting business in Nanchang won't be easy. Mujin acknowledged the challenge. It's still preferable to setting up shop in a region dominated by a rival group. And if you look at the map, Nanchang is the closest neutral area to us. Though his reasoning was logical, Mujin's true motive lay elsewhere. Internally, he reflected, capturing a minor spy like Hong, so he won't be enough to change the fate of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. The real mastermind remains hidden. According to my knowledge, in the near future, Nanchang will fall under the control of an unorthodox faction, the Tyrant Blade faction. This faction serves as the enforcer of the corrupt Heavenly Merchant Guild, overseeing illicit activities such as drug production and human trafficking. These dark dealings generate the majority of the guild's profits, ultimately leading them down a path of no return. If I want to alter the course of history, I need to act now. I must uncover their plans before they take root. Later, while discussing the expansion with Hyun Myung, the topic of leadership arose. Hyun Myung asked, I understand why you want to go there personally, but who will manage things here in your absence? The Heavenly Merchant Guild won't simply sit idly by. Mujin responded, Monk Biab Jian is more than capable. He's been assisting my grandfather all this time, which has prevented him from showcasing his true abilities. But now, he's more proficient in my techniques than even I am. Grandfather has always felt indebted to him for his unwavering support. This is a perfect opportunity for Monk Biab Jian to take charge and prove himself. Still, Mujin's true thought was, this arrangement allows me to travel to Nanchang alone. Maybe I can even treat myself to some good meat while I'm there. His excitement, however, was short-lived. Hyun Myung interjected, that region is too distant for you to travel alone. Fortunately, I have the perfect companion in mind. Mujin's plan was instantly derailed. He later found out that Abbot Hyun Chun had been informed of their discussion and had given his approval with a broad smile. Grandfather, too, had readily agreed to the arrangement. In the end, Mujin was left with no choice but to take Monk Biab Jian along. Despite the unexpected addition to his journey, Mujin meticulously planned every detail of the expansion, drawing from his past experiences as a gym owner when he was still Choi Kang-hyuk. With most preparations falling into place without issue, he turned his attention to his departure. That evening, after concluding his training session with Sealwa, Mujin announced, that's all for today. Sealwa bowed respectfully. Thank you, Monk Mujin. Curious about her progress, Mujin asked, how did you find the muscle lengthening technique class? I apologize if my teaching wasn't up to standard. Sealwa quickly reassured him. Not at all. You taught exceptionally well. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to use my time effectively during my house confinement. After a brief pause, she hesitantly asked, are you leaving tomorrow? To Nanchang? Mujin nodded. Yes, we'll be departing early in the morning. I initially thought I would remain in Hunan after leaving the Shaolin Temple, but fate seems to have other plans. Sealwa's expression darkened as thoughts weighed on her mind. We've only just grown close, and now he's leaving already. He saved me when I was a child, and now he's saved the Merchant Guild. I haven't even had the chance to properly thank him. People around me always seem to leave. It's hard to form bonds when they all eventually disappear. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Mujin gently called her name, pulling her from her thoughts. Flashing a reassuring smile, he said, I'm only going on a business trip. I'll return once my work there is complete. In the meantime, you'd better keep training diligently. When I come back, I'll be testing your progress, so be prepared. I won't be going easy on you. Understood. Seowa gave a firm nod, sealing her promise to continue training. With that, Mujin had provided her with the final push of motivation she needed. Now that everything was set, the journey to Nanchang was about to begin. Early the next morning, as they set off on their travels, Mujin turned to the coachman and asked, "How long will it take to reach Nanchang?" The coachman replied, "If all goes smoothly, we should arrive in approximately 4 days." Mujin nodded. "Understood. We'll be counting on you." The coachman assured him, "Rest easy. I'll get you there safely." As the journey commenced, Mujin's mind remained preoccupied. Now that Hong So-hee has been eliminated, the enemy organization will undoubtedly take action. If possible, I want to confront the Tyrant Blade faction directly and cross paths with that individual. Ryu Sealho, the second son of Ryu Jiguang. According to Ganghyeok's novel, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, he will play a pivotal role. Meanwhile, in a distant office, Ryu Sealho was meticulously reviewing a stack of documents when a servant entered and respectfully informed him, "Branch leader, guests from the Merchant Guild Leaders faction are en route to see you." Ryu Sealho's gaze sharpened. "From main guild? What kind of guests?" The servant replied, "They are from the Shaolin temple." Upon hearing those words, Ryu Sealho immediately turned his head, his crimson eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the messenger. The scene shifted back to Mujin, who was seated inside a carriage as it made its way toward its destination. The rhythmic clatter of horse hooves filled the air, and the gentle swaying of the carriage signaled that they were nearing their stop. The coachman, holding the reins firmly, turned his head slightly and addressed Mujin in a respectful tone. "Blessed monk, will be arriving shortly." Mujin's gaze shifted towards the horizon, his eyes narrowing as he spotted a city emerging in the distance. His voice carried a note of curiosity as he asked, "That place we see ahead, is that Nanchang?" The coachman gave a small nod and responded, "Yes, please prepare to disembark." Mujin took another look at the approaching cityscape, its bustling energy already palpable from afar. He leaned slightly to the side, glancing nervously into the dimly lit interior of the carriage. As his fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the wooden seat, a thought crossed his mind. "That's my second place of business, Nanchang. It would have been better if I had taken this trip alone." Pushing those thoughts aside, Mujin straightened up and spoke, "We've arrived. Please wake up." Just as the words left his lips, a sudden, sharp impact landed on his head. The dull thud echoed inside the carriage, and pain shot through his skull. Startled, he clutched his head and looked up to see the culprit, a wooden stick held in the firm grip of an old man. "You little brat," a gruff voice snapped at him. "Did you not hear what the coachman just said? He clearly told us, we'll be arriving shortly, didn't he?" The one wielding the stick was none other than Haiguan, the head of the Demon Slayer's order. Unlike Mujin, who sat upright, Haiguan was sprawled across the floor of the carriage, lazily resting as if the cramped space were a bed meant for him alone. His voice carried an unmistakable irritation as he continued, "I told you to wake me up only when we have actually arrived. Do you not understand words, or are you just deaf?" Mujin, still rubbing the sore spot where the stick had landed, shouted back in frustration, "No one would understand what you mean if you say it like that." Haiguan yawned, stretching his arms before rolling over dismissively. "In any case, I'm going back to sleep," he muttered. Mujin clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together as he tried to contain his irritation. Why did it have to be this old man? He thought, barely restraining himself from kicking Haiguan out of the carriage. The scene shifted to a discussion that had taken place 2 days prior, within the halls of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Mujin stood before Hyun Myung, his brows furrowed in disbelief. "What? You want me to travel with Monk Haiguan?" he asked, his tone betraying his reluctance. Hyun Myung nodded and explained, "Yes. You might not be aware, but in the vicinity of Nanchang, there have been rumors, whispers about underworld gangs and unorthodox martial groups making occasional appearances. While these are merely rumors, I'm not comfortable sending you there alone. That's why I'm considering asking Haiguan to accompany you. He has extensive knowledge about unorthodox groups, and it's always safer to take extra precautions. Nothing bad will come from being careful." Back in the present, Mujin exhaled a heavy sigh as he leaned slightly against the carriage wall. His fingers drummed against the wood as he mulled over the situation. "This is actually good. My main goal on this trip is to deal with the Tyrant Blade faction, a group that does the dirty work of the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild. That means there will be fighting. Having someone as strong as Haiguan around definitely puts me at ease. But then a troubling thought crept in. Can I really depend on him? Meanwhile, just as the carriage rolled forward, Haiguan's ears twitched slightly. Though his eyes remained closed, his other senses remained sharp. He picked up on a subtle but distinct sound coming from a distance. The corners of his lips curled into an eager grin as an amused thought crossed his mind. Just as I thought, something fun's about to happen. His fingers instinctively tightened around the wooden stick in his grasp. To think those little rats have come out to meet us already. This trip won't be a boring one after all. At that moment, hidden within the thick canopy of trees overlooking the road, two figures clad in dark robes observed the carriage. Their blood-red eyes gleamed ominously from the shadows, locked onto their target. The scene shifted once again, this time to the interior of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nanchang branch. Within a private chamber, Ryu Sealho, the second son of Ryu Jiguang and the branch leader of the guild, sat in quiet contemplation. Turning to a subordinate standing before him, he asked in a calm but firm tone, "So, have you confirmed it?" A man dressed in black, the same one who had been watching Mujin's carriage earlier, took a seat across from him. With a nod, he replied, "Yes, we've confirmed that they've arrived by horse-drawn carriage." Ryu Sealho narrowed his eyes. "The Shaolin disciples have come here?" Before he could inquire further, a sharp knock echoed through the room. "Branch leader, the guests of the merchant guild leader are here." Ryu Sealho barely spared a glance at his hidden subordinate before giving him a curt signal. "Hide," he ordered, then turned his attention back to the servant. "Let them in." The doors swung open, and Mujin entered the chamber. As he stepped inside, his gaze subtly swept across the room, his sharp instincts tingling. There's a presence here, something faint. Am I overthinking things? Pushing the thought aside, he turned to face Ryu Sealho and greeted him with a polite nod. "Nice to meet you. I am Mujin, a third-class disciple of Shaolin." Ryu Sealho responded with a measured smile. "I am Ryu Sealho, the branch leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nanchang branch. It must have been exhausting for you to make such a long journey. I've already received a letter from the Merchant Guild leader, so I have a rough understanding of the situation. Our Nanchang branch intends to commission a workshop to craft the tools your clinic requires. If you need anything else, you may speak to the chief supervisor." Mujin raised an eyebrow. "Pardon?" Ryu Sealho's tone turned dismissive. "Today is your first day here, so I made time for you. But as the branch leader, I have a great deal of work to attend to." Mujin's expression remained neutral, but internally, he scoffed. "So that's how you want to play it? How rude, befitting for a future villain." With a polite but insincere smile, he said, "May I take my leave now, branch leader?" Ryu Sealho gave a small nod. "It'd be nice if you did. I have a lot of work to do. Please take your leave." Without hesitation, Mujin turned and exited the office. As soon as the door shut behind him, the black-clad figure reappeared before Ryu Sealho. Ryu Sealho smirked. Even though he wasn't entirely sure, "I can't believe he managed to sense your presence." The figure nodded. "He's certainly no ordinary monk." Ryu Sealho leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled together. "Underestimating him could disrupt our plans. The merchant guild leader must have had a reason for praising him so highly. I suppose I'll have to test it myself." The figure tilted his head. "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" Ryu Sealho's lips curled into a knowing smile. "I just recalled an incident where a large number of Shaolin Outer Sect disciples left. The world is a place that reacts sensitively to rumors, as long as they sound interesting. Spread that rumor." The figure bowed. "Yes, sir." As the scene shifted back to Mujin, he was busy unloading supplies from the carriage with the assistance of a local disciple. The two worked efficiently, transferring various packages and equipment into the temple in the area. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, Mujin turned to his helper and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping with the luggage. I really appreciate it." His helper, a man named Ganghyeok, offered a warm smile in response. He was an outer sect disciple under the Jiangxi Buddha 5th sect leader. "I was also once a Shaolin disciple," he revealed. "We should all help each other out whenever we can. When I was still a disciple, my Buddhist name was Hai Shin." Mujin took a moment to reflect on this. He had been under the impression that monk Hyun Myung was deeply concerned about the security of Nanchang. Yet, from what he had seen so far, the Buddha 5th sect leader and his disciples appeared to be kind and welcoming. It was a comforting realization. As Ganghyeok glanced over the various tools Mujin had brought with him, his curiosity was piqued. "By the way, can these fancy-looking things really help the world?" Mujin nodded firmly. These are medical treatment tools that have already provided a great deal of aid to countless people. We can't be the only ones benefiting from something so valuable. That's precisely why we came here, to share them with those in need. Before their conversation could continue, a sudden knock on the door broke the moment. A voice called out from outside. Is the Buddhist sect leader in there? Is anyone inside? Both Mujin and Mak Jaehyuk exchanged puzzled looks before turning their attention toward the door. Wondering who could be calling upon them so urgently, Mak Jaehyuk took the initiative to approach the gate. Please excuse me for a moment, he said. It seems we have an unexpected visitor. As he pulled the door open, his eyes widened at the sight before him. A large group of people had gathered just outside, their expressions tense and confrontational. Immediately, he addressed them. Why are there so many of you here? What is the matter? From within the crowd, someone spoke up in a sharp tone. We have something to say to the person who came from Shaolin. We've heard some troubling rumors. Mak Jaehyuk's brows furrowed. What rumors? He asked cautiously. Mujin, observing the assembled individuals, quickly assessed the situation. These people, they seem to be representatives of the local sections, but they don't appear particularly strong. Just then, an older man with silver-white hair stepped forward. His presence commanded attention. This was none other than Kong Taegu, the leader of the Jiangxi Tai sword sect. His voice carried a stern edge as he demanded, is it true that the noble Shaolin disciples, who have supposedly cut off all worldly desires, are attempting to conduct business using medical techniques? His accusation stirred murmurs of discontent among the onlookers. Soon, others joined in, voicing their displeasure. The Shaolin Temple is getting involved in business now. Is it because you're struggling financially after so many outer sect disciples left? I thought Shaolin monks were above such things. Never imagined they'd be corrupted by money. Mak Jaehyuk, remaining composed, responded calmly. As you can see, this place is intended to serve as a clinic. It exists solely to provide medical treatment for those who are suffering, but the dissenters were unmoved. Then do it for free, one of them shouted. Even if you monks are struggling financially, how can the Shaolin Temple justify expanding its influence under the guise of business? You should return to your mountain at once. Mujin clenched his fists. His patience was wearing thin. Internally, he seethed. These fools are really overstepping their bounds. Stepping forward, he interjected, his voice unwavering. Pardon me for interrupting your discussion, but we, the Shaolin disciples, have only just arrived here. We were in the middle of unloading our supplies. Tell me, how did you know that we intended to use medical techniques? His words cast a brief silence over the crowd. Individuals exchanged uncertain glances before one of them hesitantly spoke up. Didn't you say it yourself? No, another voice countered. I heard it from the Tai Sword Sect leader. Kong Taegu, Tai Sword Sect leader, now under scrutiny, simply crossed his arms. Only heard about it through rumors. Mujin's eyes narrowed. So that's how it is, he thought. The only person capable of rallying all these minor sects in one place, it has to be Ryu Sealho. That cunning fox. He's trying to manipulate public opinion against me. Aloud, Mujin declared, I think I understand why you've gathered here. Let me make something clear. I traveled a great distance, fully prepared to dedicate myself to helping others. My goal is to aid the people of this city. So to hear ridiculous accusations like Shaolin has become obsessed with money is something we fully anticipated. Kong Taegu remained unmoved. Even so, Mujin pressed on. Even so, are you truly saying you don't want the people of Nanchang to have access to better health care? Kong Taegu scoffed. That claim is far-fetched. Mujin smirked. Far-fetched? Let's be honest here. Why would the Shaolin Temple need your permission to open a clinic? Unless, of course, there's another reason behind your opposition. Do you really take us for fools? His gaze sharpened. You're all just Ryu Sealho's pawns. Just then, a younger man stepped forward, his expression filled with irritation. I can't listen to this any longer. Why does a mere young monk from Shaolin talk so much? Father, allow me to deal with this. This was Kong Jiowon, the eldest son of the Tai Sword Sect leader. With a smug grin, he issued a challenge. I'll personally teach you the proper mindset a Shaolin disciple should have. Let's settle this the orthodox way, with a duel. The gathered crowd erupted into cheers of approval, their excitement palpable. Mujin smirked, cracking his knuckles. Judging by their reaction, that means everyone agrees, right? Fine, then. He shifted into his fighting stance, his gaze unwavering. Don't just stand there. Come me already. Some time later, as the duel between Kong Jiowon and Mujin commenced, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The spectators watched with bated breath. Their eyes locked onto the two warriors. Kang Jiowon, his body covered in bruises and cuts, hesitated to continue the fight. His breathing was ragged, and his muscles trembled from exhaustion. The crowd, unimpressed by his reluctance, began shouting at him. "Why aren't you giving it your all?" Someone jeered. Gritting his teeth, Kang Jiowon's thoughts raced. Is he really just a teenager? He wondered. I heard he was only a third-class disciple. How did he manage to survive Dangfeng County? There must be a reason. But how is he so strong? Before he could gather himself, Mujin rushed forward again with blistering speed. Kang Jiowon reacted instinctively, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick. However, Mujin dodged it effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. There it is again. That strange technique. Kang Jiowon thought, his mind struggling to comprehend Mujin's unpredictable footwork. In a split second, Mujin seized the opportunity. He grabbed Kang Jiowon's extended leg with one hand while simultaneously gripping his robe. With a swift, calculated motion, he executed a powerful leg hook, sending Kang Jiowon crashing onto the hard ground. The impact rattled his body, and as he lay there, blood trickled from his forehead, mixing with the dust beneath him. His limbs felt heavy, his mind clouded by fatigue. Mujin stood over him and scoffed. Your attack was so predictable that even a child could have dodged it, he remarked coldly. I've won. Don't make any more trouble. And don't even think about going back on your word. Act like an orthodox martial artist should. Meanwhile, perched atop a nearby rooftop, Haiguan observed the fight with mild amusement. Watching Mujin's win, he muttered under his breath, I didn't even have to step in. That was reckless, but it looks like things worked out in the end. He let out a small sigh, then shook his head. But how foolish. He's already left a terrible first impression on the locals. From the very start, he's done nothing but make enemies here. Kid, what's your next move? As night fell, the streets of Nanchang were bustling with life. Lanterns cast a warm glow over the roads, illuminating the throngs of people who moved about, engaged in lively conversation. Dressed in a disguise, Mujin blended seamlessly into the crowd, his steps careful and deliberate. His altered appearance kept him from drawing unwanted attention, at least from those who weren't particularly observant. A small group of women nearby caught sight of him and began whispering among themselves. My, he's so handsome. One of them gushed, her eyes sparkling. Look at his physique, another murmured. Even through his clothes, you can see how toned his muscles are. And that hair so thick and flowing. The third one giggled and called out playfully. Handsome man, want to have some fun tonight? Oh my, don't be so shy. Mujin sighed inwardly. I can't believe I'm actually wearing a wig. Damn, that Shaolin temple. If not for this disguise, everyone would immediately recognize that I'm a monk. His gaze swept over the streets as he continued walking. In this era, the Tyrant Blade faction hasn't fully seized control of Nanchang yet. I need to gather every scrap of information on them, no matter how insignificant it may seem. As he passed by an inn, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, stopping him in his tracks. The scent was intoxicating, making his stomach tighten in protest. His gaze shifted towards the entrance, where the inviting glow of lanterns illuminated the faces of diners indulging in hearty meals. I can't go in there now, he reminded himself, clenching his fists. I have to stay focused on my mission. That's why I went through the trouble of disguising myself in the first place. Sweat formed on his brow as he struggled to suppress his desires. Calm down, he told himself. My priority is tracking down the Tyrant Blade faction. I need to find Ryu Sealho and the other villains and deliver a devastating blow to them. But his stomach twisted with hunger. For the past few months, the only protein I've had has come from mushrooms and tofu. Shaking his head vigorously, he scolded himself. No, Mujin, snap out of it. I need to focus on gathering information, not meat. At that precise moment, a deep, rumbling sound echoed through the street. Mujin froze. People around him stopped and turned their heads. I think I just heard thunder, one man said, looking up at the sky. No, another man whispered. That sound came from that young man's stomach. A third person hushed them. Sure, how can you be so tactless? Mujin's face burned with embarrassment. Some time later, he finally gave in and entered the inn. As soon as he sat down, he ordered several meat dishes and wasted no time devouring them. Nothing is more important than filling your stomach first, he murmured between bites, his mouth full. This is the perfect time to use the money I received as a gift. It's been ages since I've had high-quality protein. The last time I had a proper meal was during the wall-facing punishment. He stuffed more food into his mouth. I don't know when I'll get another chance to eat like this, so I need to take full advantage of it. Taking a deep breath, he admired the dish in front of him. Dompa pork? Grandpa used to love this stuff. The smell alone is divine. All right, little pork belly. I'll make sure you're reborn as strength within my body. Lost in his thoughts and his meal, Mujin remained unaware that he was being watched. From a nearby window, Hai Guan sat comfortably, observing the scene with an amused expression. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he watching Mujin eat like a starving man. Mujin, mid-bite, suddenly felt a strange sensation, an eerie sense of being watched. He glanced up and met Hai Guan's gaze. The monk was smiling directly at him. Mujin's body tensed. His chopsticks clattered against the plate as shock coursed through him. He felt his stomach sink, his mind scrambling for a way to explain himself. Hai Guan let out a low chuckle and said, "Well, I never expected to run into a fellow monk here. That's quite the feast you have in front of you. Are you enjoying yourself?" His smile widened as he continued. "So, you're the one who corrupted Grandmaster Hyun Guang? Is that why you fought so hard to stay in Nanchang? I saw the way you went after that big oaf earlier. Eyes full of fire. Quite the passionate little monk, aren't you?" Mujin swallowed hard, his mind racing. If I play this right, this could be my chance to take down the Tyrant Blade faction. Hai Guan stood from his perch and gracefully made his way toward Mujin's table. With a smirk, he said, "Now then, as the price for me turning a blind eye to this, you'll be paying for both of our meals." Sometime later, as Mujin continued explaining the situation, more liquor bottles arrived at their table, the wooden cups clinking softly as the waiter placed them down. Hai Guan leaned back slightly, crossing his arms as he summarized. "So, Ryu Jiguang, the leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, informed you that an underground organization has embedded itself in Nanchang. They've been committing unspeakable crimes, kidnapping children and women, selling them off like cattle. In response, you disguised yourself, entered this establishment, and ordered food in hopes of gathering intelligence on them. Is that correct?" Mujin gave a firm nod. "Yes, that's right." Hai Guan lifted his cup, taking a slow sip of his liquor before exhaling. "I see. The name of that organization is the Tyrant Blade faction." Hearing those words, Mujin couldn't help but glance at the liquor in Hai Guan's hand. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I want to drink liquor too, but he quickly dismissed it. Hai Guan's lips curled into a sinister grin as he set his cup down. "If what you're saying is true, then this might be a good opportunity for me. It's been a while since I've had a chance to truly stretch my muscles." He then leaned back slightly, narrowing his eyes as his thoughts continued. "There's a strong chance that the people watching us earlier belonged to the Tyrant Blade faction. But what's strange is, even after detecting my energy, they chose to do nothing. They didn't react at all, even when faced with my anti-demon Buddha energy. Does that mean they're still rational enough to avoid unnecessary conflict?" Just then, Hai Guan suddenly called out, "Waiter!" A man hurried over saying, "Yes, sir." Hai Guan casually lifted a silver niang between his fingers. Mujin's gaze immediately locked onto the coin, his expression shifting. "Wait, that's my silver niang. I only took them out for a moment. When did he take one?" Hai Guan, unfazed by Mujin's silent frustration, spoke smoothly. "Do you happen to know anything about a group called the Tyrant Blade faction? If you have any information, tell me now, and I'll make sure you receive another one of these." He flipped the silver niang in his hand, letting the light glint off it enticingly. Some time later, after gathering information from the waiter, Mujin and Hai Guan arrived at the headquarters of the Black Death faction. The waiter had told them, "I've never heard of the Tyrant Blade faction, but there is a notorious underworld syndicate here in Nanchang known as the Black Death faction. They've been operating for a long time, dealing in all sorts of shady business. If any group could be tied to the Tyrant Blade faction, it would be them." Now, standing amidst the aftermath of battle, the scent of blood and sweat thick in the air, Mujin surveyed the unconscious bodies of their defeated foes. With a deep sigh, he muttered, "This isn't them. The Tyrant Blade faction isn't weak like this. These guys are nothing more than street thugs. They're even weaker than that fool Kong Jiawan, the one I fought yesterday." Hai Guan stepped forward and nonchalantly slapped one of the unconscious men across the face. The man stirred, groaning as he slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself being yanked up by the collar. Hai Guan's voice was cold and sharp as he demanded, "I doubt you know much about the Tyrant Blade faction, but tell me, are there any up-and-coming underworld groups that could pose a threat to your faction? Have you noticed any organizations bringing in outsiders?" His grip tightened. "If I don't hear an answer I like, I'll boil you alive." Panic flooded the man's face. His breath came in short gasps as he stammered. "There's a place. We've seen several unfamiliar faces there recently. A lot of people go in, but almost no one ever comes out. We never dared to interfere with that place recklessly. Haiguan mused before asking. Do you know its location? The man trembled, thoughts racing in his head. I'll tell them everything. Please, just spare me. Mujin and Haiguan exchanged glances. A silent understanding passed between them. We found them. As soon as the man provided the necessary details, Haiguan turned on his heel and immediately began moving toward the location without hesitation. Mujin, sensing the recklessness of the decision, quickly called out. Wait, going in with just the two of us could be dangerous. Let's contact the rest of the monks and go together. Haiguan paused only briefly before turning his head slightly. You want to call for reinforcements? He scoffed. I don't think that's necessary. He then lifted his hand and gestured toward the nearby rooftops. I think my guys are more than enough already. Mujin's eyes widened as he turned and saw them, silhouettes perched on the rooftops, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Realization dawned upon him. So the presences I felt earlier, they were from the demon extermination squad? When did they start following us? Haiguan chuckled. They'll show up wherever I am, or wherever the stench of the demonic cult lingers. Looks like the higher-ups didn't just send me to handle this mission. They really are obsessed with me. Then, raising his voice, he issued the command. All of you heard me, right? Demon Extermination Squad, move out. The Tyrant Blade faction was a notorious unorthodox group that played a major role in the novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, written by author G.A. Kyung. Known for their ruthless and sadistic nature, they stood as one of the most feared villainous organizations within the story. Under the secret patronage of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the faction engaged in a range of illicit activities, including drug trafficking and human smuggling. To ensure that their operations remained undetected, they deliberately chose a secluded and well-hidden base in the outskirts of a remote village, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to stumble upon their whereabouts. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden stronghold of the Tyrant Blade faction, the air was thick with tension. The leader of the faction sat upon his ornate seat, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of irritation and expectation. His voice was sharp as he addressed the subordinate kneeling before him. You failed, he asked, his tone devoid of patience. The subordinate kept his head low, suppressing a nervous gulp. Yes, unfortunately, he admitted. As per your orders, we attempted to manipulate the sects in the area to force the Shaolin disciples into retreat. However, our efforts were thwarted by a single monk, the one they call the Blessed Monk. Because of him, our plans to drive them out ended in failure. The leader narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on the armrest of his chair. You're telling me that all of you failed because of one young monk? He scoffed before shaking his head in disgust. This is exactly why I despise the Orthodox factions. Those self-righteous hypocrites can't even stand on their own without clinging to their so-called morality. They're dead weight, yet somehow you still lost to them. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. But will this really be fine? If the rumors are true and Haiguan, the demon exterminator, is accompanying the blessed monk. Before he could finish his sentence, a club came to an abrupt stop just inches from his forehead. The sheer force behind it caused the air to tremble. The subordinate froze in place, barely able to breathe. His trembling eyes darted upward to see his leader gripping the heavy weapon with an ironclad grip, his expression unreadable. So what? The leader sneered, tilting his head slightly. Do you think I'll lose? He let out a low chuckle before leaning forward, eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. Well, I suppose Haiguan has slaughtered quite a number of people. But tell me, his smirk widened. Aren't you curious as well? The subordinate, still staring at the club hovering near his face, struggled to suppress his fear. The leader grinned, exuding confidence. If the so-called demon exterminator and I, the great leader of the Tyrant Blade faction, were to clash at full power, then tell me, who would emerge victorious? At that moment, outside the base, one of the guards standing watch heard a faint, unfamiliar sound. His brows furrowed as he turned in the direction of the noise, his senses on high alert. What was that sound? He thought, gripping his weapon tightly. Before he could react further, something strange appeared on the surface of the outer wall, a blazing imprint, flickering with an intense heat. As he stared in confusion, his eyes widened in horror. It's getting hotter. Wait. Now that I look closely, his breath hitched. Those are palm-shaped. Before he could even process the revelation, the entire wall was obliterated in an instant. A massive explosion of force sent debris flying in all directions as a devastating palm strike crashed through the barrier. The sheer power of the attack sent the guard hurtling backward, his body colliding with the ground in a violent tumble. Standing amidst the wreckage was a lone figure, Biaobai. His outstretched hand still crackled with residual energy from the Rilai Divine Palm Strike, the very technique that had just torn through the fortification as if it were paper. The guard, despite his injuries, forced out a desperate shout. An enemy ambush from the east. Get everyone out here now. No sooner had he called for reinforcements than another explosion erupted from the opposite side of the base. This one was different, charged with brilliant, crackling electricity. The stunned guard barely had time to think. The other side, too? From the midst of the chaos, a voice rang out, calm yet mocking. "TSK, you're making a big fuss over nothing," Biob Gang remarked as he stood amidst flickering arcs of lightning. "That little attack wasn't enough to kill you, was it?" From within the fortress, alarmed voices began to rise. "They're all Baldies," someone shouted. "The intruders are from the Shaolin Temple. We're being ambushed from both the east and the west at the same time." Before the panic cries could spread further, another loud crack echoed through the battlefield. Haiguan had stepped onto that shouting enemy's face. "You should really pay more attention," Haiguan taunted, his tone dripping with condescension. "We're coming in from the front too. You guys are so incompetent. At least now I understand just how low your standards are." With that, he grinding him into the ground with a force that made the earth beneath them fracture, forming spiderweb-like cracks. Rising to his full height, Haiguan scanned the battlefield with sharp eyes. Then his voice rang out, unwavering and full of authority. "Unorthodox martial artists who have plagued the world with your atrocities, today marks your end." Lifting his weapon, he called out to his allies. "Demon Extermination Squad, move out." The battlefield erupted into chaos as the battle raged on. The monks of the Shaolin Temple unleashed their overwhelming strength, cutting down their enemies with precision and expertise. The unorthodox warriors who had once terrorized the region were now being swiftly and mercilessly dismantled. Mujin, observing the battle from a short distance away, felt a shiver run down his spine. "I never realized it until now, but the older monks, they're unbelievably strong. They're barely even trying, yet they're mowing down the enemies like it's nothing." His gaze swept over the battlefield, watching as seasoned Shaolin monks dispatch foes with effortless efficiency. Is this the true power of the Shaolin Temple? The so-called world's strongest guiding light? Before he could contemplate further, a voice called out to him. "Mujin!" It was Biob Gang. He turned his head just in time to see the older monk pointing forward. Monk Haiguan went on ahead, Biob Gang said firmly. "Leave this place to us and catch up to him." Mujin gritted his teeth and muttered, "All right," before breaking into a full sprint toward the interior of the stronghold. His heart pounded in his chest as an overwhelming pressure filled the air around him. He could feel it, the clashing of two immense energies ahead. "This is insane," he thought. "I can sense incredible forces colliding. Just what kind of battle is happening inside?" Without hesitation, he rushed toward the door and threw it open. His voice rang out urgently. "Monk Haiguan, are you all right?" There were more enemies than expected. However, the moment he laid eyes on the scene before him, his breath hitched in his throat. The battle inside the room was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. In the center, two figures clashed with terrifying force. Monk Haiguan and the leader of the Tyrant Blade faction. Their attacks sent shockwaves through the room, splintering wooden beams and cracking the stone floor beneath them. Mujin's thoughts raced as he took in the intensity of their fight. "What? This is insane. I've never seen such a brutal clash before. That man, he's strong enough to fight on equal footing with Monk Haiguan. That must be the Tyrant Blade faction's leader." As Mujin stood frozen, the battle continued with relentless ferocity. The faction leader suddenly propelled himself into the air, his massive club whistling through the air as he swung it downward in a devastating arc high. Guan barely evaded the attack, shifting his stance at the last possible moment before leaping skyward. Twisting mid-air, he retaliated with a precise strike from his wooden staff, aiming directly for the enemy's shoulder. But the Tyrant Blade faction leader was fast, unnaturally fast. He twisted out of the way, the staff barely grazing past him as he landed back on his feet. Seizing the moment, Haiguan issued a command in a powerful voice. "All members of the Demon Extermination Squad, begin the search within the compound. Free everyone in prison here. Search every corner thoroughly and gather any evidence that can be used against them." Even as he spoke, his battle against the Tyrant Blade faction leader continued without pause. Both fighters leaped into the air once more, their weapons clashing with thunderous force. The sheer impact sent ripples of energy through the air, and suddenly, crack, spiderweb fractures spread along Haiguan's staff. The force of their collision flung both warriors backward. Hai Guan landed in a crouch, his grip tightening around his now weakened staff. The Tyrant Blade faction leader, on the other hand, crashed violently against a set of wooden doors, splintering them upon impact. But instead of frustration, the man simply laughed. "This is so much fun," he bellowed, rising to his feet with an exhilarated grin. "You're just as strong as the rumors say, Monk Hai Guan." Mujin, still standing near the entrance, felt a cold sweat run down his back. He's enjoying this? His fingers trembled slightly. Should I step in and assist Monk Hai Guan now? Meanwhile, Hai Guan remained kneeling, his gaze locked on his broken staff. He exhaled sharply. He's this strong. The fractured weapon on the ground in front of him trembled slightly. Calling for reinforcements was the right decision. I assumed this faction was nothing but a band of weaklings. I was wrong. The Tyrant Blade faction leader dusted himself off and smirked. "It's such an honor to be recognized by someone as renowned as you." Hai Guan stood, his eyes narrowing. "That's not something you should be proud of. Every villain I've acknowledged has hoped that I'd soon join them in hell." The faction leader chuckled darkly. "Your weapon is already shattered. How much longer do you intend to keep up this act?" Slowly, Hai Guan raised his hand, raw energy surging into his arm. His expression was cold and unwavering. "The way I send them to hell is always the same," he said. "They think they've won once they make me drop my weapon. But don't forget this. While I may be at a slight disadvantage, I am still from the Shaolin Temple. Even without my staff," his eyes burned with quiet intensity, "I can still kill you easily." The Tyrant Blade faction leader's smirk widened. "That's a bluff." But before he could finish that thought, BM, Hai Guan's fist connected directly with his face, the impact sending a deafening boom through the chamber. The floor beneath them cracked from the sheer force of the strike. The attack wasn't just powerful, it was an invincible anti-demon punch. The faction leader's head snapped back violently. A sharp gasp left his lips as blood sprayed into the air. "What just hit me? What the hell is with that power?" His body hurtled across the room like a ragdoll before crashing into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Before he could even process what had happened, Hai Guan was already airborne, his body twisting mid-leap as he prepared to strike again. "My punches are actually much stronger than my staff," he declared. "You're dead meat now." For the first time, the Tyrant Blade faction leader felt a twinge of fear. His instincts screamed at him. This monk was insane. What a crazy monk! But just before the finishing blow landed, Hai Guan suddenly halted his attack. Instead of delivering another punch, he turned his attention toward Mujin. "Well, not right now, though. Time for a lesson, Mujin." Mujin blinked, completely confused. "A lesson?" Before he could ask anything else, Hai Guan grabbed him roughly by the collar. "I've already weakened him enough. I'll leave the rest to you. Do whatever it takes to defeat him." Mujin's eyes widened in shock. "What? Are you serious?" Without warning, Hai Guan threw Mujin forward, sending him hurtling toward the Tyrant Blade faction leader. The more danger there is, the more one's true strength awakens. Hai Guan shouted, "Let's go." Mujin flailed midair, his mind spiraling into chaos. "He's suddenly throwing me off a cliff?" With no time to think, he landed in front of the Tyrant Blade faction leader. And just like that, the battle had shifted. Mujin versus the Tyrant Blade faction leader begins now.
The faction leader glared furiously and shouted, "You're passing the fight on to someone else in a situation like this? Are you implying that I'm not skilled enough to face the demon exterminator myself?" At that moment, Mujin, who had been pushed forward by Monk Hai Guan, clasped on the ground. Before Mujin could even fully rise, the faction leader stormed toward him in a rage. "That might have been a pointless provocation," the leader growled. "But your plan to enrage me, it worked." He raised his club high above his head, his muscles flexing with raw strength. "After I reduce this snot-nosed brat to pulp, I'll grind you into dust too, demon exterminator or not," he roared, bringing the club down with terrifying speed. But Mujin, keeping his composure, sprang to his feet just in time. From behind, Hai Guan smirked and called out, "You're mistaken about something. I'll be generous and spell it out for you. That monk you just tried to crush isn't just some snot-nosed brat." Before the club could reach him, Mujin swiftly dodged and grabbed the faction leader by the legs, flipping him over with a sudden burst of strength. With a heavy slam, he pinned the man to the ground. "He's a snot-nosed dog," Hai Guan added casually. Hearing that, Mujin thought bitterly, that actually feels worse than being called a brat. His technique hadn't been clean, it was rushed and lacked proper form, but it had gotten the job done. Still gripping the pinned leader, he muttered, "You won't be getting up now that I've dropped you flat. I'll make sure your legs won't work before you can even try. The faction leader's rage boiled over. With a sudden surge of energy, he activated his breathing technique and released a burst of force, blasting Mujin away. Rising to his feet, the leader sneered. You use some strange techniques. A monk with a mark on his forehead and unorthodox moves. I get it now. You're the one they call Blessed Monk Mujin? Looks like we've got quite the lineup today. Turning to his subordinates, most of whom lay sprawled across the battlefield, he barked out. All of you! While I deal with this monk, exhaust the demon exterminator as much as you can. His men scrambled to their feet and surrounded Haiguan. Watching the mob form around him, Haiguan scoffed. So I don't even get to watch in peace, huh? Fine by me. Meanwhile, the faction leader faced Mujin once more. I hear you're quite talented in healing techniques. Let's see if those same skills can keep you alive. He taunted as he lunged forward. Not that you'll get the chance to use them before I kill you. Time passed as the battlefield filled with chaos. Haiguan was effortlessly mowing down the Tyrant Blade faction soldiers, using only his fists, while still managing to keep an eye on Mujin's battle. That's it. You're doing great, he called out, noticing Mujin raising his left leg to absorb an incoming blow. Blocking the club with his leg, Mujin gritted his teeth and snapped back. I don't need you telling me what to do. The faction leader, staggered by Mujin's counter, charged again in disbelief. You little piece of... Before he could finish, Mujin twisted around him with speed and precision, grabbing his arm and locking it with an elbow twist. The faction leader was slammed to the ground again, grinding his teeth in frustration. This bastard? Another weird technique? It's all fake, hasn't he learned that already? He snarled, discharging another burst of energy that knocked Mujin back. Flimsy tricks won't work on me. Staggering back to his feet, Mujin thought, how many times has this happened? No matter what I try, he keeps getting up, even weakened, the gap between our levels is too wide. Am I just wasting my strength here? Determined, he sprinted toward his opponent. If martial arts are the only way, then fine. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Both combatants entered their respective zones. The faction leader unleashed a frenzied barrage of club strikes, while Mujin countered with a blend of arhat palm strikes and rapid chain punches. One of the club blows landed, causing Mujin to cough up blood, but he immediately retaliated with a fierce punch to the faction leader's face. The faction leader swung again, but Mujin barely blocked with his left arm. Seizing the narrow window, Mujin delivered a brutal kick, right to his opponent's groin. The man howled in pain and lunged at Mujin, but Mujin broke free, launched into the air, and delivered a devastating kick to the faction leader's head. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Mujin growled. You sure yap a lot. So eat this. But the faction leader recovered almost instantly, and retaliated with a solid punch that sent Mujin flying backward. He slammed into the ground several meters away. Charging forward, the faction leader roared. Enough games. I'll kill you now. He leapt high into the air, shrouded in violent inner energy. Mujin, groaning, tried to stand. He still has that much strength. No, this must be his final attack. I need to put everything I have into this, he thought. Every last bit of inner energy. He focused, channeling everything into his invincible punch, then layered it with the chain punch's first technique. Focus. I can do this. Their attacks collided, club versus fist. A thunderous crack echoed across the battlefield. Mujin's fist shattered the club completely, leaving the faction leader stunned. Staggering back, the leader muttered, You should have destroyed me along with the weapon. But before he could react, Haiguan's voice boomed from behind him. You did great, Mujin. With the leader momentarily frozen, Haiguan closed the distance and unleashed his own technique, Invincible Anti-Demon Punch, from behind, striking the faction leader simultaneously as Mujin attacked from the front. The combined force shattered what was left of the leader's defenses. His broken club fell to the ground. He collapsed beside it. Still catching his breath, Mujin turned to Haiguan in disbelief. You already took care of all his men? Haiguan chuckled. They were all weaklings. Mujin smiled faintly, tightening his fists. Even if it all happened so suddenly, we pulled it off, Monk Haiguan. Haiguan nodded. Indeed. Great work. After the battle, Haiguan casually requested a silver niang as payment for his hard work. Mujin suspected it was just another excuse to buy liquor. What a bully, he thought. When the tyrant faction leader lost his inner energy, the remaining soldiers all bit their tongues and committed suicide. It wasn't merely despair, it seemed to follow some kind of unspoken rule. They found the hostages soon after. Now that they're safe, go report this to the others, monks who find them said. We also managed to rescue the trafficked victims. The demon extermination squad took custody of the rescued. Thankfully, the ledgers contained identification details, so returning them to their homes wouldn't be difficult. However, all the listed names were of individuals about to be sold. There was nothing revealing the identity of whoever was behind the trafficking ring. Not even a single clue about Ryu Sealho. As Mujin flipped through the reports, a piece of paper slipped out. He picked it up, curious. What's this? He thought, but the words on it made his eyes widen in shock. 2 children. 1 woman. Addressed to Jagal Hyan. To be delivered through the back door of the Jagal clan. The Jagal clan? Mujin thought. That's one of the shadow syndicates from Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. I thought they only existed in that story, but they're here too. Still working in the shadows. Still committing the same atrocities. Damn it. These fucking pieces of trash. The Jagal clan was one of the most prominent and influential families in Nanchang. Known for their extraordinary intellect, an expected trait among those bearing the Jagal name, they built their reputation on a foundation of enchantments, advanced war tactics, and martial strategies. Through this knowledge, they steadily elevated their status, eventually becoming known not just across Nanchang, but throughout the wider martial world. If the Shaolin Temple was revered as the pinnacle of martial arts, home to sacred and ultimate techniques, then the Jagal clan was the scholarly powerhouse tirelessly researching and dissecting martial disciplines. Yet, despite their intellectual superiority and formidable skills, they consistently lagged behind in global standing. The 1,000-year-old legacy of the Shaolin Temple loomed large, always eclipsing the Jagal clan. To the Jagals, Shaolin wasn't just a dominant orthodox sect, it was a rival. A thorn. A mountain they couldn't surpass. In the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, the Jagal clan only made a brief appearance. Their schemes, along with those of the other shadow syndicates, were foiled by the protagonist in short order, and they vanished from the narrative. I assumed their story ended there. But now in the Shaolin Chronicles, they've returned in Volume 3, this time involved in human trafficking? Disgusting. Just trash. The scene shifted to an opulent chamber where Jagal Hyan, one of the clan's respected elders, waited impatiently. His eyes narrowed in irritation. I was summoned here with urgency, and yet I'm the one kept waiting? He asked coldly. A servant quickly bowed and apologized. Forgive us, elder. The treatment for the sect leader's son took longer than anticipated. The sect leader's son? Jagal Hyan's gaze sharpened. I heard he fought the blessed monk. Kang Jiuan, wasn't it? Just then, Kang Taigu, the leader of the Jiangshi Tai sword sect, entered the room with his son, Kang Jiuan, who was wrapped in thick bandages. The elder bowed slightly. You've come a long way, Elder Jagal. Please forgive us for the delay. It's fine. I'm not that upset, Jagal Hyan replied. His eyes scanned Jiuwen's injuries. But I can't believe the blessed monk did this to such a kind child. Was this truly the work of the so-called pillar of the orthodox factions? Exactly so, Kang Taigu confirmed. Jiuwen leaned in, whispering to his father. But we're an orthodox sect too, is it really right for us to act this underhandedly? Kang Taigu grit his teeth and whispered back. This is because you lost, you fool. Their exchange was cut short when Jagal Hyan spoke again. So you called me here to ask for help? Kang Taigu's expression brightened. Yes. We were only trying to remind the Shaolin Temple of their roots, but they mocked us. They said we had no authority to challenge them, no rules barring their business. They even invited us to fight them if we had a problem. During the battle, their monk used some strange, unrecognizable technique on my son. Look at him, he might never speak again. And all this, with no prior notice or explanation. Jagal Hyan remained silent, though his thoughts were sharp. Pathetic. They couldn't handle a single monk and now expect me to clean up their mess? Kang Taigu gestured to his son. His jaws dislocated. Look at the state he's in. Still, Jagal Hyan kept his thoughts to himself. Why should I clean up after your son's failure? These other factions, all of them are incompetent. Money problems, disputes, disorganization, and now they want to rule Nanchang? I've waited for them to implode and clear the path, but perhaps it's time to intervene. Shaolin crossed the line this time. I'll use that as justification to hunt them down. And in doing so, I'll form the next ruling faction. Puppets first. Power later. And that boy fought the blessed monk, didn't he? Perfect. Let's see whose next generation is stronger, ours or theirs. He finally spoke. Very well. I'll help. Your family has supported us before, and now that you're under pressure, we can't turn a blind eye. I'll dispatch one of our elite units, the Shadow Sword Squad. Request a rematch with the monk. Kang Taegu nodded. Understood. He bowed and exited. Jae Hyun stood up, musing. A fair fight would be ideal. If Shaolin wins again, we'll turn public sentiment against them. Jin He should be the one. He pointed to his side. Jin He. You'll fight him. Before dawn, at the Buddha Fist sect where Mujin was staying, Kang Taegu arrived. So, Mujin said with a yawn, you're saying our last fight wasn't official because it was a one-sided beating, and now you want a rematch? Kang Taegu, trembling with rage, replied. Yes. It was an unsanctioned fight, held in the streets, with no judge. And how dare you yawn while speaking to an elder? You're shameless. Mujin shrugged. Didn't the crowd cheer for us to fight? That's as good as agreement. And you show up before dawn without a single letter. Who's rude now? Shut up! Kang Taegu shouted. You'll accept what you're told and apologize. Let's not change the subject. I already won. My son can't even speak because of you. Do you think I'll just let that slide? Before it escalated further, a calm voice interrupted them. Both of you enough. Ji-hee stepped forward. Yes, the fight was one-sided. Yes, someone was hurt badly. But if this continues, it will damage the reputation of your upcoming clinic. A healer who also injures? That won't sit well with the public. Mujin laughed. I hit his leg. But his jaw is broken. How fascinating. Which is why, Jin-hee continued, we propose a rematch. One with clear terms. If we lose, we won't bother you again. And if you win, what then? Mujin said. You called the last fight unofficial. What stops you from asking for a third match? Jin-hee reached into his robe and tossed the scroll. Mujin caught it and looked confused. It's a memorandum signed by the martial groups. It ensures this fight is final. Stop bothering me, Mujin thought. I'm still recovering from the Tyrant Blade battle. Then, a voice whispered directly in his ear. What's the matter? Scared to lose? It was Hai Guan, using frequency transmission. Mujin flinched. What the? That was inside my ear. Creepy technique. Hai Guan teased again. Scared because your opponent looks strong? I'm not scared. Mujin snapped out loud. Fine. I accept. Did that hurt your pride? Hai Guan chuckled in his head. Of course not. You think I'm scared of someone like that? This match will settle things once and for all. Ji-hee said. And I suggest you remove that veil. Mujin added. I don't want excuses about it being in your way. Jin-hee nodded, removing her veil and tossing it aside. Gasps followed. She was a woman. I'll be serious from now on, she said. And while I understand your frustration, I expect you to address me with respect. She was Jaegel Ji-hee, member of the Shadow Sword Squad and granddaughter of the clan's patriarch. She's a woman, Mujin thought, slightly caught off guard. The referee raised his hand. The rematch begins now. They launched forward, Mujin swinging a powerful fist, Ji-hee with her energy-coated folding fan. The moment their attacks clashed, Mujin's expression changed. She's fast. If this keeps up, I'll get cut. He activated Iron Guard just in time, but her strike still pushed him back. Damn, she's seriously strong. Using the silent frequency transmission that only a skilled martial arts could master, Hai Guan's voice echoed directly into Mujin's mind. Take a good look at her, he said with a wry tone. Isn't she a beauty? Don't let that slender frame fool you. She's not just graceful, she's far more skilled than you. Mujin's brow twitched as he narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Then what do you expect me to do? He asked, his voice half annoyed, half curious. Give it your very best, came the monk's calm yet firm reply. Suddenly, like a streak of wind, Ji-hee darted forward. Her movement was fluid, deceptively delicate, but behind it was sheer force. She unleashed a flurry of attacks with her fan, each swing sharp enough to whistle through the air like slicing blades. Mujin barely managed to dodge each strike, weaving and twisting to avoid her deadly grace. A fan? As a blade? Mujin thought to himself in disbelief. I've never seen anyone wield a fan like that before. As the battle escalated, Hai Guan's voice slipped into his thoughts once again. I'll give you a strategy to defeat her, he advised. Stick close, closer than comfort would allow. Get up in her space. Think like a shameless flirt, cling to her like a playboy would. Very, very closely. Mujin almost lost his balance, not from an attack, but from the absurd suggestion. Are you kidding me? Right now? His cheeks flushed slightly from the awkward idea. But he shook it off quickly. No time to hesitate. I'll switch to combination techniques. He centered himself, his feet rotating like gears in motion, and propelled into the air. He spun through a sequence, a spiral kick infused with inner energy followed by a sweeping whirlwind attack aimed directly at Ji-hee. Yet to his shock, she met the assault head-on. Her fan wasn't just a fan, it was reinforced, battle-hardened. It clanged against his kick, absorbing the force before she was finally pushed back by his sheer strength. Ji-hee tumbled backward, but landed with flawless grace, using a palm press against the ground to absorb the momentum. Without pause, she launched into the air like a leaf caught on a gust of wind, her aura flaring as she channeled energy into a counterattack, soaring stride followed by the devastating fatal wind slash. Glowing wind crescents rained down from above like cleaving waves. Mujin broke into a sprint, zigzagging across the field to avoid being sliced apart. She really launched wind slashes, with a fan? What kind of technique is that? He thought, panting between dodges. Sword, shield, hidden weapons, she's a master of all of them. Monk Haiguan wasn't exaggerating. She's truly on another level. Still, he found a sliver of hope. I may not match her in technique, but my brute strength is on a different scale. I've already forced her back once. Compared to that monster from the Tyrant Blade faction, she's manageable. Alright, let's see if that ridiculous monk's suggestion works after all. With sudden determination, Mujin dashed toward her. I'll stick to her like glue. He could feel the tension from earlier begin to fade as he adjusted to her style. She caught me off guard at first with those unfamiliar weapons, but not anymore. If I stay close, she won't be able to build momentum for her ranged slashes. Each gust she sent at him was dodged with tight footwork as he closed the distance. Jinhee's eyes narrowed. What is he doing? He's just charging straight at me like an idiot. But then came the shout. How long are you going to float around up there like a goddess? Does the air up there taste that good? Mujin roared as he propelled himself high into the air, twisting mid-air to grab her ankle mid-flight. Come down here, let's fight on the ground. With a grunt, he hurled her downward. The impact shook the battlefield as her body crashed against the earth with a loud thud. Jinhee gasped in pain, rolling instinctively, but Mujin was already upon her. His fist came crashing down, but struck only dirt as she barely managed to evade. She pushed back, sliding across the ground, but Mujin didn't give her a moment to breathe. He stepped in again, his face stretched into a grin. Where do you think you're going? I'm not letting you escape now. He launched a barrage of fists, each blow coming harder than the last. Jinhee blocked as best she could, parrying with her fan. Her thoughts raced. Why is he sticking so close? In close combat earlier, I was in control. Has he figured out my movement patterns? Or does he have something else in mind? This pressure, this energy, I've never had someone press me like this before. Who is this monk? Just as her mind hesitated, Mujin saw his opening. His hand shot forward, grabbing her fan and twisting it from her grip. Then, without warning, his other hand wrapped around the back of her head. Her eyes widened in confusion, and then suddenly she blushed. What is it? What are you trying to? Crack. He slammed his forehead against hers with brutal force. The headbutt was swift and precise. Jinhee's eyes rolled back as she slumped to the ground, unconscious. Mujin exhaled and turned toward the stunned group of martial leaders, including Kang Taegu. His voice rang loud and confident. You all saw it. That makes 2 wins in a row. Don't even think about causing more trouble now. The gathered leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Kang Taegu's face was flushed with frustration, and the others fumed in silence. From a distance, Jae-gal Hyen clenched his fists, unable to contain his rage. This can't be. The Jae-gal clan lost again? To Shaolin? How? Every single time we lose to them. And with that, the rematch came to a decisive end. From that day forward, the martial groups of Nanchang ceased interfering with the Shaolin-led clinic's operations. The Jae-gal clan, who had initiated the duel, humbled themselves. They even offered to assist in the clinic's business, saying things like they had misjudged Shaolin's intentions. They broke ties with lesser martial factions and claimed they were entering a period of reorganization. Not my concern, Mujin thought. They're probably just trying to repair their public image. But even as they offered help, he didn't forget. They were involved in human trafficking. He thought coldly. I'll accept their support for now, but I'll never trust them. And thus, the long-delayed opening of the Nanchang branch finally became a reality. With the interference out of the way, the team could finally prepare. Mujin gathered everyone. The building restorations and cleaning are complete. Once the treatment tools and final equipment arrive, we'll be ready. Let's prepare to open the clinic. Mak Jaehyuk and Biob Gang both let out long, tired sighs of relief. Finally, 1 month after arriving in Nanchang, the clinic was finally about to open. Unseen by anyone, Ji-hee peeked out from behind a door, her eyes fixed on Mujin. Her cheeks pinkened, and a quiet smile tugged at her lips. Found him, she whispered. That's my blessing, monk. As she stood there, Ji-hee twisted Mujin's words, the ones where he told her she was incredibly strong. I've got you in my arms, and I won't ever let you go. Come with me, let's leave this all behind. Let's fight together on the ground. If I'm with you, I don't mind getting dirty. The memory made her face flush crimson, and before she realized it, she was laughing to herself. He was basically confessing to me in public. Unbelievable. Jean, he murmured. Strong, focused, and hard-working. Should I try talking to him again? Just then, a man approached her brusquely. Young lady over there. We're very busy right now. What are you doing here? Annoyed, Ji-hee turned to face him with a haughty glare. How dare you speak to me like that? Remove yourself from my sight. But as she turned away, she suddenly paused, eyes widening in surprise. Wait a second, aren't you the famous demon slayer's leader, Haiguan? A short while later, Haiguan brought her into the clinic, peering inside as he explained. She said she had some business with you, so I brought her along. Mujin, caught off guard and clearly flustered, raised his voice. Why would you bring her here now? We're in the middle of work, and I'm not even wearing a shirt. I wanted to make you uncomfortable. Haiguan replied dryly. Jean, he gave a short bow. Sorry for barging in like this. No, that's not what I meant. Mujin quickly responded. Moments later, Mujin hastily put on a shirt, speaking as he did. Sorry for appearing like this. I took off my clothes because there were only men around. I'll get dressed properly now. Jean, he smiled gently. It's fine, really. Inwardly, her thoughts betrayed her calm demeanor. Even if you weren't wearing anything, I think I'd be okay with that. At first, she had simply been amazed by his solid, muscular build. But now, she understood, those muscles weren't for show. They were forged through countless battles, each scar a lesson earned. That was the source of his strength. I've spent so much time mastering martial arts, but I neglected the cultivation of my mind. I was so focused on technique. I didn't see the bigger picture. I was like a frog trapped in a well. Turning to Mujin, she asked, Blessed monk, what do you think of me? He blinked. What do I think of you? She quickly corrected herself. Not me, my martial arts. Mujin chuckled. Ah. In that case, to be honest, I was overwhelmed when I saw the way you fought. The range of techniques you used and your determination left a deep impression. If we're just talking about technical ability, you're definitely ahead of me. Jean, he looked down thoughtfully. So, I still lack experience in real combat, not necessarily. Mujin said. It could be seen as a lack of battlefield experience, yes, but your adaptability is extraordinary. You responded quickly and parried my attacks in multiple creative ways. That kind of instinct. It's beyond what I can offer. I'm not in a position to criticize your skills at all. Hearing that, Jean, he couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. He praised me. Mujin, watching her, thought to himself, she looked so down not long ago, and now she's smiling like this. She's surprisingly transparent with her emotions, despite the first impression she gave me. Then a thought crossed his mind. Why didn't someone this skilled appear in the original novel? If I recall correctly, the Jagao clan was mentioned as one of the world's hidden shadow syndicates, like the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Did something happen before they turned into a shadow organization? Or is she an original character? Someone who never got to shine in the story? Could she have died prematurely? Beads of sweat formed on Mujin's forehead as his mind raced. That said, he began aloud. You shouldn't throw yourself into danger just for the sake of gaining experience. Murim is unforgiving. You could die at any time. Don't take unnecessary risks. Is he worried about me? Jean, he thought, heart fluttering. I'm not so weak that you need to be concerned for me, she said aloud, though her inner joy betrayed her words. She's saying one thing but feeling another, Mujin observed. Still, this is good. I've managed to get close to someone from the Jagao clan. I can use this connection to keep tabs on their movements from time to time. He asked, Was that why you came looking for me? To understand why you lost, and how to grow stronger? I won't be able to spar with you often. I've got a mountain of responsibilities. But I admire your dedication to martial arts. If you're okay with it, would you like to train together while I'm here? It gets lonely, practicing alone all the time. But Jinhee's mind twisted his words into something else entirely. I really like you. Please be with me. Overwhelmed, she suddenly burst out. I want to do it. I'll do it. I have to. That's an interesting reaction, Mujin thought. In that case, I'll teach you a few of my own techniques for muscle extension. I came up with them myself. Jinhee grinned. I love the idea. That day marked the resolution of the conflict between the Nanchang martial groups and the Jagao clan. From then on, I trained Jagao Jinhee personally. Her body was already flexible and fairly well conditioned, so she adapted quickly. All I had to do was guide her form. Pull your head in and engage your abdomen. When you lie back, keep your spine fully aligned with the floor, I would say. But at times, she'd get distracted, lost in thought. I could only hope she would find whatever answer she was looking for. At the second body treatment clinic, everyone continued working diligently. The method had gained tremendous support in Dangfeng County, and it looked like Nanchang would follow suit. Both the poor and the wealthy seemed to benefit. With this success, Shaolin's financial concerns were beginning to ease. Later, I met with Mak Jaehyuk, an outer sect disciple of the Jiangxi Buddhist sect. We won't be here forever, I told him. You'll have to maintain the current standards after we leave. Yes, I understand, he replied. I'll focus more on training in the treatment methods. But how are we supposed to handle electricity and heat therapy ourselves? Don't worry, I reassured him. We'll teach you a cultivation method suitable for it. It won't be Shaolin's highest technique, but it'll suffice. Monk Biab Gang will teach you the electricity treatment. Monk Biab Y will handle the heat. Though I'd managed to bring some balance to the situation, I couldn't shake a growing dissatisfaction. Am I really okay living like this? I still hadn't gathered any useful intel on Ryu Sealho, the whole reason I came here. I had my doubts about him, strong ones, but no proof. I never imagined he'd be this meticulous. I can't stay here much longer, but I'm at a loss for what to do next. But I wasn't the only one struggling. Back at the Nanchang branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Ryu Sealho flew into a rage, smashing everything on his desk. Those bastards! They couldn't even get rid of some wandering monks. They've completely ruined our plans. Is there no one competent around here? A subordinate behind him spoke calmly. The other martial groups attempted to intervene, but failed. The Tyrant Blade faction has been destroyed. The Jagao clan offered no help either. It's as though Shaolin caught wind of our actions. We need to investigate. Find out where the intel leak is. Enraged, Ryu Sealho hurled an object straight at the speaker. It hit squarely in the head, but the man didn't even flinch. What are you implying? Ryu Sealho barked. That Shaolin knew everything from the start? That they came here specifically to block us? If this keeps up, I'll never match the achievements of Ryu Xiaoriang, and the guild will slip from my grasp. Is there really no way to expel those damned monks? Without a word, the man pulled a letter from his pocket and handed it over. A message just arrived from the main guild. And why should I care about that right now? Ryu snapped. This is the solution, the man said. Even when falling from a cliff, there's always a way to survive. Ryu Sealho opened the letter and scanned its contents quickly. His eyes gleamed. So, the other branches here in Nanchang, they have connections to that place as well? Indeed, the subordinate replied. Perfect, Ryu said, grinning darkly. Gather them all. People say aging weakens the heart. Looks like our guild leader is no longer fit for his role. He's ancient already, and yet, he wants to throw a 70th birthday celebration? A sinister laugh echoed through the office. The scene shifted to Ryu Jiguang, seated in his study, quill in hand, carefully penning a letter with composed elegance. His writing read, From Ryu Jiguang, leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Thank you for the unwavering support you've shown our guild thus far. I sincerely hope that our ties will continue to grow even stronger in the future. The reason for this letter is to inform you of an upcoming occasion. My mother, Yoongae, will soon be celebrating her birthday, and we are preparing a formal banquet in her honor. This invitation is extended only to those we hold in the highest trust. We hope that this event may serve as an opportunity to deepen our bonds. All members of my family will be present, and we would be honored if you could join us as well. The banquet will be held on the following date. Meanwhile, Mujin read the letter with a calm but wary expression, his thoughts sharp and alert. The next chapter in this story is easy to predict. After gathering all their closest allies for this celebration, Ryu Sealho will strike, eliminating them in one fell swoop, then ascend to take control of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. I didn't expect him to attempt a coup through something so insidious. If the guild is allowed to fall into corruption, there won't be much I can do afterward. This disaster must be prevented. He folded the letter, a sigh escaping his lips. Fortunately, I've handled most of what needed to be done here in Nanchang. It's time to return to Dangfeng County. Just then, Ji-hee approached him, sweat still glistening on her brow. I've finished 2 full sets of push-ups, she reported. That means I rest for 15 minutes now, then do 3 more rounds, right? Muji nodded with approval. Correct. You remembered it well. And how's the muscle lengthening technique working for you? Jinhee's eyes gleamed with a quiet pride. It's helping me a lot. My body feels like it's truly growing stronger, and my mind doesn't wander like before. It's perfect for focusing both mentally and physically. Mujin smiled and gave her a thumbs up. That's one of the biggest advantages of that method. I'm certain it'll grow on you even more. Frankly, I've never seen someone make this much progress in just a month. You're incredible. Honestly, I don't think there's much more I can teach you now. You're leaving soon, right? Jinhee nodded. Yes. My elder says there's nothing left for us to do here in Nanchang. Mujin thought to himself. Well, I did dismantle all the foundations their clan had laid here, after all. Jinhee suddenly spoke again, a determined glint in her eyes. I have something I want to say. Mujin's expression stiffened slightly. Did she figure out it was me behind it all? But then Jinhee raised her voice with fierce energy. I'll become even stronger and come back. When I do, please duel with me again. Relieved and amused, Mujin grinned. I'll always welcome that. I'm glad you now see it as a goal and not just a target. I'll grow stronger too, and I'll be waiting. I look forward to our next match. The two clasped hands firmly. But as they did, Jinhee's thoughts veered in a direction even she didn't expect. He's holding my hand and saying all that. Isn't this basically a proposal? And so, the Jaegao clan departed from Jiangxi. Although it saddened Jinhee to part ways, the promise they made gave her new purpose. She looked cheerful and filled with hope. As their carriage pulled away, she turned back and shouted, I'll be back soon. Biab Gang, watching the scene, turned to Mujin. Well, we've wrapped up our work here. Shall we begin preparing for the next phase? Mujin, still waving to Jinhee, replied, Not yet. I have a few things to hand over first. Once I'm done, I'll head straight for the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Biab Gang nodded. Understood. You've done well these past 5 months. I'll return to Shaolin with the others then. Still, I can't let you be entirely alone. I'll assign 1 or 2 to stay behind and accompany you. That works, Mujin said. By the way, have you heard anything about my grandfather's condition lately? Biab Gang chuckled. Grandmaster Hyun Wang? He's so healthy now, he's practically flying across rooftops. He practices the muscle lengthening technique himself and gains so much weight from his oil-heavy diet, you'd never believe he was once weak or frail. Mujin let out a long, relieved sigh. I'm glad. That's a huge weight off my chest. But then, piecing it together in his head. Wait, if he's moving around that freely, then he's not just recovered, he's fully back in form. He was once called the strongest talent under heaven. If he attends this banquet, his presence alone could tip the scales. Can I ask you a favor? Mujin said. Biab Gang turned to him. Of course. What is it? Mujin handed him a sealed envelope. If you reach the Shaolin Temple before me, could you give this to Grandpa? I can't make it there myself, but this letter explains everything. I have a bad feeling something dangerous is brewing. He'll understand once he reads it. I got it, Biab Gang said, taking the letter. A few days later, at the Shaolin Temple, Biab Gang entered Hyun Guang's chamber where the old monk was mid-stretch. Apologies for interrupting your muscle-lengthening session, Grand Master. It's alright, Hyun Guang said as he opened the letter. If this is from Mujin, then it takes precedence. He read in silence, then let out a hearty laugh. I see. Biab Gang tilted his head. What's going on? Hyun Guang smiled. So he's heading straight to the Heavenly Merchant Guild? That rascal. Seems I'll be attending the banquet too. It's been a while since I last saw him. I'm quite looking forward to it. Having regained over 10 kilograms and radiating immense vitality, Hyun Guang's aura was now impossible to measure. He's probably grown stronger as well, hasn't he? The Grandmaster asked. Biab Gang laughed. He definitely bulked up a lot, Grandmaster. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxi Buddhist sect, Mujin loaded supplies onto a carriage, pausing momentarily to think. Grandpa must have received the letter by now. I need to move fast and be ready. Mak Jaehyuk approached with a respectful bow. Thank you for everything, Master Mujin. I may be leaving, Mujin said, but I'll still visit occasionally. Thank you for all the support during my time here. Not at all. You were a tremendous help. You defeated oppressive martial factions, dismantled a shadowy organization, and taught us techniques that saved countless lives. Every day you were here was a blessing. The Buddha Fist sect will carry on your will. Please continue your work for the people, even after you leave. We'll miss you. Mujin nodded. We'll meet again. With that, they departed from Nanchang. As their carriage rolled onward, Haiguan lounged on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. There weren't many strong opponents, but it was an interesting region. Mujin looked back one last time. Thank you, Nanchang, he thought to himself. We left in a hurry to stop Ryusealho, but the sun's shining brightly, like it's telling us everything will be okay. Still, I've taken precautions, just in case the unexpected happens. As the carriage rolled along, Mujin muttered to himself, mulling over countless ways to reduce casualties at the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, Monk Biab Y, riding beside him, groaned inwardly. Damn brat. Let me sleep already. 3 days later, in Dangfeng County, Mujin arrived at the Heavenly Merchant Guild on the day of the banquet. At the gates, he was greeted by Ryu Jiguang, who welcomed him with a smile. Monk Mujin, it seems your physique has grown even larger since we last met. Mujin offered a curt nod. I've simply kept up with my training. You're still the same as always. Jiguang chuckled. Thank you for coming to my mother's birthday banquet. Come inside, Monk Hyun Guang is already here and waiting for you. He arrived ahead of me? Mujin asked in surprise. As Mujin walked in, he glanced around and noted the attendees. Everyone here has close ties with the Heavenly Merchant Guild. This is the perfect setup for Ryusealho to stage a massacre. I must prevent any bloodshed from happening. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Hyun Guang turned and beamed. Mujin! You look so healthy now, I almost didn't recognize you. Grandpa, Mujin said with a soft smile. You're looking amazing yourself. That's thanks to all those who helped me recover. Hyun Guang said warmly. Beside him stood Yoon-gehi. It's been a while, madam. Mujin greeted her politely. Welcome, Monk Mujin, she replied. Seems much has happened since our last meeting. You look much stronger now. Well, yes, a lot did happen, Mujin admitted. She chuckled. Seeing how both you and Sealwa have grown warms my heart. Young people really do have limitless potential, Hyun Guang added. Mujin asked. Did something happen with Lady Sealwa? Yoon-gehi gave a small, amused laugh. Something big, indeed. The scene shifted to Sealwa's room. She stood by her mirror, smiling brightly. Her maid tilted her head. Today's your mother's birthday, but you look more excited than she does. Is something special happening? Sealwa nodded. Today's the day he comes back. Pardon? Who do you mean by he? Sealwa recalled the promise made in the past, when Mujin told her he would return to test her progress, and that he wouldn't go easy on her. With firm conviction, she whispered, Monk Mujin, I've kept my promise. Once plump and lacking confidence, Sealwa had transformed. She had shed 17 kilograms and carried herself with a proud, graceful poise. Slim, sharp, and determined, she was ready. Some time later, Mujin happened to see her again, and he froze in surprise. Lady Sealwa? He asked, blinking. Is that really you? You've changed so much, I wouldn't have recognized you. It's like you've become a completely different person. You must have worked incredibly hard while I was away. With a soft smile, Sealwa responded. It's all thanks to your teachings before you left. I simply followed the path you showed me. Mujin shook his head, a rare glimmer of pride in his eyes. Even so, it was your determination that brought you this far. I can't take the credit. Honestly. I'm worried now. The men of Dengfeng County won't know what hit them. You're going to break a lot of hearts. Sealwa gave him a sharp look, cheeks slightly flushed. That's all you have to say? She asked. Blessed monk. I mean, what do you really think? Mujin blinked, caught off guard. Huh! I already told you, you've changed so much I barely recognized you. Isn't that enough? Before Sealwa could reply, her attendant stepped in, eyes wide with admiration. Lady Sealwa, you look absolutely stunning today. That dress, the makeup, what's the occasion? Did you dress up for someone special? Sealwa lowered her gaze. It's Grandma's 70th birthday banquet. The servant tilted her head. I know it's the elder's birthday, but you dressed up so nicely, people might think you were the one being celebrated. Caught off guard by the remark, Sealwa's expression stiffened. Stop. That's enough. Meanwhile, Mujin looked at her thoughtfully. Is this the right moment to tell her that? Then, with a steady voice, he spoke. Lady Sealwa, since the last time we met, you've truly become beautiful. But before Sealwa could respond, Yun Gehe's voice rang out from across the courtyard. Monk Mujin! Could you lend me a hand over here? Mujin turned toward the voice, then looked back at Sealwa apologetically. I'll be back. I'll help her out for a bit. As he walked away, the servant whispered to Sealwa. That was so close. Sealwa mumbled under her breath. I hate Grandma. As the banquet progressed beneath the glowing moonlight, music and laughter filled the air. Dancers swirled across the stage, guests enjoying their meals as they watched the performances. But Mujin, while helping with the banquet, had his eyes scanning the crowd. He studied each face carefully, mentally cataloging them. He didn't know who might pose a threat, so he took no chances. With this many people in attendance, it took time to survey them all. The Heavenly Merchant Guild really is something else, he thought. So many powerful people gathered in one place. I just hope nothing happens. No bloodshed, please, not tonight. Especially with the strongest person in the world present. Back at the meal table, Yun Gehe looked around and asked. Hyunguang, where did Monk Mujin go? Hyunguang replied. Still at the latrine, probably. Gehe sighed. I wanted to hear about his trip to Nanchang. Hyunguang smiled gently. Then we'll ask him together when he comes back. Elsewhere, Ryu Sealho stood quietly under a tree, puffing on a cigarette while watching the party. A man approached and asked. You seem troubled. What's weighing on your mind? Sealho exhaled a curl of smoke. It's nothing, Selyong. Just work. The man was Ryu Selyong, Sealho's elder brother, leader of the Xian branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and the eldest son of Guild Master Ryu Jiguang. You can rest a little on a night like this, Selyong said. It's okay to take a break. Sealho gestured toward the old monk seated near their grandmother. Who's that sitting with her? Oh, Selyong replied. That's Monk Hyunguang. Father told me about him. He used to be called the greatest talent in the world, the Shaolin divine monk. In the past? Sealho asked. Not anymore? Selyong nodded solemnly. He lost all his martial arts while defending the Shaolin temple from the demonic cultists. Became crippled after that. Now, he's just a kind old man. Fate brought him and grandmother together. We owe him a lot, even if he's no longer the man he once was. Anyway, I'll go greet the other guests now. And Sealho, don't smoke too much tobacco. As Selyong walked away, he frowned slightly. I've never smelled tobacco like that before. Is it a new blend? It's oddly unpleasant. Once Selyong was gone, a figure stepped out from the shadows and approached Sealho. There are no issues with our plan, next Merchant Guild leader, the man whispered. Also, that tobacco you're smoking, it's a special product. Please refrain from using it when others are around. It was none other than Inner Administrator GM Pyoga. Sealho narrowed his eyes. Why are you speaking so cryptically all of a sudden? But halfway through the sentence he paused. His lips curled into a sinister grin. I see. So you're connected to that place too. To think you've served here for 40 years, and all along you were a spy. If father ever found out, he'd cry tears of blood. Changing the subject, Sealho asked. What happened with number 1027 was unfortunate, wasn't it? GM Pyoga nodded. If we'd been able to use her properly, Lady Sealwa could have been turned into our puppet. And now? Everything is going smoothly, Pyoga said. I've already sent instructions to our people using frequency transmission. When I fake a cough and hit the table 4 times, it will begin. Sealho gave a curt nod. Understood. You've done well. You may go. Yes, sir. As if spitting on Mujin's hopes for a peaceful evening, Ryu Sealho was calmly imagining the bloodbath that was soon to unfold. This will be the last banquet, he thought. So enjoy it while you can. Tonight I ascend as the new merchant guild leader. At that moment, Hyun Gwang, seated beside Yun Gehi, grew tense. His expression hardened. Gehi noticed and frowned. Is something wrong? Hyun Gwang thought grimly. Mujin, it seems your fears were justified after all. Meanwhile, Sealwa sat quietly by a pool, gently tossing small rocks into the water. Her thoughts were conflicted. Monk Mujin acknowledged how hard I've worked, but still, I wanted him to say I've become prettier. If he didn't say it, maybe he's not interested in me after all. She stood up, brushing off her dress. I should head back. They'll start looking for me soon. I'll get scolded for wandering off alone. Just then, a faint sound came from the nearby shadows. She turned toward it, suddenly on edge. What was that noise? No one should be here this late. She spotted 2 silhouettes. One of them spoke in a low voice. Another person's died from poisoning on the street. The voice belonged to Sealho's servant. He was speaking to GM Pyogu. Pyogu asked, Is this why we're concerned about that monk Mujin? Yes, the servant replied. He's been making moves like he knows everything. Every disruption in Nanchang was tied to him. It's no coincidence. Pyogu added. Number 1027's incident was his doing as well. She claimed Mujin deceived everyone. If we're wiping them all out, we should kill him too. I agree, the servant said. Let's take this chance to eliminate him. Sealwa's breath caught in her throat. She trembled, her thoughts racing. What did they just say? That voice, it's the inner administrator? Kill the blessed monk? I have to go, now. I need to warn father. She turned, but her foot scraped against the stone, making a noise. Both men snapped their heads in her direction. She panicked. They saw me. I'm caught. I need to run. She barely managed a few steps before the servant blocked her path. He smiled cruelly. Where are you rushing off to, Lady Sealwa? Did something happen? Without warning, he pulled out a dagger. Well, we were going to kill everyone anyway. He raised the blade. This is goodbye. He thrust. Sealwa screamed. In that moment, a flash of movement, steel meeting steel. The dagger was knocked away, deflected midair. Mujin stood in front of her, eyes blazing as he deflected the dagger with his iron guard technique. You're planning to kill everyone? He said coldly. What an ambitious plan. He leveled his gaze at the assassin. In that case, start with me, if you think you can. Mujin clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. I definitely activated my iron guard, but I still took damage? He thought. He's on a completely different level compared to Hong So-hee. Did he throw a blade in that brief moment just now? The realization hit him hard. If I drop my guard even for a second, I might actually die. This guy, he's a real killer. Despite the fear tightening in his chest, Mujin forced himself to stand tall and turn to the trembling figure behind him. Lady Sealwa, he said, his voice strained but steady. Leave this to me and run. Head straight for Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. You'll be safe once you're with him. I can't, Sealwa replied, her voice shaking. I'd never abandon you, not like this. But before she could say more, the killer made a subtle movement, reaching for his blade. Mujin's eyes narrowed. In a flash, he dashed forward and kicked the sword's hilt just as it was about to be drawn, slamming it back into its sheath. Keep that sword where it belongs, Mujin growled, following up with a direct kick to the assassin's face. The blow landed hard, sending the killer flying backwards. Go now! Mujin shouted, taking the momentary opening. Still trembling, Sealwa hesitated, but before she could move, her servant arrived at the scene, panting. Without waiting, she grabbed Sealwa's arm and pulled her away. Come quickly! I'm leaving Lady Sealwa to you, Mujin called out. Suddenly, a pulse of murderous intent flared behind him. Mujin spun around just in time to block several flying daggers with iron guard. Sparks danced off his arms, but one blade slipped through and grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. He looked up. The killer was already standing, completely unfazed by the earlier kick. Looks like you're in a rush to cut your own life short. Killer muttered under her breath, clearly rattled. Mujin narrowed his eyes. Not even letting me say goodbye to her properly? That's low, he said, cracking his knuckles with a forced grin. What, is your grand massacre plan not that impressive? If you're raising your sword at a young monk, then maybe you're just a coward. He planted his feet. Try killing me, if you think you can. The killer's eyes sharpened. With a cold voice, he unsheathed his sword. As you wish. It'll hurt, but this was your choice. He slashed forward. Mujin dodged, his body a blur, and launched himself at full speed. The ground beneath him shattered with the force of his step. He appeared before the assassin in a heartbeat and threw a heavy punch, only to strike air. He vanished? Mujin thought in disbelief. The killer reappeared behind him like a phantom. Mujin ducked just in time as a blade whistled past where his neck had been a second ago. He twisted around, teeth clenched in frustration. He's insanely fast. Mujin thought, then launched a series of chain punches, each powerful and precise. But the killer effortlessly dodged, weaving around them. You keep jumping around like a damn grasshopper, Mujin barked. Afraid to fight me head on? Come down here and face me, coward! Perched atop a nearby wall, the killer replied coolly. Stop wasting your strength. You're only prolonging your suffering. He's figured out my specialty, grappling, Mujin realized. He keeps throwing blades from a distance and avoids close contact. If I don't land a hold soon, I'll exhaust myself first. He's the worst kind of opponent for me. But I can't let him leave. Lady Sealwa will be in danger. I have to hold him here, no matter what. Mujin stepped back, looking to widen the gap. But suddenly he felt his feet freeze in place. Looking down, he saw daggers pierced into the ground, daggers from earlier, cleverly positioned to limit his movement. From back then, Mujin realized too late. The killer was already above him, sword swinging down. Mujin raised his arm just in time, iron guard flaring. Steel clashed against flesh steel. He countered with a chain punch, but the assassin ducked and retaliated with a quick slash. Mujin raised his left palm, now coated with reinforced ki, and blocked it. Then came another volley of daggers. Mujin dodged most, but a few grazed him, slicing across his robes. Blood dripped. They're laced with poison, the killer said coldly. You'll be paralyzed soon. Before Mujin could react, the killer unleashed a deadly sword art, sword technique, endless pit. The strike tore through the air, slamming into Mujin. Blood sprayed as Mujin hit the ground hard. The killer, not bothering to look back, sheathed his blade. Farewell. Time for you to meet Buddha. But just as the killer turned away, a voice rose behind him, hoarse, defiant. I'm not going anywhere. The killer stopped, turning in surprise. Mujin, bloodied and trembling, stood again, barely. A dagger was buried in the killer's back. Mujin had thrown it just moments before collapsing. I don't think that paralyzing poison of yours works on me, Mujin said, breathing raggedly. Looks like Buddha just sent me right back. The killer narrowed his eyes. He forced his inner energy to suppress the poison. Impressive. You want to die that badly? The killer snarled, drawing his blade again. Then I'll send you back there, for good this time. This next strike will make the paralysis seem merciful. But as he slashed forward, Mujin did something unexpected. He wrapped his arm around the killer's blade mid-swing. Blood sprayed, but Mujin grinned. This doesn't feel like paradise to me, he said. Guess I'm not the one going there. With a sudden burst of strength, Mujin struck the assassin's sword hand with a powerful arhat palm, forcing him to release his grip. The killer reeled in pain. He was now within grappling range. Mujin didn't hesitate. He surged forward and locked the killer in a tight submission, Dar's choke. The hold landed, Mujin thought, his vision blurring. But my stamina's shot, my inner energy is running dry. If this drags on, I'm done for. I have to end it, right now. Mujin exhaled heavily, his chest heaving as he summoned the last reserves of his strength. With precise execution, he tightened the Dar's choke, locking the assassin's left arm and neck in a vice grip. I've secured both points in a single move, he thought. There's no way he's slipping out of this. The assassin screamed in agony, the distinct, unsettling crack of bones echoing through the alley. Mujin gritted his teeth, feeling the opponent's resistance falter with each second. He's weakening. I just need to hold on until he passes out. Through his strained breath, the killer muttered in a trembling voice. You're already too late. This banquet is crawling with assassins. You can't stop it now. They continued struggling, both bodies trembling, Mujin holding on with sheer will, the killer writhing in his last defiance, until finally, the assassin collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Mujin released his hold and stumbled back, barely able to stand. He glanced down, his breathing shallow and rough. The choke landed perfectly. He won't be getting up any time soon, Mujin thought, trembling. No way to stop the attack? Even if a whole truckload of people like he showed up, Grandpa would still wipe the floor with them. He wiped the blood from his lips and steadied himself. I don't have time to waste. I need to get to him. Now. Meanwhile, at the grand banquet, Sealho sat among the guests, nervously biting his thumbnail, the words of inner administrator GM Pyoga looping in his mind. Everything is in place, Lord Sealho. With a single signal, the Heavenly Merchant Guild will be yours. The hounds have already been released. They're likely coordinating among themselves as we speak, just 4 knocks, following a single cough. A dark smile crept across Sealho's face as he whispered under his breath. It's almost over. Just then, a calm voice cut through the tension. What's almost over? Sealho looked up, startled. Standing before him was none other than Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Your branch leader Ryu Sealho, aren't you? The elder said. I've heard quite a bit about you from my grandson. This damn old monkey, Sealho scowled inwardly. Why now of all times? Hyun Gwang continued with a serene smile. I was told you offered Mujin considerable help in Nanchang. I heard you played a supportive role in several matters. Helped him? We barely spoke after our first meeting, Sealho thought, confused and irritated. What's Mujin trying to do, throwing my name around like that? His mind drifted back to something a subordinate once warned him. It feels like the Shaolin are onto something. They're already making moves. Could it be? Sealho narrowed his eyes. Do they actually have intel on us? Still, he scoffed inwardly. So what? It's too late now. He coughed lightly, just once. Instantly, hidden assassins scattered throughout the banquet began subtly reaching into their sleeves and pockets, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. I also received help from Mujin, Sealho said aloud, his voice calm and composed. So much so, in fact, that I can bring everything I've been doing to a close right now. Hyun Gwang raised a brow. And what exactly have you been doing? Sealho chuckled. He can know everything, it won't change the outcome. Let's call it a leadership transition. Or perhaps, breathing new life into this place. He figured that once they were all dead, everything would settle down anyway. With that thought, he began tapping out 4 deliberate knocks with his finger. The assassins, already on edge from the earlier signal, moved without hesitation, hands slipping into their pockets. The moment the 4th knock echoed, the lamps flickered out, plunging the banquet into darkness. People started shouting. What's going on? The lamps went out. I can't see anything. Panic filled the hall. But before anyone could react, the assassins drew their weapons and, under the cover of darkness, began their bloody work. Screams erupted. Blades slashed. Blood spilled. What's that sound? I heard something. Someone screamed. I still can't see anything. Above the chaos, Sealho began to laugh, manic, triumphant. Yes. Let it happen. With this, the Heavenly Merchant Guild is finally mine. But amid the slaughter, a calm, resolute voice answered. You've gone too far. Hyun Gwang's voice rang with a sharp edge. You no longer deserve a second chance, Ryu Sealho. You are a merchant of blood and deception, nothing more. If it weren't for Mujin, this night might have ended in true disaster. With a simple snap of his fingers, the darkness shattered. All the lamps relit at once, illuminating the chaos, and what stood at its center. A magnificent golden dragon made of pure energy, Hyun Gwang's key, hovered over the crowd, glaring directly at Sealho. You shouldn't throw around phrases like a new breath of life so carelessly, Hyun Gwang said coldly. Did you really think I was powerless to stop this treachery? Look around you. Sealho glanced across the hall, and to his horror, he saw it, not innocent guests on the floor, but his assassins. Each one had been struck down, their bodies pinned to the ground by golden palm imprints, Hyun Gwang's true relied divine palm. You brought dozens of assassins, Hyun Gwang said. I have already subdued them all. It's over. Give up. The would-be killers writhed, trying to move, but not one could rise to their feet. From across the room, Ryu Jiguang, the true guild leader, stepped forward, eyes narrow with concern. What is happening here? Seolho's thoughts spun wildly. He wants me to surrender? Now? With our grand objective right in reach? Refusing to yield, Seolho reached into his hair and pulled out a thin, long needle, his hidden weapon. In one motion, he hurled it at Hyun Gwang. But the Grand Master's voice thundered through the hall. Enough! The sheer force of his voice alone stopped Seolho in his tracks. The would-be usurper crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by shock and ki pressure. Everyone saw it. They had all witnessed Ryu Seolho, who had always shown a soft, kind facade, unravel into a madman, laughing as he ordered the massacre of innocents. Now, those who had been pinned by Hyun Gwang's energy rose to their feet, weapons drawn and a righteous fury burning in their eyes. Seolho's twisted ambition had been exposed, and the entire guild stared at him with horror and disgust. No one spoke at first. The room held its breath. Then, a voice broke the silence, urgent and trembling. It was Seowa, breathless, having just arrived with her servant. She shouted, "Monk Mujin, he's in danger! Please, someone help him!" Ryu Jiguang, one of the 5 grand leaders of the world's merchant guilds, didn't hesitate. His expression was calm, but his presence carried weight. We must act quickly, he thought. There's no time for delay. Azure Gold Squad, he commanded. Subdue the assassins and Ryu Seolho, those driven mad by their own bloodlust. The rest of you, come with me. We're going to find Mujin. We can't afford to lose another life. With that final command, Yoon Gahee's 70th birthday celebration, once a symbol of prosperity and peace, came to a dramatic, blood-soaked end. As the Azure Gold Squad prepared to advance in search of Mujin, the captain suddenly halted and pointed toward a figure in the distance. Merchant Guild leader, he said, narrowing his eyes. Could that person be Mujin? At that moment, Mujin's weak voice echoed across the courtyard. Is everyone all right? He asked, his voice trembling. What's going on? This place, it's dangerous. He took in the scene around him. All of the assassins had been immobilized, bound by Grandmaster Hyun Gwang's formidable technique. One by one, the members of the Azure Gold Squad were tying them up with practiced efficiency. Relief washed over Mujin's pale face. I see, it's over, he murmured. As expected of Grandpa. I knew I could rely on him. But even as the words left his mouth, he coughed violently, blood staining his lips. His knees gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. Monk Mujin! Seowa cried, her face stricken with worry as she rushed to his side. She knelt beside him, holding his unconscious body. Please wake up! You can't die like this! Turning sharply, she barked at one of her father's retainers. Quickly! Call for a physician, immediately! Ryu Jiguang, standing nearby with a grim expression, echoed her command. Hurry! Bring every physician we have! And fetch all available medicine, anything that might help! A sharp pain lanced through his head, the accumulated stress and guilt weighing heavily on him. Even for someone like Ryu Jiguang, hardened by decades of leadership and political maneuvering, this chaos was almost unbearable. In the eye of the storm, the bitter truth hit him: all of this had been caused by his second son. As a father, he had no choice but to take responsibility for the disaster, one sparked by his own flesh and blood, with hands now stained by the fire it ignited. Night passed slowly, and dawn eventually broke. Later that night, within the inner residence of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, they discovered GM Pyoga's lifeless body. He was already dead when we arrived. One of the Azure Gold Squad members reported grimly. He poisoned himself. Ryu Jiguang stared down. He must have sensed something, and chose to end it on his own terms. His voice was distant, burdened. He must have suffered greatly. I can't believe he deployed his men to carry out such a massacre. In the end, Pyogu, he really was a traitor. One of the squad members handed over a wooden box. We found this among his belongings. It's the same kind of box that Ryu Seolho's lieutenant carried. There's a strange smell coming from it. You should take a look. Ryu Jiguang opened the box, revealing a smoking pipe inside. He picked it up and sniffed. This scent, it's strange. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, who had arrived silently behind him, spoke quietly. People always say the addicts should be punished, but in truth, those who distribute it deserve the greatest punishment. Ryu Jiguang's eyes widened. This is opium? He whispered. So Seolho was smoking this. I see. He lowered the pipe, voice thick with regret. I have no excuse, to you or to Mujin. Hyun Guang shook his head. Please don't say that. I'm the one who lost my temper and disrupted the banquet. You didn't disrupt anything, Ji Guang replied, his voice resolute. I did. This is the karma I've earned, for failing to properly protect and guide my family. I can't bring back my son, who was corrupted by opium, but I will make those who introduced it to him pay. For Mujin. For you. For everyone who was dragged into this mess. Hyun Guang placed a hand on his shoulder. You did what you could. This was done for the sake of the people, don't carry all the blame alone. Besides, he gave a sorrowful smile. Compared to the pain of losing a son, what's a grandchild's injury? He gazed out the window, deep in thought. Every one of those assassins was on par with our second-class disciples. For Mujin to survive such enemies, it's nothing short of a miracle. Even with his talent, he's only trained for a little over 3 years. He wasn't meant to face such threats. I only wanted to protect him until he found his footing. But now, his voice faltered. My regrets keep growing. For Mujin's sake, I'll start moving faster. I don't have much time left in this world. Mujin, in the meantime, thought to himself, all the branch leaders from the Nanchang Guild involved in this incident have been captured. They were planning to secure high-ranking positions once Ryu Sealho seized power. As for the assassins, each one bit their tongue and died before they could be interrogated. Even the one I fought did the same. I couldn't uncover the true mastermind. Before leaving for the Shaolin Temple, Hyun Guang received something from Ryu Ji Guang. I'll be back, he said. There's something I must retrieve. Until then, please take care of Mujin. 5 days passed. At the Shaolin Temple, Mujin sat at a table, eating hungrily. Other disciples watched nervously as he devoured a meat-filled meal. Mujin, one said hesitantly, I know it's for your recovery, but maybe go easy on the meat? Try some water instead. Mujin grinned between bites. I am still a patient, you know? Didn't the abbot revise the Shaolin rules just for cases like mine? Meat is permitted for critically injured patients, his exact words. Behind him, Sealwa raised her voice at the flustered disciples. That's right. Mujin's still recovering. All of you, back to your duties. The other patients need you too. She practically shoved them out the door and slammed it shut. Turning to Mujin with a softer expression, she said, Please eat and rest well. Mujin smirked. Thank you, Lady Sealwa. Suddenly, the door creaked open again. Monk Mujin needs plenty of rest. She began to scold, only to stop mid-sentence. Grand Master, I'm sorry. Hyun Guang chuckled warmly. No need to apologize. Mujin's eyes lit up as he rose to his feet. Grandpa? You're back? Hyun Guang nodded. You seem cheerful. Have you been recovering well? Everything's fine, well, except I haven't fully detoxified the poison yet, Mujin admitted. Lady Sealwa's been very strict. I'm not even allowed to lift dumbbells. I feel stiff all over. You should be resting, Sealwa said firmly. Not thinking about lifting weights. Hyun Guang laughed. Well, once you're fully healed, let's try crossing that wall again. I brought something big just for you. Wall? Something big? Mujin tilted his head. What do you mean? Hyun Guang opened a wooden box, revealing a glimmering pill inside. This, he declared, is the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Mujin's jaw dropped. That's insane. The abbot, Hyun Guang continued, was moved by your struggles. He willingly gave it to you as compensation. Mujin squinted. That's a lie. He definitely stole it. How am I supposed to eat in peace now? Meanwhile, atop a secluded mountain estate, an informer knelt before a man seated on a lavish throne. There's been a disruption in the plan involving the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the informer reported. The leader leaned back, his gaze sharp. That sounds like a significant loss. Yes, the informer replied. It may take decades to recover. All our agents in the guild were eliminated. The Heavenly Merchant No. 1 project has collapsed. The leader's voice turned cold. But you said that if the plan succeeded, the Heavenly Merchant Guild would fall entirely under our control. There was an unexpected variable, the informer admitted. The Shaolin Divine Monk was present. No one anticipated his appearance, let alone that he had regained his martial power. The leader fell silent, then muttered. So, he was hiding his recovery all this time. Deceptive? Cunning. But there's nothing to be done now. Verified the truth behind his recovery. As for the Heavenly Merchant Guild, abandon it. Shift focus to the others. Understood. The leader closed his eyes, fingers tapping against the armrest. The revival of the Shaolin divine monk, Hyun-Gwang. That withered shell of a man is walking again. Did he really survive such catastrophic injuries? How did he do that? Scene shifted to Nanchang Branch, Body Treatment Clinic. Inside the clinic, Jinhee of the Jagao clan blinked in disbelief. He left? She asked, her voice sharp with surprise. Jaehyuk, standing beside her, nodded. Yes. He returned to Dangfeng County about 10 days ago. I heard he went back to the main branch of the Body Treatment Clinic. Jinhee's thoughts tightened like a coil. He left, without even speaking to me? Jaehyuk tilted his head. But why are you asking about someone who's already gone? Jinhee clenched her jaw, suppressing the storm rising within. After everything we shared, after all the promises for the future, he just left? Without a single word? Her eyes narrowed with resolve. Fine. Then I'll go to Dangfeng County myself. I need to look him in the eye. Back at the Merchant Guild's training hall, Grandmaster Hyun-Gwang was carefully preparing the Great Rejuvenation Pill, circulating his chi to harmonize its energy for Mujin's body. Watching nervously, Mujin asked, Am I really allowed to take this? Isn't this way too much of a reward? Hyun-Gwang thought back to the negotiations. That's why I swallowed my pride and personally begged the Merchant Guild leader for this. He remembered the moment he received the pill from the abbot. But Grandmaster Hyun-Gwang, the abbot had protested. This is the Great Rejuvenation Pill we're talking about. Even if Mujin played a critical role, no third-class disciple has ever been granted such a treasure. Hyun-Gwang had turned sharply, his tone icy. Then what? If I just take it and walk out, will that fix things? The abbot hesitated. If it's for Mujin, perhaps the rules can bend, just this once. Back in the present, Hyun-Gwang handed the pill to Mujin and said calmly, Just remember to thank the abbot later. That'll be enough. Mujin sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll need to keep a low profile for a while. Still hesitant, he said. But Grandpa, you know better than anyone, when you gave me the lesser rejuvenation pill, it wasn't that big a deal. It only needed some money and ingredients. But this? The Great Rejuvenation Pill is on an entirely different level. He explained with the reverence of a martial arts scholar. Only 2 or 3 are ever made per generation. The core spirit herb takes decades to mature, and only under spiritually rich conditions. Unless someone is destined to become a pillar of Shaolin, they'd never be considered worthy of it. He shook his head. I just don't feel right taking it. Someone else could save many lives with this. Hyun-Gwang looked at him seriously. That's exactly why you should take it. Mujin blinked. Before he could protest, Hyun-Gwang popped the pill into his mouth. Enough talk. Swallow it. Absorb it the same way you did with the lesser one. Breathe slowly, circulate your energy. Mujin followed his guidance. The lesser rejuvenation pill felt like an overwhelming torrent. But this one, it's sweet? And subtle? The energy surged through him, not just strengthening, but dissolving blockages. His chi channels pulsed with life. He started coughing violently. Hyun-Gwang smiled calmly. Don't worry. That was just the poison still lingering in your system getting purged. Mujin entered a dual cultivation trance, cycling both the unmovable cultivation technique and the Great Path technique. This energy, it's not just replenishing me, it's reshaping me. This isn't energy deviation. This is a breakthrough. My blocked core, it's finally unlocking. A burst of brilliant chi erupted from Mujin. Hyun-Gwang gave a satisfied nod. Congratulations on your full recovery. So, training tomorrow? Mujin clenched his fists, brimming with strength. No. I want to start right now, Grandpa. Not even Lady Sealwood can stop me this time. There's something I've been dying to try. Mujin stepped onto the open grounds, eyes scanning the space. I said all that confidently, but where do I even start? The pill gave me overwhelming strength, but no manual on how to use it. His thoughts turned to his next goal, energy discharge, a peak martial enlightenment realm. The ability to concentrate chi and project it as a ranged attack. Energy beams, shockwaves, roars, it was the stuff of legends. And for a close-quarters fighter like Mujin, it was the missing piece. He recalled Hyun-Gwang's advice. Imagine the energy. Guide it. Release it. What you visualize becomes real. Drawing Chi into his arm, he launched a flurry, chain punch, first form. Nothing happened. So yelling doesn't help, huh? He muttered. He collapsed onto the ground, groaning. How did Ji do it so effortlessly during our fight? It's even more impressive now that I've tried it myself. Then, a thought struck him. Didn't she say she'd spar with me whenever I wanted? But did I even tell her I was heading home? Scene shift to body treatment clinic, women's wing. He sat in quiet contemplation. So this is where Monk Mujin's supposed to be. I rushed here without rest from Nanchang. There's no way I'm leaving without seeing him. Her brow furrowed. But this is the women's treatment wing? Isn't this outside his jurisdiction? These muscle extension techniques require close physical contact. Even if he's a monk. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Well, we've got an unusual visitor today. I'll take a look. Ryu Seowa entered with a composed smile. Excuse me. What brings you here? I'm Ryu Seowa, head therapist at this Rocky treatment clinic. Jinhee's gaze sharpened. Head therapist? I'm here for treatment from Monk Mujin. He's more than enough for me. Seowa raised an eyebrow. You're here to see Mujin? She replied yes. In that moment, both women shared the same unspoken thought. Who is this woman? And why does she sound so close to him? Meanwhile, Mujin lay on the floor with a finger in his nose. She's probably doing fine, wherever she is. Meanwhile, at the body treatment clinic, inside the women's ward, tensions were flaring. Jinhee, her voice sharp with irritation, demanded, Why exactly are you telling me I can't meet with the divine monk? Seowa responded calmly, though with a subtle edge. Monk Mujin is currently recovering from a serious injury. Jinhee narrowed her eyes, skeptical. And who are you to speak for him so intimately? What are you, his top disciple in manual therapy or something? With a sweet smile, Seowa replied. Oh my, you recognized it. I am the direct disciple personally trained by Monk Mujin himself. Now, if you have a message for him, I'd be happy to deliver it. Jinhee's tone shifted as she declared. Mujin and I have promised each other a future. Of course, by future, she meant a martial rematch, but that was her business. I see. Seowa replied coolly. Even so, we can't allow strangers in based on vague claims. The world's full of dangers, after all. And besides, he's not here. You might want to check somewhere else. Frustrated, Jinhee pressed. Someone from the Merchant Guild told me to come here. Do you have any idea how far I traveled just to find the divine monk? Seowa responded matter of fact. Normally, the divine monk doesn't work in the women's only ward. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. Just then, a young attendant burst into the ward. Excuse me. That insistent woman, she's been chanting the divine monk's name nonstop. Lady Seowa is doing her best to handle her, but she doesn't seem sick at all. Mujin happened to be passing by and heard the commotion. As he walked through the corridor, a patient he had treated bowed and said, Divine monk, thank you. If you have time, would you share a meal with us? Mujin gave a polite nod. Thank you, but I'm just a monk. I've still got many duties to tend to, he replied as he made his way toward the room where the two women were facing off. He entered with a smile. It's been a while, Priestess Jinhee. You've arrived at just the right time. Seowa turned in surprise. Monk Mujin! You've recovered? That's such a relief. But Mujin didn't answer her. Instead, he walked straight to Jinhee, his expression warm. Your timing is perfect, Priestess. I actually need your help. Jinhee smiled, heart fluttering. Fate, perhaps? Seowa's cheerful expression faltered. Jinhee's smile faded slightly as she asked, How could you leave Nanchang without telling me? Do you know what I went through to find you? I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, Mujin said sincerely. After our spar, something clicked. I had to return home and focus on training. Wait, don't tell me, you actually traveled all the way to Nanchang looking for me? Jinhee laughed awkwardly. Of course not. Don't be silly. I see. Then come with me, I want to show you the training area, Mujin offered. As they walked side by side, Mujin asked, Have you been keeping up with your manual therapy practice? Every single day, without fail, Jinhee answered with pride. From behind, Seowa watched them laughing and walking away. Her chest tightened, and a quiet ache settled in her heart. Later, in the Kyanri Merchant Group's training hall. So, you've got enough internal energy but haven't achieved Chia mission because you don't understand the method? Jinhee asked. That's right. Mujin confirmed. You've really come a long way since Nanchang. I wasn't expecting you to improve this much, she said, a little surprised. No matter. I'll teach you right away. We can catch up later. Understood. You already have the foundation, Jin He explained. To achieve chi emission, you need two things: sufficient internal energy and a body strong enough to handle it. You've got both, probably thanks to that grand elixir, she continued. Now, it's time to learn the Ascension martial arts. These techniques let you manipulate and release chi, either around your body or outward in focus bursts. We'll start with the basics, channeling chi through the smaller veins, particularly into your hands and fingertips. She demonstrated by gathering chi into her fingers and unleashing it in a sharp burst, splitting a practice log in half. Once you grow accustomed to this, it'll feel as natural as using a tool. You experienced some of it during our spar. Long-range techniques are incredible, aren't they? I'll also teach you some body-strengthening routines, Mujin offered. The stronger your body, the easier it is to control your internal energy. Jin He smiled. That sounds great. Just like before, I'll be in your care. Honestly, thinking about sparring with you again makes my heart race. I can't stop remembering our time back in Nanchang. Unbeknownst to them, Seilwa was observing from a distance. Mujin spotted her, but she quickly ducked out of sight. Was that Lady Seilwa? Was she spying on us just now? You really can't understand teenage girls, he thought. That led to an idea. Priestess Ji he asked. Can I ask a favor? Yes? What is it? It's not about combat, he said, a bit hesitant. It's something I've been researching. Jin He tilted her head. What kind of request makes you so awkward? That evening, as Seilwa closed the clinic. Great work today, everyone, she said with a smile. Good work, young lady, the staff echoed. A voice interrupted from beside her. Are you done for the day? Startled, Seilwa answered. Yes, today was really exhausting. She turned and froze. Monk Mujin? Why are you here this late? I have something for you, Mujin replied, holding out a book. She took it, puzzled. This is a martial arts manual? Why are you giving this to me? It's called Ganghyeok. It's not for combat, it's for improving skin elasticity. I thought it might suit you. Why give me something like this? You've worked hard. Consider it a gift of appreciation, Mujin said. Inwardly, he admitted, I was curious about how she takes care of her skin too. I look forward to your continued help, Lady Seilwa. As he turned to leave, Mujin added, By the way, I know it's late, but you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. See you tomorrow? Seilwa's face turned crimson. What is this feeling? My heart won't stop pounding. It's embarrassing, but I don't hate it. Have I always felt this way about him? Or did I just not realize it? When he's near, I feel safe. When he's with someone else, it hurts. Now I know. I like him. I like Monk Mujin. However, Mujin, unaware of her inner turmoil, mused, since Ganghyeok uses chi to improve skin, maybe it works well with iron cloth shirt, which absorbs external chi. That's worth looking into. And so, Mujin's new daily routine began. By day, he fulfilled his duties at the clinic. In the evening, he trained Ascension martial arts with Ji He to master chi emission. At night, he studied Ganghyeok with Seilwa to better understand beauty-enhancing techniques. Surprisingly, his gift seemed to ease the tension between him and Seilwa. But now, another problem emerged. Women's hearts are a true mystery. Of course, his training was also bearing fruit. I've made some progress, Mujin said. I think I'm finally starting to release chi properly. Jin He nodded. You've even left a visible mark. That's excellent progress. Once you've solidified the basics, I'll be heading back first. You're leaving already? I can't stay away for too long. People are waiting for me, comrades who care. Mujin nodded slowly, deep in thought. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I left Shaolin. I wonder how everyone's doing. How much have they grown? Meanwhile, back at Shaolin, Muyul shouted, Senior brother Mugung! Wait for me! Leaping to cling onto his older brother's waist. Muyul, don't hang on me! It's hot! Mugung groaned. Mu Kyung, trailing behind, muttered, Muyul's acting more and more like a monkey these days. They moved together through the long corridors. 1 week had passed since Mujin began training under Jiggle Jin He in the art of Ascension martial arts. On the 7th day, the two faced off once more in a sparring match, the morning sun casting long shadows behind them. Good! Jean, he called out, her eyes sharp as ever. Now, spread your chi to every finger joint. Visualize it being discharged through your strike. If you're ready, just like before, block this. With a teasing grin, she unleashed a razor-thin chi slash that shimmered as it cut through the air. Mujin didn't flinch. He closed his eyes, centering himself. My image, not hers. My release. Inhale chi. Condense. Harden. Prepare. A bolt pulled back and locked. Chamber set. 1 round loaded. Selector to semi-auto. Fire initiated. Trigger pulled. His fist shot forward, his chi erupting like a cannon blast. The force of his chi punch collided with her chi slash midair, the two techniques clashing violently. A shockwave burst outward. Dust scattered across the platform. In that moment, Mujin had done it. He'd stepped into the realm of chi emission. He looked down at his hand and laughed in disbelief. Before I could only manage a few shots. But now, I can release them at will. I did it, priestess. If I get used to this, maybe I'll be able to rapid fire too, right? Jiggle Jean, he stood frozen, stunned. This is unheard of. It takes most martial artists 2 to 3 years to reach this stage. Nearby, Mujin muttered under his breath, excitement barely contained. I want to fire like a machine gun, but that might be a bit much for now. Jinhee's mind raced. 7 days. 7 nights? And he's achieved this? What kind of monster is he? He never touched the 72 Shaolin techniques. Instead, he built a system from the ground up, melding techniques, simplifying forms. He rejects anything needlessly complicated. His peace comes not from stillness, but from strength. This is the path of a true grandmaster. A nervous chuckle slipped from her lips. Training ends here, she said quietly. I have nothing more to teach you. And in her heart, she felt a quiet joy. I'm really glad I came to find Monk Mujin. Curious, she added. By the way, what's a machine gun? Mujin laughed, but gave no answer. Now I see it, Jinhee thought, watching him. The secret behind his explosive growth is extreme physical training. His body was forged to its utmost, his external arts perfected. That's why his chi vessel could expand so quickly. The stronger the body, the fewer the side effects when combining disciplines. That's why he trains like a man. When I get back, I'm going to completely overhaul my therapy regimen. Jiggle Jinhee had fallen, completely and utterly, for muscle supremacy theory. The next morning, Mujin stood at the gates of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, ready to leave. I've finished the clinic handovers, he said. And now that I've undergone proper training, it's time I return to the Shaolin Temple. I've missed it. Guild Master Ryu Jiguang and his followers bowed deeply, fist to palm in respectful farewell. With everything that's happened, Ryu Jiguang said solemnly, I feel I owe you more and more, Mujin. Please continue to watch over us when you can. Give my regards to Master Hyunguang. I will, Mujin replied. See you next time. He turned to Siowa. I look forward to the day we meet again, he said with a warm smile. Then, taking a final breath of the city's air, he added, Then, I'm off. With that, he walked away, step steady and assured. Parting with someone is always bittersweet, Siowa thought. But with Mujin, it feels okay. He's someone who keeps his promises. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long golden shadows across the ancient steps of the Shaolin Temple, Mujin finally arrived, the warmth of the fading light brushing against his face. A quiet breeze stirred the prayer flags above as he paused at the entrance, catching his breath and gathering his thoughts. Oh, right. Before Priestess Jinhee left, she mentioned something intriguing, something I didn't fully catch, he recalled. Turning back to that memory, Mujin had asked her. I only overheard part of it. Could you explain it properly? With her usual calm and clear tone, Jinhee had replied. It's an event where late-stage disciples from all the major sects gather to demonstrate their martial arts. It's known as the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. Mujin had blinked with interest. Do you know when it's going to be held? Jinhee had thought for a moment and then answered. Let's see. If we count from today, we'll probably see each other again in about 2.5 years. Now standing before the solemn halls of Shaolin, Mujin smiled to himself, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. So it's finally starting for real? Ganghyeok's second arc, Demonic Tyrant Legend, is just around the corner. The weight of the name thrilled him. Mujin felt a deep sense of excitement, not just as a martial artist, but as someone aware of the stories unfolding. 2.5 years. I need to train harder than ever before. This is my window. A quiet joy filled his heart, not from power or prestige, but from the sheer exhilaration of what lay ahead. The unknown, the battles, the growth. Mujin wasn't just looking forward to the future, he was ready to chase it with everything he had. News of Mujin's return spread fast. Within minutes, his old friends were sprinting across the temple grounds to meet him. Mujin, Midyeon, was just about to step into his quarters when Muyo leapt onto Mujin's shoulder, catching him off guard and sending them both tumbling. "Welcome back, Mujin," Mukyung said, grinning. "It's been a long time," Mugung added. "So? How was life out there?" Blinking, Mujin laughed. "Wait, you guys? You've gotten bigger. I was worried you might have slacked off." They scratched their heads and grinned. "We got by somehow." Mujin turned to Muyo. "You've been working hard? That tackle was brutal. Your grip strength's crazy. And those prayer beads, never seen them before." Muyo nodded. "Shaolin 5 Animal Fist successors wear prayer beads. Master drew a crane on mine, he said I've mastered Crane Fist. Once I learn Snake Fist, he'll add that too." Then Mujin spotted the ink on Mukyung's neck. "What's with your head? Is that a tattoo?" "It's a lotus. Symbol of Buddha. Master drew it for me," Mukyung said. "If it fades, I have to run 200 laps. Definitely sounds like Elder Haiguan." "Right." Mukyung laughed. Mujin looked up at Mugung. "You got even bigger? And you still look sharp. That's a relief. Are you really one to talk?" Mugung shot back. Mujin grinned. "Still, you all look great. You've really grown." "All right," Mukyung said, stretching. "Day's training is done. How about a spar?" Muyo lit up. "We get to play again? I'll slam you into the dirt as a welcome gift," Mugung declared. Muyo hesitated. "Wait, Mujin must be tired. I'm fine," Mujin said. "Let's do it." He didn't know it yet, but this spar would reveal a serious problem. One round later, his friends were sprawled across the floor, panting heavily. "You maniac," Mugung wheezed. "What the hell did you do out there?" "Let's just rest," Mukyung said. Mujin stood over them, confused. "What is this? This used to be our normal pace. One round and you're all down. You've clearly gotten tougher, learned more forms." Then the realization hit him. The gap. While they were growing steadily, I was being thrown into chaos. Fights with lunatics, intense training with Jihe, the Great Rebirth Pill, the Summoning Pill. I'm the only one who's leveled up. The balance is broken. And it needed fixing. It's not like I'll always fight alone. And the real storm doesn't begin until the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. I still have time. He examined his friends' conditions. Their physical strength is there. But their chi vessels, too weak. Their internal energies not keeping up. If this keeps up, they'll fall behind, even weaker than the blood monk in the novel. Should I feed them summoning pills? Yes, that could work. The next day, Mujin approached Elder Hyun-Guang with a plan. "So I've been thinking," he said, unfolding a map, "about opening a third musculoskeletal clinic. How about Woyang? It's the closest." Hyun-Guang frowned. "I get that you've done your research, but I can't approve it," Mujin asked. "What? Why not? You just got back," Hyun-Guang said. "You want to disappear again for who knows how long? What will the others say? This is your time to train. Besides, Luoyang is still 40 kilometers away. You really think you'll keep up your training while making that trip back and forth? It'd be tough," Mujin admitted, disappointed. "So much for that plan," Hyun-Guang added. "But if you can run there and back within half a sijin, I'll approve it," Mujin asked. "Wait, what? Is that even possible?" "Of course it is," Hyun-Guang said, eyes glinting. "That is, if you master the light body technique." Upon hearing the words, "light body technique," Mujin blinked in surprise. Isn't that just another name for mobility arts? He recalled what he'd read in martial arts novels. The light body technique was said to be a martial art focused on lightening the body. By reducing one's body weight through internal energy control, a practitioner could move at explosive speeds, leap across treetops, scale walls, and soar like a shadow in flight. If this was the real thing, then even commuting to and from Luoyang, which is about 40 kilometers away from the Shaolin Temple, would be a breeze. Energized, Mujin turned to Hyun Guang. Grandpa, if it's okay with you, could my friends learn it with me? Hyun Guang raised an eyebrow. If they're willing to endure it, I don't see why not. Moments later, Mujin gathered Ma Gang, Mu Kyung, and Muyul. There's something I want to share with you all. He began, eyes gleaming. We're going to learn the light body technique. Together. The three looked stunned. But before that, Mujin added, there's one step we need to take first. Basic training. Grandpa said it's essential to lay down a proper foundation, so the masters will be helping us with that. He paused. It's 1 month of hellish training. Magung shrugged, arms crossed. Well, as long as we're learning something, I'm in. Muyul grinned wide. This is gonna be fun. Mu Kyung hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. Training's already intense, and now it's going to get even harder? Mujin noticed a shift in his tone and expression. You don't look so good. Did something happen? Mu Kyung forced a smile. No. It's nothing. 1 month later, behind the Shaolin temple, the sun hung low as Elder Hyun Guang stood before the 4 disciples, who were now leaner, stronger, and covered in dirt from weeks of merciless drills. So, Hyun Guang said, stroking his beard, how was it? Did everyone train well? Muyul stood at attention, a gleam of pride in his eye. Yes, we've prepared all our gear for the real training. Mujin leaned over and whispered. It's not gear. It's the basics. Mu Kyung raised his hand. Excuse me, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. I have a question. Why did we start with the 1,000-pound hammer before learning the light body technique? Hyun Guang said with a nod. Good question. The 1,000-pound hammer is a martial art that allows you to manipulate your body weight. It's essential preparation before learning the light body technique, which lets you move faster by making your body lighter. So, Mujin said, connecting the dots, we first gain control over our weight, and then use that to improve our movement. But why reduce our weight at all? Muyul asked curiously. Mujin replied without hesitation. Because a lighter body moves faster. Hyun Guang chuckled. That's partially right, and partially wrong. You'll understand what I mean soon enough. He raised a hand and tossed 4 wooden name tags high into the air. Let's make training fun, shall we? Each of you will find a wooden name tag I've hidden somewhere in the mountain. Each one has your name engraved. Do not take someone else's, and don't help each other. Use the techniques you've learned, adapt, explore, overcome. Mujin's eyes lit up. A treasure hunt training camp, huh? This should be fun. They all lowered into running stances. Hyun Guang raised his hand, then dropped it. Begin! The 4 disciples blasted forward like arrows. As they sprinted through the woods, Mujin called out to Magung beside him. Hey! Want to make a bet? What kind? Whoever finds theirs last has to clean the temple, for 7 days and 7 nights. Magung scoffed. You think I'll lose? Muyul laughed. This'll be fun. Mu Kyung groaned from the rear. You guys, slow down a little. Watching from a distance, Hyun Guang folded his arms and observed. Let's see, these kids Mujin brought, can they become pillars of the Shaolin temple like him? 10 minutes later, deep in the mountain, the environment was harsh and unpredictable. Dense trees, thorny bushes, even the occasional wild animal leaping across the path. It was more battlefield than forest. Muyul danced through the undergrowth, hopping between branches like a monkey, moving fluidly and with perfect balance. Mu Kyung employed all the mobility and stride techniques he'd learned, reading the terrain like a seasoned scout. Among them, he had the best acceleration and response time. Magung, large and broad-shouldered, had a different approach. His wide frame collided with branches and rocks, but he didn't care. He built speed gradually, relying on unstoppable momentum. A moving fortress. All 3 used the 1,000-pound hammer technique as a base, combining it with their version of the light body technique to great effect. But there was one outlier. Boom! The forest trembled as a loud noise echoed from deep within. Was that an earthquake? Magung said, pausing mid-run. Mu Kyung blinked. That was loud. Muyul laughed. Maybe a couple of beasts got into a fight? But it wasn't beasts. It was Mujin. Face down in a pile of leaves, tree bark, and broken branches, he groaned. I definitely adjusted my weight using the 1,000-pound hammer, so why is it so hard to maintain balance? My body doesn't even feel like mine. A thick branch dropped onto his gut with a painful thunk. What is this? Why is a fallen branch the size of a tree trunk? What a ridiculous tree! If I hadn't activated Iron Guard, I'd be bruised to hell. As he lay there, winded and scowling, a thought struck him. Even if you throw something light, like a feather, with all your strength, it barely moves. But what if I increase the weight the moment I throw it? Suddenly, he recalled Hyun Guang's words. That's partially right, and partially wrong, Mujin. So that's what Grandpa meant. I was too caught up in the idea of light equals fast, just like in those martial arts novels. But the real technique isn't just about being light. It's about adjusting your weight to match the moment. Mujin stood up, eyes blazing. Let's try again. He focused. Center of gravity, locked. Increase body weight just before launching. Fire forward. While in air, lighten the body to travel farther. Upon impact, add weight again to stabilize. This is it. This is the real light body technique. A crater formed where his feet had stood. Looking back, he cringed. Oops. Left quite a trail of destruction behind me. Guess I should name this move. How about Destroyer's Divine Stride? From afar, Hyun Guang observed silently. He's figured it out. The others too, they're finding their own ways. Mujin, your eye for talent is sharper than mine. Now then, how many lesser revitalization pills do we have left in the treasury? I might have to give some to these kids. They could become the future of Shaolin, though at this rate, this mountain won't survive. The abbot's going to give me hell. 3 hours later, Mujin returned, panting, a wooden name tag clutched in his hand. I found it, he said between breaths. Did you really have to hide it in the cave where I did my wall-facing meditation? That was brutal. But hey, I think I arrived first. A moment of silence. Then, from behind Hyun Guang, 3 familiar faces emerged with smirks. Mujin froze. They're already here? Magum clapped a hand on his shoulder. Hey, last place. Mukyung smirked. Bit late? Muyul stretched. We almost fell asleep waiting for you. All 3 shouted. You've got temple cleaning duty for 7 days and nights. Mukyung added. We'll testify to that. Grandmaster, you're the best. Hyun Guang laughed heartily. Mujin sighed. A bet's a bet. From that day forward, the young monks trained harder than ever, refining their personal versions of the light body technique. After reaching a suitable level of mastery, they were finally granted permission to travel to Luoyang. Later, at the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Mujin arrived at the familiar office and met with Ryu Jiguang. So even the elders of Shaolin approved? Ryu said with a nod. Then I have no reason to object. Besides, Luoyang's close by. I like it. Mujin smiled, though his mind was already turning. The Heavenly Merchant Guild leader approved. That's good. But I won't have time to manage Luoyang like I did Nanchang. I need someone I can trust to run it. A face appeared in his thoughts. Siowa, there is that person, isn't there? Some time later, Mujin arrived at the meeting room where Siowa awaited him. He had come to ask a favor, one that would require her expertise in a new venture. I need your help with a clinic we're about to open in Luoyang, he said directly. Siowa blinked in surprise. So, are you saying we'll be going to Luoyang together? Exactly, Mujin confirmed. Your recent breakthroughs in muscle extension and body treatment techniques have been impressive. This time, I can't manage everything on my own like I did in Nanchang. We desperately need your help for this journey. And don't worry, the Merchant Guild leader has already approved it. Siowa's heart sank slightly. So this was why he called me here. She had briefly entertained hopes that the meeting might have been more personal. But still. I'll be going with Monk Mujin, right? Isn't that still something? Her thoughts spiraled. Wait, he's a monk. Is it really okay for me to be thinking like this? Mujin tilted his head slightly, sensing something was off. Lady Siowa, are you all right? This affection of mine, surely it's not wrong? Siowa hesitated, trying to sort her feelings. Then Jinhee's voice echoed in her memory. Mujin is the one I promised a future with. Steeling herself, she spoke clearly. Very well, let's go together. However, she added with a thoughtful pause, if I relocate to Luoyang, it'll be difficult to continue treating the women here. So, could I ask you a favor in return? Later, Mujin asked. Are you sure about this? I'd be incredibly grateful, but overseeing all the clinic physicians is no small task. Siowa, now officially appointed as the head of the entire body treatment clinic division, replied with calm confidence. It's something I truly want to do. Please leave it to me. Mujin smiled. Then I look forward to working with you. And so, Ryu Seowa became responsible not just for the Luoyang branch, but for all future expansions of the clinic network. Mujin didn't fully understand the depth of her feelings, but seeing her so confident and proactive, he was genuinely moved. She seems brighter now, more self-assured. Maybe it's because she made the decision on her own. Her growth, it honestly brings tears to my eyes, he thought, smiling softly. Turning to the merchant guild leader, Mujin asked, "So, what do you think, guild leader?" Ryu Jiguang, eyes already glistening with tears, said, "What more is there to say?" Seeing him, Mujin mused, he's turned into a complete daughter-doting father. From that point onward, Mujin began commuting the 80 kilometers between Dengfeng County and Luoyang every day using his signature movement technique, Destroyer's Divine Stride. Fortunately, with the experience he'd gained in Nanchang, setting up the Luoyang clinic was far smoother. There were no local factions resisting him this time. In fact, many were eager to help after hearing about the body treatment clinic's reputation. With support from the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the Shaolin Elders, the Luoyang branch was fully operational within just 2.5 months. Once it opened, the response was explosive. Word of mouth spread fast, and soon the clinic was flooded with patients each day. "I don't have any money," one patient confessed, hesitating at the door. "You don't need to pay," Mujin said with a warm smile. "Please come inside." News of the Luoyang clinic's free treatments spread far and wide, so far that even those beyond the reach of ordinary rumor took notice. Far to the south, atop Mount Wudong in Hubei province, a man floated in midair while cultivating, his presence calm yet immeasurably vast. "A Shaolin monk has fully recovered?" he asked without opening his eyes. "Yes, Master Anhyo," his subordinate answered respectfully. "Through the Heavenly Merchant Guild, they've opened several clinics, providing treatment free of charge." Anhyo's eyes opened slowly. He suffered so much, and now he's trying to give back. As his chi stirred, his sword trembled on its rack. He reached for it, and the atmosphere changed as his aura bloomed. "Master, are you planning to visit him?" his subordinate asked. "Of course. People say the strongest is best in the world, but the world is vast and full of complexity. No one can claim that title easily." Throughout the martial world, there had always been rankings, speculation about the strongest. Among them stood the 10 great martial masters, and above even them, a legendary trio known as the Three Greatest Swords, the Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor of the Sword Destruction Pavilion, the Namgung Sword Emperor of the Namgung clan, and finally, the man now preparing to descend the mountain, Anhyo, the Taiji Sword Immortal. "That damn monk is back?" Anhyo said with a thin smile. "Then it's time we finish what we started." Back at Shaolin, inside Grandmaster Hyun Guang's residence, Biab Jian burst into the room in a panic. "Grandmaster! Are you here? This is urgent!" Hyun Guang replied calmly. "There's no need to shout, Biab Jian. I can hear you just fine." Biab Jian swallowed hard. "That man, he's here." Hyun Guang sighed. "So, the time has come." Mujin looked puzzled. "Who do you mean?" "Sage Anhyo," Hyun Guang replied simply. Not long after, Mujin witnessed a meeting that left him breathless. Two legends stood face to face. "It's been a while, old Taoist," Hyun Guang said with a chuckle. "You've changed, old monk," Anhyo replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. Mujin felt his stomach twist. "That's Sage Anhyo? The Taiji Sword Immortal? And he knows Grandpa?" Judging by the tension in the air, this wasn't a casual visit. "I assume you didn't come just for pleasantries," Hyun Guang noted. "Sharp as ever. Since our match was left unresolved when you fell ill, I came to finish it. If we fight here, the Shaolin Temple won't survive," Hyun Guang said dryly. "Shall we move?" "As you wish." Without another word, Hyun Guang lifted Mujin with his Rulai divine palm, and the three of them soared into the sky like comets. As they vanished into the distance, Abbot Hyun Chun shouted after them. "Grandmaster! Mujin! You must come back alive!" They arrived in a vast green field, untouched by civilization. Mujin, still dizzy from the flight, looked around nervously. "Where are we?" "I remember spinning through the air, but now." Hyun Guang set him down and said, "Stay back. This may get dangerous." "Yes, understood." "Just how intense is this fight about to be?" Mujin activated his frequency whispering technique, sending his thoughts directly to Hyun Guang. "Grandfather, did you already know him?" Hyun Guang responded telepathically. You've learned the frequency whispering technique? How do you know Sage Unheal? We exchanged blows a few times in our youth. That's all. No need to use whispering now. Mujin asked. Why? Hyun-Guang replied. He can eavesdrop on it. That's insane. Is that even possible? Mujin thought. Meanwhile, Unhyo narrowed his eyes. I can hear the boy, but not the monk. He's using an advanced variant? So the rumors are true. Not only has he recovered, he's reached the realm of nature? Hyun-Guang's voice broke the silence. Shall we begin? Unhyo nodded. Of course. He channeled his chi into his sword, and in a flash, launched an attack that lit up the sky, an emerald golden arc like a falling meteor. Mujin gasped. Grandpa! But Hyun-Guang met the blow head-on, activating his Rulai divine palms to block the attack. A shockwave rippled through the field. You've improved since we last crossed blades, Hyun-Guang remarked calmly. Was losing last time really that hard on your pride? For a monk, you sure know how to push people's buttons, Unhyo replied with a smirk. But this time, we end it once and for all. The scene shifted to a vivid memory from the past, a sun-drenched training ground atop a misty mountain where a young Hyun-Guang, bold and spirited, stood across from an equally youthful Unhyo. They were both in their prime, already blazing with the early fires of greatness. With a calm but firm voice, Hyun-Guang said, A strong body can only be built upon a proper mind. But what good is clarity of thought if there's no power to make it real? Shouldn't we first forge an indomitable body, so that the mind can mature alongside it? Unhyo responded coldly. You can't wield true strength with a broken spirit. If your mind is flawed, then no matter how strong your body becomes, it's meaningless. Discipline of the spirit must come first. Hyun-Guang's tone sharpened. Even if one reaches enlightenment and discovers a noble path, if they lack the strength to walk it, that enlightenment becomes nothing but delusion. Power should come first. Unhyo narrowed his eyes. Are you mocking the teachings of the Wudong sect? Hyun-Guang stepped forward with a grin and suggested lightly. Unhyo, why don't we balance our philosophies with some physical training? There's nothing like sweating it out to clear the mind. Fury flared in Unhyo's eyes. He unsheathed his sword and shouted. You damned monk! I'll prove I'm right. Let's find out which one of us is destined to become the strongest beneath the heavens. Hyun-Guang smirked, eyes twinkling with anticipation. A duel, is it? That might go against Shaolin's teachings, but why not? Let's see if you can still grin once it begins. Back then, Hyun-Guang had been the only martial artist Unhyo truly acknowledged. That same Hyun-Guang would later be broken by the hands of the demonic cult, crippled and all but forgotten. The memory faded, giving way to Unhyo's recollection of despair upon hearing of Hyun-Guang's fall. No. Your legend as Shaolin's divine monk can't end like that. You were meant to rival me, to push me. You're the only one who stood on equal ground with me. Years later, when a subordinate brought news that the divine monk of Shaolin had recovered, Unhyo's heart stirred. Yes. I knew it wasn't the end for you. This time, we'll finish what we started. Now in the present, on a vast grassy field beneath swirling clouds, Unhyo hovered midair, his sword gleaming as his chi surged. With a flash of the Taiji enlightened sword art, he conjured multiple energy swords and sent them streaking toward Hyun-Guang like green-yellow meteors. Hyun-Guang leapt skyward, narrowly evading them, and retaliated with the Rulai diving harmonized hand strike, his palm glowing with divine energy. Unhyo twisted his body, evading with fluid speed, and countered with a combination of his Phoenix Strike technique and enhanced sword chi, unleashing a tempest of blade-like energy. Hyun-Guang chuckled just before the wave of energy crashed, and when the dust settled, he stood unharmed. Unhyo's eyes narrowed. Damn monk! I can't gauge his strength at all. Hyun-Guang had shielded himself with his thousand-hand protector, an advanced defensive technique. He spoke with calm pride. What I once only understood in theory, I now grasp in my heart. Unhyo scowled. You always had that grating tone. Still as smug as ever. Hyun-Guang grinned. I'm simply stating facts. And after 5 defeats, you still want another match? Isn't that a bit obsessive? I never cared about the numbers. Unhyo shot back. Now shut up and fight me, Baldy. Hyun-Guang's grin widened. You've always loved your duels. Very well. But if we go all out, I'll win again. As their blades and palms collided, the sky split with roaring energy. Mujin, watching from a safe distance, trembled in awe. This is a battle between monsters. True titans of this world. Sword chi, Energy manipulation, nature-forged bodies. Can I ever reach that level? No, I must. If I want to survive, I have to rise to their realm. That's why Grandpa brought me here. But amid the clash of titans, Mujin's sharp eyes caught something. Unhyo's wrist trembled as he swung his sword. His face briefly contorted in pain. Wait. His wrist? His expression. Could it be, he's not in peak condition? His suspicion was soon confirmed. In the next strike, Unhyo gasped in pain and dropped his sword. Both Hyun-Guang and Mujin reacted with surprise. Hyun-Guang frowned. You fought through that condition? How? Clutching his trembling wrist, Unhyo growled. I'm fine. Just a little numbness. Let's keep going. But Hyun-Guang's voice softened. They say only those who've suffered can understand others who've suffered. I once lost all my strength. I know what that's like. But you... It may not be too late. You need to be examined. Avoiding help isn't the mark of a clear mind. Unhyo paused, uncertain. You damned monk, how am I supposed to get a diagnosis in the middle of a fight? From a distance, Mujin called out. You don't need to worry about that. If it's a diagnosis you need, I can do it. Hyun-Guang pointed proudly at him. That boy. He treated me too. Unhyo turned, surprised. Really? Hyun-Guang asked. Mujin, will you take a look at him? Mujin nodded, approaching with composed focus. Even if he's one of the strongest in the world, the body's structure should be the same. This is what I've trained for. The duel was momentarily paused. Mujin carefully examined Unhyo's hand. You mentioned tingling, dullness, and pain at the fingertips. Yes, exactly. Unhyo confirmed. Then try extending your arms forward, wrists bent downward. As Unhyo complied, sharp pain shot through his arm. Mujin nodded. Just as I thought. Carpal tunnel syndrome, complicated by tenosynovitis. The years of relentless sword training cause severe strain. It's not incurable, but healing will take time. We need to start treatment immediately. Unhyo looked at him thoughtfully. So, you're the blessed monk Mujin. The one behind Hyun-Guang's recovery. The Shaolin elders gave up on him, yet you healed him. If anyone can do it, it's you. Then, after a brief pause, Unhyo said, I'll ask something of you. In return, I'll grant you any request within my power. A fair exchange. What do you say? Mujin blinked. An equivalent exchange. Like an alchemist. He's one of the three greatest swords. I should go big. He recalled a shadow looming over the martial world. There's one among the three greatest swords known for his ruthlessness. He must be stopped. Then, firmly, Mujin declared. Would you be willing to punish Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor Hyuk Jin-gang? Unhyo's face turned grim. Impossible. If we act without care, the chaos would spill into Thenmirim. Innocents will die. And you, a monk, seek death for another? That's not the heart of a Buddhist. Mujin paused, then shifted his tone. The truth is, that man destroyed my family. Mujin continued, his voice calm yet heavy with memory. I was born in a secluded, sparsely populated village far from the bustle of cities. Life there was simple, but harsh, everyone was poor, and survival often depended on the help of one another. My family practiced a unique form of medicine, unconventional and not widely accepted by mainstream healers. Even so, we never turned away those in need. Our clinic was small, but always full day and night, with people coming for treatment from miles around. He paused, recalling the distant memory. It's been so long that much of it feels like a blur, but I still remember the warmth of those days, until everything changed. One day, a martial artist stumbled into our village, bloodied, half dead. Everyone, not just my family, but the entire village came together to save him. We worked tirelessly to heal his battered body. What none of us knew was that our kindness would seal our fate. Mujin's eyes lowered as he continued. Once he recovered enough to stand, they came. The Unorthodox Alliance, the leaders of 7 notorious sections. And with them, the Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor, Hyuk Jin-gang, head of the Sword Destruction Pavilion. It turns out, the man we saved was a fugitive, one of their own, on the run. For saving him, we were marked as traitors, and slaughtered without mercy. The scene shifted to a memory, an image of a boat drifting away. Inside a wooden box on board, a muffled voice cried out. When the box was opened, the passengers were shocked to find a child inside, weak and trembling. There's a child here, one of them gasped. He looks malnourished. Get food and water quickly. No, we should take him to a clinic first, another insisted. That child was me, Mujin admitted. Then he thought to himself with bitter clarity, of course, that's not exactly true. Most of that story is a lie. He spoke again aloud. I was too young to remember how I escaped, but it seems my parents hid me away in that box. That's how I survived. Unheal listened in silence before finally asking. That's quite a tale. So how did you end up at Shaolin? Before Mujin could answer, Grandmaster Hyun Guang interjected. So that's what happened, he said thoughtfully. You were just a child wandering with no place to go, until a senior disciple of Shaolin took pity and brought you in. And all that happened because of Hyuk Jin Gang. What a twisted fate. Mujin blinked, surprised. Did that actually work? He wondered. Why did that flow so naturally? Hyun Guang continued, his voice kind. How could I possibly understand the pain of losing both family and home? No one expects you to suppress those feelings just because you joined Shaolin. Don't carry that burden alone. Unhyo added. Indeed. That man, Hyuk Jin Gang, has earned his share of karma. As they say, heaven's net is vast and wide. Though its mesh may seem loose, it lets nothing slip through. Justice will come for him. Hyun Guang smirked. For once, you're making sense, old Taoist. Unhyo scoffed. I'm not some stubborn monk living in a cave, you know. Stubborn? You remind me of a certain sword-wielding Taoist I know. Hyun Guang teased. Wait, are you talking about me? Unhyo replied, taken aback. I'm doing fine now. Mujin interrupted with a smile, trying to shift the topic. Anyway, let's treat your injuries first. If it worsens, it'll become harder to heal, he thought. Let's stop this conversation here. As he began bandaging Unhyo's wounds, Hyun Guang chuckled and said, You've been through a lot. I hope this old man hasn't made things worse for you. Unhyo shot back. What, aren't you an old man yourself? Compared to you, I've aged with dignity. Hyun Guang grinned. Grumpy old monk. Mujin sighed. Please stop bickering and help me treat him, Grandpa. Hyun Guang looked at Unhyo and said, See? Quit being so difficult. Lie down already. In response, Unhyo flared his sword energy, his hand gripping his blade tightly. Mujin immediately stepped back. Please, let's put the sword down for now. Some time later, Unhyo stared at his trembling, freshly bandaged hand and muttered, I came here for a final duel, and ended up getting treated instead. Hyun Guang laughed. Life's full of surprises. Want a drink? I nabbed a bottle of Shaoxing wine from Haiguan's stash. You're becoming quite the shameless monk. Unhyo muttered. By the way, why did you send the blessed monk away? He's still young, Hyun Guang answered. He needs rest. You can't just keep pushing them without limits. They'll grow to resent you. Hyun Guang smiled. It's fine. That child walks his own path. As long as we give him direction, he'll figure out the rest. I'm sure today's events will become a turning point for him. Speaking of which, wouldn't it have been better if you brought along that other child you mentioned? You mean Chung-Soo? Unhyo said with pride. Just wait. He'll surpass us all. Hyun Guang chuckled again. Passing down your legacy to your grandchild, how typical of old men like us. Unhyo snapped. You want to fight again? After a pause, he looked at Hyun Guang seriously. You're pretending to be a monk. What's holding you back from grasping that final truth? Hyun Guang replied. It's not my time yet. I think I have 5 more years. Unhyo narrowed his eyes. I've known you too long to believe that. This isn't just about watching the younger generation grow, is it? Hyun Guang's expression darkened. The scent of blood is returning. It's stronger than before. I can feel it, those forces are gathering again. How can I let go now? We must do what we can so the next generation has a fighting chance. It's their world to build, but it's ours to prepare. He looked at Unhyo. Isn't Chung-Soo the same for you? Unhyo glanced at his still trembling arm. Hey, monk. Can I ask you something? Lend us some of your disciples. Our disciples? Hyun Guang asked. Yes. Unhyo nodded. You're right, we must pass this world on. But for that, we must grow even stronger. Wudong must grow stronger. Later, back at Shaolin, Hyun Guang discussed the matter with Abbot Hyun Chun. A martial arts exchange with Wudong? The abbot said. I'm all for it. If we move forward, Hyun Guang said, Mujin should definitely attend. But he'll need companions, like in Nanchang. I've thought of 3 disciples. Who are they? For leadership, I suggest Haigul. Then for the team, the third-class disciples, Muyul, Magang, and Mu Kyung. The abbot nodded. Perfect choices. After their progress with the light body technique, many elders have taken notice. They'll represent us well. Hyun Guang then extended his hand toward the abbot. What are you doing? The abbot asked. I'm asking for something, Hyun Guang replied. What do you mean? Lesser revitalization pills. Those kids went through hell. Let's not send them to Wudong empty-handed. The abbot froze. He planned this all along. After the recent incident with the greater revitalization pill, Hyun Chun decided not to overthink it. Soon after, Mujin and the others were preparing to depart for Wudong. Did everyone absorb the pills properly? Mujin asked. They worked, thanks to Monk Haigul, they replied. Mujin turned to Haigul. We're in your hands again, like during Crane's strike training. Haigul smiled. This is going to be fun. Wudong is considered one of the northern stars, just like Shaolin. Let's make sure we represent our temple with pride. Just then, a carriage arrived. Men from the Heavenly Merchant Guild stepped down, carrying crates. We brought all the supplies you requested. Thanks, Mujin said. The exchange is about martial arts, but physical conditioning matters too. The old equipment wasn't cutting it, so I stocked up. Haigul whistled. Whoa, Magung muttered. Seriously, he's obsessed. Muyul gasped. So many. Mukyung added. You really hate losing muscle, don't you? Haigul nodded. Consistent training is the mark of a true Shaolin disciple. Mujin smirked inwardly. Wasn't this the same guy who turned catching a crane into a show? But if it's for training, he's all in. He's dedicated, all right. Let's do something fun on the way, Haigul suggested. Fun? Mukyung questioned warily. I love fun things, said Muyul. Everyone except Muyul immediately sensed what was coming. Spartan-held training. Meanwhile, Seowa, the one who had delivered the training equipment, lay exhausted on a table. She sighed deeply. Mujin's off on another long journey. The scene transitioned to the front gate of the Wudong sect, where a higher-up member and 2 junior disciples stood waiting for the arrival of Shaolin's delegation. The higher-up asked, What time is it now? One of the juniors glanced at the sky and replied, Between 3 and 5 o'clock. The higher-up sighed. If everything had gone according to schedule, they should have arrived yesterday at the latest. I wonder if something happened on the way. The junior muttered, a hint of concern in his voice. Just then, a loud thud interrupted their conversation as Mukyung dropped a heavy travel bag onto the ground. Haigul approached behind him, dust-covered and smiling. We're here. You came all the way out to welcome us. The higher-up looked them over and furrowed his brow. Wait. You're all covered in dust. Did something happen during your journey? Haigul brushed off his robes. An accident? Not exactly. Just part of our training. You pulled the carriage yourselves? The higher-up asked, alarmed. That's reckless. And why take the longest route up Mount Wudong? Haigul chuckled. It made for excellent training terrain. We pushed ourselves. Mujin, this is what they call a march, he said, turning to the breathless Mujin, who was struggling to catch his breath. Mujin gasped. What would we have done if we didn't know light body techniques? Haigul ignored the question and instead asked the Wudong seniors. May we enter? Of course, the senior replied, motioning them through the gates. As they passed through, some of the Wudong gatekeepers began whispering among themselves. I thought they'd be solemn, meditative monks, one muttered. But they seem eccentric. More like reckless, another added. Later, as they were being guided through the sect grounds, the higher-up explained. Thank you for coming all this way. We're almost at your lodgings. Please rest well after your long journey. Haigul glanced at a large open space filled with disciples training. That area over there, what is it? That's our self-training yard, the higher-up answered. It's used for physical training, martial arts practice, and meditation. You'll be training and interacting with us there going forward. Muyul's eyes widened at the sight of the many students. There are so many people. Mujin looked around thoughtfully. So this is Wudong's equivalent of a gym? He turned to his companions. Everyone caught your breath yet? Muyul stretched and smiled. Good timing. My upper body's a bit stiff. Mugung rolled his shoulders. That march only worked my legs, Mukyung said. Light body techniques only drain inner energy. My stamina's fine. Getting here was just a warm-up. The Wudang higher-up looked on, confused by their energy. Muyo grinned. Since we've got a proper stage here, we're training today too, right? All right, everyone, Mujin called out. Unpack your things. They began setting up their gym equipment and weights. Curious Wudang students looked on. Wait. These are from Shaolin? Strength training? We're looking forward to seeing what you've got. The higher-up frowned. What is happening? To us, Haigul explained. This is rest. Basic Shaolin training. Nearby Wudang students eavesdropping reacted in disbelief. Did you hear that? That's their training? Wait, those iron chunks aren't weapons, they're tools? Mujin chuckled to himself. Been a while since I've seen reactions like this. Ever since I got acknowledged for this training, if things keep going like this. Meanwhile, a different group of Wudang disciples began grumbling. Is this really what we're exchanging martial arts for? It feels like we're being shortchanged. They don't look that impressive, let's just smile and send them off. Magung and Mukyung overheard and scowled. They're calling our training cheap tricks? Magung growled. They don't even know how effective the muscle lengthening technique is. Mukyung muttered. Focus, Mujin said. Even our elders had the same reaction at first. Let them see for themselves. Mukyung sighed. Still, don't waste energy reacting. They'll understand in time. Anyway, Magung, I'm going to bench some weights. Spot me? Magung looked confused. Bench what? Why use such weird words? At that moment, two Wudang students passed by, noticing the equipment. One with a ponytail commented, That tool looks weird. The other, a long-haired youth, replied, Yeah. Aren't they Shaolin monks? Right, said the ponytail student. Here for the martial arts exchange. The long-haired one nodded. I'm curious to see what they're like. That student was none other than Chung Su, the famed Wudang sword dragon, a third-class disciple of Wudang. As Mujin continued cleaning up the equipment, his companions began to head off. I'm heading in, Magung said. You handle the cleanup, Mukyung added. A deal's a deal. We're going. Left alone, Mujin grumbled as he cleaned a dumbbell. If only I'd mastered the light movement technique faster. Am I forever stuck with cleanup duty? He heard footsteps approaching and turned. Chung Su stood before him. Sorry, am I interrupting? Chung Su asked politely. Not at all, Mujin replied. Who are you? I'm Chung Su, a third-class disciple of Wudang. Let's speak casually, we're on the same level. Nice to meet you, Mujin said. Wait, Chung Su? From the Ganghyeok universe? He was in Return of the Demon Supreme, a secondary character fighting alongside Namgung Jinshin. Didn't get much screen time there, but maybe his role's bigger in Shaolin Chronicles. Even though this is official business, Mujin said aloud, I hope we can become friends. They shook hands. Chung Su studied Mujin carefully. His energy's comparable to mine. Is he hiding something? He said. By the way, I saw your training earlier. Honestly, it looked pretty useless. Excuse me? Mujin asked, startled. Lifting chunks of metal and stone? Is that really necessary? Seems primitive, even brutish. He picked up a dumbbell, then dropped it with a heavy thud. You really call this training? Oops, it's lighter than I thought. Mujin clenched his fists. How dare he insult our sacred training tools? Do you know Wudang's first teaching? Chung Su continued. A strong mind creates a strong body. Trading our meditative arts for this brute strength? I don't get it. You're misunderstanding, Mujin replied calmly. We also train both body and mind. A strong body supports a healthy mind. What use is a sharp mind if the body can't keep up? You don't get it, Chung Su said. With a strong mind you can do anything. But even the sharpest mind falters if the body can't keep pace. Mujin countered. That leads to laziness and giving up. Laziness comes from weak discipline, Chung Su retorted. Hardship forges conviction. Conviction without strength is just illusion. A strong mind drives the body. A strong body stabilizes the mind. And so, their philosophical argument continued, until the next day. Mujin suddenly found himself face to face with Chung Su in a sparring match. What just happened? He thought, as a crowd gathered to watch. From the crowd, Magung asked. Why are they suddenly fighting? No idea, Mukyung said. Muyo was happily cheering Mujin on. Nearby, Chung Su's friend informed the higher-up. Apparently, Chung Su requested the duel. The higher-up sighed. That weirdo. What's he up to now? Maybe it's just a skill exchange. Unhyo, sitting atop a building nearby, peered down at the match. The blessed monk Mujin, chosen by Hyun Guang. He recalled Hyun Guang's words. No matter how strong Chung Su is, he won't beat Mujin. Unhyo narrowed his eyes. Let's find out who's right. The future pillar of Wudang, or of Shaolin. Who will lead the next generation? As the duel was about to begin, Hai Gul, observing the field with a keen gaze, muttered with anticipation. Today, we'll witness the strength of the famed Wudang Sword Dragon. Ma Gong and Mu Kyung turned to him, curious. Wudang Sword Dragon? Before Hai Gul could answer, one of Chung Su's friends shouted from the sidelines. Chung Su! If you're going through with this, don't hold back. Then another of his companions noticed something alarming and pointed out. Wait, his sword, is that a real one? Is he serious right now? The referee stepped forward and raised his voice. All right. The sparring match will now begin. Without hesitation, Chung Su charged forward, drawing his real sword, while Mujin responded by activating his iron guard technique, focusing internal energy into his fists until they shimmered with defensive power. In a typical match between bare fists and a sword, Mujin thought as he sprinted ahead, the unarmed usually evade and counter, while the sword wielder aims to end things quickly. But this is different. As Mujin's fist met Chung Su's blade, a sharp, metallic clang echoed through the arena. Nearby Wudang disciples instinctively flinched and covered their ears. A real sword just struck flesh, and it made a metallic sound? What the hell is happening? From behind them, a Wudang elder squinted, recognition dawning in his eyes. Wait a moment. That's the iron guard technique. To think he'd meet a sword head-on like that. The internal energy required for that level of defense. Mujin isn't just any third-class disciple. Watching from a rooftop perch, Unhyo murmured. It's been a long time since Chung Su faced someone with a real sword. Did he assess Mujin's level that quickly? Looks like that old monk wasn't bluffing after all. Now I'm truly curious to see how this ends. Back in the arena, the clash continued with intensity. Mujin launched a barrage of fast, precise punches. Chung Su danced back, narrowly dodging the strikes before sweeping in low and slashing at Mujin's midsection. But Mujin, unflinching, caught the blade in his palm before it landed. He caught my sword? Chung Su thought in shock. He's fast, this won't be easy. With a burst of strength, Mujin flung him across the field. Chung Su barely managed to jam his sword into the ground to stop himself from crashing into the wall. As he began to rise, Mujin stood tall and asked, Done warming up? Without waiting for a response, he thrust his palm forward, releasing a concentrated burst of fist energy. The ground trembled, and the explosion of power engulfed the area in dust and shockwaves. Wudang disciples watching from the sidelines gasped. Was that fist energy? No way! I thought he was only a third-class disciple. Even the senior from earlier couldn't hide his surprise. To think Shaolin disciples had such power at that level. Hai Gul nodded, his arms crossed. Mujin's giving us all hope. From within the dust cloud, a gleam of sword energy suddenly emerged, sharp, fast, and deadly. Mujin barely tilted his head in time to avoid a direct hit, but the attack still grazed his cheek. Chung Su stepped forth, emerging from the cloud with his blade now glowing with sword energy. Hai Gul narrowed his eyes. So even the Wudang Sword Dragon, Chung Su, can wield sword energy. This fight's far from over. The last time I saw such a battle, it was the match between Grand Master Hyun Guang and Master Unhyo, back when I had just joined Shaolin. Two evenly matched prodigies. That's exactly what this feels like. The duel intensified. Mujin unleashed a rapid whirlwind kick, forcing Chung Su to duck and counter with a sweeping flurry of sword strikes, a deadly sword dance. Mujin blocked each with his iron guard technique. Mujin retaliated with a powerful straight punch. Chung Su raised his sword to block, and the sheer force of the impact sent both fighters sliding back, struggling to regain balance. Mujin recovered first, planting his foot with Destroyer Divine Stride. A sharp burst of force propelled him forward in a blink, launching another explosive punch. Chung Su barely managed to deflect it, his expression tightening. He deflected that? Mujin thought, eyes gleaming. Impressive. In friendly sect duels, grappling is prohibited. Only martial arts and internal energy. Still, this is fun. Both surged at each other again, But as they neared, Chung Su's foot caught on a crack in the stone floor. He stumbled. Before he could fall, Mujin caught him mid-motion, stopping the collapse. You okay? Mujin asked. Chung Su, stunned, blinked. You didn't finish me off? That was your chance. What's the point of winning against someone who tripped? Mujin said. Besides, Shaolin's foundation is discipline and control. Chung Su, still breathless, recalled Mujin's earlier explosive attacks. You call that control? Interrupting his thoughts, Mujin added with a knowing smile. Also, I noticed something else. You've got an interest in muscles, don't you? Chung Su stiffened. What? How did he know? What are you talking about? I've been thinking about it since yesterday, Mujin said. Back when we first spoke, you tried to provoke me. You wiped the hand opposite the one you shook with. It was awkward. But before that, I noticed how you were watching us train, quietly, thoughtfully. It felt like something about our muscle-lengthening training struck a chord with you. Mujin chuckled inwardly. He's still young. It's only natural to be impressed by well-built bodies. After a moment of hesitation, Chung Su confessed. Actually, ever since I first saw your strange equipment, I was excited. Where was it used? How did it work? What were the names of these methods? I saw the muscles beneath your robes, your arms, backs, and legs thick enough to deflect blades. I wanted to know more. The unique equipment, the unorthodox training, everything fascinated me. That's why I challenged you. I wanted to experience it firsthand. Thank you for accepting. Then, with a sincere bow, he added, After facing you, I understand it now. I want to build a strong body too. If you'll allow it, can we spar again someday? Mujin smiled warmly. Of course. It's great to meet someone with passion, to meet you. From today onward, train with us. You'll have our full support. I'd love that, Chung Su replied. The two shook hands firmly, mutual respect now replacing their earlier tension. From the sideline, the referee raised his hand and declared, The winner is Mujin. Well fought, everyone. As the crowd dispersed, Mujin glanced over his shoulder and said with a smirk, You're probably going to wipe your hand again once I turn around, aren't you? Chung Su looked flustered. No! That was a misunderstanding. As Unheal watched the younger generation from a distance, a flicker of memory crossed his expression. He thought back to his long years alongside Hyunguang, the laughter and rivalry they shared. With a faint smile, he murmured, Whether in the past, or now. The next day, the Shaolin and Wudang disciples mingled more freely. In the training courtyard, Magum was locked in an arm wrestling match with a Wudang disciple. With a triumphant grunt, he slammed his opponent's hand down onto the stone bench. So? Magum said, flashing a confident grin. What do you think of my muscles? The Wudang disciple let out an exasperated breath. There's no way I can beat you, Magum. His fellow Wudang students gathered around, surprised. How is it you've never won? You're the strongest among us. The defeated disciple scratched his head. He's strong, yeah, but I don't know. Somehow, I just can't use my full strength against him. And I was ready for this match. It's all thanks to Shaolin's training methods, Magum said with pride. Especially our muscle-lengthening techniques. But don't worry, I'll help you get there. Just leave it to me. The Wudang disciples looked at him in awe. To become like you, Magum? You think I can really build a body that solid? Of course, Magum replied with an easy nod. Nearby, Mujin noticed Chung Su curiously examining one of their tools. What do you call this one? Chung Su asked, turning to Mu Kyung. That's called a sliding tool, or an abdominal roller. Mu Kyung replied. You grip the handles and roll it forward and back. Great for core training. It looks like that barbell I saw earlier, Chung Su said, intrigued. Mu Kyung shook his head. Nah, it's different. Barbells are for lifting, this one's specialized for the abs. You Shaolin folks have some really fascinating gear, Chung Su admitted. Mu Kyung chuckled. Give it a try. You'll feel it for days. Watching them, Mujin thought to himself, ever since that sparring match, the wall between us and the Wudang disciples has started to crumble. The awkward air from before is fading. This is a good sign. Though, it'll probably take longer for the old-fashioned higher-ups to accept us fully. Sure enough, off to the side, a few elders whispered among themselves. Still, what's so impressive about that thing? One grumbled. Sure, Mujin was remarkable, but all this fuss over weights and rollers. Mujin glanced at them but didn't comment. What matters is that Shaolin's reputation is improving. That alone is worth it. But now that I'm seeing things more clearly. He turned his gaze toward the Wudang disciples again. There's something troubling about their condition. Many of them look sickly. Especially their arms and wrists. They remind me of Grandpa Hyun-Guang. Are they even getting proper treatment? Just then, one of the Wudang instructors approached him. Blessed monk. I've been looking for you. Mujin looked surprised. For me? Why? Master Unhyo has summoned you, the man replied. He requested both you and Chung Su. I understand. We'll go right away. Later, Mujin and Chung Su arrived at a serene cliffside where Unhyo hovered in a meditative pose, suspended in the air, legs crossed. Mujin bowed. We heard you called for us. Greetings, Master Unhyo. Unhyo slowly opened his eyes. You've come. Seeing him levitating with such ease, Mujin marveled inwardly. Just watching him, he really feels like a true Taoist immortal. The strongest martial artist in the world really is different. Do you know why I summoned only the two of you? Unhyo asked. Mujin shook his head. I don't. It's because of Hyun-Guang, and the promise I made to that bald monk, Unhyo said with a faint smile. He asked me to keep an eye on you while you're here. If you were just average, I would have left you to the junior instructors. But after seeing your match with Chung Su, I can't ignore that. I'll train you myself. Mujin blinked. So he really did watch the entire match. And now he's saying he'll teach me personally? But before we start, Unhyo continued, I want to ask you something. Do you remember what I asked you before? You mean the day you sparred with Grandpa Hyun-Guang? Unhyo nodded. Since you've been here for a few days now, tell me, have you noticed anything? May I speak freely? Mujin asked. Go ahead. I could be wrong, but... Mujin hesitated. The Wudang disciples don't seem to be in good health. Especially their wrists, they look damaged. I think this might be Wudang's greatest weakness. Unhyo's expression remained unreadable. As expected of the blessed monk. You're exactly right. He stood from his levitating posture and continued. Our sword techniques are based on the principle of gentleness, but don't mistake gentleness for ease. Reaching a point where we can generate devastating power through softness, it places immense stress on the wrists. Most of our techniques depend heavily on the arms and hands, and over time, they break down. What you saw is the price of mastery. Mujin understood now. That explains why so many looked unwell. Unhyo stepped forward. You've treated many with your healing arts. That's why they call you blessed monk. So I'll get straight to the point. Would you be willing to teach us the treatment technique you used on me? The one for wrist damage? If you do, I'll grant you one request. Anything. They stood in silence for a brief moment. Unhyo then added. But you can't, can you? Because of your agreement with the Heavenly Merchant Guild. That bald monk told me everything. Mujin exhaled slowly. Actually, I believe I can fulfill your request without violating that agreement. Unhyo raised an eyebrow. Explain. There's a place about 80 kilometers from here, Sun County. I could open a body treatment clinic there. It's close enough to travel easily. That way, I'm not offering the method directly, but still helping those in need. Unhyo's expression brightened. So there was a way. That's also the region where the Jagao clan operates, Mujin thought. Establishing a legitimate clinic there lets us plant a foothold in enemy territory. Plus, I can keep an eye on the protagonist of the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, a valuable bonus. I'll personally inform Shaolin and the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Mujin added. Very well. I'm grateful, Unhyo said. But are you sure they'll agree? Who would oppose healing the sick? Mujin answered. Whether strong or weak, in pain, we're all just human. And every patient deserves compassion. Unhyo's eyes widened slightly, then softened. He doesn't draw lines between people. Now I understand why Hyun-Guang chose him. What a shame. If only he'd come to Wudang instead. Your mindset is absolutely righteous, Unhyo said. You know the first teaching of Wudang, a strong mind. With that heart of yours, you'll have no trouble learning what I'm about to teach. What do you mean? Unhyo's gaze sharpened. The martial art I will pass to you is the Taiji Fist Strike. Mujin blinked. The Taiji Fist Strike? Unhyo nodded. Yes. You may have seen glimpses of it during our exchange, but that was only the surface. Our true techniques are not easily shared, even among allies. But I'll make an exception, Though it's a fist technique, not a sword technique. You knew? Mujin asked, startled. Unhyo smirked. Of course. I wasn't just watching your sparring. I was studying everything. He slowly took a combat stance. I will teach you through the best method I know, real combat. Learning from the strongest man alive, there's no better chance than this, Mujin thought and grinned. Then I'll give it my all. Unhyo turned toward Chung-Soo. And you, I called you too so you can get real battle experience. You were probably pestering the blessed monk for a rematch anyway. Chung-Soo scratched his head with a sheepish laugh. You really know me well, master. But wait, Mujin interjected. You're one of the 3 great swords of the world, and you're teaching me a fist technique? Unhyo snorted. Wudang isn't only about swords. Besides, I'm not as gentle as that bald monk you're used to. You know what that means, right? Come at me with everything you've got. Both Mujin and Chung-Soo straightened, fists clenched and eyes burning with determination. Yes, master! They shouted in unison. We'll give it everything to learn. As Master Unhyo trained them through real combat, Mujin was flung backward by a series of powerful strikes. His body slammed into the ground a short distance away from Unhyo, and he gasped, dazed but conscious. Inwardly, Mujin thought, this is insane. Back when I sparred with Monk Haiguan, I at least managed to land a hit or 2. But with this old man, I can't even touch him. It's like trying to grab a bar of soap underwater. Every move he made was seen through, countered, dismantled, as though Unhyo was reading several steps ahead. Unhyo's calm voice rang out. Feels like you're fighting gently flowing water, doesn't it? That's the essence of Wudang's way. He stepped forward, effortlessly closing the distance. When deflecting attacks, there are 3 principles. First, observe your opponent's movements. Second, read the energy they channel. Third, understand their intention, their mind. Suddenly, he pivoted toward Chung-Soo, who was attempting a strike from the side. In a blink, Unhyo stepped on his head and struck him down, continuing. Once you've mastered all 3, you can even read the world itself. That's the final stage. I haven't reached it either. The world is vast, constantly shifting. To survive, you must be able to adapt, even when everything you knew is no longer true. He gazed down at the 2 disciples with steady eyes. Most people can't foresee change the way that bald monk did, so while you're here, I'll pour everything into teaching you the Taiji fist strike, along with Wudang's core teaching, the strength of mind over might. From that point on, the martial arts exchange entered a deeper phase. Mujin diligently learned both the Taiji fist strike and Taiji sword strike from Master Unhyo himself, absorbing Wudang's philosophy and fluid combat techniques. Meanwhile, Magung, Mu Kyung, and Muyo received intensive training based on Wudang's principles of mental fortitude over brute strength. As the days passed, the divide between Shaolin and Wudang disciples began to close. One day, while Magung was squatting with a barbell, a few Wudang disciples approached him curiously. What kind of training is that exactly? One of them asked. Can we try it too? Magung looked up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Heh. You sure you can handle it? 10 days into their joint training, the Wudang students, once skeptical, had begun to embrace Shaolin's unique methods. Mujin watched them crowd around Magung, mimicking his stretching. He muttered to himself. Why does this look like a group fitness class? It's impressive, sure. But annoying that it all started with that show-off Magung. Still, Mujin admitted inwardly that the tides had shifted. Their strength, demonstrated through sparring, and goodwill earned through Mujin's wrist treatments, had won over even the more reserved seniors. And if they visit the clinic later, it'll only deepen the ties between us. With mutual trust established, Shaolin and Wudang continued training together for another 10 days. Bonds were forged. Misunderstandings cleared. Respect was earned. Eventually, the day came for the Shaolin team to depart. At the gate, Chung-Soo said, It's honestly sad to see you all go. Hai-Gul smiled and replied, We feel the same. But partings always lead to future reunions. I'm sure we'll meet again. Mujin added, The clinic I mentioned will open next week in Sun County. If you need further treatment, you're always welcome there. Chung-Soo nodded. Thank you. If I'd known time would pass this fast, I would have requested more sparring matches. There's still so much I wanted to learn and teach. Mujin smirked. There's always the Dragon Phoenix Summit a year and a half from now. We can settle things there. Chung-Soo's eyes lit up. You're entering that too? Then I'll definitely be there. Let's see who's stronger by then. With final goodbyes exchanged, the Shaolin disciples set off on their journey back. Upon returning to Shaolin, they were greeted not with rest, but with new challenges prepared by their respective masters. Hai Gul met his student Biab-hyun, accompanied by Muyul. Biab-hyun greeted him. "Master, you're back." Hai Gul nodded. "Yes. Did you finish the task I gave you?" Biab-hyun replied. "It wasn't easy, but I managed." Hai Gul pointed toward a nearby cage. "Muyul, look closely. This is a leopard." Muyul's eyes widened with excitement. "Whoa! Leopards are the best." Meanwhile, Hai Dam greeted Magung. "You did well." "Yes, master," Magung replied respectfully. "What I've been teaching you is the Rolai Divine Palm Strike. A solid body and unwavering mind are the foundation of the 108 Arhats. Your time at Wudong clearly helped your awakening. Keep training. Strength born from effort never betrays. Become the strongest." Elsewhere, in the training arena, Mu Kyung lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. Hai Guan loomed above him. "You're lasting longer than before." "Not bad," Hai Guan said with a smirk. He crackled around his fist. "Now this is one of the 72 advanced techniques I've mastered, Invincible Anti-Demon Punch. Do you remember all the forms? Actually, did you steal them properly?" Mu Kyung gasped. "What? You're worse than me. Let's assume you learned it. From now on, we'll use it in sparring," Hai Guan declared before launching himself toward Mu Kyung, fists glowing. Mu Kyung panicked. "Wait. I just memorized it." Hai Guan grinned. "Good enough." The scene shifted to Mujin, who was alone, reflecting. "My martial arts, Iron Guard, Maiden Arts, Fist Energy, Taiji Fist, they're all growing stronger. But it's not enough. Not yet. Everyone I've met, from Jinhee to Chung Su, Hong So-hee, Ryu Jiguang, they're all extraordinary. To stop the rising threat of the Shadow Syndicates, I must compete in the Dragon Phoenix Summit. I have to win what's there." Just then, Hyun Guang appeared behind him. "You look troubled. Want me to teach you something interesting?" Startled, Mujin asked. "Grandpa? When did you get here?" Hyun Guang chuckled. "Your friends are learning secret techniques. I thought I'd contribute too." He raised 2 fingers and fired a concentrated blast of energy skyward. "This is the 100 Steps Divine Finger Strike. But for you, it'll be the 100 Steps Divine Fist. With it, you can keep your energy intact over long distances." Mujin's eyes widened. "That's more than enough. Please teach me." But inwardly, he thought, wait, did I ever tell Grandpa I was going to the Dragon Phoenix Summit? I don't remember mentioning it. Did Hai Gul tell him? Or, like Master Anhyo hinted, can Grandpa read minds? The story then shifted to Shangxi Fortress, where the Murim Alliance had convened. One member said, "It's been a while since we last gathered." Another added, "Let's hope this meeting brings good tidings." A third asked, "So, what's the purpose of this gathering?" Then Jaegal Hyun, elder of the Jaegal clan, spoke up. "It's about the upcoming Dragon Phoenix Summit, and the increasingly erratic behavior of the Shaolin Temple. You've all heard the rumors. If Shaolin continues to move unchecked, it could destabilize the Central Plains. 38 years ago, when the demonic cult launched an invasion into the Central Plains, the various orthodox sects came together to form a unified front, the Murim Alliance. After nearly a year of bloody warfare, they succeeded in repelling the cult's forces. Though the immediate threat was eliminated, the alliance was maintained as a safeguard against future incidents. Fortunately, peace endured for decades. Aside from the occasional gathering, such as the Dragon Phoenix Summit, the Murim Alliance rarely convened. But that changed upon receiving an urgent report from the Jaegal clan, prompting the alliance to reunite after a long time. At the meeting, Elder Jaegal Hyun of the Jaegal clan stood up and addressed the group. "We must regain the vigilance we've allowed to slip. It's time we pay close attention to Shaolin's recent independent actions." This sparked murmurs among the gathered sect leaders. "I've heard about their body treatment clinics, but are we really that concerned? Isn't most of their income going to help the poor?" "Still," Jaegal Hyun replied, "they're expanding rapidly across the nation. And more concerning, they've partnered with the Heavenly Merchant Guild." The atmosphere shifted. "What? The Heavenly Merchant Guild? Isn't that one of the 5 great merchant guilds in the world? I also heard Shaolin has been getting closer with the Wudong sect lately. Didn't they open a new clinic near Sun County?" "That's right, by Wudong's territory. So that clinic was part of a private agreement between them? Even though we're all part of the alliance, they said nothing to us." Ganghyeok nodded gravely. You've all sensed it, haven't you? Shaolin appears to be creating a new power structure centered around the 9 great sects. We must respond. If we, too, unite the 5 great clans, we can form our own alliance to balance the scale. Meanwhile, at the Murim Alliance's Rising Talents gathering, Jinhee stood quietly on a balcony, gazing into the distance. She was soon joined by a girl in red, Tang Somi, daughter of Sichuan's Tang clan. What brings you out here, Somi? Jinhee asked. It's so boring in there. Somi sighed. I just wanted to be near you. Everyone's falling all over Namgung Jinshin like he's some kind of god. I couldn't bear it. People like that should just suffer energy deviation and die. Somi smirked. I love that you couldn't care less about him. You're even more incredible than he is. Is he really that strong, though? Jinhee replied coolly. To me, Namgung Jinshin is just a stepping stone for this summit. There's someone else I have my sights on. Somi's eyes lit up with curiosity. Someone stronger than Namgung Jinshin? Don't tell me, it's Taoist Chum Su, the Wudong Sword Dragon? Jinhee shook her head. No, not him. Without further explanation, she excused herself. I'm going to train. As Jinhee left, Somi stared after her and thought. It's not Namgung Jinshin, and it's not Taoist Chum Su. Those eyes, just now, were the eyes of a woman in love. Someone made the cold-hearted Jinhee look like that. He must be at the summit too. I need to see who he is. Elsewhere, at Shaolin Temple, Mujin sat at a table, writing notes and muttering quietly. If only I could know what's coming. But not everyone can reach enlightenment like the old monks. The world is far deeper and wider than I imagined. I need to experience more, adapt, and be prepared. He reflected on his past. After I became Mujin, I focused on seizing opportunities and surviving. Many people helped me grow, but from now on, I need to be cautious. Every action could ripple outward like a butterfly effect. I have to shape a better story than the one I remember. He organized his notes. I've compiled everything I can remember from Return of the Demon Supreme, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, and Shaolin Chronicles. My memories may be hazy, but this will serve as a guide. I was brought into this world for a reason, to save as many people as I can. Just then, he noticed someone nearby. It was Hyun Guang, his grandfather. Grandfather, when did you get here? Hyun Guang smiled. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. More importantly, you've finally made your decision. If you're confident, that's all that matters. Mujin looked at him in surprise. Did he know everything from the start? Hyun Guang added. Once you're done with your work, come back to Shaolin. There's still so much I need to teach you. I promise I'll return soon, Mujin said sincerely. Good. Hyun Guang smiled. I'll be waiting. As each sect finished their preparations, the time for the Dragon Phoenix Summit arrived. The Shaolin delegation entered the summit grounds, their excitement growing. Wow! Muyo gasped. There are so many people here. This is nothing like our entrance exams. Mu Kyung remarked. Mujin turned to Mao Gung. Why are you registered as a rising talent? Why not? Mao Gung smirked. Maybe they just thought I looked the strongest. If you've got a problem with it, hit the gym. Are you saying your muscles are better than mine? Mujin scoffed. Get out of here. Their group leader, Master Hyan, stepped in. That's enough. This place is always busy, but right now, it's at its peak. Everyone's here for the summit and the martial tournament. Let's do our best and prove ourselves in the matches. First, let's head to the manor and unpack. As they made their way forward, Mujin spotted a familiar face. Is that Taoist Chum Su? Chum Su turned and grinned. Whoa! Mujin! It's been forever! Mujin turned to Master Hyan. Would it be alright if I stepped out for a bit? Go ahead, Master Hyan chuckled. Enjoy yourself? We'll be at the manor. Mujin and Chung Su greeted each other warmly. You've grown strong, Mujin noted. You too. And your group? I barely recognized them. What kind of training did you do? Before Mujin could answer, Chung Su pointed. Hey, who's that girl? She's been staring at you this whole time. Mujin turned and spotted Jinhee, peeking from behind a wall. It's been a while, Jinhee, he said warmly. Have you been well? Her face turned bright red. Mujin, you've changed. You're stronger now. Mujin noticed Seowa was also hiding nearby. What's going on with them? I'll never understand women, he asked. Where are your companions? They went ahead to the manor. I stayed back for a bit. I'm not that close with them. From a nearby alley, a group in white-red uniforms observed the scene. Those orange robes, he must be from Shaolin. He seems close with Taoist Chung-Soo, and even Miss Jinhee? Our senior brother Hong So-il is completely ignored by her. Standing silently among them was Hong So-il, a disciple of the Manhwa sect, known as Manhwa's New Dragon. His mind drifted back to what Somi had said. Someone has made Jinhee fall. We'll see who he is at the summit. Back in the present, Hong So-il clenched his fists. Could it be that monk with the weird hair? Stepping out of the shadows, he approached the group. Well, all the big names gathered in one place. Mind if I join the conversation? Jinhee's smile disappeared as she turned. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. Hong So-il winced inside. Why does she smile at him but freeze up around me? I'm Hong So-il, disciple of Manhwa, known as Manhwa's New Dragon, he said proudly. Chung-Soo nodded. So you're the famous New Dragon of Manhwa. I've heard a lot about you. Mujin greeted politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Mujin of Shaolin, third-class disciple. People sometimes call me the Blessed Monk. Hong So-il narrowed his eyes. So your Dharma name is Mujin? Never heard of it. Nor the alias. Seems like Shaolin has really gone downhill. Mujin blinked in confusion. It was his first time meeting Hong So-il, yet the hostility was clear. As soon as Hong So-il spoke, his fellow Manhwa disciples began to chime in with mocking curiosity. Wait, you're the Blessed Monk, right? Aren't you that wandering physician? Whoa, I can't believe someone that famous is actually here. But what brings a guy like you to the Dragon Phoenix Summit? Aren't you usually off treating the poor for free? Maybe he only shows up when there's a patient on the brink of death. One of them added with a chuckle. Hong So-il smirked, adding his own jab. So I guess you're not here to take part in the sparring rounds then? Mujin held back a sigh, suppressing the irritation bubbling beneath his calm expression. Now that their leader opened his mouth, the others followed like sheep. Typical. His eyes trailed over Hong So-il's robes. Manhwa sect, huh? But Hong So-il. No matter how much I dig through my memory, I don't recall reading about him in the novel. So why is this guy so eager to provoke me, especially with so many eyes watching? Just then, Mujin caught a familiar sensation from the right, an intense aura barely held back. It was Jinhee. She's struggling to suppress her killing intent. Then another presence made itself known from the left. Mujin glanced that way and saw Chung-Soo, equally tense. Even Taoist Chung-Soo? Yeah, he's holding himself back too. He knows if he acts rashly in a setting like this, it'll cause problems for me. TCH. Still, I've got good friends. A faint smile spread across Mujin's lips. Seeing that smile, Hong So-il and his group fell silent for a moment, caught off guard. Sorry about that, Mujin said lightly. I just remembered something funny. He gestured around at their surroundings. So, this is near the Manhwa sect's quarters. I apologize for disturbing your peace. His voice lowered, confident and clear. And yes, I am here to spar. After all, names only gain meaning through battle. Isn't that how you became known as Manhwa's New Dragon, Hong So-il? I may just be a humble monk, but I'll give it my best. With that, Mujin extended his hand. Hong So-il stared at it, suspicious. What's this monk thinking? Doesn't he realize that through physical contact, a martial artist can gauge another's inner energy? He must be ignorant, must be his first time at something like this. A perfect chance to assert dominance before he gets too cocky. But the moment their hands met, his eyes widened. Mujin's grip was calm, but the overwhelming pressure that flowed through it was undeniable. What is this? This isn't normal. This monk, he's no amateur. Mujin calmly released the handshake and turned to leave. I'll be taking my leave then. As he walked off, the other Manhwa disciples erupted. Senior brother! That guy totally ran off. He was scared stiff. You showed him who's boss. I bet Lady Jinhee noticed too. Maybe she'll confess first after this. But Hong So-il remained still, his hands still tingling. No, that's not it. That monster isn't just some monk. The weight and density of his inner energy, it rivals Namgung Jinshin's. That guy might be on the same level as the top martial artist of our generation. As Mujin walked with Jinhee and Chung-Soo, Jinhee muttered quietly. That whole exchange, he was just standing there and taking it. Chung-Soo added, a hint of disbelief in his voice. There's no way someone like him would offer a handshake so casually. Mujin smiled wryly. I couldn't restrain him with grappling in front of so many people. Grappling? They asked in unison. Mujin simply replied. It's nothing. Just upholding loyalty, like everyone else here did. Both Jinhee and Chung Su glanced at each other, confused. What's he talking about? Eventually, they arrived near the Shaolin quarters, but what greeted them was an eerie sight. Spiderwebs covered parts of the structure, and a heavy silence hung in the air. This is Shaolin's quarters? Mujin murmured. Jinhee and Chung Su's faces darkened. It's eerily quiet, Jinhee said. So humble, as expected of Shaolin, Chung Su added. Mujin frowned. Trying to compliment it just makes it sound even sadder. The two bid him farewell and returned to their own quarters. Left alone, Mujin walked deeper into the Shaolin compound. If I remember right, this place was built after the formation of the Murim Alliance by monks generations ago. Have they really not renovated it once since then? Mount Hua's quarters were grand even from a distance. Humph. Just wait. After this summit ends, I'm dragging everyone back here for a full clean-up. His companions welcomed him, already having packed his things. If you're ready, Master Hyan said, let's head to the preliminary evaluation. As they arrived at the massive arena, Mujin's eyes widened. Whoa, the scale of this is on a whole different level. Magung raised an eyebrow. What does that even mean, scale? Muyul shouted excitedly. So many people. And such a huge stage. I'm getting hyped. A mischievous grin crept across Mujin's face. Hey, I just had a great idea. Want to make a bet? What kind of bet? Let's see who can score the most points in the prelims, without using inner energy. He pointed ahead. Look at them, using inner energy for this nonsense. Contestants were visibly infusing their bodies as they lifted weights and struck boulders. This isn't even hard. Mujin scoffed. Even a dog could do that. Doesn't it feel like we're lowering ourselves to their level? Come on, do you really want to use your newly trained strength for a kid's game? Of course not, the others replied. Totally doable. Good. Remember your scores, everyone. The Dragon Phoenix Summit, a grand event where the future of the martial world converged. Talented youth from every sect had gathered, their destinies not yet written. Heroes or villains, their choices would shape the coming era. Mujin stood before a large boulder, cracking his knuckles. All I have to do is leave a mark, without inner energy. Been a while since I relied solely on strength. Let's see how far I've come. This'll be a test of my prime self, Choi Kang-hyuk's strength. He struck, chaining two techniques together, a seamless fusion of a chain punch into a straight punch. A loud creak split the air as a visible crack spread across the stone. You pass, the examiner announced. Nearby contestants laughed. That's it? Just a tiny crack? Guess we don't need to worry about Shaolin. Living off grass really does make you weak. Mu Kyung, however, looked serious. He cracked it, without using inner energy? Meanwhile, Mujin calmly turned and walked away. Why waste inner energy on something so basic? True strength is best saved for when it's needed. If you think it's easy, then go ahead. Try to leave a mark, barehanded. Just then, the examiner called out. Next up, Du Wulchen of the Heavenly Flash Sect. Mujin froze. Did he just say Du Wulchen? No way. He turned his head slowly, eyes landing on a calm figure approaching the boulder, sword in hand. That man. In the novel, he dismantled the Jagao clan's early trap and another shadow syndicate alone. The strongest of the unorthodox faction. Known as the greatest swordsman under heaven. His swordsmanship was said to be unfathomable and impossible to block even when understood. The protagonist of Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, Du Wulchen. Wulchen turned to the examiner. So I just need to leave a visible mark, correct? Yes, as long as it's visible to the naked eye. Wulchen nodded. Then I'll use just enough strength to do that. Mujin's thoughts drifted. The term Enlightened One, originally from Buddhist doctrine, referred to an awakened, transcendent being. Over time, though, it came to represent something more symbolic, the central figure of an era, a story's true protagonist. But how often does one get to meet the Enlightened One of someone else's story? As Mujin pondered this, Wulchen stepped forward and etched a mark into the boulder with his sword. The examiner nodded. You pass. Wulchen sheathed his blade and said casually. Well, that's that. Next contestant, please come up. The examiner called out. Woolchin walked past Mujin on his way out of the testing grounds. Mujin stared at him silently, thoughts racing. That man, he's the enlightened one of Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. Du Woolchin, the Tyrant Emperor. My favorite character from all of author Jie Kyung's works. Soon, after the current Dragon Phoenix Summit ends, Woolchin will return home, only to witness the slaughter of his entire clan. That tragedy will awaken something in him, the beginning of his path to tyranny, revenge, and righteous fury. From that point on, he'll challenge shadowy organizations and rise as the Tyrant Emperor. But for now, he's not just a character in a book. He's alive, breathing, walking, right in front of me. How am I supposed to just watch my childhood hero walk towards such a cruel fate? As Mujin struggled with his inner turmoil, the 3-day preliminaries came to a close, and the main Dragon Phoenix Summit officially began. Mujin's first opponent was Wangbo Woong, a warrior from the Wangbo clan, nicknamed the Green Forest Fortress Crusher. I am the mighty hammer! Woong bellowed with confidence. Mujin chuckled softly. Then, with a single punch, he sent Woong's head whipping backward. The man collapsed, unable to rise. The referee rang the bell. Winner, contestant Mujin! The crowd roared in approval. A decisive victory, some muttered. A martial artist like Woong got crushed that fast. Mujin scratched his head. Did I use too much strength right out of the gate, or was he just weak? Returning to the Shaolin team's area, Mujin was greeted by his teammates, Muyul, Magang, and Mu Kyung. I heard you crush your opponent in one blow, Muyul said, grinning. Brutal. You did great, Mu Kyung added. Mujin gave a playful grin. Your big bro won. Magang checked the schedule. Next up. According to the bracket, it's Namgung Jinshin versus Du Woolchin. Namgung Jinshin? Mu Kyung raised a brow. Isn't he supposed to be one of the strongest in the younger generation? Muyul nodded. Yeah, but earlier he gave me a strange vibe. Mujin's heart dropped. Here it comes. Well, he said, turning to leave. I'll be heading to the Heavenly Merchant Guild for a bit. You're not going to watch the next match? Magang asked. I'd like to, Mujin muttered. But I already know how it ends. At the betting table near the arena, chatter filled the air. Damn my bet on Wangbo Woong. If I'd known it'd end like that, I'd have backed the Shaolin guy. Still, someone replied. The final winner will be Namgung Jinshin. One person leaned in and asked. Miss Seowa, this event isn't rigged, is it? Seowa, who managed the betting table, gave a sharp smile. The Dragon Phoenix Summit is a prestigious event where the Orthodox sects gather to display the future of Mirim. Why would we tarnish such a sacred competition with deceit? Unless, you doubt the Heavenly Merchant Guild? The gambler paled. No, not at all. I misspoke. The Dragon Phoenix Summit was more than just a martial arts tournament. It was a festival of talent, tradition, and legacy. To capitalize on the occasion, merchant guilds set up stalls, inns, and side attractions. The Heavenly Merchant Guild, however, had secured exclusive legal rights to manage all betting and winning predictions, having surrendered rights to all other concessions in return. They were the only guild officially allowed to run sports betting at the event. Suddenly, one of Seowa's attendants approached. Miss, the person you've been waiting for has arrived. Seowa stood. I'll go at once. Mujin and Seowa met privately. We at the Heavenly Merchant Guild placed a significant anonymous wager on you, Seowa said. We believe you'll make quite the splash at this year's summit. I'll do my best not to disappoint, Mujin replied. And what about those items I requested? We're preparing them to be delivered as soon as the tournament ends, she said. But I must ask, requesting a carriage, disguised materials, and plain clothes is one thing. But a fake identity? Don't tell me you're planning to. She trailed off, seeing a sly grin form on Mujin's face. Escape from Shaolin, Mujin said. Seowa gasped. You're serious? At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. Has the match been decided already? Seowa asked. The referee's voice rang out. Winner Namgung Jinshin. Du Woolchin is eliminated. Mujin's eyes narrowed. So it begins. This was Woolchin's first major defeat, the first wall he crashes into. From here, his journey to becoming the Tyrant Emperor begins. Next comes the destruction of his clan. It's time I follow the plan. Turning to Seowa, Mujin added with a casual smile. Well then, I'll be heading back. If things go smoothly, we might see each other more often. He walked off. Seowa blushed faintly. Should I really be indulging such suspicious requests? She wondered. But if it means I get to see him more, how wonderful. Du Wulchen returned, dragging his feet and mumbling to himself. There really are monsters out there. I lost weight too easily. I've got a long way to go. I'll need to double my training. Mujin suddenly appeared in his path. You're the guy who beat Wanbo Wung earlier, right? Wulchen asked. Are you Du Wulchen? Mujin responded. Wulchen smiled faintly. Your fight was incredible. I couldn't win even once today. Don't say that, Mujin said sincerely. You were just unlucky with your bracket. Your opponent was Namgung Jinshin after all. Holding your own against him is already proof of your strength. You're complimenting me? Wulchen asked. Thanks. That really helps. So he's Mujin, the blessed monk, Wulchen thought. Shaolin monks really are kind people. Well, I'll get going now. As Wulchen passed, Mujin suddenly spoke again, his tone different. The scar on your left arm. You got it while secretly training with a real sword instead of a wooden one. You were worried about your clan's future and your younger sister, so you endured the pain alone, telling no one. Wulchen froze. What? How do you know that? And your sister? Mujin continued. She's quite the handful, isn't she? Sneaked in the mooncakes your mother made for you. You two fought, and your mom banned mooncakes for a whole week. Still, you love them. Especially the ones your mother bakes. Wulchen turned pale. Who are you? How do you know all this about me? I've studied the way, Mujin answered. Though my powers are limited, I can occasionally catch glimpses of fate. Truth is, I just read the novel, he thought. I feel guilty for lying to my hero. But if it helps prevent his tragedy. Please listen carefully, Mujin said solemnly. From this point forward, your life may change completely. Your sect, the Heavenly Flash sect, is about to face a devastating calamity. Your entire clan may be annihilated. But it's not too late. We can still alter that fate. I'll help you survive what's coming. Wulchen asked. So, my clan will fall and my family will be wiped out. After that, I'll walk the path of an Azura, gaining immense power, but losing everything else? Is that really my fate? Mujin replied solemnly. Yes. Normally, it's forbidden to peer into another's destiny, but in your case, the circumstances are exceptional. You're destined to face tremendous misfortune. Wulchen, troubled, thought to himself, he knew about my sister, even my mother. He even described a wound only I know about, down to its exact location and cause. Can it really all be true? Do Shaolin monks gain the power to see the future when they become strong enough? He looked up again. Then, can fate be changed? Please, tell me how. Mujin, observing him quietly, thought, even before his awakening, Du Wulchen always had a straightforward nature. That hasn't changed, he replied. I wish I could share your burden and shield you from what lies ahead. But I have my own path to walk, a fate I cannot escape. So I can't stay by your side. What I can do is help you become strong enough to face your destiny alone. He pulled out a wooden box and opened it. Inside was a single pill and a folded note. Mujin continued. This note details how to circulate and manage your energy. Wulchen's eyes widened in shock. That's Shaolin's elixir, the lesser revitalization pill, Mujin said with calm conviction. Hardships exist to be overcome. You're destined to be at the center of a great event. That means you'll have to grow stronger than ever, strong enough to face countless trials and emerge victorious. Recognize the limits of your current talent, and then break past them with sheer will. Wulchen hesitated. But what if I accept my limits and still fail to grow stronger? Mujin shook his head. Blindly chasing strength will lead you nowhere. Just as monks reach enlightenment through asceticism, you must first abandon greed. Focus on mastering even a single martial art to its absolute peak. Wulchen asked. But can one perfected technique truly stop a great catastrophe? Isn't that the limit of someone like me? Mujin looked him straight in the eye. I don't yet know your full potential. But if you give up now, caged by limits you've imposed on yourself, you'll never get to discover the countless possibilities hidden inside you. Talent alone doesn't define a warrior. If you master that one technique I mentioned, to the point of perfection, then yes, even a sword that splits the sky will be within your reach. A technique so profound, no one could ever block it. Mujin thought to himself, he may one day become the greatest sword master of all time. Some time later, Mujin returned to his place among the Shaolin team. Ma Geng greeted him with a frown. Where were you? The match already started. Mujin replied casually. I stopped by the Merchant Guild, and also used the restroom. But in truth, he thought, I succeeded in secretly delivering the lesser revitalization pill. I've done all I can for Du Wulchen. The rest is up to him now. Even though he seemed powerless when he turned away, his eyes burned with resolve. Mujin then asked, So, who's fighting right now? Magung replied. That Manhwa guy, Hong Soil. He's up against the Jagel clan's Jagal Jihi. In the arena, the match was heating up. As Mujin watched, his eyes widened slightly. Her fan energy is even sharper than before. She's gotten stronger, far stronger than when I last saw her. Her movements, her flexibility. She's improved dramatically. She hasn't been slacking off in her muscle lengthening technique training, as expected from my clinic's trainees. Meanwhile, Hong Soil was barely holding on. He thought to himself, frustrated. At first, I was relieved her opponent wasn't Namgung Jinshin or that damned monk. But, to think there's such a huge gap between me and Jagal Jihi now. Just 2 or 3 years ago, I could at least fight her evenly. What happened since then? He managed to trip Jihi, then leaped into the air and launched his sword technique, Plum Blossom Strike. But Jihi swiftly dodged, spun midair, and delivered a fierce kick directly to his face. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. The audience erupted in cheers for Jihi. She began walking away, saying coldly, With that pitiful level of skill, you dared to challenge Mujin? How pathetic. But Hong Soil staggered back to his feet, slashing again. Jihi dropped to one knee and dodged effortlessly. She smirked. Well, you've got some tenacity, I'll give you that. Hong Soil, shaking, held his stance and muttered, Manhwa's plum blossoms bloom twice. Remember that. Jihi chuckled. So even personal feelings can bloom into flowers? Confused, he asked. What do you mean? She replied bluntly. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the way you look at me? He blurted out. Then why are you always so friendly with that bald monk guy? Jihi answered coolly. Because he's pure-hearted, without any impure intentions, though that's not the real reason. I'm simply not interested in anyone, unless they're stronger than me. She raised her fan and got into position. Hong Soil leapt forward, shouting, Then I'll prove my strength to you. He activated Soaring Stride and unleashed Plum Blossom Slash, sending multiple aura waves toward her. Jihi dodged them with ease, her voice calm but cutting. Very well. If you show me true strength, then I'll grant whatever you ask of me. Hong Soil's eyes lit up. Anything? Do you mean it? But before he could celebrate, Jihi jumped up, grabbed his ankle midair, and sneered. Really? Having ridiculous fantasies in the middle of a match? She slammed him to the ground with such force the floor cracked beneath him. She looked down. You tried to finish the match with an overhead attack. That move's already been countered, by the monk you hate so much. She thought to herself, smirking, to think I'd end up using the same technique as Mujin. They say couples start to resemble each other. Hong Soil groaned, dazed. Was I hit by such a heavy blow that my energy reversed? Jihi knelt beside him and whispered. Looks like I win this time. Let me be clear, Mujin sees me as a martial artist, an equal. You, on the other hand, look at me with disgusting eyes. That's why I treat you like a pig. Next time we meet, don't speak human words. Just oink. The referee raised his hand. Winner, Jagal Jihi. Watching from the stands, Mujin thought proudly. I knew you'd win, Jihi. This is the result of your relentless dedication to the muscle-lengthening technique. He looked at the group. Thanks to the training, and my personal PT, everyone from the clinic has shown amazing results in this Dragon Phoenix Summit. Naturally, Shaolin's reputation is soaring. Suddenly, the referee announced. The next duel, Tang Clan's Tang Somi versus Shaolin's Mujin. The Tang Clan elder turned to Somi. Don't underestimate him. This generation of Shaolin disciples has far exceeded expectations. Somi nodded confidently. It's okay, elder. I'll use the secret technique my aunt taught me. As she stepped forward, she glanced at Mujin with a glint in her eyes. She thought to herself, perfect. This is my chance. I'll crush Mujin right here and now. That bald bastard dares to flirt with my Jihi? Know your place, Jihi belongs to me. Somi recalled the words Jihi had once spoken to her during the gathering. Namgung Jinshin is merely a stepping stone to me. The opponent I truly seek lies elsewhere. Later, she spotted Jihi with Mujin. The two were smiling and talking casually. Seeing that, Somi's chest tightened. It's him. The one who managed to captivate Jinhee so completely. What the heck? That orange robe, he's clearly a Shaolin monk, isn't he? This time, I'll use this opportunity to crush him firmly. That bald bastard dares to flirt with my Jinhee? Know your place. Jinhee is mine. Meanwhile, Mujin noticed Somi staring at him from the Tang clan tent. Why is she glaring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? He wondered. The referee's voice echoed through the arena. Both parties, please step into the ring. Mujin and Tang Somi entered the stage, facing each other. Let the duel begin, the referee declared. Mujin eyed his opponent. Just a moment ago she looked ready to kill me, and now she's expressionless again? I really can't read this woman. What kind of duel will this be? Then Somi's expression shifted once more, this time into a smile. Mujin frowned, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Without warning, she darted around him gracefully, her voice light and teasing. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you from Jinhee. Do you mean J-Gal Jinhee? Oh dear, Mujin muttered, still trying to make sense of her antics. Somi suddenly turned her back to him. Did you know what Jinhee and Hong So-il were talking about earlier? I'm not interested, Mujin replied flatly. More importantly, the duel has started. But Somi ignored his protest and continued. She said she's only interested in someone stronger than her. You have great ears, Mujin sighed. But the duel has already begun. Then do you know this as well? Somi purred. I'm the same as her. She closed in, pressing her palm lightly against his stomach. Oh my, what an explosively sculpted physique. What kind of training do you do to be like this? Wherever you go, you must be quite powerful, Mujin. Her fingers tilted his chin upward. Please don't act like this, Mujin said firmly. But Somi only slid her other hand around his back, leaning in close. I want to find out exactly how powerful you are. Very up close. Would you show me that strength of yours? It doesn't even have to be martial arts. Gasps and blushes spread through the audience at the bold display. From the sidelines, Jinhee and Seowa looked on in disbelief. She's using seduction tactics? Tang Somi, what the hell are you doing in front of everyone? Jinhee clenched her fists. So the rumors were true. Tang Somi inherited her aunt's special technique, the one that supposedly conquered monks and Taoists alike. If that actually works on Mujin, what do I do? Should I try it too? Meanwhile, Somi thought smugly. Did you see that, Jinhee? This is what a man is like. But Mujin's expression hardened. His hand tightened around Somi's neck, lifting her off the ground. With a swift motion, he slammed her onto the stage, his technique shattering the floor beneath her. To deal with a crazy woman, punishment is best, Mujin thought coldly. Somi's eyes widened in shock as she scrambled to escape, but Mujin immediately pinned her down and raised his fist. Seeing her unable to continue, the referee raised his hand. The winner is Mujin. No way, Somi gasped. Even after being poisoned, how are you still perfectly fine? Although I was caught off guard and couldn't defend immediately, Mujin explained. I realized from your movements that you were preparing something. A poison needle hit me. I've actually been poisoned before and was treated with something rare, so I think I developed resistance to most toxins. Still, because of that needle, I lost control for a moment and struck harder than I intended. Are you alright? Somi blinked in disbelief. Why are you worried about me? Don't you think I acted cowardly? Mujin smiled. How could my own carelessness be considered cowardly on your part? If anything, I learned something. So thank you? For the first time, Somi felt shaken. So this is why Jinhee likes him. As she stepped down from the stage, Jinhee called out. Are you okay? That's not enough, Somi answered cryptically. What are you talking about? Jinhee asked. I haven't fully acknowledged you yet. You mean the duel result? Somi chuckled. Well, you don't need to know what I'm referring to. Inside, she thought. I'll back down for now, but next time, you won't get off so easily. I can't just give up my beloved Jinhee that easily. The scene shifted. Mujin was examined by a physician while Muyul and Mu Kyung rushed to his side. Mujin, are you okay? I heard you weren't in great shape, Muyul asked. It's just accumulated fatigue, Mujin reassured them. Don't worry. Mu Kyung frowned. All our seniors dropped out, and now only we're left. If you collapse too, we'll be short on people. I'm totally fine, Mujin replied. And you guys are strong enough already. Is Mulgum prepared? I saw him earlier, he looked super nervous, Mu Kyung admitted. That's to be expected, Mujin said. His next opponent is Chung Su after all. Meanwhile, Mulgum climbed the arena stairs, nerves running wild. Can I really do this? I'm fighting Taoist Chung Su, the man who went toe-to-toe with Mujin? I've gotten stronger, but I can't even gauge his strength anymore. No, steady your heart. You can do this. Effort never ends in failure. I've suffered and trained so much to catch up. What do I have to be afraid of? But when he stepped onto the stage, Chung Su greeted him with a bright smile and a friendly wave. Mulgum! Why are you so late? I've been dying to see you. Mulgum gritted his teeth. Unlike me, he doesn't seem nervous at all. Does he not even feel the need to take me seriously? The referee's voice rang out. Both participants, are you ready? The two assumed their stances. Let's begin. Mulgum wasted no time. Extreme yang energy surged into his palm as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Rulai Divine Palm Strike. His strike landed clean, hurling Chung Su across the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. That's the legendary Rulai Divine Palm Strike. On the sidelines, Mujin's eyes widened. He used his ultimate move right from the start. But to everyone's shock, Chung Su rolled back to his feet, unharmed. Was that the Rulai Divine Palm Strike? Its power is truly incredible, he shouted, charging forward with his sword raised. Before the blade could descend, Mulgum seized his ankle midair and threw him aside with terrifying force. Yet again, Chung Su bounced to his feet and rushed forward with even greater enthusiasm. This is a whole different kind of strength from Mujin. This is what I was waiting for. Show me more of that strength, Mulgum. And so, their fierce duel began in earnest. Mulgum launched his Rulai Divine Palm Strike, while Chung Su shifted into his left bow stance, intercepting the blow. Their techniques collided with resounding force, each refusing to yield. For a time, either could gain an advantage. No matter what I do, you don't go down, Mulgum, Chung Su said through heavy breaths. And no matter what I try, you deflect it all, Chung Su, Mulgum replied. Chung Su's eyes narrowed. It seems your Rulai Divine Palm Strike can only be done with one hand for now. To use both, you still lack the energy and skill, Mulgum countered. Your Taiji sword's flow feels blunt. With your wrist not yet fully healed, you're overexerting yourself. Their duel became a war of attrition, each man drawing on every ounce of strength. Chung Su fused with his sword, preparing the one strike that could topple the mountain standing before him. Mulgum steadied his unwavering spirit, determined to halt the waterfall known as Chung Su. Sword and palm clashed with blinding brilliance, a thunderous wave rippling across the arena. The audience fell silent, waiting breathlessly for the result. When the light and smoke cleared, both fighters were kneeling, backs facing one another, drenched in sweat. Chung Su panted heavily. Unfortunate. How are you holding up, Mulgum? Mulgum's body trembled. I'm struggling just to stay upright. I put everything I had into that. As much as it pains me to admit, it seems I've lost. Chung Su shook his head. I think this is as far as I go too. Mulgum's eyes widened. With my wrist in this state, Chung Su continued, I need to stop and focus on recovery. It seems my run in this Dragon Phoenix Summit ends here. I had wanted to spar with Muyul and Mu Kyung too. Mulgum was struck by the realization. He's more disappointed about missing the chance to spar with us than about this match itself. He's not underestimating me. He's genuinely excited to fight us as we've grown stronger. I misjudged him, out of some petty inferiority complex. Even if it's a draw in spirit, I've already lost. He spoke softly. I'll tell Muyul and Mu Kyung about this later. Until then, take care of your wrist. Chung Su managed a smile. Will you have a rematch with me? Of course, Mulgum replied. The referee declared the match a draw. With Chung Su, second only to Namgung Jinshin among the contenders, forced to withdraw, confusion spread among the audience. At the same time, Shaolin's presence began drawing unprecedented attention. Soon after, Muyul turned to Mujin. That's all fine and good, but with Mulgum and Chung Su out, I'll have to fight you now. The two stepped into the arena. Muyul struck first with his crane strike technique, shouting, How the hell am I supposed to beat you? Mujin dodged with ease. Think of it as just playing around, like last time. But his face tensed when Muyul suddenly shifted mid-motion into a snake strike, nearly catching him off guard. Mujin leapt back just in time. Still, Muyul said with a grin, I'm glad I get to face you. The others in my bracket were too easy. Boring. Mujin landed lightly, thoughts racing. Was that snake strike? He switched from crane to snake so quickly. How is he changing forms so fast? Before he could recover, Muyul dropped to the ground, both hands moving like four legs, his speed suddenly explosive. He blurred around Mujin, striking from a blind spot with a leopard strike. This is so fun! Muyul shouted. Mujin staggered from the blow. He's alternating between crane, snake, and leopard depending on the situation. The transitions are flawless, barely an opening to exploit. It's like fighting three wild beasts at once. If Muyul masters the other forms too, what kind of monster will he become? Muyul's mind flashed back to Monk Haigul's words. If you ever face an opponent you can't possibly beat at the summit, try using this technique. What is it, master? Muyul had asked. It's a bit early, Haigul replied, demonstrating. But it resembles a tiger. Always keep a trump card. For now, just learn one basic move. Back in the present, Muyul roared and unleashed Shaolin five-hand techniques. Fourth form, Tiger Strike, Fierce Tiger Rush. A tiger! I can't dodge this, Mujin realized. I'll have to block it head-on. Channeling his inner energy, he hurled a mighty fist strike forward. Fist energy collided with Tiger Strike. The arena quaked as Muyul was blown back, the technique shattered. Mujin winced at his trembling hand. My first time using fist energy in the summit. Muyul is strong. More importantly, when did he learn Tiger Strike? This is harder than I thought. He turned to Muyul. You've gotten really strong. Let's go again right away. Muyul lay on the ground, gasping for air. No, I'm done. I've got no inner energy left. I can barely stand. See? I told you're too strong now. Mujin thought, why does it feel like I didn't really win, even though I did? He helped Muyul to his feet. By the way, how did you learn Tiger Strike? Did Monk Haigul finally catch a tiger? Muyul chuckled weakly. He said after the tournament he'll catch one. For now, he just taught me the basics. He really intends to catch one? Mujin thought, exasperated. Seriously, Monk Haigul. Out loud he said. Still, this was the first match in the summit that actually made me sweat. Between my training and today's secret technique, I think I did pretty well. Really? I'm strong, right? Muyul asked hopefully. Of course. Mujin laughed. My back still stings. The referee's voice cut in. The winner is Mujin. This concludes today's first round of the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Shaolin had proven the strength of its next generation. The crowd whispered. Maybe it's better to side with Shaolin early on. Martial skill and wealth both, Shaolin could reclaim the center of the Central Plains. The four disciples of Shaolin were already earning a new name, the Shaolin Four Monks. But in the shadows, darker voices stirred. The plan is falling apart. The winner should have been from Wudong or Namgung. Instead, Shaolin has taken out one of the top contenders. Their strength far exceeds our expectations. Still, Namgung Jinshin remains. Even we admit he's a monster. The next day, Namgung Jinshin faced Jagel Jinhee in the arena. When the dust settled, Jinhee lay defeated. The Namgung clan, one of the 5 great clans, had long reigned supreme. They carried the title of strongest under heaven, ruling as though they were kings who governed all beneath them. At the center of this unmatched power stood Namgung Jinshin, heir of the clan. People whispered of him in awe, not merely as the greatest talent of Namgung, but as the greatest talent of the entire continent. A monster born of both power and authority. In the arena, Jinshin stood tall, while Jagel Jinhee trembled on the ground, unable to rise. The referee approached cautiously. The next duel will also be yours. Would you like to step down and rest? Jinshin's voice was calm, almost dismissive. No. I will stay here. Bring the next opponent immediately. Jinhee, still struggling for breath, thought in despair. So he hasn't even used any stamina against me? He doesn't even need a break? I wanted to fight Mujin, who has grown stronger. Mujin, forgive me. From the benches, Mujin frowned. To think Jinhee was defeated in only 3 exchanges. Is this truly the strength of the strongest among the younger generation of the Murim Alliance? And look at him, standing there, as if resting is meaningless. That arrogant bastard. What do we do? His jaw tightened. The next fighter is Mu Kyung. If he doesn't crumble just by looking at that monster, that alone will be a miracle. Mujin turned to his side, only to realize Mu Kyung was no longer there. The silent monk had already leapt into the arena, landing before Jinshin. Jinshin's lips curved into a faint smile. You look entertaining. Can you entertain me? Mu Kyung's eyes burned with determination. I don't know about entertaining you. But for me, this will be entertaining. Without waiting for the referee, he lunged forward. Dust exploded across the arena. The audience gasped. The silent monk, attacking first? Has the immovable fortress Jinshin finally found his match? Referee, is this acceptable? The referee raised his voice. Yes. Since it was Namgung Jinshin's request, it will be allowed. From the benches, Magung whispered in disbelief. What the hell? I thought Mu Kyung had learned to control his madness. Why is he snapping again? But Mujin shook his head. No. Mu Kyung is sane. What do you mean? Magung demanded. He simply wants to know. To test the difference with his own eyes. He wants to see just how vast the gap between him and Namgung Jinshin really is. When the dust cleared, Jinshin stood unharmed, casually dodging Mu Kyung's furious blows. His sword flashed, forcing Mu Kyung to counter with the invincible anti-demon punch. But Jinshin slipped aside with ease, his blade glowing with ki as he unleashed a devastating swing. The ground cracked and splintered, but Mu Kyung had barely dodged in time. What thunderous force! Mu Kyung muttered. Yet you dodged like a nimble monkey. Jinshin mocked. Like a monkey, you say? That's usually Muyo's specialty. But no matter. Their clash intensified. Jinshin's 10-iron sword art filled the arena with multiple blades of ki, while Mu Kyung leapt high into the air, countering with his own mimicry, 10 iron fist strikes, hurling energy hands down upon Jinshin. Jinshin narrowed his eyes. Brat, you dare mimic my technique? The arena shook with the impact, smoke billowing as explosions erupted. Mu Kyung landed, his teeth clenched. What do I do? I copied his technique to counter him, but it's useless. The difference in inner energy is too great. This gap is monstrous. In an instant, Jinshin closed the distance, his blade slashing across Mu Kyung's staff arm. Blood sprayed as cracks ran through the monk's staff. Is this all Shaolin amounts to? Jinshin sneered. Disappointing. My interest has faded. Let's end this here. But Mu Kyung's fist tightened. Who says it's over? His ki flared, preparing the invincible anti-demon punch once more. Jinshin raised his sword, power swirling like a storm. Still, you were more amusing than the rest. I'll show you something special. His aura erupted as he unleashed the Emperor Sword Art, first form, Heavenly Emperor Clash. The air shattered. Mu Kyung's inner demon broke free, a storm of chaotic energy surging around him. Wind howled, blasting through the arena as the crowd screamed in awe and terror. On the sidelines, Muyo's eyes widened. Magung! Mujin's gone! He's not in his seat! What? Where the hell did that guy disappear to now? Magung barked. As the dust cleared, the answer revealed itself. At the center of the arena stood Mujin, blocking Jinshin's overwhelming strike with his bare strength, while supporting the unconscious Mu Kyung across his back. Jinshin's eyes narrowed. What the hell do you think you're doing? Mujin's voice was steady. Mu Kyung was driven by his inner demons. There was no choice. You fool! Jinshin snapped. Do you even understand what he just did? After forcing his way into my strike, he dared unleash a killing blow, aimed directly at my heart. And now you think you can simply take such a dangerous weapon away? The killing strike was born of his inner demons, Mujin answered. I stopped him before he caused true harm. Besides, his gaze hardened. You'll likely face me in the finals. If you have a problem with me, we'll settle it then. No one will stop you. For the first time, Jinshin's composure cracked into a sharp, dangerous grin. Fine. Make sure you reach the finals. I'll break you there, your false confidence, and him as well. Both you and that dangerous weapon will meet your end, by my hand. The next day, the arena was filled to the brim. In the VIP box, the Murim Alliance leader, Weiji Hack, arrived in person. Are they the last matchup? He asked, his voice calm but carrying the weight of authority. A man clad in dark blue robes turned to greet him. Murim Alliance leader! You must be busy, yet you came all the way here. Weiji Hack gave a faint smile. If I don't show my face at the dragon, Phoenix Summit I organized, wouldn't that be unacceptable? The man in dark blue glanced at the stage. Surprisingly, Shaolin has lasted to the very end. Another figure, dressed in red, scoffed. Do you truly believe they can topple the Namgun clan? The one in dark blue chuckled. Where in the world would you find another next-generation talent who could surpass them? But the Murim Alliance leader's expression remained steady. It looks like you've placed all your bets on the Namgun clan. Let me offer you one piece of advice. Do not be so certain that Namgun will always win. In life, nothing is guaranteed. Watch closely. In this Dragon, Phoenix Summit, who will earn the title of Dragon? Will it be the newly risen star, the monk Mujin of Shaolin? Or Namgun Jinshin, the one hailed as the strongest of the next generation? Do not miss a single moment of this battle. At that very moment, Mujin and Jinshin stepped onto the arena stage. The referee's voice rang out. Let the final match begin! Both fighters exploded into motion, their clash sending shockwaves through the arena. Dust billowed, shaking the stands. It's begun, Mulgung muttered. Yes, the match has officially begun, Wu Kyung said solemnly. When the dust cleared, Mujin was seen blocking Jinshin's sword. Mujin countered with a powerful fist strike, which Jinshin barely dodged. The heir of Namgung retaliated with a sword slash, but Mujin ducked under it, launching a flurry of punches in return. Jinshin parried them with his sword, the violent collisions shattering the ground beneath their feet. Jinshin's voice cut through the chaos. It is true, this summit has gone differently than I expected. Mujin raised a brow. What do you mean? Jinshin's eyes gleamed with fury. Ever since I first gripped a sword, not once has anyone properly blocked my strikes. Not one person has ever stood without fear before me. I believed it would be the same here. But yesterday, that crazed monk dared to strike with killing intent, and today, you blocked my sword with your bare hands. I was hailed as the strongest talent of this generation, yet you have shamed me. This humiliation is the first I have ever felt. They say the world is vast, filled with the powerful? Fine then. I will crush you here and reaffirm that I am the strongest. With a roar, he tore his sword arm free from Mujin's grip. Mujin smirked faintly. I suppose I'll take that as acknowledgement of my strength. But don't speak as if you stand above me. He surged forward with another strike. Jinshin raised his sword to block, but Mujin's blow was too overwhelming. The shockwave ripped through Jinshin's arm, forcing him to drop his weapon. His hand bled from the impact. You insolent brat! Jinshin roared, seizing Mujin by the collar in blind rage. How dare you humiliate me like this? But Mujin's cold voice cut back at him. And how dare you lay hands on me? With swift precision, Mujin twisted his technique, dislocating Jinshin's shoulder. The Namgung heir screamed in agony, staggering backward. His gaze darted toward his fallen sword. Desperation burning in his eyes, Jinshin lunged for it. Not so fast, Mujin growled. His feet blurred as he invoked the destroyer's divine stride, closing the gap in an instant. Yet Jinshin managed to reclaim his blade, unleashing his 10 iron sword art in a flurry of energy blades. Mujin's fists collided against them, each clash bursting into thunderous explosions that shook the entire Colosseum. From the stands, the crowd murmured in awe. I've never seen Namgung Jinshin struggle like this. That just shows the immense strength Shaolin has gained. Yes, but this monk is different. Overwhelmingly different from the rest of Shaolin. At last, the invincible Namgung Jinshin has met his match. The stage was shrouded in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, Mujin burst forth, seizing Jinshin and slamming him to the ground. Jinshin coughed blood but still clung to his blade, slashing desperately at Mujin's throat. To his shock, Mujin caught the strike with his arm, smiling coldly. Were you aiming for my throat? Have you fallen into demonic deviation like Mu Kyung yesterday? Or is this simply your first time facing despair? Jinshin's thoughts spun in panic. This pressure, it's suffocating. He pulled back, shouting with defiance. Don't you dare look down on me! His ki flared like a blazing sun. Take this! Heavenly Emperor art! Heavenly Emperor Jinshin style! His slash split the sky itself. But Mujin stood unharmed. His fist glowed with golden ki as he invoked his technique. Then take this! 100 steps divine fist, uppercut! His fist smashed into Jinshin's chin, the golden ki surging upward like a beam of light that pierced the heavens. I'll send you flying! Mujin roared. Jinshin's body was hurled into the air, crashing down unconscious. The arena fell silent. Then, the referee raised his voice. The victor, Shaolin's monk Mujin! The audience erupted into chaos, their cries echoing like thunder. In the VIP box, the Murim Alliance leader chuckled. He glanced at the man in dark blue, who was weeping bitterly. What did I tell you? I warned you not to be so certain. Looks like it's time to welcome the new dragon. With that, he turned and began to walk away. On the stage, Mujin raised his fist high toward the heavens. His voice rang out. I cannot remain at the level of merely being your equal. I must climb higher, far higher than this. For example. But his words cut off as a powerful presence descended from above. A figure landed before him. The Murim Alliance leader himself, Weiji Hak, known as the Fist King, one of the 10 great martial masters. He looked at Mujin with a faint smile. Congratulations on your victory, Mujin. Mujin's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling with realization. Yes, for example, to a level like this man. In the grand arena, as the crowd roared Weiji Hak, the Murim Alliance leader, raised Mujin's hand high for all to see. His laughter boomed, but behind the smile, his lips moved silently, carrying words only one other could hear through sound transmission. There's word from above. A hidden voice whispered into his mind. This time, even if Shaolin takes the championship, it is fine. Weiji Hak's eyes narrowed. Is that true? Yes, the voice replied. None of us expected Shaolin to topple Namgung and claim victory. It seems this win, along with the revival of Shaolin's divine monk, has already shaken the higher-up stance. Weiji Hak chuckled faintly. So, the divine monk of Shaolin has truly returned. Still, preparations are complete. There's no issue with the prize, is there? No issue, came the answer. With a grin, Weiji Hak announced aloud, voice ringing across the arena. Now, since you have become the dragon, it is only right that we grant you a fitting reward. Then, in silence once more, his hidden voice echoed. Now that Mujin's strength has been confirmed, all that remains is to welcome a new powerful piece onto the board. Later, in the dim glow of a secret training chamber, Weiji Hak personally led Mujin within. This place, he said, his voice solemn, is where our Murim Alliance hones its ice arts. The prize of the dragon, Phoenix Summit, has been preserved here for generations, an ultimate elixir born of 10,000 winters, the 10,000-year snow ginseng. Nurtured in the deepest cold, condensed with pure yin energy. With me, the Alliance elders, and Shaolin's guardians present, you may consume it without fear. But be warned, the moment the box is opened, its energy will pour out. It is best eaten swiftly. With reverence, Mujin lifted the lid. A chilling breath swept the chamber, sharp enough to sting the skin. He plucked a piece of the ginseng, marveling. The chill really is incredible. But as he tore it apart, something black wriggled within. His eyes sharpened. He pinched it out, a tiny black insect. His heart sank. So this is it, the yin-yang parasite. He recalled what he knew. In the novel, Namgung Jinshin was never truly a villain, merely unlucky. Until he consumed this. The demonic cult's trap, the yin-yang parasite. It burrows into the upper energy core, enslaving the host. Once inside, it mimics the host's chi, making detection impossible. With it, the sorcerer can inflict pain, control the body, or corrupt the mind. Once infected, there is no escape. So the true plan was to turn the tournament's champion into a puppet of the cult. Mujin crushed the insect with calm precision, then ate the remaining ginseng. The great rejuvenation pill is like verdant spring, but this 10,000-year snow ginseng is like the pure water of snowy peaks. Even ruined by the parasite, its power is overwhelming. Moments later, waves of chilling chi coursed through him. He sat in meditation, drawing the essence inward, binding it with his own cultivation. When he finally emerged, Master Hyan, Shaolin's outer hall leader, rushed forward. Mujin, are you all right? Mujin bowed respectfully. Yes, outer hall leader. Thanks to your protection, I absorbed it without worry. Thank you? What he did not say aloud was this: he had gained 15 years' worth of inner energy. From a distance, Weiji Hak's eyes gleamed. Did he truly absorb it all? Then, it begins. Congratulations, Mujin. His grin twisted into manic laughter as he turned away. Mujin's gaze lingered on the man's back. They'll assume I've been infected, and they won't leave me in peace. Better to keep what remains of the ginseng as insurance. I've done all I could in this summit, powered up, met Du Wulchen, gained recognition. Now only one thing remains. That night, on the eve of their return to Shaolin, Mujin turned to his companions. Let's remain in the secular world a while longer, he said. Mugung and Mukyung froze in shock. Muyo's eyes lit up with excitement. You mean it? Yes. Mukyung's voice quivered. Are you suggesting we escape? Mugung grimaced. Nighttime escape? Desertion? I can't do that. Muyo burst into laughter. Running away from home, then? Mujin thought quietly. The Shaolin Chronicles that must be written. I cannot shoulder them alone. These three are also protagonists of this story. Out loud, he said. Didn't the great patriarchs reach enlightenment through countless experiences? Let us do the same. That's still escaping, Mugung protested. If we return now, Mukyung, Mujin pressed, you'll be punished for failing to control your madness. Beaten whether you stay or go. At least if we run, you'll enjoy a few months of freedom first. He turned to Mugung. Think carefully. Have you ever seen Monk Hai Dam leave Shaolin? Once you become a second-class disciple, you'll be trapped forever, guarding the Sutra Hall. Is that the life you want? Mugung's eyes darkened. Better to face punishment than live as a prisoner. Muyo grinned, throwing an arm around both. So this means we're all going together? Excellent! Mujin's lips curved faintly. He didn't even hesitate. That's a relief. Once dawn breaks, he said, we'll use our mobility arts and leave. Prepare yourselves. They placed their hands together, swearing as one. At night they slipped past Shaolin's camp. Good thing this place is so old and neglected, Mujin whispered. The guards barely pay attention. Still, let's be careful, Mukyung whispered back. Mugung asked nervously. By the way, Mujin, when did you learn the frequency whispering technique? Focus, Mujin hissed. Once we cross this wall, there's a carriage waiting. A sudden sound of steel interrupted him. A blade was drawn. Mujin froze. Stop. Something's coming. From the shadows, a figure stepped out, Chung Su, sword unsheathed. Mujin and he clashed in an instant, but both halted just before their strikes landed. Chung Su, Mujin said sharply. Why are you here? And with a real blade? Chung Su sheathed it with calm ease. I couldn't sleep. Came out for air. Then I sensed suspicious movements. To think it would be you and your friends. Mujin laughed awkwardly. I see. My apologies. But we have urgent business, so we must hurry. Chung Su studied them, then smiled faintly. I smell the wind of freedom on you. Excellent. May I join you? The four froze in shock. Join us? Mujin asked. Have you received your elder's permission? Don't worry, Chung Su replied. Taoist Anhyo himself told me to see the world after the summit. If I travel with you, it would put me at ease. Mujin sighed inwardly. My head hurts already. But in the future he becomes the second strongest in return of the Demon Supreme. If he has his sex blessing, then fine. Muyo grinned. We're fine with it, Mujin. Chung Su bowed lightly. Then please take care of me. And so, their party grew. The next morning, panic swept through Shaolin. A monk rushed to Abbot Hyun Chun and the elders. Trouble! The youths who entered the Dragon, Phoenix Summit, they're gone. Only a note remains. What? The abbot asked, stunned. They've all disappeared. Even the Wudang boy, Chung Su. Hyun Chun's face hardened. All four are missing? Yes, the monk said grimly. And with that, a simple disappearance became the spark of a storm that would one day shake the entire Murim. On the road, a carriage creaked forward. Mujin sighed, gripping the reins. Mugung, your driving was awful. Have you never steered a carriage before? I lived in the mountains, Mugung retorted. Why would I ever drive one? Chung Su, can you? Mujin asked. No. I've never done it either. Then I'll drive, Mujin said, taking control. His eyes gleamed. And if I'm the one holding the reins, I decide where we go. Mukyung asked hesitantly. Do you even have a plan? Of course, Mujin said with a grin. Deep inside, his heart burned. Let's begin. The first page of the remastered Shaolin Chronicles. After escaping Guizhou province, the group finally arrived at Fanjing Mountain. Mugung, frowning as he adjusted his plain clothes, asked, Do we really have to wear these kinds of clothes? Mukyung chuckled and replied, It's not a bad idea, especially since we need to hide our identities. It's been far too long since I've worn anything other than martial robes. Muyo looked around at his companions and grinned. Everyone looks great. Mujin, stepping out of the carriage, announced, If you're all dressed, then come out. Starting now, The treasure hunt begins. The group followed, ready to explore the mountain. Some time later, Mujin was moving through the forest, scanning his surroundings. Muyul followed not far behind. Muyul! Mujin called out. I'll go further ahead. You move to the left. Got it. Muyul replied, though in his mind he thought, Mujin, I'll go first. He increased his pace, leaping from branch to branch with ease. As he moved, Muyul recalled what Mujin had told them on the way there. Mujin had said, I heard that somewhere around here, an incredible elixir is hidden. His friends had been skeptical. An elixir in a place like this? They had asked. Mujin, however, had been confident. I heard it from someone reliable, so it should be true. Once we arrive at Fanjing Mountain, let's decide the order and time slots, then split up to search. Elsewhere on the mountain, Mugung, Mukyung, and Chung Su rested after a long search. Mugung lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Even after searching everywhere, we couldn't find anything. Chung Su, cleaning his sword, asked, Could this all be for nothing? Mukyung, also exhausted, replied, Still, Mujin isn't the type to lie, right? Mugung sighed. Maybe. But if we've searched this thoroughly and found nothing, maybe even he was tricked. Are Mujin and Muyul still searching? Seems so, Mukyung said. Mujin probably feels responsible since he brought it up. As for Muyul, well, maybe Muyul's just enjoying himself. Mugung interrupted with a smirk. It's been a while since he's had fun. Meanwhile, Muyul continued his agile leaps through the trees. I still can't find anything, he muttered, but climbing trees after so long feels great. Suddenly he sensed movement. There's something fast, he said as a small monkey appeared before him. Don't tell me, this is a monkey, he exclaimed in awe. Before he could react, their heads collided, and both crashed to the ground. The monkey got up, looking angry, but froze when Muyul began laughing. Wow, you're amazing, Muyul said with admiration. Every time I've climbed trees before, animals just ran away the moment they noticed me. But you're the first one to ever knock me out of a tree. You're really strong and fast, aren't you? The monkey tilted its head curiously. Then, as if understanding, it smiled. The two reached out, their fingers touching like newfound friends. Muyul laughed joyfully, and the monkey responded with happy chatter. Hearing strange screeching in the distance, Mujin stopped and looked back. To his surprise, Muyul appeared, a monkey perched proudly on his head. Mujin blinked. Muyul, what's going on? What's with the monkey? Before he could say more, the monkey chattered rapidly, and Muyul seemed to understand. Just a little further, Muyul translated. Mujin's eyes widened. Wait, are you actually talking with that monkey? How? Muyul grinned. Mujin! You're here too? Follow me, I think we found the elixir. Really? Mujin asked, his curiosity piqued. After some time, Muyul stopped near the edge of a cliff. We're here, he said. Wow, it's just like you described. Mujin, is this the place you were looking for? Mujin's eyes widened as he looked around. The scenery matched perfectly, crimson blossoms swaying under the cliff's shadow. He thought back to a passage from Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, Volume 2, in a resolved heart. The clan had fallen. Du Wulchen had nothing left, only a blood-stained martial robe and a chipped sword. In the mountains of Jinan County, he wandered endlessly, tormented by his own weakness. When his strength failed, he stopped before a field of crimson blossoms beneath a cliff. There he set down his burdens, remembering the bright smiles of his mother and sister. Seeing the same flowers before him now, Mujin thought, found it. It looks exactly like the illustration from the novel. This is where Du Wulchen obtained the elixir. But since I already gave him the lesser revitalization pill before, the elixir here shouldn't even be necessary. Still, we came all this way for it. His thoughts were interrupted by Muyul's voice. Apparently, this was its home, he said, pointing to the monkey still perched on his head. It was its home? Mujin asked warily. Why the past tense? Muyul's expression darkened. Originally, it lived here happily with its family, until that guy came and took it all away. He pointed behind Mujin. Turning around, Mujin froze. A giant wild boar was charging toward him. The mountain echoed with a thunderous roar. Hearing it, Mugung, Mukyung, and Chung Su immediately dashed toward the sound. Are we going the right way? Mugung shouted. Yes, Chung Su replied. I can hear something up ahead. Then let's hurry, Mukyung urged. When they finally arrived, all three froze in shock. This is the place Mujin mentioned earlier, Chung-Soo said in disbelief. Mu-kyung stared wide-eyed at the sight of a massive boar lying defeated on the ground. What kind of situation is this? Mu-gung blinked. What's with the giant wild boar? Mu-kyung looked around. Where's Mujin? Up here, came a voice. Mujin was lying on top of the boar's head, panting. Perfect timing, you guys are here. I'll explain later, but first, I've already caught the elixir, so eat up without worry. Mu-kyung and Mu-gung stared at him in horror. What do you mean you caught the elixir? Wait, you don't mean the elixir, you mean the inner essence? Mujin nodded casually. They're the same thing. Both Mu-gung and Mu-kyung shouted. How the hell are we supposed to eat something like that? A little earlier, before the others arrived, Mujin and Muyul stood face to face with the massive boar that had made its home deep within the forest of Fanjing Mountain. According to Muyul, who had been speaking with the monkey, the story was tragic. The giant boar had slaughtered the monkey's family, taken over its home, and when the monkey wandered in search of help, it had stumbled upon Mujin and Muyul. Muyul had even given the creature a name, Lingling. Mujin blinked at that. You even gave it a name? He thought in disbelief. What does Lingling even mean? His gaze shifted between the two animals, a wild monkey capable of communicating with humans, and a boar large enough to rival a carriage. Could it be that both of them are enchanted beasts? He wondered. If that's true, then that boar definitely has an inner core essence. Mujin's expression hardened. A crimson aura rippled faintly around his clenched fist. Should I try subduing it with this? He thought. He recalled the secret technique he had studied with his grandfather, Iron Guard. It absorbed energy through the skin, strengthening the body while enhancing energy control. When combined with maiden art, which refined and hardened the skin, and supported by martial arts that reinforced muscles and bones, it created a technique that could build limitless strength. Mujin exhaled slowly and activated it for the first time in real combat. His muscles tensed and pulsed with controlled power. Then, in one explosive motion, he lunged forward, grasped the boar's massive tusks, and with a roar, lifted the enormous creature off the ground. The impact that followed shook the mountain as he slammed it into the earth, ending the battle in a single, thunderous strike. Back in the present, Mujin knelt beside the fallen beast, washing 3 glowing inner core essences in a stream of clear mountain water. Found them, he said, holding the shimmering orbs up to the sunlight. With these, our group will become stronger. He smiled faintly. The balance will finally be right. After explaining the encounter to his companions, Mujin turned to the others. Now that I've explained everything, take the inner core essences. Taoist Chung-Soo, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Chung-Soo nodded. What is it, Mujin? Leaning close, Mujin whispered. It's nothing major, but could you yield your share to the others? I already had the Great Rejuvenation Pill, and you've taken the Taichin Pill. Our energy is overflowing. But those 3 have only had 1 lesser rejuvenation pill each. Chung-Soo smiled in understanding. I see. Since you were the one who provided me with this chance, I'll do as you see fit. Nearby, Mu-gung frowned. But still, this inner core essence came from a beast. Mu-kyung tilted his head. Then, does that make it meat? Mu-gung groaned. Can we really eat it without worrying? Mujin sighed inwardly. You're saying you won't eat it after all that effort? Besides, Mu-gung continued, wasn't it supposed to be an elixir? Why is it an inner core essence instead? Mujin calmly explained. Probably because that boar and the monkey's family already consumed the real elixir. He added silently, if I had told you it was an inner core essence from the start, you would have refused to take it. Mu-gung scowled. It's sad what happened to the monkey, but in the end, you still killed the boar, didn't you? It attacked first. Mujin replied simply. We had no choice. Besides, the monkey's the one that survived. If we'd left it alone, it might have reunited with its family in the afterlife. Mu-kyung exchanged a glance with Mu-gung. He really isn't normal. Muyul shrugged. He's not entirely wrong, though. Mujin crouched beside the monkey. Anyway, we got your home back, and we've obtained what we came for. Looks like our work here is done. We'll be going now, monkey. If fate allows, we'll meet again. With that, he gently set Lingling down. The monkey squeaked a farewell as the group made their way toward their carriage. Since the inner core essence isn't much different from a lesser rejuvenation pill, Mujin said as they walked, let's consume them once we reach the carriage. I'm telling you, I feel uncomfortable eating it. Mu-gung grumbled. It took Mujin 30 relentless minutes of persuasion, and a fair bit of gaslighting, before Mu-gung and Mu-kyung finally gave in. Eventually, both began absorbing the inner core's energy, their chi swirling visibly around them. Muyo returned then, carrying a small bag. Where did you go? Mujin asked. Just had to take care of something. Muyo replied, placing the bag inside the carriage. I packed up all our belongings. Thanks, Mujin said. Now you should eat yours too. With that, the group completed their business on Mount Fanjing and began their journey to the nearest city for rest. But rest wasn't all Mujin had planned. Their next destination was Xiang, a bustling city in Sichuan province, home to the Tang clan, the Ame sect, and the Qingqing sect, all powerful factions within the Murim alliance. Recently, the city had fallen into chaos due to a spreading rumor. In a lively tavern, two drunk men chatted over wine. Have you heard? One slurred. Heard what? The other replied. The story of the divine thief. The first man said. 100 years ago, he shook the world with his ghost-like thievery. They say there was nothing he couldn't steal, treasures, martial manuals, even sacred relics. But now, people are saying his tomb's been found. The divine thief's tomb? You mean he was real? The man nodded. That's what they say. Someone discovered the tomb and drew a treasure map, but then vanished. No one knows where the tomb is, but his last words before disappearing were that it lies near Xiang. The other man's eyes gleamed. Then maybe I should join the treasure hunt. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The first shook his head grimly. You'd best not. Martial masters from every corner have gathered here already. This isn't a treasure hunt anymore, it's a war for loot. Get involved, and you'll just end up dead. At a nearby table, Mujin listened quietly, absorbing every word. So it's begun already, he thought. The Divine Thief's Tomb incident should have happened 10 years from now. Why has the timeline shifted? I came here to prevent the conflict that divides the three factions, but something's changed. Still, it's not too late. He raised his hand. Shopkeeper, he called. The man hurried over. Yes, sir? Mujin placed a few silver coins on the table. I want to ask you a few things. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed greedily. Ask me anything. Later, as they regrouped, Mugung asked, Do you think those rumors are true? Mukyung replied, Judging by how many martial artists are in town. Before he could finish, Mujin interrupted. Everyone, I know we just arrived in Xiang, but we need to head to Ganghyeok first. Mugung blinked. Without searching for treasure? You're the last person I'd expect to skip out on that, Mujin. Using a frequency whispering technique, Mujin's voice entered their minds. This is information I got from the shopkeeper, he said silently. Mugung's eyes widened. The frequency whispering technique? So this must be serious. Mujin continued, the rumor about the Divine Thief's Tomb, it originated from a sect in Ganghyeok. From what I've learned, they're extremely greedy and cunning. Normally, they'd keep a treasure like this secret. So why spread it publicly? There must be another purpose. Doesn't it seem suspicious? He glanced at his companions. We're heading there to uncover the truth behind the rumor, and the real motive behind the chaos it's caused. Some time later, the group arrived at the Tai sect in Ganghyeok. Its leader Bang Ji-hyuk knelt on the ground before a line of black-clad figures, Mujin and his companions in disguise. Ji-hyuk wept and pleaded. Please, we've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this? We're just ordinary people. We even helped travelers not long ago. Mugung turned to Mujin uncertainly. Jin, is this really the right place? They don't look vicious to me. Mu Kyung crossed his arms. Seems like we've wasted our time. Sorry, Mugung said to the frightened sect leader. Looks like a misunderstanding, no. Mujin interrupted, stepping forward. This isn't a misunderstanding. Ji-hyuk trembled. Please, you can take our money. Just spare our lives. Mujin's voice was calm but cold. Do you really think I came all the way to Ganghyeok without proof? Isn't it about time you dropped the act? The sect leader blinked, feigning confusion. What are you talking about? Mujin smirked. Your acting really is impressive. Then, without moving his lips, he sent his voice directly into Ji-hyuk's mind. But can you keep it up after hearing this title, Sichuan Branch, number 1? Ji-hyuk's expression froze. What are you planning? Mujin continued. Gathering all these martial masters in one place, hoping to cause another bloodbath, like the Heavenly Merchant Guild incident. Did you think I wouldn't know? Ji-hyuk's face turned pale. Where did you hear all that from? He stammered. Mujin's eyes narrowed. The truth was finally beginning to surface. Mujin snapped. Do you think I'd just tell you like that? The friends around him felt the air shift, something in the room had changed. Jae-hyuk's eyes hardened. Yeah, he muttered. He won't talk easily. In that case, time to silence. He yanked at his sword's hilt and began to draw. Mujin noticed the movement and barked to his companions. Everyone, get down! He unleashed a dark red aura in a single arc that sliced clean through the building's timber. Blood began to seep onto the floor, not Mujin's or his allies but from a Jae-hyuk follower who had been caught in the slash. The man clawed at the ground, coughing blood. Jae-hyuk snapped orders at the remaining men. Those I haven't killed, draw your swords. A guest has arrived, treat him properly. Mujin's voice was cold. That bastard killed his own comrades. Jae-hyuk shoved past the groaning men. Deal with them. I need to go. You're not going anywhere. Mujin turned to his friends. I'll leave the small fries to you, don't worry, you'll win. Then he vanished in a blur, using the destroyer's divine stride to close the distance and chase after Jae-hyuk. Mugum cracked his knuckles and grinned, steel in his eyes. All right. Time to show what I can do. It's do or die. As Jae-hyuk fled, he reflected on the attackers behind him. The one who had seen straight through his move and protected his allies, he felt beast-like instincts and lightning judgment. Young voice, large frame, not the profile of some ancient master. Could he be Namgun clan? Wudong? Or perhaps that Shaolin disciple who'd shown at the Dragon, Phoenix Summit? Before Jae-hyuk could sort it out, Mujin appeared at his side with terrifying speed. Hey, bad guy! Mujin taunted. You're slower than I expected. He struck with a chain punch aimed at Jae-hyuk's head. The blow forced blood from Jae-hyuk's mouth. When Jae-hyuk fumbled for his sword, Mujin's kick sent it skittering away. Mujin didn't let him breathe. He followed with a flurry of punches that hurled the sect leader backward into the wall. Pinned and gasping, Jae-hyuk managed. You're Shaolin's new dragon, Mujin. What? How are you here so soon after the Dragon, Phoenix Summit? Mujin peeled the cloth from his face and answered with a smirk. Even now you try to gather intel? Your professional dedication is admirable. Not that I'll answer. Instead, tell me your objective. And while you're at it, tell me the color of your underwear. Inside, Jae-hyuk's mind raced. The reports had understated this man's strength. Captured here, he realized, would mean everything on his side unraveling. If the truth leaked, their allies would act. Better to die than be taken, so he bit a hidden suicidal pill. Mujin lunged to stop him, but it was too late. Poison spread like wildfire. Within seconds, Jae-hyuk was dead. Mujin stared at the corpse, bitter. They always choose suicide when they're caught. He grit his teeth. If every leader took his own life, interrogations would yield nothing. He'd have to squeeze what he could from the foot soldiers. Any information was better than none while the Shadow Syndicate's reach remained unclear. He had to capture at least one more. He sprinted back and shouted. Guys! Start with their mouths! Chung Su's voice answered, solemn. Sorry, Mujin. They killed themselves in the middle of the fight. Around them, bodies lay still. Are you all okay? Mujin asked. Yeah, Mugum replied, shaken but whole. Besides feeling bad about this, I'm fine. Mujin's jaw tightened. Those men were villains, remember, they cut down their own comrades. Mu Kyung trembled on the edge of fury until Muyul stepped in, keeping him steady. Mu Kyung, don't lose yourself. Pull it together. As Muyul steadied Mu Kyung, a surviving Jae-hyuk follower lunged from behind and swung a sword from Muyul's head. The group had no time to react, but something small and swift intervened. The monkey that had been tucked inside Muyul's clothing kicked the attacker and sent him sprawling. As the wounded man collapsed, he croaked one last phrase. For the demons! And then died. The strange words startled everyone. They all turned to Muyul. Why did you bring the monkey? Mugum demanded. Muyul laughed nervously. We caught it. You're that monkey from before? Mugum asked. You left it behind back then. Wu Kyung added. Wouldn't it be better to return it to the wild? Chung Su suggested. But Muyul shook his head. Lingling wanted to come with us. I'll take care of it, feed it, groom it. Mugum scoffed, but Mujin breathed out a small, exasperated laugh. What a monkey mess, he murmured, then sighed and relented. All right, bring it along. Muyul brightened. Mugum shot Mujin a dubious look. Are you serious? He asked. At this point, it's followed us here, Mujin said. No point arguing. If Lingling hadn't stepped in, Muyul might have been hit. Also, this is an enchanted beast. It can be a companion. Then cleaning up after it and feeding it is your job, Magung said flatly. I've saved enough, Mujin replied. Bathroom duty? That's on the monkey. The monkey, Lingling, chattered at that, and Muyul translated with a grin, What do you take me for? It wanted to be put down. Mujin couldn't help smiling. The mood in the group had shifted, lighter for a moment thanks to the small animal. Mujin squared his shoulders and addressed the room. We beat the villains and learned their rough objective. They intend to use the Divine Thief's treasures to attract martial masters from all over the country, stirring up chaos. So the Divine Thief's treasures are here? Magung asked. Exactly, and in enormous quantities. Mujin moved to a wooden chest in the room and opened it. A stash of treasure spilled into view. He thought, if you can't solve the problem, eliminate the source of the problem. Before Sichuan boiled over into conflict, they would remove the spark themselves. Seize it all, Mujin announced. If we take the treasure first, the whole plot ends. Some time later, the scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber, cloaked in shadows. A lone messenger knelt before a figure seated upon an ornate chair, his voice trembling as he delivered grim news. The Tai sect has collapsed, he reported. The figure's expression hardened. What on earth happened? The messenger continued. We received an emergency signal from Sichuan's number 1 and dispatched a special unit. But it wasn't just the building, everything was destroyed. The archives, the supplies, all gone. Judging by the signs, the entire Sichuan branch committed mass suicide. It appears they were attacked by a powerful enemy. The person leaned back, voice calm but edged with irritation. For the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the Dragon Phoenix Summit, nothing's going right. However, the conflict among the three sects, Amei, Qingqing, and Tang, has already reached its peak. We just need to give them a little push from behind. He gestured toward the messenger. Scatter the prepared secret maps throughout the city, and tell those planted within the major Sichuan sects to begin the grand plan. The messenger bowed low. As you command? But as the shadowed figure rose, a flicker of unease crossed his face. Whoever it was, he muttered, they seem to have found our trail. But it's a meaningless struggle. The scene shifted again, this time, to the entrance of the Divine Thief's secret tomb, where Mujin and his party had finally arrived. Mujin smiled. We finally found it. The dungeon entrance. As they ventured inside, the deeper they went, the darker and narrower the path became. Suddenly, Mujin's foot pressed down on a hidden mechanism, a trap. Countless arrows shot forth from the walls. But Mujin, calm as ever, crossed his arms and unleashed the iron guard technique, deflecting every incoming arrow with a resonant clang. Nice, Magung said, glancing at the map. The trap's disabled now. Mujin turned toward him. Sure enough, without the secret map, finding the path would have been nearly impossible. Even from high ground, the entrance was invisible, and the tomb's insides are filled with traps. All right, Muyul, keep leading the way. Okay, Muyul replied, taking point. Watching him and Lingling move ahead, Mujin nodded. Good thing those two are with us. Mukyung added. Thanks to his beast-like senses, we've come this far without injury. How long's it been since we entered? Chung Su checked his timepiece. Since after lunch. It'll probably be dusk by the time we're out. Suddenly, Muyul froze, his expression sharpening. Something's unusual to the right, there's something there. Probably treasure. Mujin's eyes lit up. Lingling's reacting too. Are we already there? Let's go check it out. They followed the right path until they reached a massive iron door. Mujin kicked it open, only for another trap to trigger. A huge metal axe swung toward him. In a flash, he combined his iron guard and swift whirlwind sweep, kicking the weapon in half mid-swing. He sighed. Even up to the end, it's still full of traps. Annoying to no end. Muyul grinned. If it weren't for you, we'd be in big trouble. Are we safe now? Mukyung asked. Hey, look over there, Muyul said, pointing. In the corner of the chamber, piles of glittering treasure shimmered in the dim light. Mujin's eyes widened. There it is, it's real. The treasure of the Divine Thief. His companions rushed forward, gasping in excitement. So there really was treasure here. There are manuals, so many glowing artifacts. Watching them, Mujin smiled faintly. Everyone's so excited. But this treasure isn't the kind that causes infighting. Besides, we burned the secret maps on the way here. No one else will find this place. We'll just take the best treasures, and this episode will end here. Guys, take out the sacks, he ordered. Let's head back soon. But unbeknownst to him, chaos had already engulfed Sichuan. The secret maps, separately prepared by the Shadow Syndicate, had been scattered all throughout the province. Those who found them moved swiftly, some already on the road, some trapped and dead, and others heading toward the tomb with different ambitions. Among them was a group of 3, led by a young woman in disguise. "So this is the legendary thief's tomb?" one of her companions scoffed. "A bit disappointing. I thought there'd be something greater," another muttered. Their leader, lowering her hood slightly, said, "Not necessarily. Look ahead." Before them lay a path of destruction, traps shattered, walls scorched. "What on earth?" one whispered. She frowned. "All these traps, destroyed. They're far stronger than the ones outside. If someone made it through here, they must be incredibly skilled." Her companions exchanged uneasy looks. "Impossible." The leader pulled off her hood completely, revealing herself as Tang Somi, the youngest daughter of the Tang clan of Sichuan. "Who could it be?" she murmured with curiosity. "Miss Somi, please keep your face hidden," one of her guards urged. She pouted. "What's the big deal? I even dressed like a man for this. It's too hot." "Wait, didn't you say you got this map before the others were scattered? Was Hyuksa lying again?" "Miss," her guard gasped. "That's not something a proper lady should say." Before she could retort, a cold voice echoed from behind. "Someone ahead of us again? This is getting troublesome." "No matter. Once we kill them and take the treasure, that'll be enough." Somi froze. That aura, at least peak martial master level. "How did you get in here?" she asked, forcing calm. "Weren't our Tang clan warriors guarding the entrance?" The man smirked. "Them? I pressed down a little, and they exploded." Her blood ran cold. No way. Even if they weren't elites, to be wiped out that easily. "And now," the man continued, "I hear the fair-faced boy among you is actually a girl." Somi's eyes widened. The stranger threw off his cloak, revealing himself, Black Crow Blood Fiend, infamous for his brutal killings. Large metal blades gleamed, attached to his fingers like claws. "With a noble like you," he sneered, "your ransom will fetch a fine price. Come quietly if you don't want to die a meaningless death." He lunged. Somi barely dodged, her breath sharp. So the rumors were true. The Black Crow Blood Fiend has come to Sichuan. She turned to flee, but her companions were already in his grasp. "No," he said coldly, smashing their heads together. "Doesn't this make you want to listen? Miss, don't worry about us." "Run!" one of them cried. "Damn it," Somi thought. "If anyone dies here, it'll give them reason to attack the Tang clan. We can't call reinforcements now. What should I do?" Then, suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind Black Crow. "See? I told you so, didn't I? I said I smelled people." "Don't say smelled like that," Mujin muttered, stepping out of the shadows with his team. Muyo blinked. "Wait, Jean, weren't we the only ones who could come here? What's happening?" Mujin frowned. "How did others get in? Are they fighting?" Muyo squinted at Black Crow. "And who's that super bald guy? He's balder than us." The jab made Black Crow's face twist in anger. He glanced at Mujin's party, and the bags of treasure they carried. "So that's the treasure," he hissed. Grabbing Somi's companions, he smashed their heads together again. "Change of plans? First, I'll seize all the treasure, then I'll rip out your hair, along with your heads." And with a roar, the Black Crow Blood Fiend lunged straight toward Mujin's group. The scene shifted once more, this time to the Tang clan's camp, where chaos erupted. "Miss Tang Somi has disappeared!" a panicked voice shouted. "What? Could she have gone to the tomb?" another asked, equally alarmed. The first man turned on him angrily. "And how are we supposed to report this to the clan patriarch, you fool?" Before anyone could answer, a new messenger approached in haste. "It's too late. The patriarch has already departed." "What?" the man barked. "Where to?" After receiving the report, his face turned pale. The messenger explained. "He said there's only one place the young miss would go, and rode straight toward the divine thief's tomb." Meanwhile, back in the depths of the tomb, tension filled the air. "You must not fight that man," Somi warned Mujin's group, her face pale. "The Black Crow Blood Fiend is a murderous demon who once turned all of Jianghu into a sea of blood. He's both wicked and a martial master of the highest caliber. I don't know who you people are, but you won't win that fight easily." But Mujin only gave a small, confident smile. That doesn't matter. The black crow lunged, his claws slicing through the air. Mujin dodged with impossible speed, lowering into a fighting stance. Before he could counter, Mugung suddenly leapt high, both arms raised, and slammed the black crow into the ground with an explosive crash. Mujin grinned. Great work, Gum. Are you insane? Mugung hissed. That's the black crow blood fiend. So this is him, huh? Mujin said, glancing toward the fallen enemy. Then his eyes caught on Somi, and his brow furrowed. Wait a second, isn't that Lady Tang Somi? Dressed as a man? Somi stared in disbelief. He just took down the black crow blood fiend, in a single blow? Mujin, meanwhile, studied her carefully. She's exactly like in the novel. No, more impressive. And if members of the Tang clan are here, then that means... How did you get here? He asked aloud. It's not easy to come this far without a map. What do you mean, without a map? Somi replied, puzzled. The maps have already been scattered all over the city. I happened to get mine early, so I arrived before everyone else. What about you? How did you get here? That revelation made both Mujin and Mugung freeze. What's going on? Mugung asked in disbelief. Mujin's face darkened. There must have been more maps than we thought. Damn it, that means a massive crowd's about to swarm in. Now that the Tang clan has arrived, the Qingqing sect and MA sect will follow right behind them. They still carried the divine thief's treasure, the perfect prey. If they find us like this, Mujin thought grimly, this won't end well. He turned to his companions. Everyone, listen up. A horde of martial masters is about to flood in. We're all low on inner energy, but we have to escape somehow. Muyul nodded. Escape time. Mugung tensed, sensing ahead. There's powerful energy in front of us, hundreds of strong presences. We have no other choice, Mujin said firmly. We'll just have to try. Then Chung Su raised his arm. Wait. There might be another exit. Mujin looked at him sharply. What do you mean? Just before we entered the treasure chamber, I felt a faint draft. It's air from outside. If we follow that path, we might escape without fighting. Well done, Chung, Mujin said quickly. Everyone move! They followed Chung Su down the narrow corridor. Almost there, Chung Su said. It's just up ahead. He stopped suddenly, face falling. No way. The hole's too small. I'm so sorry, it's a dead end. What should we do? Muyul asked. We can't force our way through, the wall's too thick. Mugung stepped forward. Move aside, Chung. I'll break it. He pressed his palm to the stone wall, focusing his inner energy. I've got a bit left. When it comes to destructive power, I'm the best here. Leave it to me. Chung Su smiled. The stage is yours, Gum. Just then, muffled voices echoed from behind. Damn it, is this not the way? There's no way the tomb's treasures are only this much. Let's go deeper. Wait, Mujin said sharply. Do you hear that? They're coming. Gum, hurry! Mugung gathered his remaining energy, channeling it into his palm. A brilliant light filled the corridor. Roll-I divine palm strike! He roared. The wall shattered with a thunderous explosion, sunlight flooding in. I made a path! He gasped. His companions cheered. Gum, you're incredible! The explosion must have drawn attention. Mujin warned. We have to move, now! They rushed through the opening toward freedom. But just as they neared the exit, Ling Ling froze, her ears twitching. She murmured something to Muyul, who immediately called out. Mujin, someone's there! Mujin's eyes narrowed. A group of strangers emerged from the forest ahead. Told you I could sniff out treasure, one of them boasted. They've got the divine thief's loot for sure. Another laughed darkly. The black crow blood fiend was right, good thing we scouted around. Their leader smirked. If we kill them and take the treasure, the boss will be pleased. Mujin sighed. How annoying. But before they could move, another group, this time in green outfits, appeared from behind, shouting. Kill them and take the treasure! A Tang clan warrior shouted from the rear. Enemies behind us too! The worst possible situation, Mujin thought grimly. He clenched his fists. I'll use what strength I have left to open a path. When I do, run! Somi stepped forward. We'll hold the rear. But before anyone could move, Mujin suddenly froze. His eyes turned upward. What's that? Look at the sky! Everyone followed his gaze. A shadow descended from above, hurling a storm of gleaming needles. The piercing storm technique shredded through the enemies ahead, dropping them instantly. The figure landed beside Mujin's group, calm and composed. "Don't worry," he said. "You'll be able to move again by tomorrow. As for the rest, if you wish to sleep forever, come closer." The surviving enemies panicked and fled back into the tomb. "Father!" Somi cried. The man was Tang Peijin, patriarch of the Tang clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Murim Alliance, and Somi's father. "Outside the clan grounds," he said sternly. "Address me formally. And these people beside you, who are they?" "They're the ones who saved me," Somi replied. "They protected me from the Black Crow Blood Fiend and other martial masters." "What?" Peijin asked, startled. "From the Blood Fiend himself?" Mujin studied the man with awe. "So this is the patriarch of the Tang clan? A total big shot. What's someone like him doing here?" He bowed politely. "Could it be that you personally came here for the treasure of the Divine Thief's tomb?" Tang Peijin shook his head. "No. Somi disappeared, so I came searching for her. I have no interest in your treasures. You can rest easy." "I see," Mujin said quietly. Somi, glancing at him, thought still, it doesn't feel right to let him leave empty-handed after all this. Mu Kyung leaned close. "Shouldn't we get going?" "Right." Mujin nodded. "Let's move." "Where will we stay tonight?" Mugung asked. "We'll think about that later," Mujin replied. As they turned to leave, Somi looked at Mujin again. Such pure inner energy. "I haven't seen something like that in ages." She stepped forward. "But in all this chaos, you'll stand out if you stay in the city. And if any of those who fled earlier see a chance, they might return for revenge. Wouldn't you agree?" Then, with a respectful bow, she said, "The Tang clan has one clear rule: return kindness, and repay grudges in folds. Please come with us to the Tang clan estate. We wish to properly repay the debt we owe you for today." Mujin's group followed the Tang clan's envoys through the narrow paths of Sichuan, their carriage rattling softly as dusk settled over the mountains. The air was thick with the scent of damp bamboo, and though their journey had been calm so far, Mujin couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking straight into the eye of a storm. During the quiet ride, Mujin turned to Mu Kyung. "How do the books we took earlier look?" Mu Kyung, whose face was half hidden behind a pile of scrolls, replied. "They include martial arts manuals, advanced techniques from various clans, both fist and sword arts. There are even styles the Divine Thief himself seemed to use. The collection is, well, it's like a hoard of everything he found fascinating. Personally, I'm drawn to the staff techniques in this one." Mujin asked. "Think you can decipher it?" Mu Kyung grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Of course. I don't know how long it'll take, but it's been a while since I've had something this fun to study." Mujin chuckled. "Glad you found them interesting." But inwardly, his thoughts drifted. "We looted a treasure, and somehow, we've ended up with the Tang clan. Even if we're the benefactors of young Miss Tang Somi, this all feels too convenient. My goal is to prevent the Qingqing sect, the Ma sect, and the Tang clan from going to war. Once we're there, I'll investigate what's sparking this conflict, and it begins with Tang Haixu. The problem is finding a way to approach him naturally." When they finally reached the Tang estate, Mujin's thoughts were interrupted by a peculiar scene. Tang Peijin, the patriarch of the Tang clan, was in the courtyard, practically clutching his daughter's hands. "Why did you disappear without saying a word? I was so worried. How could you go somewhere so dangerous? What if something had happened to you?" Mujin, standing nearby, watched in disbelief. How long has he been fussing like this? He's that kind of overly worried father? I wonder if it'll be safe to dig into information about his clan members. Meanwhile, Somi looked completely flustered. "Patriarch, your concern is suffocating. Please just die." Peijin threw his head back and laughed heartily. "I can't possibly die when I have such an adorable daughter." "Compose yourself," Somi scolded, trying to retract her hand. "We have guests behind us, and I'm still disguised as a man." Mujin thought dryly, anyone who knows her would recognize that disguise instantly. Peijin finally noticed Mujin's group and said, "What's wrong with a father showing fatherly affection?" "Patriarch," Somi interjected. "I have a question." "What kind of question?" "I was wondering," she said carefully, "if the grave of the Divine Thief truly exists, and if so, where?" Peijin folded his arms. "For that, we'll need to ask Mujin." Somi nodded, glancing back at Mujin. "Right. Like how they managed to reach the tomb so early, or why they hid their identities. There are so many questions. I just hope. Peijin muttered. The real culprits behind this aren't them. They're not. Somi replied confidently. How do you know that? You already know, I have that intuition, she said, her eyes meeting Mujin's briefly. Soon after, they arrived at the Tang clan manor. Somi led Mujin's group through its lavish courtyards and said, The patriarch requests your presence. Once you've settled in, please move to the inner chambers. Understood. Mujin replied. Chum-Su and Mugung exchanged glances. We'll take a walk for a bit, they said before departing. Later, when Mujin entered the inner chambers, Tang Peijin and Somi were already waiting. Somi rose politely. Welcome, Mr. Ganghyeok. Peijin smiled warmly. Forgive me for calling you while you were resting, but there are a few things I wanted to ask. First off, thank you for saving my daughter. I don't even know how to repay you. There's no need, Mujin replied calmly. Providing us shelter after all that chaos is more than enough. Come to think of it, Peijin said, I don't even know your name. May I? Mujin froze for a moment. My name? He's trying to learn where I'm from. I can't say I left Shaolin. Better use the name Sealware registered for me, something simple, familiar. He clasped his hands together. I am called Ganghyeok. Ganghyeok? Peijin tilted his head. I've never heard that name around here. Where did you? Before he could finish, Somi coughed to interrupt. Peijin sighed and continued. The Tang clan will make sure you're rewarded handsomely. Is there anything in particular you desire? As Somi subtly glanced toward him, Mujin thought, why is she looking at me like that? Did she already recognize me? I have nothing I desire, Mujin said aloud. But I do have questions. Peijin leaned forward. What kind of questions? What was the real reason the Tang clan went to the divine thief's tomb? And where did your daughter obtain the treasure map? The room fell silent. You make it sound as if you already know something, Peijin said cautiously. What exactly are you trying to confirm? As expected of Tang Peijin, Mujin thought. Cheerful one moment, deadly serious the next. This is just my deduction, Mujin said. First, the Tang clan didn't seem interested in the treasure. You avoided unnecessary conflict and focused only on rescuing your daughter. Second, right now in Sichuan, 3 factions, the Tang clan, Qingqing sect, and Ame sect, are at odds. The tomb's discovery only worsened tensions. And third, he paused. I found the treasure map near the ruins of the Tai sect. All were burned except one. I thought no one else could reach the tomb besides us. But suddenly, rumors spread that the map was circulating in the city. Someone's manipulating events behind the scenes. I assume you've sensed that too, Patriarch Tang? Peijin's expression turned grave. Mujin continued. To be direct, I want to find who's provoking war among the 3 sections. I have my suspicions. What did you just say? Peijin asked, voice tightening. Mujin kept a calm expression, though his thoughts churned. A mix of truth and lies will do. As long as I don't meet that man, things won't go too wrong, the Tang clan's lie detector and their insane mad scientist. Meanwhile, at the outer gate of the Tang estate, chaos was brewing. 2 groups had arrived, the Qingqing sect and the Ame sect. A Tang guard shouted. You can't just barge in. Please return at once. A Qingqing sect member sneered. I heard the group who escaped the divine thief's tomb is here. If you're hiding them, are you also after the treasure? So the Green Forest bandits have already spread rumors, the Tang guard thought grimly. We're only protecting them from those who seek the treasure. We harbor no ill intent. Are you sure it's their will? The Qingqing disciple retorted. Or did you pressure them? The Tang clan's methods are infamous, after all. Mind your words, the Tang guard snapped. Barging in uninvited with your men, hardly proper etiquette. At that moment, Chung-Su and Mugung, returning from their walk, appeared. Looks like they're talking about us, Mugung muttered. The Tang guards turned. You came out instead of resting? The noise caught our attention, Mugung said. An elder from Qingqing narrowed his eyes. So those are the ones who took the divine thief's treasure. Why would that sinister Tang clan want to protect you? The disciple taunted. Come with us, we'll keep you safe. The Tang guards were furious. They saved our clan members in the tomb. We brought them here to repay that debt. You're the ones spreading lies. The air tensed as the elder stepped forward. He was the Tempest swordsman, a Qingqing sect elder. Beside him stood Nun Myol Jiol, the first disciple of the Ame sect. This is going nowhere, the elder said coldly. Let's settle it with a duel. The stronger side will protect them. Chung-Su clenched his fists. They're really going to fight? The relations between these factions are worse than I thought. But before the elder could attack, a sharp clang echoed. A small needle struck his sword, melting it instantly. Where did that come from? Someone shouted. A voice rang from above. An elder wishes to duel with youths? Then allow me to join. Fighting over scraps of treasure, how disgraceful for sect leaders. Do you feel no shame? Everyone froze as a figure stepped into view atop a rooftop. None. My old Jiol turned pale. You were supposed to be dead. The man laughed. And yet here I stand. You admit you're after the treasure, how bold. To speak of truth and lies before me, of all people? He vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Tempest swordsman. Convenient. The poison I used on your sword is my newest experiment. I've run out of test subjects. If you lose this duel, I'll use you. The Qingqing Anime members recoiled in horror. Let's end this here, they cried, retreating in haste. The man's voice echoed mockingly. You came all this way just to run away? The 9 great sects are wasted on cowards like you. He turned his gaze toward Chung-Su and Magung, who stood frozen. Among the strongest in Gaekyung's martial world, one of the 10 great masters, feared for his mastery of poisons and hidden weapons, this was the man known as Tang-Gak, the Dark King. He smiled thinly. You've come at the perfect time, he said. There are a few things I need to ask you, about that boy named Jean. At that time, the province of Sichuan had fallen into great turmoil. What began as a struggle to seize the treasure of the divine thief soon spiraled into chaos. Though the treasure itself was not particularly valuable, it became a spark that ignited hidden ambitions. For the major sects of Sichuan, long waiting for a chance to expand their influence, it was an irresistible lure. Among those who sensed that something was amiss was Tang Peijin, patriarch of the Tang clan. Isn't this situation suspicious? He muttered. A treasure map suddenly appears out of nowhere, and the 3 sects of Sichuan are goaded into conflict as if by unseen hands. His suspicions deepened when Tang Hyakso, the clan's intelligence officer, rushed in with grim news. Patriarch, Lady Somi was gravely injured during a scouting mission in the secret cave. She was ambushed. Her condition is critical. What? Somi's injured? Peijin thundered, slamming his fist on the table. Who would dare do such a thing? She was attacked by members of the Qingqing Anime sects, Hyaksu reported. Are you certain? Yes, sir. I heard it directly from her. Rage boiled in Peijin's veins. All units to your positions! Those insolent fools, how dare they lay a hand on a member of the Tang clan? On my daughter? His fury shattered the fragile balance between the 3 sects, and soon the Sichuan internal war began. Months later, Tang Hyaksu mysteriously vanished, his fate unknown. Some said he was killed in battle, others whispered darker theories. Years later, within the patriarch's inner chamber, the truth began to resurface. So what you're saying? Tang Peijin asked slowly, his voice edged with steel. Is that someone within our own ranks deliberately instigated conflict between the sects? Across from him stood Mujin, calm but cautious. Yes, sir. Lady Somi mentioned she obtained the treasure map before it was spread. Where exactly did she get it? Somi hesitated before answering. Tang Hyaksu gave it to me. Mujin's tone sharpened. Then where did he get it? And why give it to you first, instead of reporting it to the patriarch? Could it be that someone wanted to harm you and provoke your father's wrath, to deliberately start a war? For a moment, the chamber fell silent. Mujin's thoughts echoed inwardly. That's as far as the story went in the original chronicle. Peijin's gaze darkened. Are you accusing a Tang clansman with baseless speculation? If you asked me, you're the suspicious one. Choose your next words carefully. Mujin exhaled quietly. It won't be easy to talk my way out of this. I didn't want to resort to that method, but there's no choice. Since I'm under suspicion, he said aloud, I have a proposal. The Tang clan is known for its poisons and medicines. Do you possess anything like a truth serum? Peijin's lip curled. Confidence or desperation? If it's a gamble you want, you've chosen the wrong opponent. Ganghyeok, bring 2 mind pills. Moments later, inside the patriarch's private chamber, 2 small jade capsules rested on the table. Mujin stared at them, his thoughts calm yet wary. I didn't expect things to get this troublesome. Still, since Tang Peijin already doubts me, this was inevitable. Then, the door burst open. Tang Haixu stormed in, eyes blazing. This is him? The one who accused me of being a spy? That's why I suggested this test, Mujin replied. Once misunderstandings are cleared, this will all be over. He studied the man quietly. So this is the one who handed the treasure map to Tang Somi in the original story. Why accuse me, though? Haixu demanded. Mujin's eyes narrowed. The very man who enraged Tang Peijin back then. A servant stepped forward and placed a mind pill before Haixu. The officer recoiled. You dare bring that thing before me? Mujin knew well what it was, a grotesque creation of Tang Gak, the Tang clan's grand elder. Meant to serve as both anesthetic and truth serum, it was lethally toxic. The user had to speak the truth, or die bleeding from every pore within 10 minutes unless the antidote was administered. Since you're both under suspicion, Peijin declared coldly, let's settle this properly. Why must I be suspected? Haixu snapped. Patriarch, do I really have to endure this nonsense? That's why I said I'd take the pill too, Mujin answered. Enough, Peijin began, but before he could finish, a chilling voice cut through the air. Shut up and swallow it. A wave of oppressive chi filled the room as an elderly man entered. His presence alone silenced all resistance. With a flick of his hand, he forced Haixu to swallow the pill. It was Tang Gak, the Dark King, Peijin's father and one of the deadliest men alive. Father? Peijin gasped. Where did you? Lately you've seemed more concerned about your own safety than the clan's, Tang Gak said coldly. I've already heard from his companions. Begin the interrogation. Mujin's pulse quickened. So he's still alive. Tang Gak, the Dark King. He can read lies through breath and heartbeat. I must tread carefully. First question. Tang Gak began, his voice low and heavy. Did you know the Divine Thief's treasure cave was a trap? Mujin answered vaguely, but Haixu smirked. Yes. I knew. Where did you obtain the treasure map? Mujin replied. Near Tai Sect, Haixu said. It was given to me by the Great Ones. And who are these Great Ones? I don't know, Haixu answered. But they're the ones who planned all this. Are there other spies in our clan? Of course, Haixu said with a hollow laugh. Name them. Every single one. By the time 10 minutes passed, the truth was laid bare. The spies were Tang Haixu, Tang Min, his father, and a woman posing as Haixu's wife. It was she who had first sown espionage within the clan. To think they infiltrated us through that woman, Peijin muttered in disbelief. Tang Gak's expression didn't change. Did you hear what he said just now? All this was for the sake of the Tang clan. If it truly was, there were other ways to help. As it happens, we need a new subject for poison testing. Instead of mice, they'll do nicely. Him, his father, and his wife, let them serve the clan in death. Wait, Peijin interjected. Keep his wife and father alive, for now. We'll use them to trace the rest of the spies. Meanwhile, Mujin, who had also taken the pill but felt no effects, sat quietly. Why isn't it working on me? It should cloud my mind and loosen my tongue. Could it be that my body neutralized it? My body's been tempered by countless poisons and elixirs. Maybe I developed antibodies. Grandpa, did you foresee even this? He was about to feign dizziness when a whisper slithered directly into his mind. You've got quite the interesting body, boy. Tang Gak's voice echoed within his skull. I made that pill myself. Did you really think I couldn't sense its failure? You wove truth and falsehood together. What exactly are you hiding? Mujin froze. He saw through me completely. I know you mean no harm, Tang Gak continued. But that doesn't mean I trust you. Fine. We're going after that bastard, the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader. You'll come with us. Prove your innocence in battle. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the outskirts of Sichuan province, near the Cloud Fragrance Hall. Inside the hall, the Cloud Fragrance Hall master questioned his bodyguard in a low, tense voice, asking whether there had been any contact from the Tang clan. The young woman shook her head. Not even the crows they had sent as messengers had returned. The hall master frowned. After the Tai sect, it seemed that even the Tang clan of Sichuan might be in danger. His bodyguard replied that she doubted it, but if they truly had been discovered, then the situation was far more serious than they had anticipated. The hall master's expression darkened as he listed the recent disturbances: the Tyrant Blade faction, the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and now even Sichuan province itself. Something was definitely wrong. Still, he declared calmly that it did not matter. The foolish antics of mere rats would end there. When his bodyguard asked what he meant, he answered that it meant their enemies had personally come all the way to him. At that moment, the front door of the hall exploded inward. A figure dressed head to toe in black stepped through the flying debris. It was Mujin. He looked straight at the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master and announced that he had come to protect the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, calling the man a villain as he dropped into a fighting stance. The Hall Master narrowed his eyes. He recognized the technique at once, the crimson and golden shimmer of the Shaolin Divine Dragon, the same energy he had seen at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. He admitted he did not know how Mujin had found them, but he would grant him the honor of dying for their great lord. Surrounded by the hall's warriors, Mujin challenged them, asking why they did not try if they were so confident. He had not come alone. The hall master already knew that. Turning his attention behind him, he slashed his sword aura toward Tangak, only to cut through an afterimage. The real Tangak appeared high in the air and unleashed his technique, Arrow Rain, sending countless needles raining down upon the surrounding men and killing them at once. He landed beside Mujin and dismissed them as worthless trash. Now only two remained. He would deal with the hall master himself. Mujin said he would take care of the bodyguard. Tangak scoffed, saying that fighting a woman would bring him no honor. Mujin replied that strength had nothing to do with gender, only with who was strong and who was weak. With a grim chuckle, Tangak rushed at the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master, and their collision of power shook the hall with violent explosions. Watching their clash, Mujin realized that at their level, both of them might end up dead. Suddenly, the bodyguard appeared behind him and swung her sword at his neck, but the blade shattered upon impact. Mujin had activated the Iron Guard technique. He remarked that she was fast, but she would not take his head so easily. She tossed aside the broken weapon and drew two more swords from her back. Coldly, she said that the neck was not the only weak point of the human body. She would kill him through another. She attacked in a flurry of strikes. Mujin bent and twisted away, then countered with a sweeping leg kick that knocked her to the ground. He rushed forward with a combined invincible punch and fist energy technique, but she narrowly evaded it with incredibly swift footwork. He cursed inwardly, surprised by her speed, and braced himself again. In an instant, she was behind him. Before she could strike, Mujin grabbed her arms without even turning and slammed her hard into the ground. Blood spilled from her lips as she gasped. Trembling, she called him arrogant, and asked if it had been him who caused the deaths connected to the Heavenly Merchant Guild and Sichuan. Mujin did not answer. Instead, he leapt forward with a chain punch and a ray palm strike, smashing down with such force that an aura explosion erupted where she had just been, but once again, she had vanished just in time. She vowed to make him reveal where he had gotten his information. Mujin thought in disbelief about her strange footwork. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, not even in Geijiang's universe. It had to be a unique martial art. Once more she appeared behind him, so close that his nerves prickled. He wondered when she had managed to close the distance. Meanwhile, Tangak and the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master continued their violent duel. Their sword energies clashed again and again. Tangak chuckled and admitted that there were not many who could unleash power on that level. He had become curious about who these people really were. Mocking him as an old man, the Hall Master taunted that time had finally caught up to the Great Dark King. He noticed that Tangak had shifted from hidden weapons to swordsmanship, and guessed that he had exhausted his supply. Then, with a powerful strike, he shattered Tangak's blade. Declaring it the end, the Hall Master unleashed a devastating attack, shouting that a new world awaited. A massive explosion swallowed the area, dust covering everything. As the dust spread, he mocked Tangak, saying he should have stayed hidden in his room, researching poison. Finding them had changed nothing. There was no place for him in the new era. From within the haze, Tangak's laughter rang out. He called the man a loudmouth brat, and admitted that he had fallen silent only because he had been shocked by his own fading strength. As for reaching into his sleeve, it had not been because he had run out of weapons, but because the little brat he had brought along was weaker than he had thought. Only then did the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master notice that his left arm had already been pierced by several tiny, paralyzing poison needles. He had not even seen when they were used. Turning his gaze to Mujin, Tangak declared that he would have to turn the boy into a proper fighting dog. Even now, Mujin still wore an expression of defiance. With that, Tangak stepped forward, tossed a pill into Mujin's mouth, and forced him to swallow it. Mujin, startled, demanded to know what kind of pill it was. With a faint smile, Tang Gak simply replied that it would not kill him. And now, it was time to strike back. Mujin demanded to know what kind of medicine he had just swallowed. Tang Gak replied that it was a formula he had developed himself. It did come with side effects, but because Mujin had already absorbed the mind pill, he would not die. Instead, he would feel an overwhelming surge of energy. At that very instant, a golden aura erupted from Mujin's body, flooding his limbs with power. Tang Gak, the Dark King and a master of poisons, toxins, and medicine, had devoted his life to research. His known achievements included timed paralytic toxins and confession serums, and his unofficial creations numbered in the hundreds, perhaps even thousands. What Mujin had just consumed was one of Tang Gak's original stimulant drugs, a compound that temporarily heightened the senses and explosively amplified inner energy. The female bodyguard charged at Mujin in desperation, her twin blades slashing toward him. The moment they struck, both swords shattered instantly. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. Mujin, now standing within the shimmering shield of his newly created golden sphere art, remained calm. He had long wondered how one might block a sword strike that could pierce even the Iron Guard technique. Now, by compressing his inner energy into a perfectly shaped sphere, an imitation of his grandfather's technique, he had achieved an incredible density and defense. Her weapons had never stood a chance. She realized the truth in that moment. Standing before her were the Shaolin Divine Dragon and the Dark King. There was absolutely no way for her to win. If capture was inevitable, she would end her own life before allowing them to extract information. But Mujin had already anticipated that outcome. With a swift strike to the back of her head, she collapsed unconscious. He shouted that he had already seen such tricks back at the Tai sect and would not allow her to kill herself. Now, all that remained was to extract the poison hidden in her mouth. At that same time, the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master, still paralyzed and coughing blood, forced himself forward and launched an attack at Tang Gak. But the sword struck only the ground as Tang Gak effortlessly avoided it. In the next instant, Tang Gak stood above him, one hand pressed to the man's head and a needle in the other. He injected a new mixture into the man's body. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master immediately began coughing violently, blood spraying from his lips. Tang Gak observed the reaction with a scientist's interest. "So this is how the combination reacts," he murmured. "A fine poison indeed. How is your body condition?" The man collapsed, unable to answer. "Well," Tang Gak said, standing up, "I suppose you can't speak anymore. Another successful experiment." Mujin then asked whether the medicine he had taken had any long-term or dangerous effects. Tang Gak assured him that it was only a temporary outburst of power, and that he would merely feel some fatigue for a few days afterward. Although relieved, Mujin remained awed and unsettled. For a moment, he had felt like an artificial monster, a being powered by chemicals. Yet, pills such as the revitalization pills or even the mythical 10,000-year snow ginseng worked in similar ways. Were they not also, in a sense, drugs for cultivation? And yet the effects were undeniable. His reaction speed and stability had improved tremendously. A technique he had only imagined was now perfectly realized. Tang Gak was not merely skilled in killing, he was a true alchemist of the body. Perhaps, Mujin thought, medicine without poison or side effects could truly be created, something that could make warriors stronger without destroying them. His thoughts were interrupted when Tang Gak shouted at him, asking why he was daydreaming. After apologizing, Mujin shifted the topic. They had, at last, captured someone connected to the chaos spreading through Sichuan. Once she was interrogated, the mastermind behind everything would finally be revealed. Tang Gak agreed, and mentioned he would prepare mind pills for the interrogation. When Mujin asked if he could also make something else, Tang Gak looked at him in surprise. Requests were rare. Still, he agreed to one. Later, the scene shifted back to the Tang clan compound where Mujin's companions were waiting. Mu Kyum wondered when Mujin would return, while Ma Gung grew uneasy. After everything they had faced since escaping, doubt crept into his heart. The mention of "May demons prosper," a phrase tied to the demonic cult, suggested something much darker was unfolding. Muyo scolded him for growing weak, and Chung Su, ever calm, said that Mujin always carried the scent of wind. Wherever he went, chaos followed, but so did opportunity and survival. There was something about him that made others want to follow and witness the world beside him. Encouraged, Magung clenched his fist. Fear faded, replaced by ambition. He would rise and make his name known. Even the demonic cult would fall before them. Mu Kyung, however, remembered the horror he had nearly succumbed to at the Tai sect. That power was dangerous, but if controlled, it might become the key to protecting everyone. Then Ling Ling stirred from sleep and chattered in his strange language. Muyul understood instantly. He says Mujin is here! They rushed outside, and froze in astonishment. Mujin stood there, but he was nearly unrecognizable, burdened with massive luggage, dragging a tied-up captive, while Tang Gak sat lazily on top of the bags as if it were a throne. Magung stared. Why are you so late? And why do you look like a madman? Even Mujin had to admit that he looked strange. Tang Gak only laughed. After setting everything down, Mujin addressed his friends. He had 3 things to share, concerning news, good news, and even better news. First, the captive. They had finally captured one of those stirring chaos in Sichuan. Interrogation would reveal everything. Second, Tang Gak. The Dark King had proven it was possible for them to grow even stronger. The luggage, Mujin explained, held the sub-ingredients for something greater. Not a core essence, but a new creation. A Murim version of energy and protein bars, something that could strengthen body and inner energy alike, even serve as an emergency ration. And finally came the concerning news. Their disguises had been blown. There was no reason to hide anymore. As they began to enter the Tang clan grounds, Mujin spoke lightly to his companions. They simply needed to hand the captured woman over to the Tang clan, and then, finally, it would be time to begin making protein. Laughing and exchanging quiet jokes, the group followed behind him. At the same time, Tang Gak used sound transmission to speak directly to Tang Peijin, who stood at a distance observing their arrival. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had made full use of his aging body, and that he was starving. He ordered a banquet to be prepared for the guests, and told him to gather the necessary sub-ingredients for a mind pill, which would be used for the upcoming interrogation. Tang Peijin could only respond with a helpless sigh. Impulsive as ever, his father truly never changed. Even without being told, he had already planned a grand banquet, for they owed Mujin and his group an immeasurable debt. The captured female martial artist was handed over to Tang Peijin. Tang Gak intended to personally oversee the interrogation using the mind pill. What would follow afterward was something no one wished to dwell on just yet. Not long after, Mujin followed Tang Gak down a narrow corridor to a secluded room. As he opened the door, Tang Gak casually warned him not to be alarmed even if a moving corpse happened to appear later. Mujin, however, paid the comment little attention. In his mind, this was the true main event, the beginning of their research into the creation of a protein and energy bar. Stepping inside, he froze in quiet awe. This was Tang Gak's personal laboratory. Every surface was filled with traces of dangerous research. Strange liquids of unknown origin, powder sealed in jars, and ingredients that clearly held frightening potency covered the shelves. Mujin couldn't believe he had actually entered the private domain of the king of poisons. Well then, Tang Gak said, turning to him. About that protein supplement of yours, let's make it. Mujin smiled slightly. Since arriving in this world, the opportunity to consume real protein had been almost non-existent. Secretly eating meat had its limits, and as a Shaolin monk, it was forbidden altogether. To begin, he explained, we must create the base of your protein. Tang Gak raised a brow. Protein? What is that? Some strange dialect? It is a nutrient that helps build muscle, Mujin replied. You could say it comes from meat, egg whites, milk, things like that. Tang Gak scoffed. So you mean meat and eggs? Call it that then. Yes, but monks cannot consume meat due to our doctrine. So we must use something obtained without killing, yet still containing the same level of nourishment. Suddenly, realization struck him. One of the most famous protein supplements in the modern world was made from whey, a substance extracted from milk. When milk was fermented, it became cheese. Among the northern nomads and foreign tribes, there existed a fermented milk drink known as kumis. If they could use fermented milk as the main ingredient, it would be ideal. Tang Gak found the idea intriguing. However, fermentation normally took a long time. Would it not delay the banquet? Mujin assured him that there was no need to worry. He knew of a method to solidify milk in the shortest possible time and promised to teach Tang Gak everything he knew, if only he would lend his assistance. And so, their strange collaboration began. They worked together to create a cheese-based protein supplement and a special energy bar made from medicinal herbs, nuts, and honey. While the energy bar was relatively simple, The protein supplement was much more difficult to produce, especially without modern equipment. Every step required careful experimentation. "This isn't blending well," Mujin muttered. "Then try adding this herb," Tang Gak suggested. "Perfect," Mujin replied. Even with broad knowledge, doing everything by hand proved to be a tremendous challenge. Yet having a brilliant, if mad, scientist like Tang Gak at his side made the impossible seem achievable. 2 days later, exhausted but successful, Tang Peijin entered the laboratory carrying breakfast. "Father, I brought you." He never finished his sentence. Tang Gak suddenly flung an unfamiliar bar of food directly into his mouth. "Not that. Try this." Peijin chewed once, then twice, and finally froze in disbelief. "What is this? Why is the food you're giving me delicious?" "This," Tang Gak replied with a satisfied nod, "shall be our future nutritional food. Let us call it a calorie bar. Perfect for both emergencies and training." At the same time, Mujin turned around with another creation in his hands. "And this is the protein food we made in record time, kumis. How about we use this for today's banquet? I guarantee the taste." Later that evening, the banquet was prepared. Various dishes crafted from kumis were placed along the table. Mugung stared at them uncertainly. "So this is what your people have been eating, kumis?" Mukyung frowned. "Is this even edible? I've never seen food like this before." Normally, milk required full fermentation, Mujin explained, but due to the urgency of the banquet, they had used a shortened process. If given more time, the taste and texture would have been even better. Even Tang Peijin hesitated. The calorie bar had been acceptable, but this even smelled strange. Then Tang Somi stepped forward. Without hesitation, she took a bite. And her eyes widened. "What is this?" she asked in shock. "Did Mujin make this?" "It's incredibly delicious." Mujin smiled. He humbly admitted that none of it would have been possible without the Grand Elder's help. "It suits my taste perfectly," she said. Hearing this, the other members of the Tang clan and Mujin's friends rushed forward to try the dishes for themselves. Laughter soon filled the hall, and thanks to Somi's courage, and everyone's hunger, the banquet became a true celebration. For the first time in a long while, everyone was able to rest. Exhausted bodies relaxed, worries faded into the distance, and joy filled every corner of the hall. The celebration continued deep into the night, only fading when dawn approached. "I'm stuffed," Mugung muttered weakly. Later, Mu Kyung brought up the martial arts manual they had acquired. Mujin examined it, and explained that it contained the techniques of the Divine Thief, Phantom Steps and Dark Shadow Art. Phantom Steps allowed movement so smooth it appeared as if the user had no feet at all. Dark Shadow Art erased one's presence by merging with darkness itself. They weren't techniques suited for direct combat, but they would be invaluable in the future. Mu Kyung agreed. On their upcoming journey, every method they could learn mattered. Mujin promised they would train together later. For now, he had to meet with Tang Gak once more. As he walked away, a quiet thought crossed his mind. Joyful moments were precious, but responsibility could not be ignored. At the meeting place, Tang Gak and Tang Peijin were already waiting. A covered corpse lay on the ground between them. Seeing Tang Peijin present as well, Mujin knew this was serious. He asked about the results of the mind pill interrogation. What Tang Peijin revealed made his blood run cold. The captured figures had been using martial arts unlike anything they had ever seen. Even in death, the corpses maintained a strange, unnatural state. Something flowed within their meridians, but it was not pure inner energy. It could scarcely even be called martial arts. And the cipher patterns found on their bodies had finally been deciphered. Their organization had a name: New Heavens. Based on everything that had occurred, the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the Chaos in Sichuan, it was clear they were planting seeds all across the Central Plains. And their name revealed their ambition: they sought to throw the world into chaos, and crown themselves as the New Heavens. Tang Peijin continued, explaining that the purpose of the organization known as New Heavens was to plunge the world into chaos, and then crown themselves as the new rulers of heaven and earth. Mujin listened in silence, unease creeping into his thoughts. New Heavens? Are they some kind of deranged cult? From everything he had seen and heard, it no longer seemed like their plans were limited to Sichuan alone. Chaos was spreading far beyond this single region. With a force of that scale, operating like an entire nation, Tang Peijin added. We must assume their organization is far larger than we ever imagined. Mujin exhaled slowly. Then they intended to incite conflict between the orthodox sects, drain them of strength, and strike at the perfect moment to rule all of Murim. Their third principle. We are everywhere. How absurd. And yet terrifying. But how are we to warn the Qingqing anime sects? If what you say is true, there may already be infiltrators there. Those two sects appear almost like allies. At that, Tang Peijin's thoughts returned to an earlier meeting. Jagal Hyan, one of the elders of the Jagal clan, had spoken solemnly. To counterbalance Shaolin and Wudong, who are now surrounded by troubling rumors, I propose the formation of a 5-great clan alliance. What does everyone think? The leader of the Amaze sect had leaned toward the Qingqing sect leader and whispered, Don't you have something more to discuss with us? The normalization of Sichuan, correct? The Qingqing leader had murmured in reply. The two had exchanged a faint, unsettling smile. Tang Peijin's thoughts were broken by Tang Gak's calm voice. No one can accomplish great things alone. Make your decision, patriarch of the Tang clan. You are right, father, Tang Peijin replied. Then he turned to Mujin. There is something I wish to ask of you. Would you be willing to establish a connection between Shaolin and the Tang clan? Some time later, inside the guest quarters, Mujin explained everything to his companions. I intend to send a letter to Shaolin through the Sichuan branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, he said. I'll inform them of what's happening here. What do you all think? This is not something we can decide or deal with on our own, Ma Geng said. We are already deeply involved, Wu Qiang added. This information should not be kept between just us. And unlike the rumors, Ma Yul said quietly, the Tang clan were actually good people. The Shaolin abbot and Grand Master Hyun Guang will understand our intentions. Mu Qiang nodded. While listening to them, Chung Su remembered his master's words. The world is too vast to remain in one place. Go out and see it for yourself. Just as he said, the world truly is vast, he thought. Slowly, Chung Su raised his hand. May I also send a message to the Wudong sect? Mujin looked at him, surprised. Wudong as well? There's no guarantee Wudong won't be targeted too, Chung Su said. If you are right, something truly terrifying is coming. Our journey has already been chaotic. If even more blood is spilled across Murim. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. Images from his childhood flashed before him, dead bodies, soaked in blood, lying motionless. Chung Su, are you unwell? Mujin asked, stepping forward. Ma Geng tapped his shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine, Chung Su replied weakly. Just a sudden headache. Why did it hurt the moment I remembered that scene? I understand, Mujin said. I will send a letter to Wudong as well. But once the messages are sent, we leave immediately. Our seniors may come after us. I'm not mentally prepared for that yet, Mu Qiang muttered. In the end, Mujin wrote 3 letters, one to Shaolin, one to Wudong, and another he kept aside. They delivered them to the Sichuan branch of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and due to their importance, Tang clan members arranged an escort. Noticing the extra letter, the branch leader asked, And where should this final letter be sent? Give it to Ryu Seowa when she arrives, Mujin replied. Understood. Later, Tang Peijin guided Mujin out of the Tang clan compound through a hidden forest passage. So there truly is a secret path here, Mujin said. We must remain unseen by those who covet what we possess, Tang Peijin replied. These routes were built long ago, for moments like this. When they arrived at the carriage concealed among the trees, Tang Peijin gestured toward it. I placed some of our protein powder, energy bars, and other supplies inside for your journey. That will make things far easier. Thank you, Mujin said sincerely. And though it is not my place to say this, I believe the elders of Shaolin will view an alliance with the Tang clan positively. Nearby, Ma Geng and Mu Qiang exchanged anxious glances. If we get caught, we're dead, they thought. We'll be robbed blind. We need to leave immediately. What of the Qingqing anime sects? Mujin asked. As we are forming ties with Shaolin and Wudong, how could we start a war and trouble you? Tang Peijin said calmly. We will deal with matters here. Do not worry. At that moment, Tang Somi stepped forward and whispered to Mujin. Thank you for everything. But more importantly, I think Ji-hee truly likes you. What do you think of her? Mujin chuckled softly. Ji-hee is a good person. I'm simply training diligently for the spar we promised each other. Somi froze. What kind of answer is that? She wondered. Is he truly that dense, or is he pretending not to notice? What will happen to my poor Jihi? High above them, Ganghyeok sat on a tree branch and shouted down. You're talking too much nonsense. If Shaolin's people show up now, it'll be troublesome. I stayed up all night. I want to sleep. Leave before I use you as test subjects. We will take our leave, Mujin said with a small bow. We'll return again someday. Come whenever you wish, Tang Peijin replied. Far away, at the Shaolin temple, Mujin's letter finally arrived. Inside the hall, all the elders had gathered as Abbot Hyun Chun read aloud. An organization calling itself New Heavens is moving across the entire nation. Even with such a scale, they've remained hidden. Hai Guan muttered. And what of those who attacked the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the Tang clan? Hyun Myung asked. They wish to join forces with us, the abbot replied. New Heavens must be stopped. But more importantly, Mujin, Magun, Mu Kyung, and Muyo must be retrieved at once. Now that they know this truth, they are in grave danger. If New Heavens targets them, we must rescue them immediately. Hyun Myung agreed. The abbot clenched his fist. I thought their departure was nothing more than an impulsive escape, and yet they have stepped into something this great, Mujin. Bringing those children back is our top priority, he declared. Outer Hall leader Monk Hyen, this task is yours. Also, contact the Heavenly Merchant Guild regarding the physician. And, he hesitated. How are we to inform Grand Master Hyun Wang? He must already be deeply worried. Meanwhile, atop a distant cliff, Hyun Gwang stood motionless as the wind howled around him. The scent of blood grows stronger, he murmured. From here on, nothing will be easy, Mujin, but I believe in you. Overcome this, and return safely. We're just a few steps away from hitting 15,000 subscribers. It's been an amazing journey so far, and if you've been enjoying the videos but haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time to join the crew. Every sub helps more than you think.